Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 101, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 101. Credits, Shoddy. Small town. Lord Shiro, is what you wrote in your book true? That is, this story here. Yahiko, seizing the opportunity during his studies, clutched a book he had likely flipped through countless times already, his face brimming with excitement. Under Shiro's feigned look of puzzlement, he voiced the question lingering in his heart. This story, the one where you wrote about villages steeped in generations of hatred, only for an abrupt war to shatter their animosity and force them to temporarily set aside their conflicts. Then a powerful ninja came to rule over them, and the villagers, though numb and obedient to their circumstances, gradually found their hatred fading without realizing it. There were even stories of love and intermarriage that arose amidst this change. As Yahiko spoke, it seemed as though he had discovered something profound. His eyes grew brighter, and in his excitement, he waved his hands and continued. And these stories, even though the villagers suffered under the oppression of the strong, they endured much hardship without resistance. Yet it was still far better than the chaos and violence that came before. Watching Yahiko's growing excitement, Shiro, seated at the desk, responded with a faint smile of dawning realization. What you're referring to, well, how should I put it? These stories are adapted from real events. As for whether they truly represent peace or lead to everlasting peace, that's still uncertain. After all, it's something that needs to be observed over time. He paused before adding, in the latest issue of my struggle, the 5th chapter, the Second Great Ninja War, I depicted the brutal reality of war and its devastating effects on both small and great nations. There are countless stories set against the backdrop of war, almost all of which reflect the pursuit of peace and the exploration of its possibilities. For example, the so-called peace you see in this small town right now. Shiro's expression remained calm, but he sighed openly without a hint of concealment. The arrival of Konoha in the Land of Rain also brought war. Yet, it was the Rain Ninja who initiated the conflict. Who is right or wrong no longer matters, it's about what the war has brought to the ninja world. Under the oppressive rule of Konoha's so-called invaders, this small town maintains a fragile semblance of peace. But before the Konoha ninja arrived, it was already in utter disarray due to war. At this, Shiro's expression became more solemn as he continued. From what I know, the economic collapse had led to rampant banditry. Murders and looting were frequent occurrences in this town, and the Rain Ninja were too preoccupied to govern it. While Konoha's ninja may be invaders, their arrival brought war but also a fragile peace to the town. Shiro spoke with brutal honesty, analyzing Konoha's presence from the perspective of an observer without hesitation to critique the act of waging war on smaller nations. The latest issue of my struggle subtly introduced the question, which of these false forms of peace is true peace? Whether it's the peace imposed by the strong, the unity born out of chaos and suffering, or the trust between individuals, all these ideas were explored, leaving readers with a significant mystery to ponder. The 5th chapter has begun planting the seeds of thought, inspiring some to rethink their understanding of peace. Some ninjas who longed for peace have even started to reflect on themselves. What is true peace? Peace. It was never something Shiro imposed on others, instead, he encouraged others to contemplate it and find their own answers. Even Uchiha Madara, observing from the shadows, was stunned. Shiro's perspective and vision had already surpassed what he and Hashirama once had. Yahiko. At that moment, a ninja's voice called out from outside the door, breaking the studious atmosphere in the room. Yahiko snapped back to reality, his expression turning respectful as he bowed to Shiro. Lord Shiro, I need to head out on patrol now. Yahiko's talent was undeniable, he was undoubtedly a genius among ordinary ninjas. However, his lack of a Kekkei Genkai meant his potential was limited. Go on. Watching Yahiko leave with excitement, Shiro waved him off with a casual smile. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he subtly glanced at Conan and Nagato, who were still engrossed in their studies. Seeing the envy in their eyes, Shiro chuckled and said, Yahiko has good talent, and his body was stronger than yours from the start. But you two aren't bad either, especially you, Conan. Hearing the praise, Conan's face turned slightly red as she nodded firmly. Conan won't let Lord Shiro down. Shiro smiled and ruffled both their hair gently. I didn't expect Conan to be a Kekkei Genkai wielder as well. Conan had just begun to demonstrate her paper-release Kekkei Genkai ability after learning to use Chakra. Although it had many flaws at the moment, it was still considered a Kekkei Genkai of some sort. Nagato, on the other hand, had yet to reveal the power of his Rinnegan, as he was only beginning to learn chakra control. I'll work hard too, Nagato said nervously. Shiro smiled as he watched them, his eyes narrowing. Once they were in his grasp, there would be no escaping. Among the trio, Yahiko's charisma and strong ideals made him a natural leader. Shiro purposefully arranged for him to spend more time with the patrol ninjas, claiming it was to accelerate his growth. Yahiko, thinking it was a chance to learn from others, was thrilled, unaware that it was a ploy to reduce his time with Conan and Nagato. Yahiko's literacy skills are better than yours, so naturally he learns faster. But you two must work harder as well. Starting today, Conan, you'll take Nagato on patrols. Yes, Lord Shiro. Conan replied excitedly, her eyes filled with admiration for Shiro's saintly smile. Nagato, however, looked conflicted. Despite finding the studies grueling, he had felt fulfilled during this time. Yet, he couldn't move past the lingering pain of his parents being killed by Konoha ninja. Noticing Nagato's expression, Shiro pretended not to notice and ruffled his red hair with a smile. Nagato, I want you to work hard. According to your reports, this village was under Rain Ninja's jurisdiction a few months ago. Seeing you flee from there proves the Rain Ninja's governance was utterly incompetent. Casually dropping this piece of information, Shiro caught Nagato off guard. For the first time, Nagato nervously asked, Lord Shiro, is it possible that it was the Rain Ninja disguised as rogue ninjas who killed my village? Nagato's voice trembled with uncertainty. Shiro feigned a moment of surprise before shaking his head. I can't say for sure. But what I can tell you is that even rogue ninjas often disguise themselves as enemy village ninja when committing atrocities. I understand. Nagato, though lacking great ambition and appearing timid, had begun to think like a ninja after undergoing systematic training. All right. You two aim to learn the remaining characters within 5 days so you can spend more time on training. Yes, the two replied resolutely. Conan, in particular, was wholly dedicated to seeing herself as a tool for Shiro's vision, while Nagato seemed to have found his direction. He wanted to uncover the truth behind his parents' deaths. Were Konoha ninjas truly the culprits, or had someone else disguised themselves? Watching the two, Shiro smiled. By keeping Yahiko away, he had ensured the trio's bond did not grow too strong. Conan was already under his control, and Nagato, whose thoughts were still unformed, was the simplest to influence. During this time, Shiro had used the excuse of teaching them literacy to subtly plant the seeds of his ideology through my struggle. As a result, Nagato's perception of him had grown more favorable than Yahiko's. Shiro. At that moment, the door opened, and Uchiha Mikoto entered with a tray of food. She spoke as she placed it down. There's a mission requiring reconnaissance in this area. She handed him a scroll, which Shiro read calmly before nodding. Understood. As he put the scroll away, he turned to Nagato and, recalling their earlier conversation, reached out to ruffle his red hair once more. Nagato, I might pass by your old home on this mission. If there's anything you'd like, I can bring it to your parents for you. My parents. Tears streamed down Nagato's cheeks at the mention of them. His shoulders trembled as he fought back his sorrow and choked out, Thank you, Lord Shiro. If you happen to pass by, please tell my parents. I'll live well. Nagato, if possible, this flower will surely reach your parents in heaven, Conan said softly, crafting a flower out of bread wrapping paper. Thank you. Nagato stammered, his Rinnegan eyes filled with emotion as he looked at Conan and Shiro. For the first time, he felt the warmth of family, and his trembling voice was filled with gratitude. Seeing this, Mikoto smiled warmly and announced, All right, let's eat. Shiro will be away, I'll take over teaching you. The gentle and teasing tone of Uchiha Mikoto lightened the mood as everyone sat down to enjoy their meal. Perhaps this is the warmth that exists amid war. However, the sudden piece of information made Shiro frown, his expression turning grave. The information just received was not as trivial as Uchiha Mikoto had made it seem. Or rather, he could smell the scent of war embedded in it. Something big was about to happen. At the dining table, Shiro discreetly glanced at Nagato's red hair but silently sank into deep thought. The message from Tsunade instructed him to head to the temporary command post. Hidden within her words, however, was a mention of White Fang. It seemed the village no longer wished to drag things out. This implied a major operation was in the works. Could this major operation be related to the legendary battle that brought fame to the Sanin? On a gloomy day with drizzle falling steadily, amidst the ruins of a village, 3 figures crept in under the cover of night. Captain Shiro, we've spotted a rogue ninja from the land of wind ahead. He seems to be gravely injured, and his chakra is extremely weak. The 3 figures hid in the underbrush. Hyuga Hisashi, veins bulging around his eyes, activated his Byakugan to investigate before solemnly reporting the situation. Injured? It seems our luck is something this time. On the way to the command post, we stumble upon a severely wounded rogue ninja. Under her cloak, Uzumaki Kushina, with her striking red hair, couldn't help but chuckle. But beside her, Shiro's expression grew heavier. Heading out on a mission only to coincidentally encounter an injured rogue ninja. That's far too coincidental. Moreover, this village happened to be Nagato's former home. As Shiro pieced together the series of events, he took a deep breath. A thought crossed his mind. However, while the opposing party believed they were hidden in the shadows, they didn't realize that he was already well aware of their presence. From the moment he began mentoring Nagato and Conan, Shiro had deliberately hinted that he'd be passing through this area and would deliver a message to Nagato's parents. This was an attempt to probe the hidden Uchiha Madara. As this realization struck, Shiro discreetly glanced at Uzumaki Kushina. He silently vowed to himself, he was no Obito. This time, he had only brought along one companion. In the future, he would try to only bring one person on missions. He wouldn't leave even the slightest opportunity for the opponent. Hizashi, scout the surroundings for any ambushes. Yes. If it was a coincidence, they'd just be catching a lucky break. But if it was truly Madara pulling strings behind the scenes to assist him, he wouldn't waste this favor. Whoosh. Whoosh. On a damp and chilly rainy night, inside a dilapidated wooden house, the gravely injured sand ninja was gasping for breath, resting in exhaustion. Just as he was about to drift into a deeper sleep, a golden chain suddenly shot toward him. Damn it. Boom. With a loud crash, the golden chain directly wrapped around the injured sand ninja. Moments later, the white-eyed Hyuga Hizashi broke through the door and unleashed a flurry of palm strikes on the enemy's body. Gentle fist. However, the moment his palms landed, Hizashi's expression shifted. He yelled out, "Not good. The enemy has committed suicide." In the leaky house, Uchiha Shirou, Hyuga Hizashi, and Uzumaki Kushina stood over the corpse, all frowning. The heavily injured sand ninja had already breathed his last. His eyes rolled back, and Hizashi knelt, his expression serious as he examined the body. After a moment, he shook his head and reported gravely. Before dying, he activated a jutsu implanted deep in his brain. The jutsu destroyed his brain, wiping out all intelligence along with his life. So decisive. Uzumaki Kushina muttered in frustration, feeling annoyed by the lack of actionable information. Shiro, however, merely glanced at her. Golden chains. Kushina, have you awakened the Uzumaki clan's adamantine sealing chains? Seeing Shiro's surprised expression, Uzumaki Kushina let out a rare smug smile. You Uchiha have your Sharingan, but we Uzumaki also have our unique abilities. Shiro shook his head with a slight smile before crouching down to carefully search the corpse for other clues. Shiro, with Hizashi and me as your guards, you can rest easy, Uzumaki Kushina declared confidently while taking in the sight of the ruined village. This time, Shiro was heading to a temporary command post. As the person in charge, it was only natural to have guards, and Uzumaki Kushina and Hyuga Hizashi had been assigned as his temporary escorts. What's this? Cutting a thread connected to an explosive tag with a chakra blade, Shiro retrieved a sealing scroll from the ninja's chest. A sealing scroll. Leave it to me. Uzumaki Kushina immediately perked up, her confidence brimming as she reached out to take the scroll. But Shiro slapped her hand away. Startled, Kushina stared at him in surprise. Shiro responded sternly. Although I didn't detect any poison, it's better to wear gloves, just in case. While inspecting the corpse earlier, Shiro had already put on protective gloves. Faced with Shiro's concern, Kushina pouted and retorted, your medical ninjutsu was taught by Sister Tsunade herself. If even you didn't detect poison, how could there still be any? Though her words were defiant, her actions were honest, she obediently retrieved a pair of protective gloves from her ninja pouch and put them on. Despite her complaints, her lips curved upward, unable to suppress a small smile. Chapter 102, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 102. In the ruined village. The sealing technique has been undone. It's an advanced sealing technique from Tsunade of the Land of Wind, but this is nothing for us of the Uzumaki clan. After breaking the seal on the scroll, Uzumaki Kushina turned her head to look at Uchiha Shirou, wearing a tsundere expression as if saying, hurry up and praise me. An advanced sealing technique from Tsunade. For me, it's a piece of cake. Looking at Kushina's childlike demeanor, Shiro smiled and gave her a thumbs up, laughing. As expected of the Uzumaki clan, masters of sealing techniques. Kushina, you're amazing. As they say, every art has its specialty. When it comes to sealing techniques, there's no comparison to the Uzumaki clan. Especially Uzumaki Kushina, the princess who inherited the legacy of the Land of Whirlpools. Receiving Shiro's praise, and with Uchiha Mikoto not around, Kushina let go of her restraints. With a tsundere tilt of her head, she formed hand seals right in front of him. Release. As the white smoke from the unsealed scroll dissipated, a tiny bottle, no larger than a fingertip, appeared on the scroll marked with the character seal. This is. Both Shiro and Kushina frowned, staring gravely at the small bottle that had been sealed with such caution. Inside the bottle was 1/3 of a purple liquid, bubbling and frothing continuously. On the bottle's exterior, there was a piece of paper with a single black character, pepper. Given the caution used in sealing this, and the obvious connection to Tsunade's rogue ninjas, both of them came to the same realization at the same time. Pepper. Could it be the salamander? The two exclaimed in unison, realizing what this object might be. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hisashi was still standing guard outside, cautiously keeping watch. Although the brain has already been destroyed, the injuries and other clues suggest that this was the work of a puppet master and a wind-style user. Based on the tracks, the individual likely escaped from the Tsunade battlefront. And as for this scratched headband, which was carelessly tied to a wound, it's clear that this person stole something important from Tsunade and defected. Shiro analyzed solemnly, while Kushina carefully retrieved another sealing scroll from her ninja pouch. This small bottle of liquid is likely highly toxic. On the battlefield, only Elder Chiyo of Tsunade is known to have confronted Hanzo of the Salamander directly. Obtaining some of his poison would make sense. With a loud poof, Kushina cautiously resealed the bottle and handed the scroll to Shiro. Shiro nodded solemnly. Kushina, you understand the importance of this, right? If our guess is correct, this could be critical intelligence. Clean up the traces here immediately and head to the command post. Deliver this to Sister Tsunade for analysis. If it's confirmed, this could save many lives in the village during this war. Understood. Kushina, not one to hesitate, nodded gravely. She carefully hid the sealing scroll in her clothes. After all, ninja pouches could be dislodged or destroyed, posing a significant risk. I'll handle the body. You clean up the traces around here and instruct Hisashi to stay on high alert. Yes. With the mobility of a ninja, Kushina quickly erased all traces of the Tsunade ninja in the rain, while Hyuga Hisashi vigilantly scanned the surroundings with his Byakugan, not daring to let his guard down. Inside the house, Shiro placed his palm over the body without drawing attention to himself. His Sharingan, with its 3 tomo, glinted as he remained alert to his surroundings. However, while appearing to re-examine the body, a diamond-shaped curse mark quietly appeared on his palm. Forbidden technique, Chimera Jutsu. Under the guise of his movements, the curse mark on his palm unleashed a powerful suction force, drawing a life-filled energy into his body. As I suspected. There's something wrong with this Tsunade ninja. Shiro's pupils contracted as he sensed the energy. This confirmed his suspicions. If this ninja was truly from Tsunade, the odds of escaping deep into Konoha's war zone were minuscule. There were simply too many coincidences: his sudden appearance, the salamander's poison on the body, and Shiro's recent encounter with Nagato's Rinnegan. A knowing smile crossed Shiro's face as he licked his lips and looked up. It seems the ancestor Uchiha Madara has taken a particular interest in this descendant. After all his planning and the release of his 5th chapter, it was clear that everything had gone as intended. He had successfully harnessed the power hiding in the shadows. You're eager to see how much chaos I can bring to the ninja world before your plan unfolds, aren't you, Madara? Having figured out Madara's intentions, Shiro felt a sense of relief and satisfaction as a smile crept onto his face. Fire release. Flames erupted within the house, consuming the corpse entirely and erasing any trace that might lead Madara to him. Under the night sky, Shiro and his team left the ruined village, leaving behind a single paper flower. Moments later, in the damp shadows of the village ruins, a pale face slowly emerged from the muddy water. Although I lost a clone, Madara-sama's plan is still a success. I wonder why he's investing so much in Uchiha Shirou. With a mischievous tone, White Zetsu's figure slowly disappeared, and the village returned to its deathly silence. In the forest, 3 shadows darted forward like fleas. Captain Shiro, the temporary destination is just ahead. When the trio spotted the tents guarded by Konoha ninja, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Hyuga Hisashi discreetly wiped the rain off his face. Though there had been many passcodes along the way, the tension never eased. The meticulous defenses were signs of a major operation on the battlefield. For Uzumaki Kushina, the relief came from the burden of carrying what was almost certainly Hanzo's poison in the sealing scroll. It had made her nervous throughout the journey. If discovered, it could have drawn elite Tsunade pursuers. Shiro, are you all right? After arriving at the destination, Kushina noticed Shiro's pale face and asked with concern. Shiro wiped the sweat mixed with rainwater off his face, forcing a smile. I'm fine. Kushina, let's go report to Sister Tsunade. Yes. Although Shiro appeared calm, only he knew the truth. Moments earlier, a surge of energy had coursed through his body, making him feel feverish. His constitution was changing. White Zetsu. A product of the infinite Tsukuyomi from 1,000 years ago, extracted from the demonic statue of the Outer Path. The current White Zetsu had been created by Madara using Hashirama's cells and the demonic statue. This meant that White Zetsu possessed partial abilities of both Hashirama's cells and the God Tree. The wood-release cells of the first Hokage also inherit part of the God Tree's power. But after centuries of evolution, their development must have diverged. Now, with these two forces combined, even a weak clone carries a trace of energy perfectly compatible with the Uchiha bloodline. Shiro felt his body's chakra growing more active. This indicated an imminent breakthrough in his chakra reserves. Especially this new energy. It's altering my body and my eyes. I can feel my eyes being nourished by this energy. Taking a deep breath, Shiro quietly pulled out a chakra testing strip from his ninja pouch while waiting for Tsunade's meeting to end. As a trace of chakra was infused, the square chakra paper instantly split in half, and the four corners underwent varying degrees of transformation, wrinkling, moistening, cracking, and burning. The chakra paper revealed the 5 elemental changes: fire, wind, lightning, water, and earth. The next moment, Shiro's hand from the ninja tool pouch crushed the chakra paper. Shiro stood silently at the entrance of the tent, waiting. Beside him, Uzumaki Kushina, unusually solemn, kept her gaze fixed on the brightly lit tent in the distance. It was evident that top-secret discussions were taking place inside. 5 elements. No, there should also be yin and yang, it's 7 elements in total. Standing at the tent's entrance, amidst the rain and wind, even the faint smell of burning from earlier had disappeared into the rain. Yet, Shiro squinted, lost in thought. According to White Zetsu's data, although it had a unique constitution, it indeed possessed all elemental attributes. Even though this is just a weak White Zetsu clone, it has directly completed my chakra elements, and there are also subtle changes in my constitution. This is essentially filling the gap in Uchiha's missing powers, from 0 to 1. Chakra attributes take a jonin at least 2 to 3 years of training to gain mastery of an additional one. Moreover, a jonin must be proficient in at least 2 attributes to avoid being easily restrained. Yet, some ninjas are born with multiple attributes, or even all attributes, giving them a much higher starting point than most. Take Kakashi Hatake, for example, he was born with all attributes. Why could he become a jonin at the age of 12? The advantage of possessing all attributes played a significant role. For the Uchiha clan, having all chakra attributes is even more impactful. After all, with the Sharingan's ability to copy and learn techniques, every Uchiha could be regarded as a master of ninjutsu. This power is just right. If I weren't a Uchiha absorbing the White Zetsu clone, it would take me at least 3 to 5 years, even for a weak clone. But now, it will take me at most half a year to fully integrate this constitution. Feeling the changes within his body, Shiro revealed a satisfied smile. It was similar to when he absorbed Elder Setsuna's Sharingan. Since they were of the same clan and origin, it only took a few months. As for the White Zetsu clone's energy, it would only take a few additional months. After all, they were still distantly related, sharing the same origin. The Uchiha, the cells of Hashirama, and White Zetsu were all derived from the same source, the power of the God Tree. Shiro, Kushina. The rhythmic sound of rain falling on the camp created a steady background noise. Finally, after half an hour of waiting, Tsunade emerged from the meeting tent, calling out to the two from afar. "Captain, Sister Tsunade. Sister Tsunade." Under Tsunade's gaze, Shiro awkwardly changed "Captain" to "Sister," prompting Tsunade to break into a relaxed smile as she strode into the tent. "Shiro, it seems like you've been taking good care of Kushina during this time." "Sister Tsunade." Uzumaki Kushina glared at her in frustration. Now wasn't the time for teasing. She then began recounting everything that had happened on their journey here. "What? You encountered sand ninjas carrying Hanzo's poison on your way here?" Tsunade couldn't hide her astonishment after hearing this. They had been racking their brains for clues but found nothing. "And yet, during your journey, you just happened to run into them." Uzumaki Kushina cautiously took out a sealing scroll. "Sister Tsunade, it's only a possibility. It could also be a trap deliberately set by the sand ninjas to mislead us." Although her words were cautious, as Tsunade released the seal and saw the light purple poison, her expression immediately turned serious. She solemnly activated her chakra with both hands. "Uchiha Shiro, go meet White Fang with Uchiha Fugaku. This may be good news. I need to study and confirm this poison further." Tsunade then issued strict orders for the surrounding ninjas to heighten their alertness. Uzumaki Kushina was assigned to act as her temporary guard while she focused on analyzing the poison. Although Shiro frowned slightly, he nodded and said, "Understood. I'll head there now." Tsunade had specifically summoned him here and arranged for him to meet with Uchiha Fugaku. The two of them held significant positions, one as the heir to the clan, the other as the inheritor of Elder Setsuna's legacy. If White Fang wanted to see them, there could only be one reason: he needed their agreement or approval on certain matters. It seems a major operation is indeed about to take place. This was the only possibility that came to Shiro's mind. What worried him, however, was himself. How should he explain to Tsunade or find out why Hanzo of the Salamander and the Rain Ninjas were preparing for a major battle outside the town he was guarding? Moreover, how had the Rain Ninjas managed to infiltrate the depths of the Konoha war zone? Shiro. As Shiro headed toward the meeting tent, he happened to encounter Uchiha Fugaku. The two exchanged greetings. Seeing Shiro's furrowed brow, Fugaku lowered his voice and chuckled. Don't worry. This will be good news for the Uchiha clan. Good news. Shiro looked at Fugaku in disbelief. Thinking about the Uchiha clan's personality, he realized it made sense. It's just war, right? If you make the Uchiha stay in the rear, they'll take it as an insult. But if you send them to the most dangerous front lines, they'll take it as a testament to their strength. Chapter 103, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 103. Inside the tent. Shiro met the legendary figure of the ninja world, the famed White Fang of Konoha, whose real name was Tsukumo Hatake. With his silver-white long hair, a red triangular white armband on his left shoulder, and a chakra short sword on his back, he had an unremarkable appearance, giving off the vibe of a friendly neighborhood uncle. Yet, who would have thought that this man was currently Konoha's top elite jonin, a powerhouse whose strength made all the great ninja villages of the ninja world wary? Lord White Fang. Inside the tent, after the White Fang laid out the battle plan for this operation, Shiro finally understood why Tsunade had summoned both him and Uchiha Fugaku, and why Fugaku had said this was an opportunity for the Uchiha clan. This operation is extremely dangerous, but if it succeeds, it could bring an end to the war in the Land of Rain and even conclude the Second Ninja War. Thus, we will need the elite support from the Uchiha clan for this mission. As the commander of the Sand Ninja battlefield on the front lines, Tsukumo Hatake naturally had the authority to mobilize forces under his command. However, this time, White Fang sought the assistance of the major clans. It was reminiscent of the First Ninja War when Konoha faced the combined attack from the four great ninja villages. Under the leadership of the Senju clan, Konoha's various noble clans were mobilized, rallying countless elites to secure victory. But that was the Senju clan. The Uchiha clan's elites, you say? Lord White Fang, forgive my bluntness, but for this operation, you're asking for 15 Uchiha jonin who have activated the three-tomo Sharingan. Upon hearing White Fang's request for such a large number of elite Uchiha, even Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but display a troubled expression. While the Uchiha clan was strong, the number of jonin in the clan who had activated the three-tomo Sharingan didn't exceed 3 digits. Yet, White Fang was requesting 15 of their elites at once. It was important to note that in this war, the Uchiha clan had already deployed the majority of their elites to various battlefronts. Now, to ask for 15 more from within the clan, it was an incredibly difficult decision to make. Tsukumo Hatake was well aware that his request was somewhat excessive. But for the sake of the village and to bring the war to an early end, his expression remained firm as he said in a serious tone. Jonin Fugaku, I know this request is unreasonable. But if the war drags on, and the other ninja villages join in, the tragedy of the First Ninja War will replay itself. I swear on the Hatake name. Seeing Tsukumo Hatake's earnest expression, Uchiha Fugaku hesitated. This was a rare opportunity to build trust and friendship with the future Hokage. At this moment, Shiro couldn't help but remain silent. No wonder White Fang eventually committed suicide. No wonder the Uchiha placed so much trust in White Fang. Both sides had personalities that were too straightforward, lacking any political savvy. Strong in combat and excellent in tactics, but that was all. Tsukumo Hatake was a hero, but not a strategist. He was a pure ninja, not a politician. White Fang, your promise now is what? A gesture of friendship from the future Hokage. And the Uchiha clan believed it. One dares to promise, and one dares to believe. Shiro, what is your opinion? Faced with such a significant matter, Uchiha Fugaku was relieved to have Shiro present, sharing the burden of this decision. Fugaku's personality, as seen throughout the original series, was one of indecision when faced with major issues. He was cautious, but this often led to missed opportunities. Under both Fugaku's and Tsukumo Hatake's gaze, Uchiha Shiro, as one of the future leaders of the clan, responded with calm decisiveness. This is not a personal matter but one for the village. I believe it is feasible. To Fugaku's shock, Shiro agreed without hesitation. Such a major decision, and he didn't even pause to consider it. But Shiro, who knew the trajectory of the Second Ninja War, was about 70 to 80% confident. The remaining uncertainty was due to potential changes caused by his presence in this timeline. However, I believe Commander Hatake's strategy, while bold and risky, requires some tactical adjustments. Under Tsukumo Hatake's surprised gaze, Shiro demonstrated greater decisiveness and composure than the clan leader himself. With a faint smile, Shiro continued. In the original timeline, White Fang's actions during the Second Ninja War earned him a fearsome reputation, particularly for killing the parents of Sasori, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. According to his intelligence, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law were responsible for defending the borders of the Land of Wind during the early stages of the war. This meant that White Fang's mission involved breaking through the Land of Wind. Commander Hatake's strategy is bold and unexpected, precisely because even we find it hard to believe, let alone the Sand Ninja. However, I suggest adding 3 to 5 medical ninjas to the team for emergency treatment and planning multiple retreat routes, such as this one here. Shiro calmly pointed to another section of the map, leaving Fugaku astonished and Tsukumo Hatake enlightened. Shiro, are you worried that if our forces are exposed within the Land of Wind, we'll face encirclement from the Sand Ninja? You're suggesting we infiltrate through the Land of Rain and retreat through the Land of Birds instead of the Land of Rivers, correct? Tsukumo Hatake quickly grasped the idea, a spark of realization lighting up his expression. The Sand Ninja would never expect us to break through and retreat via the Land of Birds instead of the Land of Rivers. With this new perspective, Tsukumo Hatake's expression brightened. For the first time, he began to view the young Uchiha with genuine respect. Shiro, meanwhile, merely smiled and nodded. It's just a suggestion. The specifics will depend on the actual battlefield dynamics. His confidence stemmed from his knowledge of the original story. The area he pointed to was precisely where Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law were stationed. This insight allowed him to deduce that White Fang's original retreat route had been through that area. Using known information to analyze the battlefield was a skill Shiro excelled at. After some private discussion, Shiro and Fugaku agreed to the plan. The Uchiha clan's straightforward agreement, without playing up their difficulties, left Tsukumo Hatake feeling slightly awkward. It felt as though he were using the clan's elites to pave his path. As a token of gratitude, I'd like to offer a chakra weapon I obtained after slaying a cloud ninja, along with a prototype lightning release ninjutsu. It should suit you well, Jonin Shiro. Tsukumo Hatake was generous in return. His gift of a chakra weapon and a lightning release technique prototype was a gesture of trust. More importantly, offering the Hatake clan's swordsmanship symbolized a deep bond of friendship. Uchiha Fugaku solemnly accepted, saying, "May the friendship between the Uchiha and Hatake clans endure forever." With both parties satisfied, they left the tent. As they stepped into the cold rain, Fugaku casually tossed 2 scrolls to Shiro. "Shiro, you're bold to have agreed so quickly. I thought you'd take more time to deliberate." Fugaku couldn't help but admire Shiro's decisiveness. Compared to himself, who often hesitated in moments of uncertainty, Shiro's ability to make firm decisions was striking. Shiro caught the scrolls with a smile, activating his Sharingan to examine the contents. As he did, he casually replied, "Brother Fugaku, life is full of choices. When faced with them, you must decide. Once a decision is made, the outcome is either right or wrong. But hesitating and missing the timing can lead to even greater mistakes." Though said lightly, his words carried a weight that Fugaku hadn't fully grasped. Shiro sighed inwardly. In the original story, Fugaku's indecisiveness ultimately led to the Uchiha clan's downfall. As Shiro examined the scrolls, he analyzed the Hatake swordsmanship and the lightning release prototype. Though the swordsmanship seemed ordinary, its emphasis on extreme speed and cell activation intrigued him. Because he also moves at extreme speed. After all, in the ninja world, there are only a handful of people with super defense. The vast majority are fragile. If my speed is fast enough, even a nail can kill an elite jonin. This ninjutsu. However, when the Sharingan saw the prototype of this so-called lightning release ninjutsu, a flash of shock crossed Shiro's eyes. Isn't this the prototype of the Chidori? This ninjutsu is already halfway complete. Upon seeing this, Shiro suddenly realized, and his admiration grew even stronger in his heart. No wonder Kakashi Hatake couldn't fully utilize this ninjutsu when he first developed it. Only after obtaining the Sharingan could he unleash its true power. It turns out the prototype of the Chidori was developed by White Fang for himself. However, after the incident, this technique was left unfinished until many years later, when Kakashi perfected it. Tsukumo Hatake, under his years of intense training as White Fang, had developed extraordinary reflexes and dynamic vision that bordered on monstrous. For him, the Chidori's high-speed charge was not particularly difficult. Many thanks, Brother Fugaku. Shiro exhaled deeply, the 3 tomo in his Sharingan slowly fading as he smiled and returned the 2 scrolls. Uchiha Fugaku, upon receiving the scrolls, rarely smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Even if I didn't give them to you, you would eventually see them in the clan's archives. However, this mission this time is going to be dangerous." As the two continued to talk, their expressions grew increasingly serious. After all, this mission concerned the lives of 15 jonins from the Uchiha clan. "I still have a batch of refined chakra metal, which can be allocated to the clan's ninjas taking part in this mission. At the same time, the clan will prepare more explosive tags, and I'll also arrange for some summoning scrolls." When Shiro mentioned this, Fugaku suddenly remembered that Shiro possessed the slug summoning contract. That's acceptable. Although summoning scrolls are precious, they're worth it if they can help ensure the survival of more of our jonin. Summoning scrolls are even more valuable than sealing scrolls. As a one-time consumable, they are something only the Uchiha clan can afford. Ordinary jonin simply wouldn't be able to use them. Prepare well once we return. As soon as White Fang begins his operation, we'll likely see major movements on our side as well. Understood. The two spoke at length in the rainy night, from the war to the future of the clan, and even about the day when White Fang would become Hokage, envisioning the Uchiha clan's entry into the Umbu. When Shiro returned to Tsunade's tent, he saw her walking out, holding a vial of medicine with a tired expression yet brimming with excitement. This time, you've made a major contribution. It's at least an A-rank mission, and once everything is confirmed, it might even qualify as an S-rank mission. It's practically guaranteed. Tsunade smiled as she gestured to the test tube in her hand. After some analysis, this is venom from an amphibious creature. Although we cannot confirm whether it's from Hanzo's salamander, even if it isn't, it's still a secret toxin from the enemy. Hanzo of the salamander, the leader of the Omega Kure, was a poison master. Similarly, the Sand ninjas were also skilled in using poisons. Regardless of which side the venom came from, it was undoubtedly from the enemy. This toxin is extremely rare. Although we've already analyzed its composition, creating an antidote will still take time. After all, we're on the front lines, where research equipment is lacking, and medicinal supplies are also in short supply. At this point, Tsunade frowned slightly in frustration. There was no helping it, this was the front line, a battlefield, not the village of Konoha. In the Senju clan's secret laboratory back in Konoha, she had access to all kinds of advanced and precise instruments. Sister Tsunade, you're amazing. No matter what, once this poison is neutralized, our village's ninjas will suffer far fewer casualties on the battlefield. Uzumaki Kushina, full of joy, waved her small fists in excitement, expressing her heartfelt admiration. Tsunade also smiled, sealing the test tube before saying, I've already sent word to the village. The required medicinal supplies will be delivered as soon as possible. At this point, Tsunade glanced at Shiro and laughed. So. This must be good news for the Uchiha clan, right? In response to Tsunade's teasing, Shiro smiled and pointed to his eyes. Of course, it's good news. Hataki's sword techniques and a prototype lightning release ninjutsu, how could it not be a good thing? Seeing Shiro's teasing, Tsunade chuckled and said, all right, once you return, prepare well. The decisive battle is about to begin. As she spoke the last sentence, a serious expression appeared on Tsunade's face. Chapter 104, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 104. Inside the camp. So, you're saying that this time most of the elite forces will have to be transferred from the rear. After listening to the conversation between Tsunade and Shiro, Uzumaki Kushina, standing nearby, showed a look of surprise. Shiro nodded in response. Naturally, we'll have to mobilize from the rear. After all, with so many Jonin being moved, a few might not matter, but a large-scale mobilization of Jonin will not escape the attention of the rain and sand. Hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina frowned and voiced her opinion sternly. This will create too many variables. The longer we delay mobilizing the Jonin from the rear, the higher the risk of intelligence leaks. Seeing how much Kushina had grown, Tsunade nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It seems that war has matured you quite a bit, Kushina. That's why we need to use another method to maintain cover. As she said this, Tsunade's expression became even more serious. When you return, immediately start a sweep operation. Clear out all rogue ninjas and suspicious individuals within the area. At the same time, our frontline ninjas will also be repositioned. You must be prepared for war at any moment. At this moment, Tsunade's expression was as grave as ever. Regardless of whether White Fang succeeds or not, they must launch an attack this time. Otherwise, the longer they delay, the more enemies Konoha will have to face. Understood. Shiro nodded solemnly, but his furrowed brows revealed his deeper thoughts. Aside from White Fang, Konoha's actions would not escape the notice of the Omega Kure and the Tsunade. These two villages would undoubtedly respond. The Tsunade was manageable. Once White Fang made his move, they would be too busy to handle anything else. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, from the perspective of the Amagekyu's leader, this would be the perfect opportunity to launch a counterattack before Konoha begins its large-scale offensive, a move akin to striking at their heart. After all, if they passively endured the attack, the Amagekyu-controlled territories would suffer devastating losses. With these thoughts in mind, Shiro raised his head and looked at Tsunade. Though he maintained a calm demeanor, he took a deep breath, determination filling his gaze. Finally, it was his time to claim glory. Now that he had grown to a certain level, all he needed was to establish enough prestige in this war to secure his position. As for White Fang, who was currently the brightest star in Konoha and the greatest hero of the Second Great Ninja War, he would inevitably fall from his peak. In other words, during this period, I need to focus on accumulating my leverage and locking White Fang's political alliances in place. Only then can I inherit the legacy of this renowned White Fang. Shiro also thought about the clan supporting White Fang. He took a deep breath. The deeper they were tied to him, the better it would be for his plans. Once the towering mountain that was White Fang fell, the clans that needed shelter would naturally seek a new protector. At that point, only the Senju and Uchiha would remain as viable options. The Senju clan had declined, but with Tsunade still around, their influence was not to be underestimated. After the war, under the weight of great achievements, her reputation would rival that of White Fang. Sister Tsunade, the ninjas following White Fang this time belonged to various clans, right? Hearing Shiro's confident tone, Tsunade was momentarily stunned, then revealed a look of realization. Shiro, you're not planning to persuade the other clans, are you? But Shiro simply smiled and shook his head. There's no need to persuade everyone. Convincing just the Hyuga and Aburame clans to take action will be enough. After all, there's also the Senju clan, led by you, Sister Tsunade. Tsunade's involvement was already a clear indication of the Senju clan's stance. However, she was reluctant to approach the other clans herself. After all, during the First Great Ninja War, the Senju clan had taken the lead. Although they had won, the clans of Konoha had suffered heavy losses. But this time was different. If the Uchiha clan entered the fray and persuaded the Hyuga and Aburame clans, the other families would undoubtedly feel the pressure. If the Senju, Uchiha, and Aburame clans, 2 major clans and 1 minor, were all investing in the future Hokage, the others would have no choice but to follow suit. Shiro, you're quite cunning. Hearing Shiro's words, Tsunade immediately revealed a sly smile. Hyuga Hayashi and Aburame Shibi, the young leaders of the Hyuga and Aburame clans, were both in a nearby town. It would be hard for them not to show their support. It's difficult to help someone in desperate need, but easy to add to their success. White Fang was already riding on a wave of momentum. As long as this battle succeeded, his prestige would soar to unprecedented heights. For Tsunade, since they were all on the same boat, tying their interests closer together was naturally better. Shiro smiled and nodded, then pointed to the map of the Land of Rain and said seriously. However, if I were the leader of the Omega Kure, I would never let enemy ninjas bring the war to my territory again. After all, with the current state of the Land of Rain, Hanzo the Salamander only controls about a third of its land. Shiro spoke gravely, presenting a potential scenario. His finger lightly tapped on Konoha's war zone interior. Tsunade immediately understood his implication. She frowned and said gravely. Would the Omega Kure take the initiative to launch a decisive battle? But that's not an easy thing to do. The next day, the rain and sand discovered Konoha's large-scale movements. Ninjas were being mobilized, and elite units were starting to clear out unstable elements within the war zone. Sand Command Post. Konoha is getting impatient and preparing for an all-out assault. Elder Chiyo smirked confidently and immediately issued an order. Notify all sand ninjas to prepare for a defensive battle. Konoha may be in a hurry, but we sand ninjas are not. The longer we drag this out, the more likely IWA, Kumo, and Kirigakure will join the fray. Chiyo, envisioning another scenario of the 4 great villages teaming up to attack Konoha, caused the elite jonin in the command tent to smile widely. Let Konoha panic, we sand ninja can take our time. Exactly. The land has resources that we sand ninjas desperately need. The longer this drags on, the more we can plunder. Defense is to our advantage. The Sand Ninja immediately began reinforcing their defenses and setting traps, fully preparing for a defensive war of attrition. Omega Kure Headquarters. The Omega Kure leader, Hanzo the Salamander, received the news. Wearing his breathing apparatus, he frowned deeply. Konoha is preparing to attack, and the Tsunade is planning a defensive war of attrition. Though the information seemed favorable, it only fueled Hanzo's anger. No matter how the battle played out, it would take place on Land of Rain soil. The Land of Rain has already been ravaged. With the infiltration of all these major villages, the dream of becoming the 6th great ninja village has been shattered. But I will not allow the Omega Kure to be trampled any further. Hanzo admitted that his ambition had brought disaster to the Land of Rain, but his intentions had always been to lead the Omega Kure to prominence as the 6th great nation. Sand. Konoha. I don't care what you're planning, this chaos in the Land of Rain must end. Amidst the devastation of his homeland, Hanzo suppressed his fury and stared at the map with a heavy gaze. At last, he spoke in a low voice. Deploy frontline ninjas to defend against Konoha's attack. Yes. After his trusted aide left, Hanzo's eyes turned cold and sinister. Gather the village's elite in secret and announce that I will personally head to the front lines to confront Konoha. Hanzo-sama is going to the front lines. The loyal ninja was filled with excitement. Despite the chaos in the Land of Rain, Hanzo remained the god of the Omega Kure. Hanzo didn't reply, only nodded silently. When his aide left, his expression grew even more solemn as he stared at the Land of Rain map, his finger tapping a specific location. Konoha, this war must end. The point he tapped was deep within Konoha's war zone. On the surface, it seemed he would need to travel through the land of grass to reach it, but that route would be far too wide. I'm the master of this land. You outsiders could never understand the underground waterways of the land of rain. Hanzo's face twisted into a cold smile. There was no need for him to take the long way around. No one knew the terrain of the land of rain better than him, including the intricate network of underground waterways. However, Hanzo's confidence in his plan failed to account for one thing: there was someone who understood the land of rain's terrain even better than he did. Deep underground. In a dark cavern, Uchiha Madara listened to White Zetsu's report. The thrill of manipulating the ninja world had initially entertained him, but over time, his eyes had grown dull with boredom. This so-called demigod of a minor village does have some skill, thinking of infiltrating through the underground waterways. But for Shiro, a youngster with such foresight at his age, not bad for a Uchiha. Hearing White Zetsu praise Shiro's vision, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. After all, this was a descendant he deemed worthy. Lord Madara, last time we lost a clone without even having the chance to recover it. So, this time, should we provide some information to Uchiha Shirou? With a mischievous tone, White Zetsu spoke hoarsely. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara raised his head, revealing his single Sharingan with 3 tomo, radiating an unparalleled arrogance. A smile unique to the Uchiha clan appeared on Madara's lips. Hehe, let's secretly expose the underground river and see how far Uchiha Shirou can go. Madara was no babysitter. While he could offer some assistance within a certain range, it didn't mean he would help Shirou overcome every danger. At most, he would provide a hint. Whether or not Shirou could uncover the truth would depend on his abilities. Hearing this, White Zetsu tilted his head, revealing a peculiar smile. Lord Madara is never wrong. In the dim cave, Uchiha Madara's distinctive laughter echoed. This was far more entertaining than simply watching the kid who carried his Rinnegan all the time. Hidden behind the scenes, observing the changes in the ninja world, and watching an outstanding descendant grow, just like himself in the past, was far more exciting. Under Madara's control, this descendant might even grow to surpass the heights Madara had once reached. Such a pity. However, as the laughter faded, a trace of regret appeared in Madara's single Sharingan. Shiro would probably only reach the level of an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan at best. The town. In the midst of crackling lightning, the sound of Chidori echoed continuously. Shiro frowned as arcs of electricity flickered in his palm. Chidori involves both chakra nature transformation and shape transformation. The user concentrates the high-intensity currents of lightning-release chakra into their hand, combining it with a thrusting motion to pierce the target. The original intent of this jutsu is to thrust. Looking at the jutsu, which was still incomplete, Shiro nodded silently. Ninja techniques created by individuals were often tailored to themselves, making them the most compatible. White Fang developed this jutsu with the idea that, if he lost his blade, his hands would become the sharpest lightning blades under this technique. In this way, it's somewhat similar to the lightning-release chakra mode of the Kimogakuru's Reikage. But this jutsu focuses solely on extreme speed. In the forest, as the lightning in his hand dispersed, Shiro slowly raised his head and squinted at the dark clouds looming over the skies of the land of rain. This jutsu is still incomplete, but it's sufficient as a guide. However, it's also more dangerous. Lord Shiro. At that moment, a hurried voice came from the distance. The arcs of lightning in Shiro's hand disappeared instantly as he turned around. He saw Conan and Nagato approaching quickly, one after the other. Lord Shiro. The two arrived, panting. Nagato followed silently behind Conan, while Conan wore a serious expression and said, Lord Shiro, Nagato, and I discovered a collapsed pit while patrolling the back mountain. Listening to Conan's report, Nagato, who had gradually accepted Shiro as his mentor over the past few days, hesitated before adding in a soft voice. This pit is very deep, and we heard the sound of water coming from below. Hearing their report, Shiro was slightly surprised. The sound of water. A collapsed pit. He quickly followed the two to the back mountain of the town. Sure enough, at a low-lying area in the back mountain, there was a massive, bottomless pit. Rainwater from the mountain continuously flowed into the hole, and the sound of rushing water could be heard from within as if the pit could never be filled. This is an underground river. Is the collapse caused by years of rainwater and the erosion of the underground river below? As he relaxed his frown, Shiro suddenly thought of something. His pupils shrank instantly. No. That's not right. He sensed a faint trace of chakra. Although it was very weak, it made Shiro remain calm and composed as he looked at the pit. Since absorbing a White Zetsu clone recently, Shiro had gained access to all chakra natures. Over the past few days, it had also awakened his sensory abilities. The ability to sense chakra was a rare and highly useful skill among ninjas. This faint chakra signature felt familiar, which allowed him to notice it. It was White Zetsu in hiding. There's no need to worry. This is just a natural collapse caused by the underground river flowing through here for years, Shiro said calmly, though he seemed to have pieced something together. He didn't say much in front of the two but clasped his hands together. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a puff of smoke, 2 shadow clones appeared. Shiro casually instructed the two to return to the town, while the clones leapt into the pit to investigate. As Shiro led Conan and the Rinnegan-wielding Nagato back to the town, a face slowly emerged from the trunk of a tree. Watching the shadow clones disappear into the pit, White Zetsu let out a raspy laugh. He figured it out so quickly. Chapter 105, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 105. Shiro. Is it here? Under the dreary rain, Shiro, who had returned to the edge of the collapsed pit in the mountain's rear, nodded gravely. Yes, it's here. Conan and Nagato discovered it during their patrol earlier. This time, Shiro had brought Kushina along. However, looking at the dark river below, she appeared somewhat skeptical. Shiro, isn't it normal for there to be underground rivers? Even the deserts of the Land of Wind have them. But Shiro, with a serious expression, said in a low voice. No. The information my 2 shadow clones sent back from below indicates that the underground rivers are interconnected into a vast network. Essentially, the entirety of the Land of Rain is built atop a web of rivers that eventually flow into the sea. Are you suggesting that, as natives of the Land of Rain, the Rain Shinobi might use these underground rivers as pathways to launch an attack? As Shiro explained the potential severity of the situation, Kushina's expression grew increasingly grave. It's possible. Although underground rivers present many uncertainties and dangers, the Rain Shinobi, being in their own country, must have conducted thorough studies of them. Seeing the determination in Shiro's eyes, Kushina couldn't help but flash a confident yet playful smile and nodded. I understand what you mean. Leave this to me. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Poof. In a thick cloud of white smoke, over 200 Uzumaki Kushinas appeared, each cracking their knuckles and smirking confidently. Leave this to none other than the great Uzumaki Kushina. X9999. Watching the countless confident clones of Kushina, Shiro couldn't help but feel a bit envious of her immense chakra reserves. Still, he consoled himself internally, soon enough, he'd have comparable power. Especially after absorbing White Zetsu. The fusion of Hashirama cells and the energy of the divine tree had caused a qualitative change in his Uchiha body, resulting in noticeable chakra growth within just a few days. Suddenly struck by an idea, Shiro chuckled. The entire Land of Rain is a mesh of underground rivers. Even with 1,000 shadow clones, it would be difficult to explore thoroughly in a short time. Kushina, let your clones head upstream, while I'll send a summon downstream. Summoning Jutsu. Poof. With a burst of white smoke, a giant slug appeared. Lord Shiro. Its gentle and soothing voice echoed as Shiro respectfully bowed to the slug sage. Lady Katsuyu, I'll be relying on you to investigate the underground rivers. Katsuyu didn't display any visible expression, but her tone conveyed a hint of joy. Investigating the final flow of the underground rivers. Leave it to me. The giant slug quickly split into countless smaller slugs, which swarmed into the pit and disappeared into the depths below. Seeing this, Kushina smirked confidently. You're quite cunning. With Lady Katsuyu following the rivers, it'll save you a lot of trouble. Well then, leave the rest to me. She leaped into the pit with a shout. Swoosh, swoosh. Her countless red-haired clones followed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As the rain poured down, Shiro stood outside the pit, pulling out a map of the Land of Rain with a solemn expression, prompting Kushina to question him. Shiro, what's the use of a map? The underground rivers have no connection to it. After all, underground rivers were like roots, completely unpredictable in layout, making maps useless for tracking them. Shiro shot her a glance and teased. In the Ninja Academy, you never had the patience for classroom lessons. You barely scraped by on written exams. This remark about her less-than-stellar academic history made Kushina grit her teeth and glare at him angrily. Is that my fault? Sure, I didn't mind learning ninja techniques, but the academy kept throwing in cultural exams about the Will of Fire and the great contributions of the third Hokage to Konoha. How was I supposed to relate to that? Her frustration mounted as she continued, I wasn't even from Konoha. I was a transfer student. How was I supposed to empathize with all that propaganda? Besides, every time they praised the third Hokage, I thought about how great my own country and parents were. The more she spoke, the more upset she became. Those exams had been way too difficult for her. Watching her grow emotional over the past, Shiro sighed lightly. So, back then, to stop feeling like an outsider and to make Konoha feel like home, you decided you wanted to become Hokage, didn't you? Hearing him articulate her inner thoughts so clearly, and standing so close to him, Kushina's heart began to race. He understands me. Blushing slightly, she looked flustered, but Shiro, noticing her reaction, smirked teasingly. And yet, when you boldly declared in front of the class that you'd become Hokage, it backfired, and you ended up being ostracized by a bunch of your classmates. You're the one who's sneaky. Kushina snapped back instinctively, but Shiro shook his head with a grin, handing her the map. Look here. The Land of Rain has numerous rivers, but they eventually converge into a few major ones. 3 flow into the Land of Fire, and 2 pass through the Land of Rivers before reaching the ocean. And the geography of the Omega Kure itself includes a natural lake, often referred to as the Sea of the Land of Rain. It's the largest body of water, and it connects directly to the rivers passing through the Land of Rivers and into the ocean. As he explained this, Shiro's expression grew increasingly serious. The underground rivers of the Land of Rain are extensive, and intelligence has suggested that many of them lead directly to this lake near the Omega Kure. Realizing the implications, Kushina's face turned pale with alarm. Shiro. Are you worried that some of these underground rivers might connect directly to this lake near the Omega Kure? Before she could finish, Shiro nodded grimly. Even if there's just one connection, it would put us in danger. The geography of the Land of Rain gives the Rain Shinobi home field advantage. If they weren't a small village, they might have already launched widespread counterattacks using these rivers. Kushina's expression turned grave. We need to warn Sister Tsunade and the others immediately. Even if there's no connection here, what about elsewhere? This is still the Land of Rain. Her voice trailed off as she noticed Shiro's amused expression. He smirked and teased her. Do you think I'd wait for you? I didn't just come back to bring you here, I also grabbed maps of the Land of Rain and intelligence on the Omega Kure. I already sent an urgent report to Sister Tsunade. Don't worry. As long as we act quickly, it won't be a problem. Besides, while the underground rivers are vast and deep, they're also highly unstable. If the Rain Shinobi use them, they'll be taking significant risks. It's not something they can do repeatedly. Hearing that he had already acted, Kushina pouted. Show off. Just because you think faster than everyone else doesn't mean you're better. You Uchiha can be as stubborn as mules when you want to be. Shiro shook his head with a wry smile. This fiery girl never admitted defeat, at least not verbally. Meanwhile, at the forward command post, Tsunade had received Shiro's urgent report. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, the plan for the final assault has a major flaw. If we leave our rear exposed and the Rain Shinobi appear behind us, the consequences will be unimaginable. Within the tent, Tsunade, clad in her ninja armor, slammed the table with frustration as she pointed to the intelligence report in her hand. Orochimaru, usually composed, was visibly shaken, a rare bead of sweat trailing down his face as he rasped. We underestimated the situation. The underground rivers of the Land of Rain are an entirely separate world. If the Rain Shinobi exploit them, the losses could be catastrophic, not just to our forces, but to the entire village if we're dragged into a prolonged conflict. Even Jiraiya looked alarmed. Thankfully, Shiro discovered the collapsed underground river and sent his clones to investigate. Otherwise, we'd be in serious trouble. The Land of Rain isn't like other countries. Sure, other nations have underground rivers, but not to this extent. It's practically. At a loss for words, Jiraiya gestured vaguely, prompting Orochimaru to chuckle darkly. Like the roots or veins of a tree. Exactly, Orochimaru. That's it. Jiraiya exclaimed, slapping his knee in agreement, only for Orochimaru to sneer disdainfully. Idiot. What did you say, Orochimaru? As the two began bickering, Tsunade massaged her temples in exasperation. These fools. Should we cancel the final assault? Jiraiya eventually asked, turning serious once more. Orochimaru, however, smirked coldly. Cancel. Impossible. This operation is meant to cover White Fang's mission. By now, he's already in motion. We launch in 3 days, but I suggest pulling back key forces quietly after the initial assault to reinforce our rear. If Rain Ninja is truly planning to catch us off guard this time, they will most likely launch a surprise attack when we are exhausted. All we need to do is prepare adequately, as no one knows where they might strike if they do initiate an assault. The underground river network is as intricate as a web of veins, making it impossible to effectively counter without prior knowledge of the enemy's target. As for using this as an opportunity for a counterattack, since the Rain Ninja are already planning to take advantage of this strategy, wouldn't they have prepared defenses as well? In response to Orochimaru's analysis, Tsunade frowned and pointed her finger at a spot on the map behind her. If the Rain Ninja launches a surprise attack, the area of focus will be here. Although, as Orochimaru said, the exact target is unclear, we can concentrate our elite forces in this region. The moment Tsunade indicated the location, Jiraiya's expression changed dramatically. He said anxiously, Tsunade, the elite clan ninjas are important, but so are the other ninjas in the village. The place Tsunade pointed to was the central rear area, which included several small towns, one of which was where Uchiha Shirou was located. The most critical aspect of these small towns was that they housed many talented ninjas from various prominent clans. In these towns, they could gradually adapt to the battlefield, unlike ordinary ninjas who had no choice but to face the front lines immediately. Jiraiya. Facing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade furrowed her brows and scolded angrily, "Do you take me for someone like that? This location is the heart of our formation. If I were the Rain Ninja, I would prioritize attacking this area to sever our retreat. Take a good look at the terrain." Jiraiya had never seen Tsunade this furious, which left him feeling embarrassed. Even Orochimaru, rarely silent, lowered his head and said nothing. Scratching his head awkwardly, Jiraiya stared at the map's defense layout, mumbling without knowing what to say. After a long pause, he finally said to Tsunade, "Tsunade, I'm sorry. I spoke out of turn." But before Jiraiya could finish, Tsunade interrupted him with a cold laugh. "Of course. You didn't mean it intentionally. After all, under the teachings of Third Hokage, haven't two powerful clans always been considered obstacles to Konoha's growth?" "Tsunade, Jiraiya tried to explain, but Tsunade didn't give him the chance, continuing to mock him. "Don't tell me I'm wrong. Wasn't it the Senju and Uchiha clans who founded Konoha, inviting other major families to develop together? Then came the Ninja Academy and countless civilian ninjas. During the First Shinobi World War, when we faced powerful enemies, for the sake of Konoha's stability and peace, it was the Senju clan and the elite of the major families in the village who fought and won the war. And now, in just 20 years, clans have become nothing more than obstacles in your eyes. Or do you mean that strong clans are a threat to those old cowards hiding in the village, too afraid to step onto the battlefield themselves, yet eager to maintain their rule?" Tsunade. This time, even Orochimaru's face showed a rare seriousness as he sternly interrupted Tsunade's harsh words. Jiraiya's face turned bright red with embarrassment, and he struggled to find words to refute her. Was anything Tsunade said false? No. Yet his casual remark had somehow ignited Tsunade's fury like a bomb. Tsunade, however, simply snorted coldly and sat down, glaring at Jiraiya before her expression gradually softened. "Jiraiya, think before you speak next time. If you don't understand Konoha's history, the Senju clan has plenty of records. Don't rely on the so-called accounts from the Ninja Academy or the village." "Ridiculous." Tsunade huffed one last time, leaving Jiraiya even more awkward as he turned to Orochimaru for help. Orochimaru, uncharacteristically, shrugged with an expression of helplessness. Still, under Jiraiya's pleading gaze, he finally spoke in his hoarse voice. "Tsunade, we're in the middle of a war." With just one sentence, Orochimaru redirected the conversation back to the matter at hand. Jiraiya quietly let out a sigh of relief. However, unlike Jiraiya, Orochimaru's sharp and observant nature left him deeply suspicious. Tsunade had changed recently, a subtle but noticeable shift. She appeared almost the same as before, but Orochimaru could sense that she had grown more calculating and adept in her strategies. She was becoming more guarded. She seemed to be aligning herself with the major clans, a sign of evident dissatisfaction with the village leadership. But this wasn't the Tsunade he once knew. She used to be indifferent to such matters, easily annoyed by politics. When did this change begin? It seemed to have started after Nawaki's death. That was when Tsunade's behavior began to shift. Nawaki. Orochimaru's golden eyes narrowed slightly as a possibility crossed his mind. Once the suspicion took root, it was impossible to ignore. Could Nawaki's accident have something to do with Sensei and the others? The thought left Orochimaru shaken. He glanced at Tsunade without revealing his emotions, but internally, he was in turmoil. Nawaki. A disciple he had cared for like family. If his death wasn't truly an accident, then... For a moment, even Orochimaru's mind was unsettled. As for Tsunade, she was visibly agitated. Her mood affected even Jiraiya, reflecting the tense state of the entire village. Senju had helped build Konoha, and now they were being pushed aside. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya sat together in the war tent, discussing strategy. Yet, deep down, all three harbored very different thoughts. Chapter 106, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 106. Credits, Surge 1301. In the forest valley, under a gloomy sky, cold rain poured incessantly. Feeling any better? Hiding under a large tree, Kushina looked visibly exhausted, while behind her, Shiro's hands glowed faintly with green medical ninjutsu light as he gently treated her head. Medical ninjutsu can't heal mental injuries, but it's effective for alleviating mental fatigue. Shiro's calm voice resonated, and Kushina, half opening her tired eyes, nodded. It does feel nice. Having split into hundreds of shadow clones, even though it wasn't for training, traversing through underground rivers while maintaining vigilance had drained her chakra and heightened her mental tension. As the shadow clones dissipated one after another, the accumulating mental exhaustion left Kushina utterly worn out. Seeing the weariness in Kushina's eyes, Shiro frowned slightly to himself. It seemed that without becoming a true Jinchuriki, there was still a significant gap. Naruto Uzumaki, as a half-Kurama Jinchuriki, could effortlessly create hundreds of shadow clones for training without fatigue. On the other hand, Kushina, who only had a portion of Kurama's chakra sealed within her, could barely manage 100 clones for reconnaissance. The difference between the two was immense. "It's all your fault. You insisted I come," Kushina muttered, her fatigue making her sound like she was complaining, almost like she was pouting. Instantly, her cheeks flushed red. Sneaking a glance at the thinking Shiro behind her, Kushina secretly let out a sigh of relief. Given the setting, dark skies, rain falling, the two of them alone in a small forest, and the fact that he was massaging her head, it all made her feel strange. Uchiha Shirou, don't underestimate me. Even though you're a Jonin now, I've been training my wind-style chakra nature transformation. Wind counters your lightning, she declared stubbornly, trying not to show her vulnerability in front of him. Shiro nodded in agreement. I thought you were doing it for Mikoto. You're good with wind, Mikoto is good with fire, your jutsu could complement each other. He chuckled as he spoke but then remembered Kushina's chakra natures, wind and water. In a terrain like the Land of Rain, where water-style techniques would have a natural advantage, she had instead chosen to focus on wind-style techniques. Glancing at Kushina without revealing his thoughts, a warm feeling welled up inside him. Was it because of him? Despite her tough words, her actions spoke otherwise. Their chakra natures complemented each other perfectly. Although he specialized in lightning-style jutsu, he was equally proficient in fire-style techniques. Despite his calculating nature, which often dictated his actions, even a man couldn't help but be moved by beauty. He could honestly say that his feelings for her were genuine. If you're going to focus on wind-style ninjutsu, the clan records mention that the second Hokage once trained a student, Shimura Danzo, who became exceptionally skilled in wind-style techniques. During the First Shinobi World War, he was even hailed as Konoha's strongest wind-style user. As he said this, Shiro seemed to recall something amusing, and a smile crept across his face. Kushina, your chakra is a huge advantage. In terms of ninjutsu, I suggest you master a few specific wind-style techniques, particularly the offensive ones like vacuum wave, vacuum consecutive waves, and vacuum sphere. These techniques were documented by Elder Shimura Danzo during the First Shinobi World War. Since others have already paved the way, why not follow the path they've laid out? The more Shiro spoke, the more animated he became. Looking at Kushina in front of him, he seemed genuinely interested. Danzo's signature ninjutsu, all of them were taught by the second Hokage. The Senju clan must have detailed scrolls on these techniques. In the original story, Shimura Danzo's wind-style ninjutsu was remarkably impressive. With the help of his summoned beast, he could even tear through layers of Susanoo. His wind-style shuriken, sharp and unparalleled, was like a deadly blade. More importantly, the Raiznan could incorporate wind-style chakra nature transformations. Once Kushina became the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she could master it as well. A Jinchuriki capable of throwing endless wind-style enhanced Raizanons, imagining that, Shiro couldn't help but let his lips curl upward. She could become the strongest wind-style ninja, capable of bombarding her enemies endlessly with devastating Raizanons. I get it, Kushina replied, pouting. Her fatigued body instinctively leaned back and rested against Shiro's leg. Just rest for a while. The best way to recover from mental fatigue is to go back and get a good night's sleep. As she felt no reaction from the body behind her and realized she was resting against his leg, Kushina silently justified it to herself. I've been working hard. What's wrong with taking a little break? Besides, you're the one who knows medical ninjutsu. This subtle thrill of intimacy was short-lived, however, as a shadow clone relayed information back to her. Kushina's expression immediately changed. One of my shadow clones just reached the Sand Shinobi's war zone, though only the outskirts. Her countless shadow clones had been navigating the underground river, some hitting dead ends, others getting lost, and some unlucky ones being swept away by the raging currents. Hearing Kushina's report, Shiro's expression turned to one of confirmation. My guess was correct. If there's a route through the underground river to the Sand Shinobi's territory, there must also be tributaries leading further in, maybe even to the Omega Kure. As Shiro spoke, he noticed Kushina becoming increasingly exhausted, prompting him to frown. That's enough, Kushina. Dispel the shadow clones. If you push yourself any further, you might suffer long-term mental damage. His concern, voiced in the quiet solitude of just the two of them, made Kushina's cloaked face flush red. Her gaze darted nervously as she thought to herself. Should I admit that I'm not that tired and I've been faking it a little? Just a bit longer. I only have 36 shadow clones left, Kushina mumbled, her eyes filled with both embarrassment and guilt, almost as if she'd been caught in a lie. Shiro, however, frowned and looked up at the sky, where the first light of dawn was beginning to appear. Her shadow clones had been active all night. Rain, aim. The Omega Kure. Suddenly, Kushina's pupils contracted, and the memories from her shadow clone caused her to gasp in shock, her voice trembling. The Omega Kure. I saw it. Tall, metallic buildings everywhere, and countless pipelines. Suppressing her astonishment, Kushina hurriedly relayed the memories from her shadow clone. One of my shadow clones was swept away by a raging current and happened to encounter one of Lady Katsuyu's smaller clones. It floated along the underground river all night and eventually reached a massive lake, like an ocean. From there, I saw it. The Omega Kure was in the distance, with towering metallic structures and endless pipes. As Kushina described what she saw, Shiro's expression turned to one of amazement. To think they'd gotten this lucky, they'd stumbled upon the Omega Kure. Her description of the architecture was unmistakable. It was the Omega Kure. Damn it. The currents were too strong, and it was pitch black down there. There were so many branching streams, I have no idea which one led to the Omega Kure, Kushina growled in frustration, punching a nearby tree. The tree shook violently, sending a cascade of rainwater down from its leaves like a sudden downpour. Ah! Kushina widened her eyes as Shiro spread his arms, using his cloak to shield her from the falling rain. He, however, was completely drenched, looking like a soaked puppy. Kushina gave an awkward smile. I didn't mean to. Enough. Dispel your shadow clones. Let's head back and report to Sister Tsunade immediately. All right. Kushina formed a cross seal with her fingers and shouted. In an instant, her remaining shadow clones dispersed, their accumulated fatigue and memories flooding her mind all at once. Her vision darkened, and she swayed, nearly fainting. Shiro reacted quickly, catching her without hesitation. Without a second thought, he lifted her into a princess carry. Shiro. You've worked hard, Kushina. She opened her mouth to say something, but as Shiro carried her swiftly through the forest in a flash, she found herself staring at his focused face, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. For some reason, she couldn't bring herself to protest. Instead, a sense of peace washed over her, and her tired eyes slowly closed. As Shiro made his way toward the nearby town, the corner of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. Carrying someone on your back just doesn't compare to a princess carry. That was so reckless. We almost made a critical mistake. When Shiro's report reached her, Tsunade slammed her fist on the table, shattering it into pieces as her eyes filled with both anger and lingering fear. That was close. A single oversight almost caused a disaster. She wouldn't gamble on the possibility that the opponent wouldn't act, but as a ninja, they had nearly overlooked a fatal weakness. The leader of the Omega Kure, Hanzo of the Salamander, is truly deserving of his title as a demigod. To endure and wait until the key moment to deliver a fatal blow, what patience. In the command center, not only Tsunade but even Jiraiya was filled with lingering fear. Soon after, Jiraiya smacked his forehead in frustration and blamed himself. It's all my fault. I'm in charge of intelligence, and yet I allowed such a major oversight. Jiraiya, this isn't your fault. For once, Tsunade didn't argue with Jiraiya and instead spoke with a rare tone of seriousness to console him. However, Jiraiya could only shake his head with a bitter smile. No, it is my responsibility. I've used the toads as summoned spies several times to gather intelligence, taking advantage of rivers and lakes, but I completely overlooked the underground waterways. All right, everything is still salvageable now. White Fang's message should be arriving any moment, so let's proceed according to plan. But 3 days after launching the main assault, we'll secretly dispatch elites to deliver a special gift to this so-called demigod. At this moment, Tsunade's expression was firm, but there was also an undercurrent of suppressed anger. This was her first time commanding such a large force, and she bore the heavy burden of the Land of Rain battlefield. If her oversight led to failure, the blow to her confidence would be minor compared to the irreparable loss it would cause the village. Hey, looks like we've been underestimated. With a hoarse laugh, Orochimaru slowly stood, his face taking on a serious expression. His pale golden snake-like eyes gleamed with cold light. Keep the intelligence hidden to avoid any leakage. Meanwhile, the rear clearing squad is preparing to return. I think we can use this opportunity to have them pass by this area. Even if we don't know where the Rain Ninja will appear, or if they'll appear at all, if they dare to show themselves, we'll make sure this so-called demigod of the Omega Kure has an unforgettable experience. As he spoke, Orochimaru let out his signature hoarse laugh, licking his lips with a bloodthirsty grin. At this point, Orochimaru had yet to experience the harsh reality of defeat and didn't fully grasp the weight behind the title of demigod. Let Shiro join in as well. Secretly, I'll arrange for the Senju clan to transport a batch of explosive tags to this area for deployment. It didn't matter whether the Rain Ninja had a plan or not. The explosive tags would be planted, and if the enemy showed up, that was fine. If they didn't, the terrain of the underground waterways could still be altered. Just blow it all up. Better to act now than risk being outmaneuvered later. In the vast deserts of the Land of Wind, under the scorching sun, a group cloaked in sand-colored robes moved swiftly. Transitioning from the endlessly wet and rainy season of the Land of Rain to the blistering heat of the desert, even White Fang couldn't help but marvel privately at the wonders of nature. Ninjas may be powerful, but compared to the forces of nature, they are still far too insignificant. Commander, the Tsunade is only 300 kilometers ahead. Should we launch a surprise attack? The elite squad only knew they were tasked with completing an S-rank mission but knew nothing else. Even as they crossed the desert of the Land of Wind under White Fang's leadership, the specifics of the mission remained unclear. White Fang listened to his subordinate's report and looked at the map. Calmly, he pointed to another location on it. No. The Tsunade is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even with a surprise attack, it would lead to casualties. Instead, we'll strike here. He pointed to a location marked as an oasis on the map, causing the Konoha ninjas to suddenly understand. This is the closest oasis to the Tsunade and a vital hub for countless trade routes. Attacking here will have a much greater impact and will alarm the entire Tsunade. At this point, Tsukumo Hatake raised his head to look at the group and calmly explained their mission. Our mission this time is simple: attack all the oases within the Land of Wind and destroy their ecosystems. Plunge the Land of Wind into chaos during wartime. Once the Tsunade dispatches large support forces, we'll kill them. While we create chaos within the Land of Wind, the village will deploy a large-scale ninja army to the border of the Land of Rivers in a show of force. At that point, the Tsunade will have no choice but to withdraw their forces. The Land of Wind and the Land of Fire are separated by the lands of Rivers and Rain. If Konoha amasses troops at the border of the Land of Rivers, the Land of Wind will naturally grow anxious and wary. Meanwhile, White Fang's squad, wreaking havoc within the Land of Wind, would create additional pressure. With their backyard in flames, the Tsunade would be forced to redeploy their elite forces from the Land of Rain. In this way, with the Tsunade's elite forces pulled back from the Land of Rain, only the Rain Ninja would remain, leaving Konoha in a nearly guaranteed position of victory. Chapter 107, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 107. The ninja forces of Konoha suddenly launched a large-scale offensive. The Sand and Rain ninja forces fortified their camps and resisted desperately, but countless ninjas fell on the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the small town behind the front lines, Sister Mikoto, Shiro, this is from Sister Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina said, almost as if presenting a treasure. She pulled out 2 netted underarmors. Uchiha Mikoto, seeing this, smiled warmly. The Senju clan's inner armor is famously resilient and lightweight in the ninja world. This close-fitting, netted underarmor wasn't some kind of seductive lingerie, but rather a unique type of protective gear in the ninja world, akin to chainmail. Made from special materials, it was tough, lightweight, and breathable, similar to gold-threaded soft armor. Its primary function was defense. This combination of defense and elegance made the armor popular not only among female ninjas but also among male ninjas. Inner armor. It's not suitable for me, Shiro said, shaking his head as he examined the material. Even though the armor was extremely lightweight, it was still bulkier than regular clothing. I specialize in extreme speed. When I fully activate my second Kekkei Genkai, my muscles swell, and this resilient armor would only restrict me. Clearly, with Tsunade's expertise, she wouldn't have sent him this kind of armor. After all, she was well aware of his combat style. Seeing this, Mikoto smiled and changed the subject. Kushina, you look great in this. Don't tell me you're wearing it under your long socks too. Kushina laughed awkwardly, glancing at Shiro with a hint of guilt. The truth was, this armor wasn't a gift from Tsunade, it was something she had taken from the Senju clan herself. Fine, if you won't wear it, Mikoto and I will, she said, brushing it off. The two of them began changing into the new gold-threaded netted armor. However, outside the small town, an oppressive atmosphere filled the air. Even ordinary townsfolk seemed to sense that something was wrong. Over the past few days, they had been staying indoors, keeping their doors shut unless necessary. Lord Shiro. Conan and Nagato approached with nervous expressions. Shiro's face was solemn as he said, the two of you should hide as well. Yahiko has already led the others to safety. During their time in the small town, they had taken in several children, some of whom showed minimal aptitude for chakra training. Despite their lack of talent, Shiro assigned them to Yahiko's group to be mentored, fulfilling Yahiko's dream of being a leader while subtly separating the trio. Take care, Lord Shiro. Conan nodded earnestly. She and Nagato then went into hiding. Outside the town, the Konoha ninjas were assembling. Even the mining operations had come to a halt. Captain Shiro. Lord Shiro. Over 50 Konoha ninjas gathered outside the small town. Only 2 squads were left to guard the town and the mines, while the rest of the forces were concentrated here. Everyone, prepare for battle. Yes, sir. Although the ninjas didn't know the specifics of the mission or why they had been suddenly summoned, they obeyed orders. Everything felt abrupt and unsettling, but a ninja's duty was to complete their mission without question. Move out. In an instant, the dense shadows of the ninja squad disappeared into the rain. The small town grew silent once more. Inside one of the houses, Conan whispered a prayer as she gazed at the disappearing figures in the distance. Lord Shiro will be fine, and so will Sister Mikoto. They'll all come back safely, she murmured, her hands deftly folding a beautiful paper flower. I believe in Lord Shiro's light, it will shine again. As Conan offered her prayer, Nagato, standing beside her, watched silently. His red hair partially obscured his eyes, but beneath the strands, his Rinnegan gleamed with determination. Conan. Lord Shiro. I'll train hard. I'll protect all of this. Nagato declared. His once timid and self-doubting demeanor began to fade, replaced by a resolute spirit. He had found his purpose in life, to train, grow stronger, and protect the people he cherished, his friend Conan, and the mentor who had guided him, Uchiha Shirou. On the battlefield. Hayashi, Hizashi, you two will lead the Hyuga ninjas. Use the Byakugan to conduct a carpet-style scan of the area below. Sensory ninjas, monitor any activity underground. The rest of you will form teams to protect the sensory and scouting ninjas. If there's any significant chakra disturbance, signal immediately. Yes, sir. After giving his orders, Shiro watched as the 50-plus ninjas dispersed to carry out their tasks. Most of the ninjas followed orders without question, though some sharper ones began nervously watching the ground. Intel suggested that an enemy might attack from underground. Byakugan, activate. The Hyuga clan members activated their Byakugan, their expressions growing solemn as they scanned the depths of the earth. Soon, they detected underground rivers and other hidden features. Meanwhile, sensory ninjas sat cross-legged on tree trunks or rocks, forming hand seals as they entered a meditative state to expand their perception. Has the barrier team arrived yet? Shiro asked, standing atop a large tree and looking down at a specialized ninja squad. This team, clad in white uniforms with the kanji 4 barrier emblazoned on their chests, was one of Konoha's rarest and most specialized groups, the barrier team. Known for their mastery of sealing techniques, they were as valuable as sensory ninjas in their field. The barrier team is nothing compared to what the Uzumaki clan used to have, Kushina muttered, her tone unusually cold. Her eyes betrayed a flicker of dissatisfaction as she glanced at the team. The Uzumaki clan had been known for their unparalleled mastery of sealing techniques. While Uzumaki Mito had shared some of their secrets with the Senju clan, much of their knowledge had remained in Uzushio-gakure. However, after the fall of Uzushio-gakure, Konoha eagerly sought to claim the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Though they didn't dare act openly against Uzumaki Mito, they had no such reservations regarding Kushina. The Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques are the strongest in the ninja world, Shiro said calmly, sensing Kushina's frustration. But you should learn to control your emotions. Kushina pouted and muttered under her breath, can't I even complain a little? Our clan sacrificed so much for that stupid fox. We've paid a heavy price. She was referring to the Nine Tails and the numerous Uzumaki sealing techniques that Konoha had acquired. Let me show you the true power of Uzumaki sealing techniques, Kushina said, pulling a small scroll from her ninja pouch. Mikoto looked at her with curiosity. Kushina, is this one of those rare sensory techniques from the sealing techniques? Facing the knowledgeable Uchiha Mikoto, Uzumaki Kushina tilted her head with rare tsundere pride. Sealing techniques, like ninjutsu, are both vast and profound. The difference is that they aren't as easy to pick up as ninjutsu, and their learning curve is steeper. Sealing techniques are just a general term, much like the term ninjutsu. Even barriers fall under the category of sealing techniques. With a bang, as the scroll was unsealed, peculiar kunai inscribed with runes appeared one after another. Seeing this, a flash of surprise passed through Shiro's eyes. Mikoto, Shiro, you just need to insert these special kunai into the ground at specific intervals. Isn't the goal to sense the underground river? These tools will expand the sensory barrier's range while also functioning as durable ninja tools. Got it. When Uzumaki Kushina got serious, she exuded a distinct charm. At this moment, to Shiro, she finally seemed like a qualified special jonin. Afterward, Shiro and Mikoto followed Kushina's instructions, inserting the kunai into the surrounding ground. However, as he held the weighty kunai in his hand, Shiro fell into silent thought. These kunai contain chakra-conducting metal. Ordinary ninjas wouldn't be able to afford such luxury. And the design of these kunai. Looking at the trident-shaped kunai in his palm, Shiro realized something. Minato Namike's strength at such a young age wasn't just due to talent, he had support in the form of a certain woman. The specialized kunai for the Flying Thunder God technique originated from Uzumaki Kushina. With a wealthy benefactor providing resources, all that remained was to rely on talent and hard work. The Flying Thunder God kunai comes from the Uzumaki clan. Minato's rapid mastery of the Flying Thunder God must have relied heavily on the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. After all, this ninjutsu bears many traces of sealing techniques. Shiro recalled the information he had on the Flying Thunder God, a space-time ninjutsu. The only difference lies in the specific formula inscribed on the kunai. This stable design facilitates its function. After inserting the last kunai into the ground, Shiro nodded to himself. By mixing chakra-conducting metals into the kunai, chakra transmission is made easier. If I ever get the chance to learn the Flying Thunder God, I'll need to dive deeper into sealing techniques. All done. With the kunai arranged in place, Kushina found shelter in a tree hollow, which also provided cover from the rain. Mikoto, Shiro, I'll be closing my eyes to activate the sensory barrier technique. Although the kunai's formulas help reduce chakra consumption, I'll still need to concentrate intensely. You two must protect me. Before casting the barrier technique, Kushina displayed a mischievous side, prompting a laugh and a nod from Mikoto. Don't worry, Kushina. I'll protect you. Mikoto's gentle voice carried a resolute undertone. After everything the three had been through together, their bond had grown so strong that they could entrust their lives to one another. Barrier, canopy method formation. As Kushina's expression grew solemn, her hands formed seals, and she activated the sensory barrier technique. While Mikoto didn't notice anything unusual, Shiro's expression froze. After awakening his sensory abilities, he could detect other sensory ninjas or their techniques. It was mutual. This was evident in the original series when Kirin and a cloud sensory ninja could sense each other during Sasuke's attack on the 5 Kage summit. I see, Shiro murmured to himself, clearly perceiving the dome-shaped sensory barrier expanding from Kushina as its center. With Kushina's vast chakra reserves, the sensory barrier continued to grow, its size entirely dependent on the amount of chakra poured in. This barrier technique, called barrier, canopy method formation, allows the caster to detect the movements of all living things within the barrier's range, even ordinary animals and people without chakra. After successfully deploying the barrier, Kushina opened her eyes and explained its mechanics to Mikoto and Shiro. However, when she looked at Shiro, there was a hint of something in her gaze. Mikoto, I'll leave it to you to periodically check the formulas on the kunai. As long as no wild animals disturb them, I can maintain a large detection range. Understood. Leave it to me. Mikoto nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, hearing the barrier's name, Shiro's expression shifted as he recalled something, his dislike for Konoha's higher-ups deepening. So it was this technique. In the original story, Jiraiya used the sensory barrier to detect Pain's chameleon summon while infiltrating Omega-Kure. Yet, thinking about Konoha's actions, Shiro chuckled coldly to himself. He could understand, but if he were the victim, it would be a different story. First, the Uzumaki clan. Then, the Uchiha clan. While the fate of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques didn't concern him, the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu had all ended up in the hands of Konoha's elites. The most blatant example was the Uchiha clan's signature fire release techniques. The Sarutobi clan had become proficient in fire release and even created their techniques based on Uchiha styles. I'll go check the kunai. Mikoto immediately darted off to inspect the kunai formulas, ensuring they remained intact and undisturbed. Meanwhile, in the forest and valley nearby, countless Konoha ninjas could be seen searching for something. Further away, entire battalions of Konoha's forces were making their final preparations. Noticing Uzumaki Kushina avoiding his gaze, Shiro smiled. Kushina, it seems you've discovered my secret. Hearing his teasing tone, Kushina huffed and glared at him. So, you're a sensory ninja after all. You hid it well. But Shiro merely shrugged with a relaxed smile. A ninja must never reveal all their cards. When one card is exposed, you must have another, or even more, ready. Didn't your academy teachers teach you that? Kushina glared at him fiercely, baring her adorable little fangs. Then why didn't you do the work yourself and let me show off like that? It's so embarrassing. Both were sensory ninjas, yet she had to take the lead, which felt humiliating. However, Shiro simply chuckled. He moved behind Kushina, leaning close to her ear and whispering. Kushina, this is our little secret. Don't tell anyone, okay? The cool rain and wind were suddenly interrupted by a wave of warmth in her ear. His words made her earlobes burn bright red, and her face flushed with a deep blush. A secret. A secret only the two of them shared. Chapter 108, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 108. Credits, Water Wave. The rain poured harder and harder, while the battle on the front lines grew increasingly brutal. The torrential rainwater converged into streams stained red with blood. These Konoha ninjas are insane. They don't care about their resources at all. Lord Hanzo, the front lines are about to collapse. We request reinforcements. As the battle raged on, in the rear of the battlefield, Hanzo of the Salamander, wearing his breathing apparatus, listened calmly to his subordinates' reports. Has Konoha's commander appeared on the battlefield? Finally, after 3 days of relentless fighting, the leader of Omega-Kure, the men regarded as a demigod, spoke. The rain ninja who came to report suppressed his excitement and responded in a deep voice. No. However, Konoha's ninja used the summoning beast Katsuyu, the slug belonging to the princess of the Land of Fire, to treat the wounded. It's this summoning beast that's allowing Konoha to fight with greater vigor. But those three haven't shown themselves. It seems they're waiting for the decisive moment. Upon hearing that the trio, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, had not been seen, Hanzo did not seem worried. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. Their absence from the battlefield is the best outcome. If those three had appeared, he might have suspected that the third Hokage himself had joined the front lines. However, the presence of Katsuyu confirmed that the trio was commanding the Konoha forces from behind the scenes, clearly trying to lure him out. War is fought soldier against soldier, general against general. Send reinforcements from the second defensive line to the front lines. The main reserves are to remain unmoved. Yes, sir. After delivering his orders, Hanzo gave a subtle signal to one of his most trusted subordinates. The subordinate nodded solemnly, and in the privacy of the room, he performed a transformation jutsu to take on Hanzo's appearance, while Hanzo transformed into the subordinate's likeness. Half a day. You only need to impersonate me for half a day. As his voice echoed, Hanzo vanished without a trace. While blood flowed as rivers above ground, in the dark, subterranean depths where an underground river ran, 1,000 elite rain ninjas moved swiftly and silently. Some moved in small wooden boats, while others clung upside down to the rocky walls, advancing stealthily. Lord Hanzo will soon be entering Konoha's operational zone. As the densely packed rain ninja advanced, Hanzo, positioned at the rear, listened intently to his subordinate's report, his expression grave. Once we enter Konoha's operational zone, split into 13 teams. Attack from here and here. Prioritize destroying Konoha's mining operations in the Land of Rain. Hanzo spoke with calm precision. For him, this battle was merely a demonstration that the Land of Rain was his domain, a way to showcase his power and strength. He especially detested the invaders exploiting his country's resources, so targeting the mining operations was also a form of retribution. Even if Konoha's sensory ninja detects us, there's no need to worry. By the time they react, it'll be too late to redeploy their forces. Yes, sir. For the victory of the Land of Rain. We only need to cripple Konoha's forces in this region, and the war at the front lines will resolve itself. The Land of Rain will finally know peace. Cautious as ever, Hanzo decided to alter their pre-planned positions at the last moment, fearing the possibility of leaked information. As night fell, the rain intensified, accompanied by lightning and thunder, creating an ominous prelude to the coming storm. It's a thunderstorm. Hidden within forests and caves, Konoha's ninja looked up at the darkening skies, observing the relentless downpour. The storm, along with the reduced visibility, cast a heavy pall over their spirits. For them, this was not a favorable turn of events, as even signal flares would now be less effective. I found them. Suddenly, a Hyuga ninja in the forest shouted in alarm, the veins around his Byakugan bulging. He could see underground chakra flows. There are countless chakra sources. They're specially trained rats. Their bodies contain faint traces of chakra, and they're being controlled by rain ninja to disrupt our sensory forces. The Hyuga ninja reported in shock, his Byakugan revealing the underground situation. While there were rain ninjas, the majority of the movement came from rats. But how many Hyuga ninjas did Konoha have? Not many. Most of their sensory ninja relied on chakra detection, and the sheer number of rats carrying chakra signatures was enough to confuse them. Fire a signal flare. Relay the intel to Lady Tsunade immediately. The experienced leader of the group barked the order without hesitation, prioritizing the signal flare. Their enemies were far too cautious, but this was war. In the pouring rain, the bright light of a flare illuminated the night sky, clearly visible to countless Konoha ninjas, who immediately prepared for battle. Hurry! I sense countless chakra signatures moving rapidly. Underground. At 10 o'clock to the left, there's a mass of chakra activity. No, it's rats. All across the forest and hills, pre-deployed Konoha sensory ninja cried out in alarm. Signal flares lit up the stormy night, turning the sky as bright as day. In the rain-soaked forest, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru stood with grim expressions, watching the flares erupt in all directions. Reports indicate an uncountable number of chakra signatures moving underground. The Hyuga have detected that rain ninjas are controlling rats infused with faint chakra. A Konoha ninja approached to deliver the report, while the expressions on Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya's faces grew even more severe. Hey, just as the intel said, Orochimaru rasped, his voice low and sinister. The so-called demigod of the Land of Rain is truly paranoid, even using rats. Ninjas often trained animals, usually for substitution jutsu. Substitution jutsu was not teleportation but rather a sleight of hand. In a blind spot, they would transform an object or animal into their likeness, fooling opponents. Animals imbued with chakra made the technique even more convincing. Incorporating faint chakra into the fur of trained animals, he's completely disrupted all our plans. Hanzo's cautious tactic had rendered Konoha's careful preparations full of holes. Damn it. Jiraiya punched a tree in frustration as rainwater dripped down. Tsunade and Orochimaru, on the other hand, remained calm. Such was their nature. Activate Plan B. Once we confirm the presence of a large number of rain ninjas, fire flares, Tsunade ordered, her voice sharp. She then turned to Orochimaru and Jiraiya, her tone icy. 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, whether or not we confirm the enemy's presence, detonate all the explosive tags we've planted in this area. Understood. 3 minutes. A bit rushed, but it'll do. If we're blind, we might as well blind the rain ninja too. Jiraiya gave a firm nod, while Orochimaru's sinister smile widened. Tsunade smirked coldly and said, 8 million explosive tags. Let's see if the so-called demigod enjoys our little gift. Both sides were making their moves. Luck would decide much. If they were fortunate, the explosion might take out a significant number of rain ninjas. If not, the large-scale underground collapse would force the rain ninja to surface, exposing them. More importantly, the massive detonation would alter the underground river system. Even if Konoha lost track of the subterranean network, so would the rain ninja. After issuing the orders, Tsunade turned decisively, her gaze sweeping over the legions of Konoha's elite ninja hidden in the forest. She raised her arm and shouted. Konoha ninja. Prepare for battle. Oh. Oh. A deep roar echoed through the forest in an instant. They had been suppressed here for far too long. Tsunade's heroic and valiant demeanor left Jiraiya, who was watching from behind, momentarily stunned. Her golden hair shimmered, and Tsunade seemed more decisive than ever before, even carrying an unfamiliar aura about her. It was familiar, something he had once felt from the old man. Meanwhile, Orochimaru squinted, his hoarse laughter revealing his understanding. He could see it clearly, Tsunade was feeling the pressure. It wasn't just the pressure of war but also the burden of protecting her village and her clan. Send orders to the front line. All Konoha ninjas are to retreat to defensive positions. Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed as he looked at the intelligence in his hand, a playful smile forming on his face. Elder Chiyo has begun leading the Sand Shinobi in a counterattack. It seems they've received the war report from the Land of Wind. I wonder how long they can hold out. The Land of Wind had erupted into flames of war, forcing a two-front conflict. Chiyo, clearly enraged by the news, had launched what appeared to be a final desperate offensive. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsunade let out a cold laugh. That old puppet hag is a gambler at heart. She's betting on making progress on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, without even worrying about her supply lines being cut. When that happens, it'll be a total defeat. When it came to Chiyo, both Tsunade and Orochimaru considered her a long-standing rival. Though they had never directly clashed in battle, they saw her as a formidable adversary. Chiyo's use of poison among the Sand Shinobi clashed with Tsunade's development of antidotes, creating a repeated cycle of countermeasures on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. This left Elder Chiyo of Sunagakure feeling extremely stifled, leading her to nickname Tsunade the Slug Girl. In turn, Tsunade cursed Chiyo privately, calling her an old gambler for constantly creating new poisons in hopes that Tsunade wouldn't be able to counteract them. But even in war, Elder Chiyo remained a gambler at heart. Under the heavy rain, all of Konoha's sensory ninjas stood at attention, while those with Byakugan nervously scanned their surroundings. The time is almost here. Inside a tree hollow, Shiro's calm voice echoed as Kushina grumbled in frustration. So cunning. The Omega Kure raised so many rats to spy on us. Meanwhile, Mikoto, her face always adorned with a gentle smile, even during wartime, calmly collected the specially crafted kunai scattered around. Kushina, these are your custom-made kunai. Thanks, Sister Mikoto. Unrolling a sealing scroll, Kushina placed the kunai into designated arrays on the scroll. These specially crafted kunai each had unique sealing formulas inscribed on them. Seal. With a series of bursts of white smoke, the tri-pronged kunai were all sealed away, leaving the scroll marked with the word seal. Through his sensory abilities, Shiro squinted, clearly able to discern the properties of the sealing jutsu. The scroll was enveloped in a special chakra that sealed the items within. Sealing jutsu. This was something he resolved to study in the future. Among all the powers in the ninja world, aside from the likes of Kekkei Genkai and Bijou, sealing jutsu was among the most powerful. After all, even the mighty Otsutsuki clan had been sealed away. Prepare for battle. The three stepped out of the hollow, stepping into the rain. All the Konoha ninjas in the area stood on high alert. Prepare to detonate the explosive tags. Yes. Buried deep underground were countless explosive tags, densely packed to cover the entire area, a sight that would terrify anyone. 1 million explosive tags, this was a strategy designed to alter the course of the war. Taking advantage of the natural underground rivers of the Land of Rain, Konoha was willing to expend 1,000,000 explosive tags to turn the tide of the conflict. Otherwise, they would remain on the defensive. Leave it to me. Kushina's expression grew serious as she connected her chakra to the explosive tags below, ready to detonate them at any moment. Meanwhile, scattered across the rain-soaked forests, lakes, and hills, Konoha ninjas kept a tense watch on the time. 3 minutes. Explode. At the 3-minute mark, countless Konoha ninjas shouted in unison, detonating the explosive tags. In an instant, flames erupted from the buried explosive tags. The sound of the explosions underground was muffled by the rushing water of the underground rivers, making it nearly impossible to hear. Exploiting the distraction caused by the countless rats disrupting the sensory ninjas, Hanzo of the Salamander, advancing underground, squinted and said coldly, "The decisive moment has come. Lord Hanzo, our sensory ninjas report a large number of sensory ninjas above us." Damn it. Hearing this report, Hanzo, ever cautious, immediately narrowed his eyes, his face darkening. Only one thought crossed his mind. Our intel has been leaked. Otherwise, how could the Konoha ninjas have prepared so thoroughly? If it had been discovered by chance, that would be understandable, but the presence of so many sensory ninjas above made it clear that this was a deliberate setup. Lord Hanzo, there are explosive tags. Though the sound of burning explosive tags was masked by the underground river, the faint flickers of firelight from the tags still gave them away. In the pitch-black underground, the flames were especially conspicuous. In the terrified eyes of countless rain ninjas, countless flames erupted in an instant as the explosive tags detonated. Boom. 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 The 1,000,000 explosive tags meticulously placed underground detonated simultaneously. Above ground, Konoha ninjas felt the earth shake beneath their feet. After the initial rumble, it was as if a massive force was surging through the ground. Moments later, a scene that left countless ninjas stunned unfolded. The earth, after an initial bout of upheaval, began to collapse and fracture rapidly. Entire regions crumbled, accompanied by deafening roars of destruction. The scene resembled a natural disaster, like an earthquake, with its effects spreading far and wide. Everyone, be careful. Under flashes of lightning and peals of thunder, the collapsing earth created fissures so deep they seemed bottomless. In worse-hit areas, large sections of land caved in, causing underground rivers and accumulated rainwater to rush together. From the hills, one could see sinkholes forming below, filling with muddy water to create lakes. From time to time, these lakes would surface with bloodstains and fragments of torn clothing, grim reminders of the ninjas caught in the disaster. Konoha. A furious roar echoed through the rain. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a massive and terrifying summon beast burst forth from the ground. Standing atop the summoning beast was none other than Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Omega Kurei. Behind him stood a group of elite rain ninjas who had narrowly survived. Chapter 109, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 109. With a loud boom, the sky exploded, and a dazzling flare lit up the heavens. Shiro turned back in shock and fury, only to see a flare not far behind him. The enemy had been discovered. The rain ninjas are behind us. Prepare for battle. With Shiro's roar, the surrounding Konoha ninjas quickly gathered. The 50 or so ninjas on their side, along with more than 20 reinforcements, dashed toward the direction of the signal flare. 152 rain ninjas spotted ahead. 5 of our ninjas have already depleted their chakra. As 70-plus Konoha ninjas sped through the forest, the Hyuga brothers, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi, activated their Byakugan on either side, their faces grave as they shouted out the information about the enemy ahead. Hold off this rain ninjas unit. We can't let them destroy the rear. The distance was too close. In the blink of an eye, they spotted the rain ninjas emerging in the forest not far away. We were so close. Just a little more, and we'd have been buried alive. Damn Konoha invaders. I'll kill every one of you. The elite rain ninjas, who had narrowly survived via earth release techniques, roared in rage as they emerged from the ground, only to see the Konoha ninjas charging toward them. It's the Konoha ninjas. Break through them quickly and regroup with Lord Hanzo. Boom. 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 At the same time, flares lit up one after another in the rainy night. When the rain ninjas saw these flares, their eyes widened in despair. 9. Only 9 squads of ours remain. 4 squads were buried alive. Kill them. Kill all these Konoha ninjas. The Rain Ninja Army, originally split into 13 squads for their operation, had been devastated by Konoha's ruthless tactics. Konoha had gone so far as to bury explosive tags across the entire area. On a distant hill, Hanzo had also narrowly escaped and was both furious and alarmed. He hadn't expected Konoha to be this ruthless, which also revealed Konoha's determination to end the war quickly. So many explosive tags, such an extravagant use would even make the 5 great ninjas nations cringe. Kill. In the pouring rain, the elite rain ninjas who had just emerged from the earth were met with the fierce gaze of Uchiha Shirou. His expression hardened as he shouted, "Plan B, now." At his command, over 50 Konoha ninjas behind him quickly prepared themselves. Shiro formed hand seals, gathering chakra into his throat. Fire release, hiding in ash and dust technique. Shiro leaped high and spat out a scorching mass of ash mixed with fire. Upon landing, the ash spread outward, engulfing the forest and the rain ninjas within. This B-rank fire release technique, though not particularly difficult to learn, consumed an enormous amount of chakra. Even among the Uchiha clan, few used it due to its high chakra cost. But Shiro poured even more chakra into it this time. The ash cloud blanketed the forest, and the rain ninjas were quickly caught in its suffocating spread. Not good. It's fire release. The ash is burning hot. Defend yourselves, quickly. As the gray ash swept toward them, accompanied by flames and intense heat, many rain ninjas let out cries of pain. Even the heavy rain couldn't fully mitigate the damage. It was fortunate that these were elite ninjas with ample chakra reserves. The most basic application of chakra, coating it around the body, provided a degree of protection. This was why fire release techniques rarely outright killed a ninja. Now. The moment Shiro unleashed his jutsu, Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hizashi, and 2 sensory ninjas shouted in unison. Having prepared in advance, the 4 hurled shuriken in precise arcs, while the other Konoha ninjas threw kunai tied with explosive tags, following the trajectory set by the shuriken. A series of explosions erupted within the ash cloud. First, Shiro had used the ash cloud to obscure the area. Then, the Hyuga and sensory ninja pinpointed the rain shinobi's positions with their Byakugan and skills. Finally, the rest of the Konoha ninjas followed up with kunai and explosive tags, catching the rain ninja completely off guard. Water release, water formation wall. Within the ash cloud, the sound of water surging could be heard as the rain ninjas used water release techniques to defend themselves. This area, with its rain-soaked climate and terrain, was a paradise for water release users. 3 o'clock. 12 o'clock. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi, with veins bulging on their foreheads, used their Byakugan to locate the densest areas of jutsu within the ash cloud. They called out the coordinates just as a sharp sound pierced the air. The rain ninjas, still within the cloud, turned in shock toward the source of the sound. Fast-spinning wind blades tore through the ash cloud, their sound masked by the rain and their approach hidden by the smoke. By the time the rain ninjas noticed, the wind blades were already upon them. Wind release, shuriken. These wind blades, formed by shuriken made of chakra-infused metal, became razor-sharp when imbued with wind release chakra. Watch out. It's the Konoha ninja. The wind blades sliced cleanly through the rain ninjas' water release defenses. Blood sprayed as the blades continued their deadly path, cutting down multiple shinobi in their wake. Wind release, great breakthrough. A rain ninja using wind release roared, expending a massive amount of chakra to summon a powerful gust that blew away the ash cloud. But as the smoke cleared, what they saw chilled them to the bone, dozens of spinning wind blades heading straight for them. Wind release, shuriken. From afar, Uzumaki Kushina stood with chakra-infused shuriken in hand. Her crimson lips moved as she channeled wind release chakra, spinning the shuriken into large wind blades nearly a meter in diameter, which she hurled toward the densest clusters of enemies. Good job, Kushina. As the smoke fully cleared, the Konoha ninjas cheered at the sight of the rain ninjas' devastation. Without hesitation, they charged forward, kunai in hand. The battlefield was littered with the bodies of the rain ninja, many dead, others gravely injured. First, they had been burned by Shiro's large-scale fire release. Then came the barrage of explosive tags. Finally, the relentless wind blades had torn through their ranks. A force of over 150 rain ninjas had been reduced to barely 100, many of whom were wounded. The battle had swiftly shifted in Konoha's favor, despite initially being outnumbered. Shiro smiled as he surveyed the results. Uzumaki Kushina's wind release technique, often used by Danzo in the original timeline, was as flashy as it was deadly. Its sharpness was terrifying, capable of slicing through stone like butter. While Kushina's mastery of wind release still needed improvement, her vast chakra reserves more than made up for it. She could simply cast more attacks until the enemy was overwhelmed. Damn you, Konoha. Kill them. I'll kill every last one of you. Brother. Brother. I'll avenge you. Amidst a chorus of enraged shouts, the rain ninja launched a counterattack. In the pouring rain, neither side showed mercy as the battle raged on. Execute Plan A. Though caught off guard, the rain ninja quickly regrouped. Their leader, a jonin, shouted commands to organize their counteroffensive. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. Nearly 100 rain ninjas roared as they unleashed water release techniques. In this rain-soaked terrain, their chakra costs were significantly reduced, and their techniques were far easier to execute. More than 50 rain ninjas joined forces to unleash a water-release jutsu, creating an utterly terrifying scene akin to a natural disaster. Even Shiro's expression turned grim as he observed the spectacle. Although he had never witnessed Kisame's peak-level jutsu, this many ninjas working together and taking advantage of the terrain created a tsunami-like water release that was surely no less powerful than Kisame's abilities. Konoha scum, die here in the land of rain. Under the enormous combined water release jutsu, a tsunami instantly surged forward. On the crest of the wave, over a dozen ferocious water dragons roared and charged toward them. The Konoha ninjas were stunned by the sight but had prepared for this in advance. After all, they knew they were fighting Rain Ninja and had made necessary preparations. Earth Release, Moving Earth Core. Led by Shiro, 8 Chunin and Jonin with Earth Release affinity stepped forward, quickly forming hand seals before slamming their hands on the ground. The ground ahead rumbled and collapsed, revealing a massive gorge that extended deep into the underground river below. As the tsunami-like disaster reached this massive trench, it roared and surged downward, instantly transforming from a catastrophic wave into a harmless stream of water. Only about a meter-high splash of water came pouring toward them, while the rushing currents in the trench visibly drained into the underground river. This wasn't due to the strength of their Earth Release jutsu but rather the clever use of the terrain. By combining Earth Release with the underground river, they created a channel to redirect the water. Even though the underground riverbed was now wrecked, it still had a vast space below, like a black hole, swallowing the water relentlessly. The Rain Ninja had taken advantage of the terrain of the Land of Water, but so had they. Kunai with explosive tags. At this moment, Uchiha Mikoto's cold voice rang out. Instantly, the prepared Konoha ninjas launched another wave of kunai, each tied with explosive tags, at the Rain Ninja. Damn it! Fight back! Don't stop! The Rain Ninja roared in anger, but the battle quickly revealed the stark difference between a smaller ninja village and a major one. The gap wasn't just in ninjutsu or tools but also in the diversity of the ninjas themselves. This diversity wasn't about raw power but rather the variety of skills and techniques. In the Omega Kure, due to its reliance on the local terrain, most ninjas had water release affinity. Even those with other affinities, like fire release, found it hard to develop their abilities in such an environment and often faded into obscurity. This lack of diversity left the Rain Ninja at a disadvantage when facing the more balanced and varied Konoha forces. Don't let the water release ninjas form a joint jutsu. Shiro's voice echoed through the air as he transformed into a flash of lightning, charging into the Rain Ninja ranks. His Kusanagi sword, crackling with lightning, swiftly cut through the Rain Ninja. Charge! Shiro! For the glory of the Uchiha! In an instant, the Konoha ninjas surged forward, giving the Rain Ninja no chance to perform another joint water release jutsu. Water release techniques generally relied on volume rather than destructive power. However, in terrain like the Land of Rain, where water was abundant, a large number of water release users combining their efforts could create disasters akin to natural calamities. For example, while 10 lightning release users might create a visually impressive display, 10 water release users in such a terrain could unleash a catastrophic tsunami. Quantity could indeed transform into quality. There's a trap. The Konoha ninjas had a plan from the start. Our information has been leaked. Quickly, inform Lord Hanzo. Despite having the advantage in numbers, many Rain ninjas were already injured. A Jonin, furious at the Konoha attacks, roared in anger. From the very beginning, the Konoha ninjas had executed a meticulously planned strategy, exploiting the Rain ninjas' weaknesses. The Rain ninjas' water release techniques could no longer form large-scale joint attacks. The water affinity Rain ninja fought with a sense of frustration and helplessness. Lightning release, false darkness. A terrifying lightning release jutsu was unleashed, causing 2 Rain ninjas performing water release to scream in agony as the lightning surged through the wet battlefield. The Konoha special Jonin who had cast the lightning release shouted angrily. Don't underestimate the will of fire of Konoha ninjas. Kill. The Rain ninja and Konoha ninjas clashed in a chaotic melee. The battlefield descended into utter disorder. The Konoha ninjas' goal wasn't to kill but to create chaos and stall the Rain ninja, putting them in an extremely passive position. Although the Rain Ninja still had the advantage in numbers, this was Konoha's battlefield. More and more Konoha reinforcements arrived from all directions. As the number of Konoha ninjas surged, the Rain Ninjas found themselves dragged into an unwinnable war of attrition. Konoha ninjas, don't underestimate us. A furious roar echoed from the distance as a massive explosion erupted on a nearby hill. The battlefield was filled with the sounds of combat everywhere. The Konoha ninjas were rapidly converging on the locations marked by 9 flares. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, leading an elite strike force, had already targeted the Amage-Kyure's leader, Hanzo of the Salamander. Lord Hanzo. 4 of our battalions haven't returned. They're likely lost. The other battalions are also being ambushed. Amidst the heavy rain, Hanzo stood atop his summoned salamander, his expression grim as he gazed at the approaching Konoha army. His hoarse voice echoed. We've been outplayed by Konoha's young generation. It seems the surprise attack I meticulously planned was leaked from the start. Impressive young ones. Though his words carried praise, Hanzo's eyes gleamed with an icy light. It was clear that someone in the village had betrayed him. However, for now. Fire the signal flares. Summon all rain ninjas to converge here. Lure Konoha's main forces to this spot. Here, I will teach these Konoha upstarts a lesson. War is not only about intelligence but also strength. Yes. Even in the face of an ambush, the rain ninja behind Hanzo remained resolute. Their gazes toward their leader were filled with worship and fanaticism. To them, Hanzo of the Salamander was a god of the land of rain. Hanzo coldly surveyed the Konoha corpses strewn around, his eyes gleaming with malice. Let these Konoha ninjas witness the true power of the rain ninja. At the same time, Hanzo discreetly glanced at his summoned salamander. Behind his breathing apparatus, a cold smirk slowly formed on his lips. The poison of his salamander would be most devastating when used against large numbers of enemies. Chapter 110, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 110. Credits, Kongzilla. Summoning technique. On a hilly battlefield, 3 massive clouds of white smoke erupted, followed by the excited cheers of countless Konoha ninjas echoing through the air. Orochimaru. You've summoned me again. This time, I demand 20 sacrifices. Shoo. As the smoke dispersed, the first to let out a savage roar was the massive purple serpent, Manda. While it seemed to undermine its master, Orochimaru, standing confidently atop Manda's head, appeared completely unfazed. Heh, Manda, there are plenty of sacrifices here. The battlefield's full of enemies. How much you can eat depends on your abilities. Orochimaru's hoarse laughter echoed as his gaze fell indifferently on Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of a Megakure in the distance. For Orochimaru, whether it was humans or summoned creatures, as long as they had value, he was indulgent toward them, even if it came at the expense of his pride. Jiraiya, the enemy this time is no joke. Hey! What are you doing, Jiraiya? What kind of injection is that? The toad Gamabunta, who had just exhaled a puff of thick smoke and was striking a dignified pose, suddenly yelped in protest as Jiraiya, perched on his head, crouched down and administered an injection. Jiraiya, uncharacteristically serious, said in a deep voice. Bunta, this time the enemy is truly dangerous. This is an antidote personally developed by Tsunade. As the 3 great summoning beasts made their grand entrance, Tsunade stood with her arms crossed, exuding an aura of confidence. She stared ahead and issued a cold command. Katsuyu, prepare for battle. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Among the 3 legendary summoning creatures, Katsuyu was the most docile and gentle, contrasting sharply with Tsunade's fiery personality. Relay this to all Konoha ninjas, intercept the Megakure forces along the way. Do not gather together. Tsunade's stern command echoed as she addressed the Konoha ninjas behind her. Hanzo's tactic was clear, force both sides to cluster together so that his poison could wreak maximum havoc. All of you, fight cautiously. The antidote won't fully neutralize the poison, so don't inhale too much of the toxic mist. Her tone was commanding, but Tsunade's heart weighed heavily. The antidote had been hastily prepared, and there simply wasn't enough of it. Let's go. Jiraiya, always the most spirited, shouted, prompting Gamabunta to leap into the fray with a mighty roar. Watching this, Tsunade couldn't help but mutter under her breath, idiot. But soon, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and the rest of the Konoha ninjas joined in, charging straight toward Hanzo of the Salamander. The massive figure of Hanzo's salamander was impossible to miss, and everyone knew Hanzo was there. Under the darkened sky, flashes of lightning occasionally illuminated the battlefield. The rumble of thunder couldn't drown out the fierce clash of thousands of ninjas locked in combat. On another battlefield. Split into smaller units. Don't let them use combined water release techniques. The Konoha ninjas were well aware of the devastating potential of Amagekyu's water release when executed in unison. If allowed to combine their efforts, the result would be nothing short of a natural disaster. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Wind style, Vacuum Bullet. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Uchiha Shirou and Uchiha Mikoto worked in perfect synchrony, unleashing a barrage of fireballs from opposite sides, forming a crisscross pattern. Although fire release techniques were weakened in the rain, they were still efficient. C-rank fire jutsu consumed minimal chakra, and ninjas, being inherently fragile, were susceptible to fire damage upon contact. While lightning release was powerful, it was also chakra-intensive. This battle was about teamwork, not exchanging flashy jutsu. Watch out for the Uchiha steel wires. Using their fire release as cover, Shiro and Mikoto manipulated steel wires with seamless coordination, their movements concealed by the rain. As 8 rain ninjas found their movements restricted, Uzumaki Kushina unleashed her wind release technique, spitting out a barrage of wind blades that rained down like bullets. Water style, water formation wall. Water style, water formation wall. 2 Omega Kurei ninjas combined forces to erect a massive water barrier in front of their group, while others used their weapons to cut the steel wires. Now's the time. Seizing the moment, Shiro shouted, forming hand seals and unleashing a blinding lightning release spear. Lightning style, false darkness. With a deafening roar, the lightning spear pierced through the water barrier, electrocuting the 2 Omega Kurei ninjas who had created it, their screams echoing in agony. The water barrier collapsed into a puddle, just as Kushina's wind release bullets shot through, riddling the remaining 8 Omega Kurei ninjas with bloody holes. Elsewhere, other Konoha ninjas were holding their ground. The Hyuga brothers, Hisashi and Hayashi, activated their Byakugan and unleashed their coordinated taijutsu. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Meanwhile, under the Aburame clan's secret techniques, the Omega Kurei ninjas were thrown into disarray. This battle was one-sided, as many of the Konoha ninjas hailed from prestigious clans. The Uchiha, Hyuga, Aburame, and Senju clans represented resources and Kekkei Genkai abilities far beyond ordinary ninjas. Their unique skills and Kekkei Genkai gave them a significant edge in battle. Ha ha ha. Konoha ninjas, die with us. Realizing escape was futile, many Omega Kurei ninjas resorted to suicide tactics. Some, gravely wounded, detonated explosive tags to take as many Konoha ninjas with them as possible. Others, spitting blood, rushed forward to grapple with their enemies, shouting, "Do it now." Water style, water dragon jutsu. A massive water dragon swept through the battlefield, leaving both Konoha and Omega Kurei ninjas coughing blood as their internal organs were shattered. Amidst the chaos, every weapon and explosive tag was used without reservation. In the flashes of lightning and the deafening thunder, the brutal battle between Konoha and Omega Kurei raged on, loud enough to be heard in the distant town. In a small town. Inside a wooden house, Conan peeked through the window, her face tense as the lightning illuminated the dark sky. The explosions are so loud. Is this what war is like? Lord Shiro, please come back safely. As Conan prayed, Nagato nodded solemnly. Conan, you have to trust Lord Shiro. He'll be fine. In another house, Yahiko and a group of youth stood by the window, watching the flashes of lightning and the occasional glow of ninjutsu with fear and unease. Yahiko, do you think the ninja war will reach us here? Idiot. Trust Yahiko. He'll protect us. Some were worried, while others looked at Yahiko with unwavering confidence. Despite his young age, Yahiko's charisma had already won over most of the group in just a few months. Like a natural leader, Yahiko turned to the others, his voice firm and resolute. Don't worry, everyone. We're ninjas now. If we work hard and keep training, we'll become strong enough to protect our home someday. Yahiko, I believe you'll become as strong as Lord Shiro from Konoha. Yeah, we all believe in you. Under the trusting gazes of the group, the orange-haired Yahiko's determination solidified. With newfound purpose, he declared. No. Not just me. All of us will train and grow stronger together. We'll surpass Lord Shiro and become gods who can bring peace to this world. We'll end war forever. Surpass Uchiha Shirou. Become gods. Yahiko's youthful yet passionate voice echoed through the house, leaving the group of youth stunned. In their eyes, Lord Shiro was the pinnacle of strength. Yet Yahiko, with unwavering resolve, spoke of surpassing him and becoming gods. Strangely, Yahiko's charisma made them believe him. I believe in Yahiko. Me too. Amid their cheers, Yahiko smiled. He had found his path forward. Train hard, become a stronger ninja, and rise to the pinnacle of the ninja world, become a god. The dreams of naive youths are often the most childish, but it is precisely these countless childish dreams of youth that have created countless unbelievable legends. However, some people's dreams can create miracles, while others are destined only for failure. Because some things are innate, if you have them, you have them, if you don't, you don't. Especially in the ninja world. The small town was silent, except for the sound of thunder mixed with the roaring explosions of the ninja battlefield. Countless ordinary people cowered in their homes, trembling, praying that the war would not reach their town and destroy their homes. On the battlefield. Jiraiya, watch out. With Tsunade's angry shout, and amidst a series of explosions, Jiraiya hastily cast a jutsu. Needle Jizo. As the roaring explosions subsided, Jiraiya panted heavily, disheveled. Large chunks of his white hair had been burned away. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Orochimaru and Tsunade. Orochimaru, Tsunade. You too. Both Orochimaru and Tsunade's faces were marked with black curse seals, though the patterns were different. Orochimaru's curse seal appeared as black streaks resembling venomous snakes, exuding an image of deadly poison. Tsunade's curse seal was similar to the later markings of her strength of 100 seal, covering her forehead and cheeks and extending across her body. The black-purple markings radiated an air of mystery. Seeing this, Jiraiya's eyes widened. When did you two learn these? Among the three of them, Jiraiya had always been the weakest. But over time, he had gradually caught up, and the gap between them was now minimal. Yet in this battle, Orochimaru and Tsunade, these crafty old foxes, had secretly mastered even more powerful jutsu without his knowledge. It was too unfair. Jiraiya, be careful. Use Earth style to alter the terrain around us, this old bastard has planted a lot of explosive tags nearby. Tsunade huffed angrily. Who would have thought this old fox, Hanzo of the Salamander, could be so devious? They had been prepared for his ninjutsu, but they hadn't anticipated that he had secretly laid traps elsewhere. He had been waiting for the perfect moment in the battle to lure them into his trap and then unleash it. This isn't working. We're way too passive, letting him control the fight. Even though the curse seals had enhanced Tsunade and Orochimaru's power significantly, Hanzo of the Salamander was still too strong. Even Orochimaru looked solemn. Manda and Gamabunta had already retreated after sustaining serious injuries. Meanwhile, Katsuyu had split into countless smaller slugs to heal the Konoha ninjas. But as Katsuyu's chakra dwindled, she began to disappear. This time, Tsunade wasn't even channeling chakra into her summon to heal others, her situation was too perilous. You avoided my explosive flame formation, did you? Standing atop his summoned salamander in the pouring rain, Hanzo exuded immense pressure. He glared coldly at the three young Konoha ninjas, his eyes flashing with malice. From the start of this fight, you've been using antidotes, constantly altering the terrain, and countering my explosive flame formation. You know my techniques very well. It seems there's a traitor among the Omega Kure. At this moment, Hanzo was enraged. The only ones who could have leaked such detailed information were his most trusted confidants. There could be no other explanation but betrayal. Damn it. On the battlefield, Jiraiya felt both angry and humiliated. He realized he was becoming a burden. Furious, he shouted and threw countless kunai with explosive tags attached, scattering them densely across the ground. As the explosive tags detonated in a chain reaction, they revealed 3 hidden explosive traps that Hanzo had laid. These were destroyed in the process. But instead of anger, Hanzo smirked coldly at the sight and said, "Out of chakra already, brat. You can't even cast ninjutsu anymore. What about you two?" Turning his gaze toward Orochimaru and Tsunade, Hanzo suddenly felt a pressure emanating from them. Don't underestimate us. Orochimaru, now. Hidden shadow snake hands. Countless snakes burst out from Orochimaru's sleeves, entangling Hanzo and restraining him. At that moment, Tsunade leaped into the air, raising her fist and slamming it down in fury. Die, you old bastard. You work well together, don't you? Despite the pressure, Hanzo maintained his lofty composure, exuding an air of superiority. This wasn't just arrogance, it was psychological warfare, designed to keep his opponents guessing about his true strength. Boom. As Tsunade's punch landed, Hanzo turned into a splash of water. His summoned salamander also disappeared into the ground. Water body flicker technique. Watch out. Jiraiya shouted as chains wrapped around Tsunade, followed by a scythe descending toward her like lightning. Clang. Sparks flew as the scythe struck, accompanied by a crisp metallic clang. Tsunade had blocked the attack with the back of her hand, or rather, with the special steel plating on the back of her gauntlet. The scythe left a deep mark on the metal plating. Tsunade's palm went numb, and she couldn't help but feel secretly alarmed. If she hadn't been prepared, that steel plating, made of rare chakra-conducting metal, might not have been enough to save her this time. Seeing this, Hanzo was even more furious. Damn it. That traitor even leaked my sword techniques. The Kusarigama was one of Hanzo's signature moves. Though some ninjas wore protective armor and gloves, Tsunade's equipment was tailored specifically to counter him. Die. Tsunade roared, grabbing the chains with both hands and yanking hard. Hanzo suddenly felt an overwhelming force pulling him forward. In an instant, his body was flung toward Tsunade. This terrifying strength made Hanzo's pupils contract as he exclaimed, "This is the power of that strange curse seal." From their earlier exchanges, Hanzo had already gauged the trio's strength. But now, Tsunade's power had surged again. Chapter 111, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 111. Die. Amidst the furious roar in the rain, Tsunade was seen yanking an iron chain with one hand, pulling Hanzo the salamander toward her. Her other hand was already clenched into a fist, brimming with power. Damn it. Everything happened too fast. Before Hanzo could react, he was dragged toward her. By the time he realized, all he could see in his field of vision was a rapidly approaching fist. Tsunade's charged punch was unleashed. Monster strength. Bang. The sound of an explosion seemed to echo through the air itself. Even Jiraiya, watching from a distance, widened his eyes in shock. Under the rain, the sheer force of the punch created a visible shockwave, accompanied by mist. Tsunade's fist struck Hanzo squarely in the face. His entire visage visibly caved in. Yet, there wasn't a trace of joy on her face. Instead, her pupils contracted sharply as feedback from her punch told her something was wrong. Not good. In an instant, Hanzo dissolved into a splash of water, his body transforming into mist under the force of her monstrous punch. At that moment, a chilling gust of wind swept toward Tsunade from behind. What terrifying strength! If that punch had hit me head-on, I'd already be dead. But now, you've lost your chance. It was a water clone, followed by the water body flicker technique. Hanzo appeared directly behind Tsunade. From afar, Jiraiya, realizing the danger, shouted in alarm, "Tsunade!" Simultaneously, Jiraiya began forming hand seals, while Orochimaru unleashed his hidden shadow snake hands in an attempt to rescue her. But Hanzo was too fast. His cold, emotionless gaze locked onto Tsunade. Yet deep in his eyes, there was a trace of dread. Konoha was truly an enviable village, filled with far too many geniuses. This battle should end now. As Hanzo's kunai was about to pierce Tsunade's back, a cold, furious roar erupted from her. The ones who will end this battle are us. Through the curtain of rain, Hanzo's pupils contracted in shock as he saw a bright, blue sphere of chakra materialize out of nowhere. Without any hand seals, Tsunade unleashed a terrifying jutsu. At such close range, the hardened kunai was instantly ground to dust by the blue chakra sphere. Before Hanzo could even react, the sphere struck toward his abdomen. Raised on. Under Tsunade's resolute gaze, Hanzo was sent flying by the attack. At the same time, Jiraiya and Orochimaru coordinated their efforts to launch their jutsu. Needle Jaizo. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. The two jutsu came one after the other, giving Hanzo no room to breathe. Yet, after the series of attacks, all that remained in the distance was a puddle of water. Water-style, Water Dragon Bullet. Suddenly, 8 massive water dragons erupted into existence. Facing the terrifying water-style technique, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade immediately scattered to avoid the attack. After the deafening roar of rushing water settled, Hanzo stood atop his summoned beast. From afar, numerous rain ninjas gasped in shock. Lord Hanzo. Amidst the concerned cries of the rain ninja, Hanzo, standing on his giant salamander, panted heavily. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he stared grimly at Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru in the distance. It seems you've uncovered all my secrets. Even my habitual jutsu and the poison sac on the left side of my abdomen, everything. The chest plate of Hanzo's armor was nowhere to be seen, and his abdomen bore the marks of the raise-on, with blood trickling down. If not for his swift use of the water body flicker technique and the protective layer of armor, that attack might have seriously jeopardized his life. What's more, Tsunade had targeted the left side of his abdomen, the exact location of his poison sac. What kind of jutsu was that? I didn't see any hand seals. Standing atop his summoned beast, Hanzo looked down at the 3 Konoha ninjas. His raspy voice echoed through the battlefield. Even injured, his overwhelming presence made itself known. This was the pressure of true strength. Tsunade, having just avoided the water dragon bullet, stared intently at her opponent. In response to his question, she coldly replied. Raise-on. A jutsu that requires no hand seals. Of course, you wouldn't see any. Hearing her words, Hanzo frowned deeply. After a moment of thought, he rasped. Konoha truly is a cradle of geniuses. So many talented ninjas, one after another. And now, you've even developed a jutsu that requires no hand seals. What an enviable village. Despite his words of admiration, Hanzo's heart churned with complex emotions, a sour bitterness welling up within him. The Omega Kurei had so many ninjas, yet aside from himself, there was no one else capable of standing alone as a true powerhouse. Konoha, on the other hand, had far too many. What began as admiration for the 3 before him had now turned into a mounting pressure. This was exacerbated by the strange cursed seals now covering Tsunade and Orochimaru. Their strength and speed had increased, and even their chakra felt wild and uncontrollable. It seems I'll have to stop relying on my usual jutsu. Facing the 3, Hanzo's expression turned serious. He would have to treat this battle with the utmost caution, as these opponents were now a real threat to him. Watch out. At Jiraiya's sudden shout, Hanzo launched his next attack. Poison Spray. The giant salamander beneath Hanzo spewed out a massive cloud of purple poison mist. The 3 hurried to dodge. Don't breathe it in too much. Although they had antidotes, excessive exposure would still lead to poisoning. But before they could react further, the ground erupted with a deafening crash. Hanzo and his summoned beast emerged from beneath the earth. Hanzo's summon beast takes 5 minutes to gather poison mist in its mouth. Tsunade's urgent shout revealed the salamander's weakness, preventing them from hesitating further due to fear of the poison. Damn it. Hearing the Konoha ninja expose his secrets, Hanzo couldn't suppress his fury and shouted coldly. Don't underestimate me, Konoha. Water style, water formation pillar. Hanzo spat out a massive water orb, like a falling meteor, giving his opponents no time to evade. The orb struck the ground with a thunderous boom, transforming the area into a miniature ocean. The sheer scale of the jutsu left both sides ninja stunned. This battle is beyond anything we can handle. Even with the terrain advantage, to unleash such terrifying water-style jutsu so effortlessly, it's monstrous. Charge. Help Lady Tsunade and the others fight back against the rain ninja. Amidst the cries of battle, both sides clashed fiercely, leaving no room for respite. The sounds of ninjutsu roared through the battlefield, echoing like thunder in the storm. Jiraiya. Under the intense combat, Jiraiya's chakra was nearly depleted. He was barely hanging on by sheer willpower. Just as he dodged another of Hanzo's water-style attacks and landed, Tsunade sensed something amiss with the ground beneath them. Heh, brats. Let me teach you today that even when your enemy knows your secrets, a true ninja always adapts. Hanzo slammed his hand onto the ground, his voice ringing with rage. Even if they knew his signature techniques, a skilled ninja could still make them work at the right moment. Fire release, explosive flame formation. The muddy ground beneath Jiraiya and Tsunade suddenly shifted, revealing countless explosive tags. As if alive, the tags surged toward their legs. This is. Jiraiya's pupils shrank as he realized the truth. While using water-style jutsu earlier, he secretly used earth-style to bury the explosive tags, and even calculated our landing spots. Just as the explosive tags wrapped around their legs, Tsunade shouted and kicked Jiraiya away. Her legs, however, were already entwined, the tags igniting with sparks. Tsunade. Jiraiya screamed in rage and panic as he was sent flying. Orochimaru, meanwhile, was still held up by Hanzo's summoned beast. The legendary Sanin were still too young. Even with the power boost from their cursed seals, they were no match for the experienced and battle-hardened Hanzo the Salamander, who remained at the peak of his strength. Tsunade. A cold voice suddenly echoed from behind. Before Tsunade could turn around, a lightning javelin shot through the air directly toward Hanzo of the Salamander. Almost simultaneously, a figure appeared behind her. Shiro, his body radiating with the glow of lightning release, had black curse marks spreading across his face. In an instant, he entered the second stage of the cursed seal. His hair grew longer, his skin darkened, and his muscles bulged as his body expanded to a height of nearly 2 meters. Shiro. In Tsunade's shocked gaze, Shiro appeared behind her, grabbed her, and leaped into the air. At the same time, countless explosive tags affixed themselves to his feet. Just as the explosive tags were about to detonate, 4 scrolls suddenly wrapped around their legs. Seal. From a distance, Uzumaki Kushina shouted as the sealing scrolls tightly bound their legs. Instantly, the explosive tags were sealed and rendered harmless. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Before they landed, terrifying fire dragons appeared on either side of the duo, bypassing them and heading straight toward Hanzo of the Salamander. Uchiha Mikoto, her face also marked with black flaming curse patterns, exuded an eerie and captivating aura. Her cold eyes locked on her target as she wove signs and unleashed the devastating fire release ninjutsu. Through a seamless combination of skills, they simultaneously attacked Hanzo while rescuing Tsunade and sealing the explosive tags. Amid the roaring flames and explosions below, the team landed safely. Such flawless coordination could only be achieved by companions who had long placed their trust in one another. Sister Tsunade, are you okay? After rescuing Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina anxiously asked. Tsunade, panting heavily, was visibly exhausted with her chakra nearly depleted. Looking at the 3 who had come to her aid, Tsunade's hoarse voice carried relief. Looks like we've won this war. Saying this, a faint smile appeared on Tsunade's tired face, just as Jiraiya and Orochimaru arrived. Ha ha ha. Hanzo, are you still planning to continue this battle? Seeing Shiro and the others join the scene, Jiraiya burst into hearty laughter, making it clear to Hanzo that the outcome of the war had already been decided. Amid the rain, Hanzo of the Salamander, having narrowly avoided lightning and fire release attacks, stood atop his massive summoning beast. He maintained his lofty demeanor, coldly glaring down at them. Over. Standing on the back of his summon, Hanzo's eyes burned with suppressed fury. From the fading sound of battle in the distance, he knew his elite forces were steadily dwindling. This battle may have been compromised due to leaked information, but the outcome of a war isn't just determined by the victory of one's subordinates, it's decided by the success or failure of the leaders. His hoarse voice reverberated as Hanzo coldly removed his breathing mask. The war has only just begun. Now, the next round of fighting starts. As the breathing mask fell, Hanzo revealed a chilling smile. Since you, Konoha, learned the information about me, you should also know that even my breath is laced with deadly poison. Some of the Rain Ninja witnessing their leader remove his mask were stunned. Lord Hanzo's breath, even his blood, is laced with poison. Fighting him only leads to death. Fall back. This isn't a fight you can participate in. Orochimaru's hoarse and cold voice echoed, making it clear that the battle against Hanzo was not one ordinary jonin could handle. However, Uzumaki Kushina smiled at his words, a smile tinged with something eerie. Sister Tsunade, I'm really afraid of pain, so I'll borrow a bit of your blood for now. The real fight starts here. Kushina gently wiped a streak of blood from Tsunade's hand. As her pupils began to change, a terrifying and ominous chakra spread around her. Summoning jutsu. With her hands weaving signs, Kushina slammed them onto the ground. A massive plume of white smoke dispersed, revealing the gigantic form of Katsuyu. Kushina used the summoning technique. The reappearing Katsuyu spoke in her gentle voice. This time, her size was even greater, dwarfing Hanzo's summoning beast in comparison. Katsuyu, heal our injuries first. Seeing the summoning beast appear, Tsunade immediately understood Kushina's intent and ordered Katsuyu to split into smaller clones to heal their wounds. As for the other Konoha ninjas, Tsunade could only remain silent. If they lost, healing the others would only waste chakra. What is this? When Katsuyu reappeared on the battlefield, Hanzo wasn't surprised by the slug. What unsettled him was the young Konoha girl surrounded by an ominous red chakra. A tailed beast. A Jinchuriki. Hanzo's expression darkened as he stared at the girl. He hadn't expected Konoha to deploy their ultimate weapon in this war. Jiraiya, fall back and command the other battlefields. Wrap things up quickly. We've got this here. Tsunade's stern shout forced Jiraiya, whose chakra was nearly depleted, to retreat from the fight. Though filled with frustration and resentment, he complied. He was used to being the weakest link, but being unable to contribute in such an important battle filled him with bitterness. Mikoto. 3 minutes. Retreat after 3 minutes. Shiro's cold voice echoed. His face, covered in curse marks, radiated a chilling aura. Mikoto's eyes widened momentarily before she nodded solemnly. I understand, Shiro. Her cursed seal could only sustain her for 3 minutes of high-intensity combat. Any longer, and she'd enter a weakened state. Facing such a formidable opponent, Shiro did not take any chances. Likewise, Hanzo had consumed most of his stamina and chakra in the intense battle. Standing atop the massive Katsuyu were 5 figures: Orochimaru, Tsunade, Shiro, Mikoto, and Kushina. 4 of them had activated their cursed seal powers, dramatically boosting their combat abilities. Meanwhile, Kushina's pupils had transformed into beast-like slits, sharp fangs appeared at her mouth, and 2.5 tails of the tailed beast cloak had emerged from her. The overwhelming power of the Sharingan, cursed seals, and the tailed beast cloak cast a shadow over Jiraiya, leaving him feeling utterly eclipsed. This battle would go down in the history of the ninja world, marking the dawn of a new era, an era defined by the power of Sharingan, cursed seals, and tailed beasts. Chapter 112, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 112. Roar. The furious roar echoed across the land, and an overwhelming, terrifying chakra surged forth, sweeping through the battlefield. This ominous presence instinctively made countless shinobi turn their fearful gazes toward the center of the battlefield. Uzumaki Kushina let out a low growl, and the terrifying 9 tails chakra erupted into 3 tails. Her beast-like blood-red eyes glared, while her lips turned a purplish hue. 3 tails. She's already reached this level. Orochimaru, standing nearby, couldn't help but express his shock. Even though it was his second time experiencing this, the sheer terror of a tailed beast's chakra still sent chills down his spine. Some ordinary jonin trembled uncontrollably at the mere sensation of this chakra. The last time, during the Heaven and Earth Bridge mission in the Land of Grass, Kushina had already lost control when she reached the 3 tails state, let alone 4 tails. But this time, even in her 3 tails form, while her emotions were filled with negativity, some rationality still lingered in her blood-red eyes. Kushina. At that moment, the voice of Shiro resounded. As she turned to look, she saw his monstrous smile, his darkened skin, and the cold, eerie chakra emanating from him. Let's fight together. Shiro's calm voice echoed. In that instant, Kushina's pupils shrank. She noticed the transformations of Mikoto, Tsunade, and even Orochimaru. They were all in cursed seal states. Unlike Tsunade and Mikoto, who were in the first stage of the curse marked by strange patterns covering their bodies, Orochimaru's hoarse laughter revealed a deeper corruption. His skin had darkened further, and the snake-like shadows around his eyes became even more pronounced. Heh, such extraordinary power, isn't it? While Orochimaru continued to draw upon this corrosive power, Tsunade warned in a deep voice, Orochimaru, be careful of the backlash from this power. The two of them had different methods of usage. Orochimaru could tap into deeper reserves, while Tsunade's approach was relatively safer but had its limits. Sizzle. After injecting the antidote into their bodies, Shiro and the others had used up all of their remaining antidotes. Hanzo has removed his mask. He's now nothing more than a man of poison. Stay on guard. Acidic tongue slime. Wind release, great breakthrough. The Katsuyu summon suddenly spewed a dense stream of acid, while Orochimaru used wind release to spread the corrosive acid in a wide assault toward Hanzo. Fools. Do not overestimate yourselves. Hanzo roared, and in an instant, the salamander he was riding began burrowing into the ground, narrowly avoiding the terrifying acid attack. Hanzo. Seizing the opportunity, Tsunade leaped from the salamander's back, her powerful and toned leg descending like a battle axe straight toward the ground. Heavenly Foot of Pain. A taijutsu technique developed by Tsunade that focuses chakra into her legs to deliver devastating destructive power. She dropped from the sky, her leg slamming down with immense force. The ground quaked violently, and the terrain completely reshaped in an instant. The salamander, hiding underground, let out a pained shriek, enraging Hanzo, who responded with a terrifying water release technique. Water release, water dragon bullet. From underground, numerous water dragons erupted, aiming to strike back. However, in doing so, Hanzo exposed his position. Now's the time. With a loud shout, Shiro formed lightning-based hand seals, conjuring a large thunder spear that descended with deadly precision toward Hanzo's hiding spot. Lightning release, false darkness. Under the surge of lightning, the salamander summons let out a miserable cry and burst out of the ground. This terrain, while ideal for water release users, also became advantageous for lightning release users. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. The moment the salamander emerged, Orochimaru launched a surprise attack, his serpents targeting Hanzo himself. Water Body Flicker Technique. Yet, the Hanzo ensnared by the snakes dissolved into a puddle of water. His mastery over body flicker techniques combined with water release had elevated him to the pinnacle of the Shinobi World. By fusing water clones with high-speed flicker movement, he had created an unparalleled escape method. Get back. Tsunade's warning came just in time. Unbeknownst to them, Hanzo had appeared behind them, slamming his hand onto the ground and unleashing a terrifying fire release technique. Fire release, scorch blaze technique. Unlike conventional fire release jutsu, this technique caused flames to erupt directly from the ground. In an instant, countless flames surged from beneath, and even Katsuyu cried out in pain. No one had expected Hanzo to find an opening amidst such relentless attacks, launching a counterstrike that demonstrated why his title of demigod was no exaggeration. Now's the chance. Don't give Hanzo any room to use jutsu. At that moment, Shiro and Mikoto's Sharingan spun rapidly, their three tomo swirling as they revealed the sealing bracers on their wrists. In an instant, the two unleashed a barrage of shuriken, filling the air and sealing all of Hanzo's escape routes. There's no time to use jutsu. As Hanzo prepared to defend himself with water release, Kushina roared and charged forward with lightning speed. Her ferocious presence left him visibly shaken. If he used water release to block the shuriken, he wouldn't be able to defend himself against the terrifying assault of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Hanzo. At that moment, Tsunade's voice roared from behind him. Her monstrous strength came crashing down in a punch that left Hanzo, for the first time, feeling the pressing weight of having no room to counterattack. Or perhaps it was the relentless, seamless coordination of the Konoha shinobi that left him overwhelmed. Boom. No one could have predicted that, at the last moment, Hanzo would bellow and abandon ninjutsu in favor of taijutsu. He narrowly evaded Kushina's cannon-like strike, using his side to deflect the incoming shuriken while wielding a chained iron hammer to repel Tsunade, keeping her at a distance. Through this series of counterattacks, Hanzo proved why his title as the demigod was not a mere legend. He combined ninjutsu with explosive tags, summoned creatures with poison, and even matched the samurai of the Land of Iron in taijutsu. Hanzo seemed invincible, without a single apparent weakness. A true all-rounder. Even with Tsunade, Orochimaru enhanced by cursed seals, Kushina in her three-tailed state, and Shiro and Mikoto working together, Hanzo held his ground. He even managed to counterattack amidst their combined assault. This scene left Jiraiya, who had just caught his breath from afar, utterly shocked. Hanzo's strength may rival that of the old men. The oppressive atmosphere was overwhelming. Hanzo, in his prime, was unparalleled. His swordsmanship dominated the Land of Iron, his poisons outmatched even Chiyo's, and his mastery of ninjutsu was awe-inspiring. Hanzo is too strong. While frustration gripped Jiraiya, it also ignited an unrelenting determination. He vowed never to fall behind again. If he were just a bit stronger and could join this battle, would having one more person's strength be enough to suppress Hanzo? Lord Jiraiya, many rain ninjas have split up and are rushing towards us. At this moment, a Konoha ninja urgently reported the battle situation. Although the rain ninjas were ambushed, they were still desperately breaking through and converging towards Hanzo of the Salamander, even at the cost of their lives. This was because, under the large-scale poisonous mist combat, this was their home ground. This was also why the Konoha ninjas were desperately intercepting and killing the rain ninjas. There simply wasn't enough antidote for everyone. Moreover, using the antidote didn't mean one could outright resist the poison. The antidote merely increased the antibodies in the body. While Konoha was locked in battle with the rain ninjas, bad news came from the Tsunade front lines. White Fang. Elder Chiyo's bloodshot eyes were filled with fury as she roared after reading the battle report. Send the order. The front lines are to cease the offensive. The 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th divisions will follow me in a raid on the land of birds. We must eliminate Konoha's White Fang and his elite unit. Elder, but this. A sand ninja was too shocked to know what to say, but Elder Chiyo, already consumed with rage, bellowed. What are you standing there for? An elite Konoha unit of over 100 jonin has infiltrated deep into the land of wind. If we can't eliminate White Fang, our rear will be cut off. Contract the defensive lines. If you encounter Konoha's attacks, engage in fighting retreats. Don't engage in confrontation, stall for time. Yes. The sand ninja scrambled to relay the orders. At this moment, Elder Chiyo lowered her head to read the intelligence, her pupils trembling. Her son and daughter-in-law had both died by White Fang's blade. Tsunade's defensive lines near the land of birds had already been breached. At this point, it was no longer just about the interests of the land of rain battlefield. Now, Konoha could enter the land of birds at any time and push the flames of war into the land of wind itself. The land of wind was already barren, plagued by endless sandstorms. If the war spread to their territory, even the few remaining oases would be destroyed, the losses would be catastrophic. She didn't dare voice these concerns. Although she wanted revenge in her rage, this was also the order of the 3rd Kazekage. The interests of the land of rain battlefield could be abandoned, but the flames of war must not reach the land of wind. Konoha. At this moment, Elder Chiyo's eyes burned with hatred, a fiery desire to kill every single Konoha ninja. The land of wind could not afford such losses. Lord. Bad news, sand ninja have begun contracting their defensive lines. According to intelligence from the land of wind, a Konoha elite ninja unit has already breached the defenses near the land of birds. When a rain ninja rushed in with the report, the disguised Hanzo of the salamander in the room suddenly froze, his expression changing. Forcing down his shock, he took the report and dismissed the messenger. After reading the urgent intelligence from the land of wind, the confidant disguised as Hanzo turned pale and blurted out in shock. We must inform Lord Hanzo immediately. This intelligence was too critical, it would change the entire course of the war. On the battlefield, where ninjutsu clashed, Hanzo's massive summon was heavily injured and disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Hanzo himself was gasping for air, exhausted as he stared at the Konoha ninjas before him. With young geniuses like you, Konoha's prosperity is guaranteed. As he said this, Hanzo's tone was filled with bitterness. Konoha's success stemmed from its endless stream of geniuses. But what about the land of rain? Lord Hanzo. Looking around, the battlefield was littered with scars of war. Of the elite troops Hanzo had brought from the Omega Kure, only about 100 remained alive. Even they were all injured, struggling to hold on in their final moments. I originally wanted to let you live, but now you've become too much of a threat. Hanzo, still panting, stared resolutely at the exhausted Tsunade, Orochimaru, and others. Too strong. Even with our combined strength, we couldn't defeat him. For the first time, Tsunade showed such an exaggerated state of exhaustion. Their cursed seal powers had long faded, and their chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Although Hanzo had also consumed much of his energy, it was clear he still had the strength to fight. Sister Tsunade, you all need to leave now. I'll hold him off. At the critical moment, the battered Uzumaki Kushina shouted resolutely, gasping for air. She still had the Ninetales chakra within her. If she unleashed it all, even if she couldn't defeat Hanzo, she could at least stall him. Kushina. Tsunade looked unwillingly at her relative. If Kushina didn't do this, everyone would die. Uchiha Mikoto, having withdrawn from the fight, stood gasping in the distance, completely exhausted. Seeing this scene, her 3-tomo Sharingan spun as she shouted desperately, Kushina. Grandma Mito once told me, this power is meant to protect the people I care about. Sister Tsunade, Mikoto, and Shiro, all of you are the ones I want to protect. With a forced smile, Uzumaki Kushina's body began radiating the crimson bubbles of the Ninetales chakra. At the same time, the seal on her abdomen started to unravel. Once the seal was fully undone, all of the Ninetales chakra would be unleashed. However, when that chakra was exhausted, so would she be. Cough. How pathetic this is. Is this all because of me? From within a distant rock, Shiro coughed up blood, enduring the pain as he looked at the battlefield. The sight filled him with exhaustion and anger. Was it his presence that had caused this change? Had this made Hanzo intent on eliminating them all? His massive chakra reserves were nearing depletion. Raising his head, he looked at Tsunade, Kushina, and Mikoto, panting while revealing a faint smile. Hey, to run away now. Faced with the threat of death, there was still a chance to escape now, or he could remain silent and let Kushina fight. But Shiro slowly raised his head, looking at the figures in the distance. His three-tomo Sharingan began spinning rapidly, his gaze growing increasingly determined. If I run now, my ambitions. Everything I've worked for will be lost. How could I? With a mad glint in his eyes, Shiro revealed unprecedented fury. He had schemed so much, how could he run now? To run would mean everything he had done would be for nothing. Roar. The Ninetales chakra once again raged across the battlefield, exuding a terrifying aura. Even Hanzo in the distance grew cautious, pulling back to maintain a safe distance. He was also greatly exhausted, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so cautious. Kushina. Just as Kushina's furious roar echoed, preparing to unleash the last of her strength, a figure suddenly stepped in front of her. As she turned her gaze, she was met with the sight of a pair of blood-red Sharingan, with three tomo spinning clearly in his eyes. Seeing this, Kushina's expression trembled. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, but she smiled and said, Shiro, I, Uzumaki Kushina, am really strong. Now let me show you how powerful I am. Even at the last moment, Kushina still carried that stubborn, fiery temper of hers. However, the next moment, Shiro, who was standing in front of her, slowly lifted his head and looked toward the sky. Kushina, I have a jutsu that I haven't completed yet. Maybe I can give it a try. You won't need to act just yet. Turning his gaze slightly, Shiro revealed a faint smile and gently tapped her forehead with his finger. Itachi style. I told you before, I'm someone who's easily captivated by beauty. Your red hair is very beautiful. Kushina's pupils widened in shock as Shiro's figure slowly walked forward in the rain. Chapter 113, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 113. Credits, Aiden Goodwin. Shiro. When Shiro appeared, standing protectively in front of Kushina, Tsunade was even more shocked. Orochimaru, gasping for breath, had an inexplicable gleam in his eyes. What do you think you're doing? Tsunade shouted angrily. At this moment, she was far more mature than she had been during the events in the Land of Grass. More importantly, she now bore the heavy weight of responsibility on her shoulders. The outcome of this battle would determine whether Konoha could extricate itself from the quagmire of war. Even when Kushina prepared for her final desperate outburst, Tsunade could only blame her weakness. If only she were stronger. If only she had the strength of her grandfather or even her granduncle. Then, there would not be so many heartbreaking moments. Power. Power. Tsunade had never felt such a desperate desire for strength as she did now. From afar, Konoha's shinobi, who wanted to come to their aid, were held back by the ferocious rain shinobi. Earlier, it had been Konoha holding them off. Now, the tables had turned. Lord Hanzo is going to win. There's no way we're letting you through. Long live Lord Hanzo. Amid the deafening sounds of battle, at the center of the battlefield, Shiro's solitary figure stood in front of Kushina and began walking forward step by step. I once thought that the prejudice in people's hearts was like a mountain, no matter how hard the Uchiha try, they will never be able to move it. His weary voice echoed, taking Tsunade back to the cave in the Land of Grass, and to Kushina's wide, unyielding gaze locked on him. Shiro glanced sideways at the crowd. Unlike the loneliness he had shown back in the Land of Grass, this time there was a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The choices made on the battlefield will have to wait until I fall, Kushina. The honor of the Uchiha clan will never allow itself to crumble behind its comrades, just as the Senju once stood in front of Konoha during the First Great Ninja War. His resolute voice echoed across the battlefield. Konoha's shinobi had long forgotten the sacrifices the Senju clan made to protect the village during the First Great Ninja War. But on this battlefield, the elite Senju shinobi who had followed Tsunade here felt their eyes sting with emotion as they heard those words. Though all of Konoha may have forgotten the Senju, the Uchiha still remembered. And this time, it was the Uchiha who stood in front of everyone. Shiro. In the pouring rain, it was unclear whether the droplets streaming from Tsunade's eyes were rain or tears. Her gaze firmed as she shouted. Uchiha Shiro. If you have any trump cards left, use them now. As Tsunade's shout rang out, Orochimaru immediately launched his jutsu, aiming directly at Hanzo, who was preparing to attack. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. In an instant, countless snakes bound what appeared to be Hanzo, only for him to dissolve into a puddle of water. Upon seeing this, Shiro took a deep breath and shouted in a commanding voice. Find Hanzo's real body. Just one moment is all I need to end this. With a powerful leap, Shiro jumped onto the highest slab of broken stone on the devastated battlefield. Hanzo's real body. Realizing something, Kushina quickly formed hand seals and shouted. Instantly, a surge of energy swept across the battlefield. Barrier, heavenly dome formation. Centered on herself, a transparent, spherical detection barrier rapidly expanded. Fueled by Kushina's reckless expenditure of chakra, the barrier grew large enough to cover half the battlefield in an instant. Hanzo is underground. Kushina suddenly opened her eyes wide and shouted, pointing directly at Hanzo's hidden location. Just as Hanzo, who had been hiding underground, prepared to counterattack, Tsunade's furious roar echoed from the sky. Hanzo! Come out! Leaping down with all her might, Tsunade's devastating heavenly foot of pain smashed into the ground. The sheer force of her monstrous strength caused the earth to collapse as if an earthquake had struck. The sheer destruction left all the surrounding shinobi, both allies and enemies, in awe. Even at her limits, this was a battle beyond their ability to intervene. You! Hanzo emerged from the ground, looking utterly disheveled. Gasping for breath, he glared furiously at the Konoha shinobi. Let me see how much chakra you have left, aside from this Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The moment Hanzo reappeared, the sky suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning. The shocking sight drew the attention of all the shinobi present, filling them with dread. On the highest stone slab stood a lone figure, clad in tattered white garments. Uchiha Shirou, gasping for breath and appearing somewhat battered, gazed down at Hanzo with an imperious look, his back illuminated by countless arcs of electricity. Hanzo. All I need is one moment. This jutsu may still be incomplete, but there is no way to evade it. The Crimson Three-Tomo Sharingan glared down at Hanzo. At this moment, Shirou's expression mirrored the arrogance Hanzo had displayed earlier. It was as if he now held dominion over the battlefield. What level of jutsu is this? No, impossible. How can someone wield such power? Shinobi from both Konoha and the Omega Kure stared in shock at this scene. In the next instant, as lightning crackled from Shirou's hand, Hanzo's pupils contracted. This jutsu summons thunder from the heavens. Its name is Kirin. With this lightning, vanish from this world. As Shiro raised his arm like a god commanding the heavens, the lightning in the sky obeyed his guidance. Thunder roared as a massive lightning beast in the form of a Kirin emerged, its deafening roar echoing across the battlefield. There's no way to dodge this. At the sight of the jutsu's prelude, the experienced shinobi present instinctively realized they stood no chance of evading it. This wasn't just ninjutsu, it was a technique that harnessed the forces of nature. Lightning struck in 1,000th of a second, faster than the speed of sound. This Shiro. Orochimaru's raspy voice carried a rare tone of admiration as his golden eyes reflected the brilliant lightning. He couldn't help but marvel at the incredible jutsu. Hanzo. Just then, Hanzo's figure dissolved into the water once again. Tsunade's face darkened, and Kushina, maintaining her barrier, shouted in frustration. Shiro. Her cry revealed Hanzo's reappearing figure. However, they were already too late to stop him. You Uchiha. I acknowledge your strength. A lightning-based jutsu like this is impossible for me to evade. Using the water body technique, Hanzo's figure appeared right in front of Shiro. His eyes still carried a lingering fear of the jutsu's power. If not for his quick reaction, forcing Shiro to activate the jutsu prematurely, he truly wouldn't have been able to escape. But now, at such close range, there was no way Shiro could unleash a jutsu of that scale. Shiro's three-tomo Sharingan tracked Hanzo's movements. As Hanzo attacked, Shiro's expression did not show surprise, instead, a sly smile slowly crept onto his face, as though his plan had succeeded. I already told you, this jutsu is still incomplete. Before Shiro could even finish speaking, Hanzo of the Salamander's pupils widened in shock. Was this Uchiha willing to go down with him? Had he lost his mind? In the sky, the thunderous roar of the lightning-formed Kirin tore through the heavens and earth in an instant. Blinding white light engulfed the battlefield in an instant, making everything vanish from sight. Tsunade, Kushina, Mikoto, and countless Konoha shinobi stared in shock at the area where the lightning had struck. Boom. First came the dazzling white light, illuminating the entire sky and earth, followed by a deafening explosion that echoed across the land. Shiro. Tsunade, Kushina, and Mikoto stared in disbelief at the spot where Shiro had just stood, on top of the giant boulder. The intense lightning eventually faded, and both Konoha and Omega Kure shinobi looked toward the center of the battlefield with shock. After the thunderstorm passed, the black clouds in the sky seemed to dissipate, as if drained of their energy, and even the rain began to cease. In the spot where Shiro once stood, there was now only a massive crater. The ground nearby had been scorched dry by the overwhelming power of the lightning. Suddenly, a weak coughing sound broke the silence, causing countless Konoha shinobi to narrow their eyes, while the Omega Kure shinobi broke into excited cheers. Lord Hanzo. From the rubble, Hanzo of the Salamander emerged battered. His body was severely burned by the lightning, and his injuries were horrific. Yet, within the crater, there was no other trace of life. Cough cough. So from the very beginning, this jutsu was uncontrollable, only capable of being guided, and even that required self-sacrifice. Hanzo coughed weakly, blood spilling from his mouth. Despite his severe injuries, his face twisted in anger. It had been years since he had felt such a close brush with death. Just moments ago. So close. Hanzo. Tsunade's furious shout echoed as she charged forward. In the distance, Kushina's pupils dilated as her fourth chakra tail began to emerge. With a booming crash, Tsunade's monstrous strength seemed to have waned. Her punch left only a deep crater in the ground. Hanzo turned into a puddle of water, revealing his desperation to escape from this group of Konoha shinobi. As Tsunade's fist struck the ground, it shattered part of the terrain, revealing the half-buried corpse of a massive creature. Everyone recognized it instantly. It was none other than Hanzo's summoned beast, the salamander. Even at the last moment, he used his summoning beast to block the fatal blow, Orochimaru remarked, finally understanding how Hanzo had managed to survive such a terrifying jutsu. Lord Hanzo. Lady Tsunade. Lord Orochimaru. Following the earlier lightning strike, several shinobi from both sides disengaged from combat and rushed toward their respective leaders. Lord Hanzo. 6 Omega Kure shinobi roared as they positioned themselves in front of their leader. 2 of them quickly helped support the weakened Hanzo, their eyes filled with shock. Never before had they seen Lord Hanzo in such a pitiful state. Cough cough. Another mouthful of blood spilled from Hanzo's lips, shocking the Omega Kure shinobi. Despite his injuries, Hanzo forced himself to lift his head and glare at the Konoha shinobi who had pushed him to this point. At this moment, a hawk's cry pierced the sky. Lord Hanzo. Urgent news from the battlefield. When Hanzo read the report, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he spat out blood in frustration. Lord Hanzo. As his subordinates cried out in panic, Hanzo wheezed heavily, his gaze filled with bitterness as he looked at the Konoha shinobi. If only this information had arrived just half a minute earlier, he wouldn't have been so severely injured. It seems, this war is Konoha's victory. Konoha shinobi, I will remember your names. At the same time, Konoha shinobi received their report from the hawk. Kushina. A seal paper with the character seal was slapped onto Kushina's back, suppressing the tailed beast chakra that was about to erupt within her. Hearing the voice, Kushina's pupils widened. Her eyes filled with tears as she rasped, Shiro. Cough cough. I told you, this jutsu was just a guide, still incomplete. A weakened Uchiha Shirou appeared behind her without warning. Smiling faintly despite his condition, he added, and Kushina, this is our little secret. Hearing his teasing tone, Kushina's blood-red beast-like eyes gradually returned to normal. She turned to face him, immediately throwing herself at him and biting him fiercely. You liar. I couldn't feel your chakra. Tears fell as she sobbed. Shiro, still coughing weakly, smiled faintly as he saw Tsunade's relieved expression in the distance. At that moment, he smiled. He had won. Once again, he had gambled and won. The Shiro they had seen earlier was just a shadow clone. Although his real body hadn't mastered White Zetsu's underground camouflage technique, he had managed to burrow into the ground, evading chakra detection. This was how he had fooled both Hanzo and Kushina's sensory barriers. You bastard. Kushina scolded, but as her clarity returned, she quickly wiped away her tears. As for Shiro's mention of their secret, though she was furious, she could only keep it to herself for now. Fire the signal flares. The war is over. Orochimaru's raspy voice ordered several Konoha reinforcements to launch signal flares. At the same time, Omega Kure shinobi did the same. Konoha shinobi, I will remember you. When Hanzo saw that Shiro had survived, his frustration grew. One by one, they had ganged up on him, an old man. Retreat, retreat. In a hoarse and weak voice, Hanzo gave the order to retreat. Many Omega Kure shinobi roared in frustration but complied. Seeing this, Hanzo muttered weakly, Tsunade has already fallen. This war belongs to Konoha. Retreat. Hanzo had hoped for peace, but he had planned to strike a decisive blow against Konoha before negotiating terms. Now, however, both sides were left battered, and his leverage in negotiations had greatly diminished. Protect Lord Hanzo during the retreat. 2 level-headed Omega Kure shinobi shouted, summoning a small salamander to burrow into the ground. On the battlefield, both Konoha and Omega Kure shinobi began retreating under the signal flares, regrouping with their respective forces. Omega Kure is retreating underground and has summoned countless explosive tagged rats. They're using them to cut off pursuit. As they retreated, the Omega Kure shinobi displayed remarkable decisiveness, planting countless explosive tags to prevent Konoha from chasing them. Konoha, for its part, no longer had the strength to continue the fight. Even if they did, Tsunade and the others wouldn't risk destroying a Megakure. If the land of rain fell into chaos, Konoha's goal of ending the war would fail. A crippled yet somewhat stable Megakure was what they needed. Treat the wounded. Konoha had suffered heavy casualties, leaving many ninjas in critical condition. Meanwhile, Megakure had only around 100 shinobi left to escape. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru had all lost their combat capabilities. While Kushina could still unleash a tailed beast bomb if she truly wanted to, doing so would mire Konoha further in the Land of Rain's war. Chapter 114, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 114. Land of Rain. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and the warm sunlight shone upon the damp earth. The small town, Konoha camp. Shiro, is this the so-called jutsu you claimed would end the battle? Guiding a lightning strike to hit yourself. Inside the house, Tsunade, who had already recovered, scolded the still weak Shiro in a stern voice, while the others pretended not to notice. Seeing Tsunade, who was already full of energy in such a short time, Shiro couldn't help but reveal a look of envy. The Senju clan's physique is truly enviable. He didn't even need to mention Kushina, but the Senju clan's constitution was just as absurdly strong. Don't change the subject. Tsunade snapped coldly, clearly annoyed. Beside her, Kushina raised her head with a look of schadenfreude, her eyes glaring as though she wanted to chime in with a scolding of her own. Feeling awkward, Shiro turned his head, hoping for help from Mikoto, who was lying weakly on a nearby hospital bed. However, Mikoto simply shut her eyes and pretended not to see, leaving Shiro even more speechless. Sister Tsunade, this jutsu isn't fully developed yet. Shiro stammered awkwardly. The so-called S-rank jutsu, Kirin, wasn't so easy to master. After all, even his Chidori was only a half-finished product. The guiding of lightning. He hadn't trained enough to control it freely yet. At most, he was using his unfinished Chidori to direct the lightning right onto himself. However, Tsunade lectured him mercilessly. Do you know what people outside are saying now? They're saying that Konoha's genius ninja, Uchiha Shirou, nearly electrocuted himself with his S-rank lightning jutsu. The battle with the rain shinobi had been brutal, with heavy losses on Konoha's side. Since this small town was the closest, everyone had come here to recuperate. Just as Tsunade was scolding him, Orochimaru's hoarse laughter drifted into the room. The moment Orochimaru appeared, Shiro felt like he had seen his savior. Although Orochimaru's face was still pale and he hadn't fully recovered, he was clearly in better shape than Shiro. Hehe, Shiro-kun truly is a genius, coming up with such a jutsu. Unlike Tsunade, Orochimaru was fascinated by the jutsu's potential. As he entered, he spoke to Shiro with great interest. This jutsu has a wide range, extremely high attack power, and minimal chakra consumption. Or rather, it only requires a small amount of chakra to guide the natural lightning. Shiro-kun, you thought of this. Truly brilliant. To harness the forces of nature itself, though it has significant limitations, Land of Rain's natural terrain is practically made for this jutsu. And even if someone understands its mechanics, only the Uchiha clan could use it. Orochimaru's enthusiasm made him sound like a jutsu fanatic as he continued with excitement. Controlling lightning requires not only the half-finished guiding jutsu you used but also a powerful Sharingan capable of tracking the speed and flow of lightning. That means this jutsu is exclusive to the Uchiha clan. Listening to Orochimaru's analysis, Shiro couldn't help but be amazed. As expected of the future scientist Orochimaru, his sharp insight had dissected the jutsu almost completely. Just as Orochimaru had said, this S-rank lightning release jutsu could only be used by the Uchiha clan, and even then, only by those with highly developed three-tomo Sharingan. The ability to track the speed and flow of lightning alone was proof of how powerful Sasuke's Sharingan had been in the original series. So, Shiro-kun, from the beginning, this unfinished jutsu of yours could only summon lightning to strike, right? You couldn't control it. And during the battle, your goal wasn't to locate Hanzo's true body but to lure him into attacking you instead. Orochimaru suddenly shifted the topic, voicing his suspicions. At this, Tsunade immediately burst into laughter, but her laughter carried a peculiar tone. Of course. Konoha's genius is naturally different from ordinary ninjas. While other ninjas use jutsu to attack others, our genius here uses it to attack himself first. Tsunade's sarcastic remark left Shiro utterly embarrassed. Meanwhile, Orochimaru shook his head with a look of regret. What a pity. It seems Shiro-kun's jutsu still needs time to be perfected. But with Shiro-kun's talent, I'm sure it won't take long, especially with Tsunade here. At this, Orochimaru gave a strange smile, but Tsunade immediately responded with a cold snort. My business is none of your concern, Orochimaru. Ignoring her, Orochimaru continued to smile at Shiro as he said. Shiro-kun, the war is coming to an end. White Fang's surprise attack on the Land of Wind was successful, forcing the Sand Shinobi to retreat. The Land of Rain's defensive lines have been broken, and the third Kazekage has already sent envoys to Konoha. Even the Rain Shinobi have ceased hostilities, and negotiations to end the war are underway. Tsunade has been assigned to the rear to treat the wounded, so now she has plenty of time to teach you ninjutsu. Hearing this, Shiro froze. At first, he thought Orochimaru was teasing Tsunade, but then he realized he had overestimated Orochimaru's social skills. Orochimaru wasn't teasing, he was bluntly pointing out that the war was over, and Tsunade had been relegated to the rear. Orochimaru, it seems you're not busy enough. Even Tsunade, who was well aware of Orochimaru's personality, couldn't help but snark at his thinly veiled jab. She retorted sarcastically. This is a great accomplishment, you know, saving Konoha from the war. Orochimaru, shouldn't you and Jiraiya be negotiating with the Rain Shinobi so you can earn your rewards back in the village? But Orochimaru, unfazed, licked his lips and turned his gaze to Shiro with interest. Compared to the front lines, I find Shirokuen far more intriguing. Seeing this, Shiro was utterly speechless. If Orochimaru were a woman, he'd start suspecting some strange intentions. No, bad thoughts. Lord Orochimaru, with Sister Tsunade here, Konoha's ninjas will surely be treated safely, Shiro said with a smile, tactfully interrupting the conversation and giving Tsunade an out. Orochimaru glanced at Shiro with a smile, then his throat moved, and he let out a dry retching sound. Under Kushina's wide-eyed look of shock, Orochimaru pulled out a scroll thicker than her arm from his mouth. Shirokuen, this is a collection of lightning release material I've gathered. It might help with your jutsu. Of course, if you're willing, we could study this jutsu together someday. At this point, Orochimaru wasn't obsessed with immortality yet. His greatest passion was still learning and mastering all ninjutsu. Discovering a new jutsu that harnessed the forces of nature. He was thrilled. Shiro froze for a moment before his face lit up with joy. Was this for real? This was Orochimaru. If it were anyone else, he might suspect ulterior motives, but Orochimaru wasn't like that. At this point, Orochimaru was simply a madman obsessed with ninjutsu. Of course. I'll write down all the details and ideas for this jutsu right away, Shiro said with a big smile. He knew that this lightning release jutsu had originally been refined in collaboration with Orochimaru. The so-called Sasuke's original creation. Much of the credit likely belonged to Orochimaru. After Orochimaru left, the atmosphere in the room became awkward. Even Kushina noticed the tension and quietly moved to Mikoto's bedside, peeling fruit. Tsunade, meanwhile, sat on a chair with a smile, her long legs crossed and swinging lazily as she taunted. Why so quiet now? Weren't you so talkative earlier? Shiro, utterly embarrassed, forced a laugh. Sister Tsunade, this is a good thing, it's all for the village. After all, who doesn't know your medical ninjutsu is the best in the ninja world? Bullshit. Tsunade glared at him. When the war starts, they remember the Senju clan. But as soon as it's over, they shove me to the back, claiming it's for treating the wounded. Don't think I'm stupid enough not to see through their disgusting tactics. Her tone grew more bitter as she continued. Right after defeating the Sand Shinobi, they sent White Fang to the land of rice fields to guard against the Kimogakure. They dressed it up with nice words, saying the Tsunagakure suffered too much, and that during peace talks, they'll nitpick if White Fang is present. It's all for the sake of protecting Konoha's hero. White Fang, just endure it for now and stay at the faraway border. Listening to Tsunade vent her frustrations, Shiro almost wanted to clap and cheer. As expected of Konoha's elders. Masters of internal politics and manipulation. One word, brilliant. Ahem. Sister Tsunade, this is really for protecting the heroes. Shiro tried to defend the village, but under Tsunade's death glare, his voice grew quieter and quieter. Beside him, Kushina couldn't hold back any longer. She glared at Shiro and scolded. Shiro. Are all of you Uchihas this stubborn? You just keep ramming your head into the wall over and over, refusing to turn back unless you smash it down. What the heck? This sudden roasting left Shiro stunned. What did this have to do with him? Why was he getting dragged into this? After venting at Shiro, Uzumaki Kushina moved over to massage Tsunade's shoulders, comforting her. Sister Tsunade, you don't know, this Shiro is just bullheaded. When I first transferred to the village and said I wanted to become Hokage, this guy kept babbling about the will of fire or whatever. His brain must have been broken. Every written exam he took was absurd. Those tests about the will of fire and how great the Hokage was, he aced every single one of them. At this point, Kushina seemed to recall the past, and she couldn't help but point at Shiro, who was lying on the bed, her wide eyes glaring as she said. Even back then, the teachers at the Ninja Academy said, the reason Uchiha Shiro can score full marks is that the test is only worth 100 points, and the reason we pass is because our abilities can only reach that level. She even brought up this ancient history. Shiro widened his eyes in disbelief. Back then, he only did that to maintain his persona. Why was it now being made out to seem like he had some kind of mental issue? However, as Kushina spoke about what seemed like embarrassing moments from Shiro's past, deep down, she was defending him. Enough. Tsunade sighed heavily, rubbing her temples. Did she not see through Kushina's intentions? But the current state of the village, it wasn't just disappointing, it was far worse than that. Tsunade raised her head, looking at the bedridden Shiro, her brows furrowing as she spoke in a serious tone. I understand that you're trying hard to refute the darkness of the village. Deep down, you can see what's going on, but you still try to avoid it. However, there are some things you must understand, the village isn't what you think it is. Or rather, the village has already changed. This time, your Uchiha clan might even be reassigned to the rear lines. As she said this, Tsunade took a deep breath. In her eyes, Shiro was indeed stubborn, especially when it came to matters regarding the village. This prompted her to shift her gaze to Mikoto. Mikoto, you're far more level-headed than Shiro. I hope you'll stay vigilant in the future. The slaughter on the battlefield is, in fact, the easiest part. The most brutal challenges come when you face the enemies hidden behind you. Tsunade spoke with an earnest and solemn tone. At this point, none of them were ordinary ninjas anymore. She had to shoulder the burden of the Senju clan, and similarly, Mikoto and Shiro had to bear some of the Uchiha clan's responsibilities. Both sides carried the weight of their families. The clever Mikoto seemed to understand the implications of Tsunade's words. She nodded seriously and said, I understand, Lady Tsunade. Don't worry, I'll stay vigilant in the future. In the next moment, 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned to look at Shiro. This left him feeling awkward as if the issue lay entirely with him. Shiro, what's that will of fire you're always preaching about? Something about how the children of the village are its future hope, and the older generation must trust and protect them, right? Looking at Shiro, Tsunade felt a headache coming on. Although he was usually mature, sometimes he was so Uchiha. So maddeningly stubborn. And now? On the battlefield, I see teenagers barely older than 10 fighting on the front lines, their lives burning like flames to illuminate the village. Meanwhile, the corrupt elders are greedily enjoying everything. Her sarcastic words echoed in the room, directly dismissing Shiro's naive ideas. After all, if he continued holding on to such childish and idealistic notions, she feared he'd end up in trouble. Or rather, trouble had already come for him. It was only by sheer luck, his and hers, that they'd survived. Hearing this, Shiro widened his eyes, looking at Tsunade, Kushina, and even Mikoto. Their gazes seemed to scream, that's right. We're talking about you. Wow. At this moment, he finally realized. He had been trying all along to subtly get them to recognize the village's true nature. But now, they had turned the tables on him, thinking he was the one who didn't understand, and they had come to educate him instead. This is a Uno reverse card. Staring at the 3 of them in shock, Shiro was momentarily at a loss for words. It felt like he couldn't process what was happening, but deep down, there was an odd sense of lying on a hospital bed while blessings rained from the sky. Honestly, it was all thanks to the Konoha infamous elders for making him look good. He hadn't even expected the higher-ups to be this shameless. They had barely won on the front lines and were already turning on their people. As expected. The other great nations of the ninja world had only lasted this long because Konoha was too busy sabotaging itself. Seeing Shiro's dumbfounded expression, all 3 women sighed inwardly. Even Mikoto looked worried. While Shiro had ambition, his trust in the village seemed a bit excessive. Chapter 115, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 115. In the dark underground cave. Lord Madara, due to the Tsunade, now the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain are negotiating peace with Konoha. After listening to White Zetsu's report on the situation in the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, sitting alone on a stone chair, showed a mocking expression upon hearing the news. Peace. It's nothing but a joke. Back when Hashirama and I were still around, the ninja world only achieved peace naturally because of the sword hanging above everyone's heads. But the moment that sword disappears, this so-called false peace shatters instantly. The current so-called peace is just Konoha's wishful thinking. The 3 great nations, Cloud, Rock, and Mist, have been sharpening their blades for so long. How could they possibly sheath them? Even the Tsunade, this time, has merely suffered some minor bloodletting. In Madara's eyes, the ninja world was nothing but disappointing and contemptible. The first great ninja war at least left the 5 great villages exhausted and severely damaged, which gave them no choice but to enjoy 20 years of recuperation and so-called peace. It also gave the smaller villages a chance to grow. But this so-called second great ninja war. It looks dramatic, but in reality, it's just about crippling the Amigake equals re. All the ambitious ones are merely biding their time, waiting for the right moment to strike. His raspy voice echoed in the cave. As Madara explained, after the first great ninja war, the ninja world enjoyed a surface-level peace for 20 years, allowing the major villages to recover. Yet only a few years after the Second Great Ninja War ended, conflict erupted once more. The death of the third Kazekage was merely the spark that ignited the flames. The Third Great Ninja War was simply an extension of the unresolved tensions from the second. Uchiha Shiro has performed well this time. Though he still has his flaws, he hasn't disgraced the Uchiha name. The wars of the ninja world no longer interested Madara. Instead, he was more focused on Uchiha Shiro, the young man who had inherited his will. Madara saw a reflection of himself in this promising youth. But as he eagerly awaited more news about Shiro, White Zetsu's next words made Madara's expression grow darker and darker. Eventually, he couldn't restrain his anger and smashed the armrest of the stone chair in one furious motion. Fool. Uchiha Shiro is smart in every way except one, he grew up in Konoha and can't see the darkness lurking behind it. I told Hashirama back then. Madara's voice echoed furiously through the dim cave. It was the first time in years he had been this enraged. Even Hashirama's granddaughter sees through things more clearly than he does, yet this boy is still being foolish. As White Zetsu recounted Konoha's various manipulations during this time, Madara grew increasingly furious. The fact that Uchiha Shiro still clung to some naive fantasies about Konoha left Madara thoroughly disappointed. Naive fantasies. After venting his anger, Madara found himself reflecting on his past. Back then, he had been just like this boy. When Konoha was first established, he could already sense the village's rejection of him, yet he stubbornly held on to hope for Hashirama and the village. He tried desperately to fit in, but all he received in return was betrayal. He is just like the old me. Madara muttered to himself. Uchiha Shiro resembled his younger self so much, clinging to childish fantasies, blind to the truth. It seems it's time to shatter the last of his illusions. Only then can he avoid repeating the old mistakes I made. As he thought of Tobirama Senju, Madara's expression turned cold. Tobirama, it seems both you and your disciples are equally cunning. But this time, the ones facing the consequences will be the Senju. How ironic. In his long years of solitude, Madara had rarely found anything interesting. But now, as he plotted to guide Uchiha Shiro, he felt a strange excitement. White Zetsu, however, completely failed to grasp Madara's thoughts and instead asked in a mischievous tone. Lord Madara, should we guide Uchiha Shiro into the darkness? No. Madara rejected the idea without hesitation. His eyes gleamed with determination. Looking at Uchiha Shiro, who reminded him so much of himself, Madara's greatest desire now was to see how far this young man, who had inherited his will, could go. White Zetsu, the rats hiding in Konoha's shadows won't be able to sit still for long. Since they're so eager to act, we'll give them a little push from the shadows. At just the right moment, we'll help Uchiha Shiro grow faster. At this point, Madara paused, then revealed a cruel smile. Once his last illusions are shattered, and he sees Konoha's darkness for what it truly is, I'm eager to see what kind of potential he will unleash and what path he'll choose to walk. The cave was soon filled with Madara's low, hoarse laughter. He eagerly anticipated seeing Uchiha Shiro follow the path he once walked, steadfast in his belief in ruling through power, and what that would bring to the ninja world. Perhaps even the title of Hokage. Although Madara's dream of becoming Hokage had long since been shattered, who could refuse the chance to witness a Uchiha who resembled him so much fulfill that dream in his stead? Hashirama, this time, the Uchiha won't lose. As he considered this amusing possibility, Madara's expression turned excited and wicked. He was determined to accelerate Uchiha Shiro's growth, ensuring he wouldn't waste time hesitating as Madara himself once had. A small town. On the surface, the war had ended more than half a year ago. But only the public conflict had ceased. The Land of Rain, having lost the war, was forced into a humiliating peace treaty. While both sides negotiated endlessly over the terms, Konoha claimed to withdraw its forces but stalled with excuses, dragging the process out. Meanwhile, the Rain Ninja had no choice but to endure their anger and humiliation in silence. Konoha, under the guise of withdrawal, plundered the Land of Rain's resources with impunity. The secret killings continued in the shadows. Shiro, in this period, many of our ninjas have been involved in mining operations. The Chakra metal. Listening to the report, Shiro nodded slightly. I understand. Do your best to extract as much as possible before the withdrawal. Not only his group but Konoha's forces throughout the occupied territories were frantically exploiting the remaining resources, seizing every last opportunity before their departure. After all, once they left, who knew when they'd return? With the Tsunade having already withdrawn and signed a peace treaty with Konoha, only the Omega Kure remained too weak to cause trouble. Konoha's sudden reversal of the war had left the other three great villages, Cloud, Rock, and Mist, stunned and furious. They had been lying in wait for a chance to strike but now found themselves at a loss. The Land of Rain was full of spies from other villages, all hoping to reignite the flames of war. But while everyone coveted the resources of the Land of Fire, no one wanted to be the first to make a move. The Omega Kurei, meanwhile, had no desire to be used as a tool. Congratulations on becoming a Jonin, Mikoto. After the work report concluded, Shiro offered a sincere smile of congratulations. Mikoto responded with a gentle smile of her own. Yes, after contributing so much, I wasn't the only one promoted to Jonin. Congratulations to you as well, Shiro. Once we return, you'll be the new deputy chief of the Konoha police force. Though Mikoto's tone was congratulatory, her words also carried a subtle undertone of dissatisfaction with how Konoha treated the Uchiha. Shiro, of course, understood her meaning. Shaking his head with a smile, he replied. All right, Mikoto, I know what you're trying to say. When it comes to outsiders, there's little we can do. But within the clan, we'll distribute rewards based on merit, whether it's techniques, training resources, or anything else. After all, we've acquired a significant amount of chakra metal this time. Mikoto nodded in agreement. Understood. But this time, the other new deputy chief of the police force is Captain Fugaku. I think you know what that means. The ever-gentle Mikoto's tone carried a hint of probing as she spoke. You're referring to the future clan leader position, aren't you? Shiro's expression remained calm. He was well aware of the situation. His promotion to deputy chief had been proposed by the third Hokage himself, ostensibly as a reward for his contributions to the Land of Rain. At the same time, the current Uchiha clan leader had conveniently proposed his son as the second deputy chief. It was obvious to anyone paying attention, this was the Hokage's plan to sow discord within the Uchiha clan and incite internal conflict. Although the police force was essentially controlled by the Uchiha clan, and they could appoint or dismiss various positions at will, the roles of captain and deputy captain still required formal notification to the Hokage as a gesture of respect whenever there was a change in leadership. And then the third Hokage pulled this move. Shiro, if you're interested, it's not like there's no chance. After all, I'm the granddaughter of Elder Setsuna, and with your battlefield reputation this time. Mikoto stared intently at Shiro, her gaze filled with determination. It was as if she was saying, if you want it, I'll fully support you. She was ready to rally support and formally initiate his campaign for the position of clan leader. Mikoto, you. Mikoto's attitude touched Shiro, but at the same time, it left him speechless. Was she going to jump headfirst into a trap, knowing it was a setup? If this were a world where power was merely superficial, it would be one thing. But this world, he understood it better than anyone else. Mikoto, what good is the position of clan leader? As he spoke, 3 Tomo Sharingan gradually appeared in Shiro's eyes. He stared at Mikoto intently and said in a serious tone. Mikoto, don't lose yourself over something as trivial as the title of Jonin. A Jonin is merely the starting point for a ninja. According to Elder Setsuna's records, the kind of earth-shattering power the Sharingan possesses is what the Uchiha should truly strive for, not so-called authority. Shiro spoke earnestly as if reminding Uchiha Mikoto of something. In her eyes, Shiro, who had fought against and even severely injured the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, was already considered a powerful individual. Given a few more years, he would undoubtedly grow even stronger. Naturally, this would seem like the perfect time to pursue the position of Uchiha clan leader. This difference was not about vision but rather about understanding. Shiro, do you believe in such things? Mikoto exclaimed in shock. The power of Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage seemed mythical, almost too fantastical to be real. After all, in the warped world of the shinobi, particularly after the first Great Ninja War, those who had witnessed such power had mostly passed away. How many witnesses remained? Who would even believe in such godlike power as described in the legends? Why wouldn't I believe? Seeing Mikoto's disbelief, Shiro shook his head and stepped forward. Their eyes met, and his Sharingan locked firmly onto hers. Mikoto. I believe your Sharingan can see even farther. Under Shiro's compelling words, Mikoto was left stunned. His statement was almost like saying, your potential is still vast. This filled her with a newfound sense of determination. I understand now, Shiro. I will always stand by your side. Though she still felt a little lost, Mikoto now had someone to follow. As long as she kept training and striving to catch up to Shiro, everything would work out. Hearing this, Shiro smiled. While natural talent was important, so too was the will to fight and improve. If one lost their ambition, they would stagnate. The essence of chakra was the power created by the fusion of mental and physical energy. Thus, the stronger one's resolve and drive, the stronger one would become as a ninja. This was why the warped shinobi world placed such emphasis on concepts like dreams and one's ninja way. It also explained why so many ninjas became stronger when they were driven to extremes. It was a real phenomenon. For example, in the original story, many strong ninjas showed a significant drop in power or stagnated for years due to a loss of resolve or purpose. Notable examples included Hanzo of the Salamander in his later years, Enko Mitarashi, and even Kakashi, all of whom were once geniuses but failed to progress due to their mental states. The saying redemption weakens you, while darkness makes you 10 times stronger wasn't without merit. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura were individuals with extreme and unwavering beliefs. Now that the war is over, we should be heading back. But about those kids, Shiro, what are you planning to do with them? In the room, the 18-year-old Mikoto had grown taller and more graceful, exuding a sense of charm. Shiro couldn't help but smile as he looked at her. Yahiko is a determined young man. Since he's resolved to change his country, that's his choice, and we should respect it. As for Conan and Nagato, we'll see. Though he said this, Shiro knew deep down that Uchiha Madara would never allow him to bring Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan, back to the village. While discussing such serious matters, Mikoto noticed Shiro's gaze lingering on a certain part of her body. She couldn't help but smile teasingly. Shiro, congratulations on turning 15. It had been over half a year since the war began, and almost a year had passed without them realizing it. However, Mikoto's teasing remark made Shiro's eyes twitch. Yeah, Mikoto, you made your move early back then, huh? His final statement, with a drawn-out tone, caused a hint of awkwardness to flash across Mikoto's eyes. Shiro, Kushina, and Lady Tsunade have gone to the front lines to assist Lord Orochimaru with treating the wounded. A lot is going on in the town, so I'll head down for now. As Mikoto tried to avoid his gaze and leave, her legs suddenly gave out, causing her to fall onto Shiro's lap. Shiro. Her dark eyes shimmered with a layer of mist, and somehow, his hand had already reached her waist. Just as he was about to make another move, they both suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside the house. Shiro, here's the latest report. Mikoto quickly adopted a serious demeanor, reporting the mission details with a solemn expression. Sitting at the desk, Shiro nodded gravely. All right, make the necessary preparations. As they were discussing the mission, the door was suddenly flung open. Conan entered, her face filled with panic. Lord Shiro, something terrible has happened. It's Nagato, he. This unexpected turn of events caused Shiro's expression serious. He immediately said in a sharp tone, Conan, take me to him at once. Yes. Chapter 116, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 116. Credits, Kenwood Jones. The sound of drizzling rain filled the air as the mud-covered ground of the small town's mountainside bore witness to a ninja's corpse lying in a pool of blood. In the distance, a red-haired boy stood trembling, his face pale with fear as he stared at the scene before him. Nagato, Lord Shiro is here. Conan's panicked voice pulled the paralyzed Nagato back to reality. His eyes were filled with endless terror and confusion as he gasped for breath. Remnants of the ninja forces. When Shiro and Mikoto arrived, they were greeted by this grim sight. Initially, Mikoto assumed it was the work of the remnant forces in the Land of Rain. But her pupils suddenly contracted as her gaze sharpened. Shiro. It's a Konoha ninja. Mikoto's face turned ashen. The corpse lying in the pool of blood bore a Konoha forehead protector. Hearing this, Conan frantically tried to explain, her voice trembling with panic. No. Sister Mikoto, Lord Shiro, it's not what you think. This ninja suddenly appeared and tried to attack us. He even. And then Nagato, to protect me, had no choice but to. Conan's sobs, her disheveled clothing, and the chaotic scene before them painted a clear picture. A Konoha ninja, driven by the brutality of war, had attempted to harm civilians from another country. In the end, Nagato had killed him in defense. Upon seeing this, Shiro's expression darkened. A Konoha ninja, and this scene. Uchiha Madara. This was just like in the original story, using a crisis to awaken Nagato's power. However, this time, it was a Konoha ninja involved, ensuring Nagato couldn't be persuaded to return to Konoha. And perhaps, it was also a test. Shiro. Nagato's eyes. Mikoto's voice was low, her expression tense as she pointed out something unusual. Shiro's gaze fell on Nagato, who was still trembling in fear. Nagato's eyes, partly revealed, displayed a strange pattern, concentric ripples of purple, radiating an eerie and powerful aura. Even Mikoto, with her Sharingan activated, could feel the overwhelming power emanating from those eyes. An unknown dojutsu. Mikoto had never encountered the Rinnegan before, so her first reaction was to assume it was an unknown Kekkei Genkai. But Shiro feigned shock, exclaiming. These eyes. Could it be? The legends are true. Shiro's exaggerated reaction surprised Mikoto even more. She had never seen him lose his composure like this, not even when facing Hanzo of the Salamander. Sensing the presence of someone in the shadows, Shiro suppressed his emotions and muttered in a low voice. It's unbelievable. The legendary Three Great Dojutsu is real. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Shiro was aware of the ancient records that mentioned the Three Great Dojutsu, so his shock wasn't entirely feigned. The three great dojutsu. Mikoto, though unfamiliar with the records, had heard the rumors in the ninja world, the Byakugan, the Sharingan, and the legendary Rinnegan. Impossible. Mikoto's shock deepened as she connected the dots. Meanwhile, Shiro quickly regained his composure and began analyzing the situation. Conan, how did this ninja appear? Lord Shiro, he. Conan, still supporting the trembling Nagato, recounted the events in a panicked tone. Her fear was palpable. Killing a Konoha ninja was a grave crime. Would Lord Shiro forgive them? No, something's off. Shiro seemed to notice something. After carefully inspecting the scene under the rain, he approached the corpse with a grim expression. The victim suffered a sudden, immense force. This type of injury is strange. It's as if they were crushed by an omnidirectional pressure, similar to an advanced wind release technique. Their internal organs are completely shattered. Mikoto analyzed the gruesome injuries with her Sharingan, quickly deducing the cause of death. But Shiro knew the truth in his heart. This is the power of Rinnegan's Deva path. Still, his expression darkened as he reached for the corpse's mouth, using a senbon to pry it open. Mikoto's pupils contracted sharply as she exclaimed in shock. A root umbu. Shiro nodded calmly. The cursed tongue eradication seal. This curse mark is only used on members of Konoha's root division. I've heard of it before, but I didn't expect to see it today. The Uchiha clan naturally harbored a dislike for Root, not only because of their animosity toward Danzo Shimura but also due to Root's twisted methods. A Root umbu appearing here, attacking two children. What could their objective be? Shiro muttered as he completed his inspection of the corpse. Internally, he couldn't help but admire Madara's meticulous planning. The Konoha ninja before them was, in fact, a White Zetsu clone. Madara's scheme wasn't just about forcing Nagato to awaken his Rinnegan powers or sowing distrust between him and Konoha. This elaborate setup hinted at deeper motives. This is. Shiro retrieved a sealed scroll from the corpse, his expression shifting as realization dawned. Shiro, that's an encrypted root intelligence scroll. It won't be easy to decipher, and given the current situation. Though Mikoto harbored a dislike for Root, she reminded Shiro of the delicate situation. Root was still part of Konoha, whereas Nagato and Conan were outsiders. Shiro stood up slowly, his gaze falling on the terrified Nagato and Conan. No. Why would root umbus appear here? As Shiro spoke, he subtly signaled Mikoto with his eyes. At the same time, he discreetly made hand signs toward Nagato and Conan. This. Nagato, frozen in fear, failed to notice, but the observant Conan caught Shiro's gestures. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly tugged at Nagato's sleeve to alert him. Suddenly, the sound of something slicing through the air broke the tension. Mikoto instantly activated the seals on her wrist, unleashing a barrage of shuriken toward the trees. Simultaneously, Shiro dashed forward like a streak of lightning. Damn it. We've been discovered. Two masked figures emerged from the forest, their root uniforms unmistakable. But instead of panicking, they coldly declared. The Uchiha clan conspiring with rain ninjas to harm Konoha Umbu. You are hereby. Before they could finish their sentence, blood sprayed in all directions. Their eyes widened in disbelief as their vision blurred. From a distance, Conan and Nagato watched in shock as the two root umbu suddenly turned on each other, stabbing each other with their blades. Sharingan. How is this possible? From the very beginning, you were caught in a genjutsu. At some point, a cold and distant figure of Shiro appeared, standing on a large tree. His three-tomo Sharingan spun within his eye sockets as he stared unrelentingly at the two root umbu. From the very start, he had sensed someone in the forest. His true body had entered the woods, while the Shiro inspecting the body was nothing more than a shadow clone. Because they were lurking in the forest and letting their mental guard down, the two had unknowingly fallen prey to his Sharingan's genjutsu. When they rushed out, thinking that the Uchiha who turned into lightning was their target, they drew their ninja swords and stabbed. At the same time, the genjutsu broke. What came into their view was their comrades. How is this possible? We didn't even look at your eyes. The two roots, who had stabbed each other, were filled with unwillingness. However, Shiro, standing coldly on the tree trunk, sneered. Are you sure you avoided my Sharingan? As his cold voice echoed, the bodies of the two root umbu collapsed. In that instant, their eyes widened in shock as they noticed the falling raindrops in the puddles around them. All of these raindrops and puddles reflected the blood-red, three-tomo Sharingan. In their final moments, they understood everything. They indeed hadn't looked directly into the Sharingan, but the Sharingan, through the omnipresent reflections in the rainwater, had still managed to cast a genjutsu on them. How could the Sharingan be this powerful? The two root umbu's bodies fell with a splashing noise, collapsing into the mud and water. Shiro. Your Sharingan has already reached this level. Mikoto was stunned. Such ocular prowess had already surpassed her grandfather, Elder Setsuna. Though all three Tomo Sharingan were generally similar, only a few exceptionally strong Uchiha possessed extraordinary power. These individuals gave off the impression that their three Tomo Sharingan could completely overwhelm ordinary ones. From the beginning, the Root had planned to use Conan and Nagato to lure us here, but they didn't expect Nagato to turn the situation on its head and kill them instead. As Shiro analyzed, he also deactivated the explosive tags hidden in the surroundings, confirming that this place was indeed a trap. Mikoto, take Conan and Nagato back to the town first. I'll handle things here. Seeing the situation, Shiro realized there was something peculiar going on. The Root's actions were targeted at them. Understood. Without hesitation, Mikoto quickly left the forested mountain with the frightened Conan and Nagato. After carefully examining the surroundings, Shiro began searching the three corpses for useful information. Forbidden Technique, Chimera Jutsu. In the shadows, Shiro quietly activated the technique. A diamond-shaped mark appeared on his palm as he began absorbing the three corpses, which had been transformed by White Zetsu. When there was no further information to extract, Shiro used a fire release technique to burn away any traces before leaving. Under the gentle rain, the forested mountain was left with no trace of what had occurred. From the tree trunk Shiro had stood on earlier, a pale, ghastly face slowly emerged. Madara-sama's descendant is truly remarkable. What sharp instincts! White Zetsu's strange voice echoed. A moment later, he revealed a peculiar smile and pulled 3 forehead protectors and some other traces of evidence from his body. Hee, these aren't fake, you know. I just added a little, extra fire. As the voice grew fainter, White Zetsu's figure disappeared, leaving behind the 3 root forehead protectors and some scattered remnants. Konoha, the hidden root headquarters. The war is over, and Mito-sama's body is growing weaker by the day. Konoha's ultimate weapon must not have any connection to the accursed Uchiha. In a dimly lit room, Shimura Danzo spoke angrily. In front of him stood Mito-Kado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu. Yes, Danzo is right. If the ultimate weapon is divided into 2, can it still be considered an ultimate weapon? Can it still intimidate other nations? Uchiha Koharu nodded in agreement, expressing great dissatisfaction with the decision to split the Ninetales chakra into 2 halves. Now that the war was over, they were turning their attention to the village's future. Danzo, your actions are too reckless. You must remember that Tsunade has been closely guarding the front lines. Besides, you should report this to Hiruzen before making any decisions. Although Mito-Kado Hamura agreed in part, he frowned, worried about Danzo's unilateral actions. However, Danzo simply scoffed at the 2 of them. If Hiruzen disagrees, can the Root even step outside Konoha's gates? The Root exists to handle the darkness for the village. As for danger, since the day we became ninjas, we've been destined to live in danger for the rest of our lives. Danzo snorted coldly, looking down on the 2 advisors, who seemed unwilling to bear any responsibility, just like Hiruzen Sarutobi. When it came to Konoha's dark deeds, Hiruzen Sarutobi always turned a blind eye. If anything went wrong, the blame fell solely on the Root. Seeing the arrival of Mito-Kado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu, Danzo realized they were here on Hiruzen's behalf, warning him not to go too far. Don't worry. The land of rain is already in chaos. All I did was leak some information about an outsider from the Uzumaki clan to a few ambitious individuals. Also, I've already instructed the Root to prepare a plan to lure Tsunade away. There won't be any issues. Hearing Danzo's well-thought-out plan, Mito-Kado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, as village advisors, they still spoke sternly. Danzo, although the war is over, the other 3 great ninja villages are still restless. The Root must continue handling certain matters. Danzo snorted dismissively at their words. The Ninetales Jinchuriki can only be one person. No one should think about weakening the village's strongest weapon. In the Dark Root headquarters, the 3 discussed with determination. During the war, Konoha relied on the combined strength of the Senju and Uchiha. Now that the war had ended, it was time to focus on the village's internal development. If they could make Uzumaki Kushina, an outsider, disappear in the chaos of the Land of Rain, then the Ninetales Jinchuriki would naturally belong solely to Konoha. After all, from beginning to end, they were only dealing with an outsider. Chapter 117, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 117. In a small town, Conan and Nagato had barely recovered but still showed unease in their expressions. It's fine. Just forget what happened before, nothing happened. These were merely spies from an enemy nation, Mikoto calmly reassured the 2. However, in a secret chamber, Shiro's expression was heavy, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow. How's the deciphering coming along? The one working on deciphering the scroll was Senju, a jonin. At the moment, he was drenched in sweat and replied solemnly, although the Umbu was established by the second Hokage, Root operates within it. Over the years, many of the codes have changed, and the Senju clan's influence in the Umbu has almost vanished. Hearing this, Shiro frowned. The decline of the Senju clan over the years meant they had little sway in the Umbu. But since Madara and White Zetsu had gone through so much trouble to send him this intel, it was certain that it wasn't unsolvable. Not good. Kushina and Lady Tsunade are in danger. After an unknown amount of time, Senjumoku's face suddenly changed, showing shock and anger. Shiro was even more stunned. What happened? Although the deciphered information was incomplete, the general idea was clear. Uzumaki Kushina. Jinchuriki leaked information to lure Tsunade. Only 54 characters were deciphered, but neither of them were fools. Senjumoku, in particular, turned pale. Tsunade was the backbone of the Senju clan. As for Uzumaki Kushina, once the Nine Tails were sealed within her, she would be the key to protecting the Senju clan through its period of weakness for decades to come. No. Kushina and Lady Tsunade must not be harmed. As Senjumoku cried out, Shiro ordered coldly, "I'll pursue them. Senjumoku, contact Mikoto, Hyuga, and Abirame, those we can trust, immediately. Tsunade and the others left only a day ago, we can still catch up." With that, Shiro leaped out of the window, summoning a hawk with a single-hand seal. Amid the rain, the hawk cried sharply and flew toward the direction of Tsunade and Kushina's mission. Inside the room, Senjumoku's expression turned to unprecedented fury. Root. Third Hokage. Are you truly trying to exterminate the Senju clan? This middle-aged jonin in his 40s had witnessed the Senju clan's decline from its peak, all for the sake of the village. And now, the village was turning its back on them. This filled him with both grief and rage. On the front lines of the Land of Rain, there's been an increase in enemy spies and wandering ninjas infiltrating recently. Amidst pouring rain, Orochimaru frowned as he read the intelligence report. Suddenly, an urgent message arrived. Lord Orochimaru, bad news. The team sent to escort Lady Tsunade lost contact. What? Orochimaru was shocked. Even though this was the Land of Rain, this area was within Konoha's war zone. For the escort team to lose contact, they must have been ambushed. Lord Orochimaru. Without waiting, Orochimaru dashed out and barked orders, alert all Konoha forces. Send teams 3, 5, and 6 to flank from both sides. Yes. Though calm and collected, Orochimaru was no fool. Based on the timing, the escort team should have just met up with Tsunade. This meant that the ambush was targeting Tsunade herself, it wasn't a simple revenge attack. While he didn't know the full details, he surmised it was likely a small group of elite enemies. As he moved to assist, he also issued orders for a pincer maneuver. No matter what, he wouldn't let a single attacker escape. Deep in the rain-drenched forest, 100 miles away. Damn it. This is Chiyo's poison from the sand. Aren't you afraid of starting a war? In the forest, Tsunade roared angrily. Several jonin surrounded her, restraining her movements with a barrier. This ambush had been meticulously planned, the attackers were well prepared. The rogue ninjas with missing nin headbands around her scoffed coldly. War. Does Konoha want war? If you do, Kimogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure have been waiting for the chance. Panting heavily, Tsunade appeared reckless and furious, but her sharp eyes scanned her surroundings. Suddenly, she heard distant rumbling and her pupils shrank. Your target is Kushina. When Tsunade pieced it together, the rogue ninjas smirked. Princess Tsunade, we're taking Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Ha ha ha. Inside the barrier, Tsunade's furious voice echoed. Orochimaru had sent her to the front lines to treat injured ninjas, but the information had been leaked. This betrayal could only come from within. Her thoughts spun. Orochimaru? No. Orochimaru had too many chances to act against her, and it didn't align with his goals. That left only one possibility, the village itself. Realizing this, Tsunade's rage boiled over. She unleashed her monstrous strength, smashing against the barrier. She hated it. Ever since Nawaki's incident, she had strived for greater power. Yet each time, at the critical moment, she was just a step too weak. She hated herself for her lack of strength. If only she had her grandfather's power, none of this would have happened. Outside the barrier, the rogue ninjas groaned under the strain of Tsunade's sheer force. Her strength was overwhelming. Further in the forest, the rogue ninja commander overseeing the operation finally exhaled in relief upon confirming that Tsunade was contained. Don't leave any traces. A masked root ninja scoffed coldly. Don't worry. Even if Konoha captures you, you won't reveal anything to them. Standing in the rain, the rogue ninja, wearing a fake sand headband but with dark skin that hinted at his true Kimogakure origins, smirked. And Konoha's darkness is no better. Rats like you are why Kimogakure continues to grow stronger. The root ninja threw him a scroll. Finish the job. This is the area's deployment map. As the root ninja disappeared underground, the Kumo ninja's eyes glinted with greed, but he hid it behind a derisive smile. Konoha's rats. It's thanks to you that we thrive. Unbeknownst to him, the root ninja who had handed over the scroll re-emerged deeper in the forest, where the bodies of 7 or 8 Konoha root ninjas lay scattered. Slowly, the ninja's face morphed, revealing White Zetsu's distinctive features and mischievous grin. Mission complete. Now it's up to Madara's chosen successors to play his parts. Danzo had no idea that his plan, to leak Kushina's information to enemy ninjas and have them kill her as a failed Jinchuriki, had been hijacked. Under Madara's manipulation, the situation spiraled far beyond Danzo's original intent. This wasn't just about Kushina anymore. For someone as cunning as Madara, a simple plot wasn't enough to justify his involvement. He intended for his descendants, and Hashirama's granddaughter, to confront Konoha's darkness firsthand. In the rainforest. Sealing. Sealing technique. Kushina, covered in wounds, froze in disbelief as her tailed beast chakra was forcibly suppressed by a sealing technique. This is Uzumaki sealing jutsu. How do you? Her nine-tails chakra receded like a tide. Around her, ninjas panted heavily, while one dark-skinned ninja smirked viciously. Oh, so it's an Uzumaki technique. We wouldn't know about that. But maybe you should ask him. Kushina's tear-filled eyes turned toward the figure who had just used the sealing jutsu. The masked ninja scoffed coldly, his hand still raised. She can't use her tailed beast chakra anymore. Deal with her. Chuckling sinisterly, the masked ninja stepped back, leaving the group of rogue ninjas to handle Kushina. As the fading figure disappeared into the distance, the lead Kumogakure ninja let out a sinister laugh and provocatively said. Such a skilled sealing jutsu, you must have guessed it by now, right? It was your village, Konoha, that betrayed you. And yet, here you are, foolishly serving Konoha. Join us. We would never attack our comrades. While the Kumo ninja laughed wildly, the Konoha support squad on the other side was also under siege. The leading Konoha jonin, seeing the scene unfold, roared angrily. No. They're lying to you. The Kumo ninjas smirked coldly at this sight. Give it up. This is Konoha's battlefield. Patrol squads are to be expected, but it seems like your luck ran out. The jonin leading the support squad was Kato Dan. His face was filled with fury as he realized their signal flares were useless due to the surrounding barrier. Kato Dan had brought 3 Chunin with him, and though he was a powerful jonin, he was not skilled in close combat. Unfortunately, the enemy's overwhelming numbers left him no chance to use his signature secret techniques. Wind style, vacuum blade. At that moment, Kushina, despite her despair, showed a resolute expression. She pulled out a chakra blade from her waist and exhaled a burst of wind-natured chakra, instantly transforming the blade into a weapon imbued with wind chakra. I am Uzumaki Kushina, a jonin of Konoha. I will never give up. After going through so much, Kushina had finally been promoted from special jonin to full-fledged jonin, and she had become more mature in the process. Despite her disheveled appearance, Kushina glared at her opponents with unwavering determination and said hoarsely. You're not Sen ninjas. You've been pretending, but your black skin and those hateful eyes give you away. You're the demons from the land of lightning. Kushina roared furiously and charged forward with her chakra blade in hand. I learned wind style not only to enhance the power of fire style but also because wind style counters your lightning style, you demons. Her eyes filled with hatred, and Kushina dashed straight at them. The Kumo ninjas scrambled to respond. The lead Kumo ninja's expression turned cold as he shouted, "Be careful. Don't let that little girl get near the barrier." The Uzumaki clan was known for their sealing techniques, which naturally made them experts at breaking barriers as well. Not far away was the barrier that trapped Tsunade. The Kumo ninjas weren't foolish enough to let Kushina get close. Amid the torrential rain, a hawk soared through the stormy skies. In the high-altitude downpour, Shiro was already soaked to the bone as he silently analyzed the unfolding situation. If Madara was secretly orchestrating this, and if his goal was to lure Shiro into the darkness, as he had done with Obito, then this wasn't enough. At the very least, it would also require involving the Uchiha clan and Konoha. So, what Madara is trying to push from the shadows, or what he's dissatisfied with, is that my growth is too slow. He's impatient to see how much transformation I, as the inheritor of his former dreams, can bring to the Shinobi world. As Shiro pieced together Madara's likely motives, he took a deep breath. With so many hidden hands supporting him, how could he possibly fail? In fact, feeling the cold rain pour down, a hint of madness flickered in Shiro's eyes. I must thank you for building me this stage. If I don't make good use of it, wouldn't that be a waste of all your effort? At that moment, he finally understood how Minato Namikaze must have felt back then. The third Hokage and the entire Konoha village had built him a stage to perform as the protagonist, hadn't they? Well, if you have an old ally or supporter, then so do I. If I'm stepping onto the stage, then I'll play the game to its ultimate level. Fortune favors the bold. With this thought, Shiro took a deep breath. The three tomo in his Sharingan began to spin more wildly, filled with a crazed intensity. The advantage is mine. That stormy night, in a small town not far away, Mikoto and Senju each led their respective clans' elite forces, accompanied by loyal allies from the Hyuga and Aburame clans. A squad of over 20 elite ninjas raced through the rain. Jonin Senju, what exactly happened? Hyuga Hayashi, usually calm and composed, couldn't help but ask in a low voice, his tone heavy with concern. Such a sudden mobilization surely signified something major. At the front of the group, Senju face was grim. He lowered his voice and said, "Yesterday, Lady Tsunade received orders to head to the front lines. However, we've just received urgent intelligence, her movements were leaked, and it's suspected that a rogue ninja force has caught wind of her location. Our mission is to move at full speed and provide reinforcements, preventing the situation from escalating further." Upon hearing this, the group was stunned. This was a major crisis. Uzumaki Kushina's special status, combined with Tsunade's presence, made the stakes incredibly high. Hyuga Hayashi's expression darkened, and the other ninjas also showed signs of urgency. No matter what, Lady Tsunade couldn't be allowed to fall into harm's way. At the same time, Orochimaru had also received the intelligence and was rushing back from the front lines. 2 elite ninja battalions flanked the area, preparing to encircle and suppress the threat. Unbeknownst to the Kumo ninja elite force, they still believed their barrier was keeping all information contained. They assumed that once they captured their targets, they could break through the encirclement with ease. Whether it was Uzumaki Kushina's unique physical constitution or the knowledge of Uzumaki clan sealing techniques hidden in her mind, they deemed the risk worth taking. Chapter 118, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 118. In the torrential rain, a piercing hawk's cry echoed through the skies. Shiro soared high above, his Sharingan, 3 tomo spinning wildly, scanning his surroundings with unmatched clarity. My 3 tomo Sharingan can perceive chakra. Even with the rain obscuring vision or the presence of a barrier, as long as there's chakra. Suddenly, Shiro's pupils shrank. Through his spinning Sharingan, he spotted a large, overturned bowl-shaped barrier deep in the rainforest. Found it. With a sharp cry, his hawk dove toward the barrier. At the same time, Shiro launched a signal flare. The bright flare illuminated the rainy night, and its presence was instantly noticed by the Kumo ninja who were slaughtering their way through the forest interior. Their faces twisted in anger. Damn it. We've been discovered. Sensory ninjas, quickly investigate the situation. Captain, the target is alone. They're heading straight for us. A sensory ninja from the Kumo reported urgently, relaying the detected information. The leader of the group, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes coldly and ordered. Forget about losses. With that signal flare, the Konoha ninja will arrive here soon. Understood. As the Kumo leader issued his command, another hawk cry resonated from above. The captive Kushina and Tsunade, trapped below, couldn't help but smile with hope at the sound. Uchiha Shirou had arrived. Watch out, it's explosive tags. Under the cover of the hawk's cry, countless kunai rained from the skies, each attached with burning explosive tags. As the kunai struck the ground, the explosions rippled through the forest, shaking the barrier that confined Tsunade. Tsunade seized the opportunity to launch an attack. Meanwhile, Shiro descended in a flash, but a sudden bolt of lightning erupted from the forest, startling him. As he focused his Sharingan, the masked Kumo ninja revealed a ferocious, menacing grin. These little tricks won't save you. You're going to die here and now. In the rainy darkness, 2 arcs of lightning flashed, illuminating the night. Shiro's Sharingan spun furiously, capturing every detail of his opponent's face. The lightning tore away the mask, revealing a dark-skinned, muscular figure wielding several swords. Shiro's pupils contracted as he took in the sight of the ninja's dual blades strapped to his back. Kumogakuru's 7-blade dance. The two collided again, their massive strength uprooting and shattering several trees along the way. So, you're the prodigy of the ninja world everyone's been talking about, the Kumo leader smirked. His cold, glowing eyes fixed on Shiro as he slowly unsheathed 6 chakra blades from his back. Perched atop a fallen tree, Shiro's Sharingan spun rapidly, locking onto his opponent. His peripheral vision caught glimpses of the other Kumo ninjas within the barrier, who had thrown caution to the wind and were fighting recklessly. The 7-blade dance, an A-rank kenjutsu from Kumogaku. Its unpredictable and rapid strikes make it nearly impossible to defend against, Shiro muttered. A smirk tugged at his lips as he taunted, but I heard that this famous sword technique was nearly wiped out during the first ninja war by the Senju and Uchiha clans. Hearing Shiro's mocking words, the Kumo ninja's gaze darkened ominously. Uchiha brat, let's see if your blade is as sharp as your tongue. Without hesitation, the Kumo ninja activated his lightning release chakra mode, closing the distance in an instant. Shiro also roared, activating his cursed seal and entering its second state. In his hand, his Kusanagi sword crackled with lightning. The two figures clashed like thunderbolts in the forest, their movements too fast for ordinary eyes to follow. Hiding in the shadows, White Zetsu watched the battle unfold with a raspy chuckle. Lord Madara's successor arrived quite quickly. But he'll need to hurry up, we can't let Lord Madara's plan fail. As White Zetsu's coarse voice faded, a red glow flickered in the eyes of the sensory ninja within the Kumo team. The ninja, unaware of the illusion cast upon him, shouted to his comrades. Finish the targets quickly. The captain is already engaging the Konoha ninja outside. Within the rainforest, arcs of electricity danced chaotically. Shiro's Sharingan spun madly, analyzing the intricate sword techniques of his opponent. Though his eyes could track the movements, the attacks were so precise and unpredictable that it left his body struggling to keep up. Damn Uchiha. I'll personally gouge out that Sharingan of yours, the enraged Kumo leader roared. His seven-blade dance, a kenjutsu also practiced by Killer Bee in the original timeline, was notoriously lethal. Shiro clenched his teeth. He knew that while he had fought Hanzo of the Salamander before, that battle had been riddled with luck. Hanzo had already been exhausted by the time Shiro engaged. This Kumo ninja, however, was not only highly skilled but also still at his peak. Even so, Shiro refused to falter. His Sharingan burned brighter, its tomo spinning faster as his confidence surged. You call this an unbeatable sword technique? Before the Uchiha's eyes, even your death is crystal clear. The flickers of lightning grew more violent as Shiro's voice rang out. His taunt seemed to unnerve the Kumo ninja, filling him with an inexplicable irritation. Uchiha brat, keep playing hero. Meanwhile, the two women inside the barrier will die soon enough. The Kumo leader scoffed, his blood-red eyes gleaming faintly. However, he remained unaware that he and several key members of his team had long since fallen under Madara's genjutsu, planted through White Zetsu. Inside the barrier, Kushina was gravely injured. Without the Ninetales chakra, her recovery abilities had diminished significantly. The sight of her battered form within the glowing red barrier made Shiro realize the full extent of Madara's scheme. Just like Madara's manipulation of Obito and Rin, this time, the targets were Kushina and Tsunade. Madara intended to use Kushina's death as a catalyst to spur Shiro and Tsunade's growth. That old bastard Madara enjoys toying with people's hearts. Shiro muttered bitterly. As he pieced together Madara's plan, his Sharingan began spinning with an almost uncontainable ferocity. Fire release, hiding in ash and dust technique. A massive wave of fire erupted from Shiro's mouth, engulfing the forest in a roaring inferno. Even in the torrential downpour, the flames raged, consuming everything in their path. Outside, Shiro was desperately fighting, while inside two barriers, Tsunade, with bloodshot eyes filled with rage, helplessly watched as Kushina kept getting injured. Enough. Enough. In the other barrier, Kushina, covered in wounds, faced a group of Kumo ninjas attacking her. Unable to use the Ninetales chakra, she kept sustaining injuries. Damn it, the wind release ninjutsu counters us. Kill her. We can't keep dragging this out. Take her head and extract the secrets from her brain. 7 or 8 Kumo ninja corpses lay around, enraging the remaining ones, their eyes bloodshot with fury. That such a young ninja was proving so difficult to handle was humiliating. Kushina's strength was one thing, but the fact that wind counters lightning made things worse. Moreover, she was fighting desperately, while the Kumo ninja initially planned only to capture her alive. Hidden in the shadows, White Zetsu watched the scene and let out a hoarse laugh. Hee, Lord Madara has prepared for this for so long, it won't be so simple. The curtain should fall soon. If Konoha reinforcements arrive, things could get troublesome. Under White Zetsu's hoarse gaze, the leader of this elite Kumo ninja had a flash of crimson light in his eyes. Haha, Uchiha brat, I'll remember you. We'll take the head of this red-haired girl, extract all the secrets from her brain, even the ones about your relationship, ha ha ha. The Kumo ninja leader laughed wildly, then shouted to his comrades, hold him off. I'll personally take the red-haired girl's head. Over my dead body. Under Shiro's cold gaze, 4 Kumo ninja emerged from the barrier to intercept him, allowing their leader to slip inside. From above, the situation was clear. Shiro was being held back, Tsunade was trapped in another barrier, and both could only watch helplessly as the blood-soaked and utterly exhausted Kushina gave a desolate smile. She was at her limit. Shiro. Sister Tsunade. I'm sorry. Faced with the approaching lightning, Kushina, her eyes heavy with fatigue, found herself unable to muster any more strength. Kushina. Shiro roared in fury. Instead of defending himself against the 4 attackers, he let his hand spark with brilliant lightning chakra. With a sickening sound, 4 blades stabbed into his body, blood splattering onto the faces of the 4 Kumo ninjas. Yet instead of triumph, their faces were filled with terror. Self-cursing seal. It was a sealing technique Kushina had once gifted him. Using his Sharingan, Shiro avoided any vital spots, and the moment the four blades pierced into his body, the seal on his body activated. The curse mark spread through the four blades, quickly reaching the arms and faces of the Kumo ninja, paralyzing their bodies. Watching this unfold, White Zetsu was stunned. Is he insane? In the next moment, blood sprayed everywhere as the Kusanagi sword slashed through the four attackers. Covered in blood, Shiro didn't stop for a moment despite the rain pouring down, his palm crackling with lightning. Under White Zetsu's shocked gaze, this turn of events seemed to deviate from Madara's plan. Boom. The lightning in Shiro's hand struck the barrier, simultaneously drawing down bolts of lightning from the sky. Shiro was gambling as he used Chidori, his incomplete technique, to summon a lightning strike from the heavens. With no preparation, this lightning release, Kirin was only half complete and much weaker than the one he had used against Hanzo. Even so, with a thunderous roar, the natural power of the lightning shattered the red, transparent barrier. The moment the barrier broke, Tsunade roared and rushed toward Kushina. Lightning release, lightning cutter. The Kumo ninja leader, cloaked in crackling lightning, charged at the powerless Kushina. His target was her neck, he intended to decapitate her with one strike. Let go of Kushina. Tsunade roared, rushing forward. Seeing this, the Kumo ninja leader shouted, even if it's you, you won't survive this jutsu. The lightning strike was too fast. Tsunade's charge had put her right in its path. Damn it. The barrier's broken. The target Lord Madara values so highly cannot be allowed to die. Hidden in the shadows, White Zetsu was alarmed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately sent out a backup clone. The ground suddenly erupted as pale, ghastly hands grabbed Tsunade's legs. However, with Tsunade's monstrous strength, the pale hands were instantly torn apart. This is bad. White Zetsu's eyes widened in shock, it was all going wrong. Madara's plan had failed. Framed by the lightning, two figures stood. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of both Tsunade and Kushina. In their stunned eyes, Shiro pushed them both aside. As he did so, his crazed face wore a faint smile. Then, lightning release, lightning cutter. Lightning flashed, and scorching blood sprayed into the two women's wide eyes. In their shocked gazes, they saw Shiro's body struck by the lightning and sent flying. Shiro. Kushina and Tsunade's horrified eyes took in the scene. Blood, shattered internal organs, and Shiro's broken body fell heavily to the ground. Kihihi, still standing, huh? You're tougher than I thought, not even your head came off. The Kumo ninja leader, blown back by the impact and crashing through several trees, grinned viciously. However, as he stood up, Tsunade, her eyes blazing red with fury, appeared above him. I'll kill every last one of you. Tsunade's enraged roar shook the air. With terrifying strength, she brought her foot down on the Kumo ninja leader. His horrified gaze was consumed by the overwhelming force. Heavenly kick of pain. The ground trembled and collapsed on a massive scale, forcing even White Zetsu, hiding below, to scurry away in panic. The devastating attack covered an enormous area. This is bad. Lord Madara's chosen successor is doomed. White Zetsu's wide eyes reflected his panic. Everything had been going according to plan, who could have predicted that Shiro would be so reckless, using an incomplete jutsu like that? By borrowing the power of nature itself, Shiro had shattered the barrier in such a desperate and unprepared manner that there was no chance to salvage the situation. What do I do? Do I go back and tell Lord Madara that his chosen successor is dead? And that it was the Kumo ninja who killed him? White Zetsu's mind was spinning. He had never been in such a chaotic situation, utterly dumbfounded. Shiro. As Shiro fell to the ground, his chest was a bloody mess. His organs were shattered, fragments of bone scattered. This sight made Kushina's pupils contract. In the next moment. Thud. Thud. A powerful heartbeat echoed. Kushina's pupils turned beast-like as the Ninetails chakra violently broke through its seal. Roar. In an instant, 4 tails of chakra burst from behind Kushina. In her overwhelming despair, she didn't lose control as she had before. In her 4 tails form, fueled by unprecedented rage, she maintained her rationality. Although the Ninetails chakra burned her skin, she quickly formed a terrifying tailed beast bomb in her mouth. Chapter 119, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 119. Not good. As Kushina erupted with the terrifying power of the tailed beast, the elite group of Kumo ninja instantly paled. They had witnessed a tailed beast rampage before and knew all too well the horror of a tailed beast bomb. Run. I will kill you all. Under the terrifying chakra of the tailed beast, the tears in Kushina's eyes evaporated instantly. Without even gathering much power, driven by unprecedented rage, Kushina completed the condensation of the tailed beast bomb in an instant. The next second, the tailed beast bomb was hurled directly toward the densest group of Kumo ninja. Boom. The terrifying tailed beast bomb exploded directly in front of them. Under its devastating power, the entire forest ahead was instantly leveled, reduced to a flat wasteland. The massive roar and the brilliant light of the explosion horrified the Konoha ninja who were rushing to provide reinforcements from afar, their expressions frozen in shock as they witnessed the scene. That's the power of a tailed beast. Not good, something's wrong with Kushina. Mikoto exclaimed in panic at this sight. On the other side, Orochimaru, who also witnessed the terrifying power of the tailed beast, was equally stunned. Even though this wasn't the first time, he still couldn't help but be shocked by such overwhelming power every single time. After firing the tailed beast bomb, Kushina's body trembled suddenly. A familiar sensation came from her calf. She turned her head slowly, trembling, to see a sealing talisman with the character seal affixed to her leg. The raging tailed beast chakra within her body began to recede like a tide, and the 4 tails behind her instantly diminished to 3. The blood-soaked hand that had placed the sealing talisman fell weakly to the ground. Shiro. Kushina suddenly regained her senses and rushed forward in a panic. Though her blood-red beast-like eyes still glowed with violent energy, tears began to fall uncontrollably. She trembled, staring in disbelief at the scene before her. Shiro, lying on the ground, looked at her with a hoarse, weak smile. Kushina, don't exhaust the 9 tails chakra completely, you'll die. His voice was weak and fragmented. Faced with the sight before her, Kushina was utterly helpless, not knowing what to do. At that moment, Tsunade appeared before her. Sister Tsunade, please save Shiro. As Kushina cried, the surrounding Kumo ninja realized in fear that Konoha reinforcements had arrived far sooner than they had anticipated. Don't let a single one escape. Kill them. Under the downpour, Shiro lay on the ground, blood pooling around him. When the reinforcements arrived and saw the scene, they were shocked. These injuries. They were experienced ninjas, and even at a glance from afar, they knew there was no hope. Shiro. Stay with me. Stay awake. In Kushina's desperate cries, she shouted angrily, filled with grief. Tsunade's trembling hands continued to perform medical ninjutsu. But. His chest is completely shattered. His internal organs are destroyed. Even Tsunade, hailed as the greatest medical ninja in the world, can't save him. Amid the rain, as tears mixed with raindrops, Orochimaru stood on a tree branch, his expression dark. Although he spoke cold and indifferent words, his heart was once again shaken by the scene before him. Humans are so fragile. Even a genius like Shirokuin is no exception. Orochimaru murmured to himself. The war had shown him the fragility of life. No matter how strong or talented, in the end, all lives wither. It made him question the pursuit of his previous ideals, which seemed so feeble now. Lying in the cold rain, Shiro's face was ashen, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Weak and exhausted, he struggled to keep his eyes open, muttering faintly. It's cold, so cold. I don't want to die here. I haven't seen the Uchiha become Hokage yet. His hoarse, frail voice broke into coughing fits, blood spilling from his mouth. Beside him, Kushina trembled uncontrollably, holding him tightly and speaking frantically. Shiro, it's okay. You'll be okay. The bleeding has stopped. You have to believe in Sister Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. But Tsunade, standing in the rain, could no longer distinguish between the rain and her tears. She knew full well that such injuries were beyond saving, yet she refused to give up. It's going to be okay. The bleeding has stopped. I'll save you. You'll be fine. Tsunade forced a smile, trying to suppress her trembling voice. But lying on the cold ground, Shiro continued to cough blood, sending her into further panic. Shiro. Stop it, don't, damn it. Don't let the blood flow. I'll stop it. Stop it right now. Meanwhile, on another patch of grass, Denkato also lay in the cold rain. A medic ninja from the reinforcements hurried to his side. It's hopeless. His internal organs are gone. Do you have any last words? The regretful words made Den cough up several mouthfuls of blood. He turned his head, looking helplessly toward Shiro, who was still being treated. I don't want to die yet. Clinging to his desire to live, Den began hallucinating. Shiro's injuries were far worse, yet he hadn't given up. So why should he? Save me. Dan felt he could still be saved. But his medic ninja, seeing his condition, sighed and chose to conserve chakra, letting him pass as painlessly as possible. Shiro. When Mikoto arrived, she ran to the scene in horror. The sight of Shiro's injuries made her pupils contract sharply. No. Impossible. Shiro, how could this happen? But as Shiro's life force dimmed, he looked at the three women, smiling weakly. Why? Why did you save me? Are you insane? Kushina roared angrily, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, this is the last time. Shiro's fingers trembled as he tried to lift his hand, but it was so weak. The Sharingan in his eyes, with its 3 tomo, faded into black pupils as his strength waned. Sis, Tertsu. Tsunade, don't waste, Chakra. I know. I won't make it. His broken, weak voice made Tsunade's pupils tremble. Idiot. I'm the one who taught you medical ninjutsu. I'm the strongest medical ninja in the world. If I say you'll survive, you'll survive. Tsunade, tears glistening in her eyes, felt deep despair. She had never hated herself more than in this moment. This wasn't the first time. Why didn't she have more power? If she had her grandfather's strength, there would have been no danger. No need for Shiro to save her time and time again. I'm sorry. Shiro's weak voice trembled. Blood spilled continuously from his lips as his life force faded. Shiro. You'll be fine. Mikoto screamed, trembling as she held him tightly. She had never imagined such a thing would happen. Just moments ago, everything had been fine. I'm sorry, Mikoto, and Sister Tsunade. Kushina. Be careful, the village, they're targeting the Senju, the Uchiha, and Kushina. In the rain, Shiro weakly spoke, as if delivering his final words. His gaze grew dim, and he reached out with trembling fingers as if trying to grasp something in the rainy night before his arm fell limp. As his weak arm fell, Kushina's pupils dilated, her hands trembling. Beside her, Mikoto's Sharingan spun wildly, the 3 tomo beginning to faintly connect with black lines. No. No, impossible. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Mikoto lowered her head, staring at Shiro with madness in her eyes. She refused to believe that Shiro would die. With this desperate denial and obsession, the black 3 tomo Sharingan fused completely amidst her bleeding tears, transforming instantly into a mange-kip Sharingan. Shiro. With a crazed scream, Mikoto clutched her bleeding eyes in pain. As her head was lowered, no one noticed what had just happened. Only Shiro, shocked and struggling to stay conscious, saw Mikoto's Mangekyo Sharingan evolve. No. At that moment, Kushina let out a desperate roar, unleashing a terrifying burst of golden light from behind her. Countless golden chains appeared, forcing the surrounding Konoha reinforcements to scatter in panic. However, this time, the violent adamantine sealing chains weren't used for attack, they were in protective mode. Tsunade, standing nearby, looked on in shock as if she had just realized something. Kushina's wounds began visibly healing before their eyes. Tsunade's trembling pupils widened as she stammered, Kushina, you've awakened. In the depths of despair, Kushina felt this newfound power. Especially as she saw her rapidly healing injuries, she, as the princess of the land of whirlpools, instantly recognized what it was. Shiro. Shiro, you're going to be saved. As tears of joy streamed down her face, Kushina quickly extended her arm and placed it near Shiro's mouth. Bite me. Absorb my chakra. I've awakened the Uzumaki clan ability. When she realized Shiro was too weak to even break her skin, Kushina bit into her arm without hesitation, placing it against his lips with tears of relief. Hurry, hurry and drink, Shiro, you're going to be okay. The taste of blood touched his tongue, and Kushina's unique chakra, transmitted through her blood as a medium, began flowing into Shiro. As her chakra was consumed, Shiro's shattered chest began visibly healing. Tsunade, witnessing this scene, showed a glimmer of hope, her voice trembling as tears mixed with the rain on her face. Shiro, your dream, you'll have to fulfill it yourself. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, White Zetsu watched the scene unfold in shock under the golden chain's protection. This is one of the Uzumaki clan's abilities. She awakened it at the last moment. That means Lord Madara's descendant isn't dead, and neither is Uzumaki Kushina. Does that mean Lord Madara's mission was completed? Or, was it not completed? White Zetsu was utterly confused. According to the plan, Kushina was supposed to die in front of Tsunade and Shiro. The immense grief would have pushed Shiro to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, and later, they would discover the incident was related to the village's higher-ups. But now, no one had died. As for Mikoto awakening her Mangekyo Sharingan, White Zetsu missed it entirely. Since Mikoto had her head lowered and White Zetsu didn't dare get too close, he hadn't noticed the moment her Mangekyo activated. Besides, Mikoto had shed 2 streams of bloody tears and immediately closed her eyes in pain after activating it, causing her Mangekyo to regress to a 3-tomo Sharingan. Hiss! Meanwhile, Shiro greedily absorbed Kushina's sweet chakra. His shattered chest, along with his damaged internal organs, rapidly began to heal. Shiro. Bite here next. Seeing Shiro's body continuously recovering, Kushina became even more excited. The golden chains of her adamantine sealing chains completely shielded them from outside view. She tore open the front of her shirt, pressing Shiro against her chest, and said urgently. Shiro, the chakra flow from my arm is too slow. Quickly, absorb it here. This unique ability of the Uzumaki clan was essentially a way to transfer chakra, not blood, the blood was merely the medium. The chakra is extracted within the body and then flows through the meridians to various parts of the body. For any ninja, the densest concentration of chakra is naturally located in the chest. Hurry. Tears rolled down Kushina's cheeks, but her face was filled with relief and joy. At the last moment, she had awakened the power of the Uzumaki clan. Shiro, utterly bewildered, instinctively bit down due to the pain coursing through his body. Immediately, he began to drink deeply, drawing out large amounts of Kushina's sweet chakra. His chest wound visibly healed, and Tsunade, seeing this, quickly wiped away her tears and rainwater. She placed her hands on Kushina's shoulders. Kushina, I'll replenish your chakra now. His injuries are too severe. The Uzumaki clan's ability consumed chakra relative to the severity of the injuries being healed. In the original story, when Sasuke was critically injured during the fight with Killer Bee, Kirin attempted to heal him using the same ability. However, Yugo had to intervene, saying Kirin's chakra wasn't enough. This ability is incredibly powerful. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, even Tsunade, who had been cut in half, was saved with it. However, it does have limits, adequate chakra is required. Shiro. Mikoto's tear-streaked face, blurred by the rain, lit up with joy as she saw Shiro slowly recovering. Her sore eyes fixed on him with relief, tears mixing with her smile. Among the four present, only Shiro remained utterly confused. He admitted he had been gambling, but he had backup plans. His original idea had been to awaken the curse mark sage body's regenerative ability at the last moment in front of them. Yugo's ability to absorb others' physical energy and cells to rapidly regenerate his injuries had been his trump card. But now, they had all awakened their powers. He was completely dumbfounded. This was supposed to be his moment in the spotlight. Mikoto, Kushina, you two stole the show. This is. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a severed white hand quietly disappeared, leaving no trace behind. No one noticed this strange occurrence, as all eyes were on the adamantine sealing chains slowly dispersing. When the chains faded, and everyone saw the fully healed Uchiha Shirou inside, countless ninjas were left stunned. Such severe injuries, and he's completely healed. Chapter 120, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 120. Konoha. Danzo. What is the meaning of this? Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed the desk in anger, his eyes glaring at Danzo. This time, he had gone too far. Shimura Danzo, however, was equally filled with frustration and shock as he stared at the reports. Hiruzen. You know me. Root only intended to use the Kumo ninja to eliminate the outsider Uzumaki. Tsunade and the others were never really in danger. But before he could finish, Hiruzen threw the frontline reports at his face in fury and roared. Danzo. I'm stripping you of your authority over Root. Hearing that his leadership of Root was being revoked, Danzo's anger flared. He glared with wide eyes and barked. Hiruzen, everything I've done is for the Konoha. This was merely an accident. You're going to regret this, siding with an outsider. Danzo. I am the Hokage. Faced with Hiruzen's wrath, Danzo's face turned ashen with rage. Gritting his teeth, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Danzo fumed inwardly. When Root carried out these plans, you stayed silent. But now that there's been a slight mishap, you're blaming everything on me. Is that fair? What ninja mission can guarantee 100% success? In a dimly lit cave, Uchiha Madara listened to Zetsu's report. After hearing everything, his expression shifted to disbelief, and he muttered. You're saying there was an accident, and Shiro almost died? Yes, Lord Madara. Uchiha Shiro had his chest blown open, organs shattered, bones and flesh scattered everywhere. Madara's face twisted as Zetsu described the gruesome scene in his usual odd manner. Unable to hold back, Madara cursed. Idiot. Just for a woman, he put himself in such danger. Does the dream of peace in the ninja world mean less to him than a woman? Despite his harsh words, a faint glimmer of envy and nostalgia flickered in Madara's eyes. This bond. He had once possessed something similar. Fool. The memory of Hashirama flashed in his mind, the moment he was stabbed at the Valley of the End. Rage surged within him. All of my planning wasted. If he misses this opportunity, let's see how long it takes for him to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan next. Though Madara's voice was cold as he spoke, there was a hint of pride on his face. To Madara, running from or fearing bonds was contemptible. Only those who risked their lives for them were worthy of the Uchiha name. Lord Madara, in the end, the Uzumaki girl awakened. Madara fell silent upon hearing this. Alone on his stone chair, he grew pensive. After the battle at the Valley of the End, he had lost all bonds. Now, he was left with nothing but endless solitude. Uchiha Shirou is luckier than I ever was. The silent cave echoed with Madara's bitter sigh. Once, he too had friends he would sacrifice everything for. He had a family and a clan. But he had lost them all. His father, his mother, his 5 brothers, until only he remained. Even his clan eventually abandoned him. The pain of losing everything silenced him for a long moment. And what about that Uzumaki girl? Should we still use her? Zetsu, as tactless as ever, asked with a confused expression. Madara slowly raised his head and replied calmly. No need. I've intervened once is enough. Though there were some unexpected twists, the outcome was roughly as planned. Even though he hasn't awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, the seeds of doubt have already been planted. To Madara, whether or not Shiro awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan didn't matter much. A Uchiha without loved ones was destined for limited growth. Besides, the wheel has already begun to turn. Let's see how much this storm can change the ninja world. Madara's voice carried a hint of anticipation. His plans were far from simplistic, and the Kumo ninja incident was merely one piece of a larger gift for the younger generation. A small town in the land of rain. Inside a house, Tsunade's gaze was cold as she stared at Shiro, who sat on the bed with his head bowed like a child awaiting scolding. Shiro. If it weren't for Kushina this time, you'd be dead. Faced with Tsunade's scolding, Shiro kept his head down and obediently took it. But the more she spoke, the angrier she became. Finally, she took out the scroll detailing the secret message. And you, Kushina. What's your take on all this? After finishing with Shiro, Tsunade turned her stern gaze to Kushina. Yet this time, her tone softened significantly. Sister Tsunade. Kushina glanced at the scroll, her face showing a mix of complicated emotions. In the end, she took the scroll, looked up, and smiled warmly. I'll listen to you and Shiro, Sister Tsunade. Now, when Kushina looked at Shiro, her eyes no longer carried the fiery, domineering facade she used to wear. Stripped of her mask, she was left with nothing but endless gentleness. As Tsunade accepted the scroll, her eyes burned with frustration. But just as she was about to take it, another hand grabbed her wrist. Shiro stood up from the bed, smiling as he gently pried her fingers open, took the scroll, and let it burn to ash in his palm with a flash of lightning. Shiro. Do you know what you've just done? Tsunade's anger flared at the sight, but deep down, she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Shiro, however, remained calm as he nodded. Sister Tsunade, I know exactly what I've done. And you should know too. As long as this information exists, the village will be at risk of unrest. The Land of Rain's war ended only 6 months ago. All the major nations are stirring. If the village experiences any turmoil now, it could ignite another war. Shiro understood better than anyone that a single scroll wasn't enough to turn the Konoha's leadership against each other. Tsunade, Uzumaki Mido, the Senju clan, and even the Uchiha all loved the village. If he insisted on using it, he'd only alienate himself. But by being the first to suppress the fire, the outcome would be entirely different. It gave everyone a way out while simultaneously burying the flames deep in their hearts. Anger needed to be released. If suppressed, it would fester and grow into something far more dangerous when it finally exploded. Shiro understood it better than anyone. And what about Kushina? She was the target this time. Tsunade grew silent. She understood that this was the best course of action for now. But the thought of Kushina, someone she already considered family, nearly dying filled her with rage that couldn't be quelled. The best course of action, but at Kushina's expense. Facing this question, Shiro turned to Kushina with an apologetic smile. Kushina, I'm sorry. But I promise, like last time, I'll continue to protect you. Please forgive my selfishness. His clear eyes revealed no attempt to hide his selfishness. Between the village and her, he had chosen the village. Yet Kushina showed no sadness. Instead, she smiled gently and nodded. Even if he had chosen the village, to her, she was still more important to him than his own life. I believe in you. And the village is my home too. At the moment when Shiro sacrificed his life to save her, it no longer mattered. What mattered was that she would treat Shiro's home as her own. Looking at the scene before her, Tsunade couldn't help but let out a cold snort, but the corners of her mouth still lifted slightly, betraying a smile she couldn't suppress. Shiro, the identity of the Kumo ninja who attacked you has already been uncovered. He's the cousin of the third Raikage. Here's some intel extracted from his brain, it should be useful to you. With a casual expression, Tsunade pulled a scroll from her ninja pouch and tossed it over. When Shiro opened the scroll with a puzzled look, his expression shifted to one of utter shock. Sister Tsunade. This is... The scroll contained information about two B-rank jutsu, the lightning release chakra mode and the hell stab. Seeing Shiro's shocked expression, Tsunade smirked coldly and said, "This time, we got lucky." Although the two jutsu were incomplete when retrieved from his brain, all the necessary details for training, including the medicinal baths and key techniques, were fully recorded. A ninja's brain is one of the most mysterious places. Even after death, it can reveal a wealth of intelligence. However, most ninjas have seals in their brains that destroy critical information upon death, leaving nothing behind. After Tsunade's explanation, Shiro was secretly alarmed. He had already guessed something. This must have been deliberately left behind by none other than Uchiha Madara in the shadows. If the information were too complete, it would arouse suspicion. On the contrary, incomplete intel seemed more believable, as it still required the recipient to piece it together. However, this incident made Shiro realize that Uchiha Madara seemed dissatisfied with his progress, so he gave him a subtle nudge from the shadows. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence for these two jutsu to appear? Tsunade and the others were unaware of the invisible hand manipulating events in the ninja world, but Shiro was all too aware. Sister Tsunade, about these two jutsu. Neither of them was stupid, and Shiro's implication was clear. Tsunade coldly smirked and replied, "What jutsu? I don't know anything about a scroll or jutsu." Her tone practically screamed, "The old geezers in the village want to play dirty and steal the techniques. Let them dream." If those villagers dared to act so shamelessly, Tsunade wasn't afraid to call them out. Seeing Tsunade's response, Shiro smiled. Inwardly, he felt relieved. It seemed Tsunade's dissatisfaction with the higher-ups in the village had grown even stronger. Now, she was openly drawing a line between herself and them. "Your scheming isn't bad," immediately pulling in the Hyuga and Aburame clans once you noticed something was off. Suddenly, Tsunade's tone shifted. She glared at Shiro as if to say, "If your brain works so well, why are you still as stubborn as a mule?" Shiro looked at Tsunade and Kushina, giving an awkward smile. "Well, isn't the Senju and Uchiha relationship a bit awkward?" Before Shiro could finish, Tsunade cut him off. "So you decided to drag the Hyuga, Aburame, and other clans into the mud. No matter what they say, to outsiders, it looks like these clans are siding with the Senju and Uchiha. Especially after this incident, the Hyuga, Aburame, and those smaller clans now know some secrets. In the eyes of those old fools, they're already in too deep, right?" At this point, Kushina finally understood the logic behind it all and nodded in realization. "And you," Tsunade continued, "you've been getting pretty creative with your last words. Last time it was leaving a scroll to Katsuyu, this time you made sure to say your dying words out loud." The more Tsunade spoke, the angrier she got. She stood up, towering over the bedridden Shiro. "Now that Kushina is here, why don't you repeat what you said about the Senju and Uchiha being in danger? Care to explain yourself again?" Hearing this, Kushina's expression turned determined. She immediately said in a firm voice, "Sister Tsunade, as long as I'm here, I'll make sure nothing happens to Shiro again." Facing Tsunade, Kushina rarely showed such a resolute attitude, standing her ground directly. This left Tsunade feeling slightly stifled. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Shiro gave Kushina a look, signaling her to step down. "Kushina, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Could you go downstairs and ask the kitchen to make me a braised fish?" "Oh. Sure." Realizing the situation, Kushina glanced awkwardly at Tsunade and quickly left the room like she was fleeing. With the room quiet once more, only the sound of their breathing filled the air. Meeting each other's eyes, Tsunade eventually broke. Mikoto's eyes. Just as Tsunade mentioned her eyes, the window opened, and Mikoto, who had been standing guard outside, calmly entered the room. "Lady Tsunade, are you talking about my eyes?" With her calm voice, Mikoto raised her head. Her three Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, connecting into a tri-bladed windmill pattern with a circle in the center. "As I thought," Tsunade blurted out. After reviewing the events in her mind, she had noticed something unusual, that something was Mikoto's eyes. Having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Mikoto's eyes radiated a mysterious and bewitching glow. Yet when she gazed at Shiro, her expression softened to one of tenderness. "I used to feel content with the present," Mikoto explained. "But Shiro once told me my eyes could see farther. At the time, I didn't understand, but when I saw him injured, I finally realized." Her eyes glowed with a hint of madness as she continued, excitement flickering in her voice. "Power. I need to keep pursuing the strongest Uchiha power. That way, I can protect Shiro and prevent something like that from ever happening again." Just as Mikoto grew agitated, Shiro tightly held her hand, instantly calming her down. The Mangekyo Sharingan in her eyes gradually faded back to 3 Tomo. Shiro took a deep breath, turned to Tsunade, and said solemnly, "Sister Tsunade, Mikoto awakened her Mangekyo because of me. The ability she gained is Izanagi, which can alter reality. Mikoto had awakened this power in her despair, denying reality and creating one favorable to her. That was how her dojutsu had manifested. Knowing the harsh conditions needed to awaken a Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsunade's shock deepened, and she fell silent. This ability, was it used on you at the time? Tsunade eventually asked. Shiro nodded calmly. Yes. Mikoto's dojutsu was activated on me, but before it could trigger, Kushina saved me, so it wasn't used. This power is strong, but it takes 3 years to recover after being used, Mikoto added, looking at Tsunade with a calm gaze. These eyes awakened for Shiro. They're also the strongest form of genjutsu. To Mikoto, Izanagi, a technique capable of twisting reality itself, was the ultimate illusion. At this moment, Shiro was lost in thought. He agreed that this power was no less potent than Shirsue's Koto Amatsukami and might even surpass it. Looking at the two of them, especially Mikoto, Tsunade let out a soft sigh. Don't overuse these eyes. When there's time, come to me. I'll try to restore your ocular power so you can use them indefinitely. And you, Shiro. Tsunade turned to Shiro, her voice firm. The mental strain of awakening the Mangekyo is immense. I want you to spend more time with Mikoto during this period to help stabilize her emotions. The Uchiha are most vulnerable after their Sharingan awakens or evolves. The combination of emotional turmoil and the strain of their unique chakra often leads to mental instability. Tsunade's concerns were well-founded. In the original timeline, Sasuke genuinely cared for his Taka teammates at first, but after awakening his Mangekyo, he grew increasingly unhinged, eventually descending into darkness. Thus, with Mikoto's Mangekyo newly awakened, her emotions were highly sensitive, and she needed grounding to stabilize her mental state. Mikoto's unique dojutsu, Izanagi, held great potential. In the future, with the support of Hashirama's cells, the cooldown period might even be shortened. Chapter 121, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 121, R18. The room was dark, the only light filtering through the crack in the curtains. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and sex, and the sheets were tangled around the couple on the bed. Their bodies were entwined in a frenzy of passion, their skin slippery with sweat and desire. Mikoto was on top of Shiro, her breast pressed against his chest as she rode him hard. Her long, dark hair cascaded down her back, swaying with each thrust of her hips. Her eyes were closed in ecstasy, her lips parted in a silent moan. Shiro gripped her hips tightly, his hands leaving red marks on her skin as he urged her to go faster. His cock throbbed inside her, filling her up completely. His mouth was open in a growl of pleasure, his body shaking with each powerful stroke. Their bodies slammed together over and over again, creating a symphony of moans and grunts. The headboard banged against the wall, echoing their primal cries of lust. They were lost in each other, consumed by the intense pleasure that only they could give. Mikoto leaned down, her mouth just inches from his ear. Shiro, she whispered seductively, her hot breath sending shivers down his spine. Shiro groaned, his hands clenching into fists at his sides. Mikoto smiled wickedly and began to tease him, running her tongue over her full lips and then licking her fingers slowly. His eyes followed her every move, his body aching for more. Their bodies melted together as Mikoto's hips rolled in slow, torturous circles. She could feel every thick inch of him stretching her walls, hitting spots that made her toes curl and her breath catch. Her breasts bounced with each movement, nipples hard and sensitive as they brushed against his muscled chest. "Oh. Shiro." She moaned, throwing her head back as Shiro's cock hit particularly deep. Her walls clenched around him rhythmically, drawing out a deep groan from his throat. His fingers dug into the soft flesh of her ass, guiding her movements as she rode him. "Ah. Mikoto." He growled, voice rough with desire. He thrust up suddenly, making her cry out as he bottomed out inside her. Her thighs trembled as she lifted herself until just his tip remained inside, then slammed back down. The wet sounds of their coupling filled the room along with their desperate moans. Shiro suddenly flipped them over, pinning Mikoto beneath him. His cock slipped out briefly before he thrust back in roughly, making her arch off the bed with a scream of pleasure. "Oh God, yes." "Shiro," she begged, wrapping her legs around his waist. He pounded into her mercilessly, the bed creaking beneath them. His mouth found her neck, sucking and biting marks into her skin. One hand snaked between them to rub her clit in tight circles. Gonna come." Mikoto whimpered, her nails raking down his back. Her pussy clenched around him like a vice as waves of pleasure crashed over her. "Me too." Shiro groaned. His thrusts became erratic as he chased his release. With a final deep thrust, he buried himself to the hilt and came hard, filling her with hot spurts of cum. They lay there panting, bodies slick with sweat. Shiro peppered gentle kisses along her collarbone as they caught their breath. But the night was still young, and they were far from finished. With Mikoto on her hands and knees, as raised high as Shiro teased her dripping entrance with his newly hardened cock. She wiggled her hips impatiently. Please, need you inside me again. She whined. He responded by gripping her hips and slamming into the base in one smooth motion. The new angle had them both crying out in pleasure. So tight. He growled, setting a brutal pace. His balls slapped against her clit with each thrust while one hand reached around to squeeze and pinch her nipples. Mikoto's arms gave out and she collapsed face first into the pillows, muffling her desperate moans. The new angle had his cock hitting her G-spot perfectly. Combined with the way he was roughly kneading her breasts, she knew she wouldn't last long. Right there. Don't stop, she cried as another orgasm approached. Her walls fluttered around him as the pleasure built to a crescendo. With a final deep thrust and a sharp pinch to her nipple, she came undone, screaming his name into the pillow. Shiro followed shortly after, his cock pulsing as he filled her again. They collapsed in a sweaty, satisfied heap, exchanging lazy kisses as their breathing slowly returned to normal. The sheets were a mess and they'd need a shower, but neither could bring themselves to move just yet. Shiro pulled Mikoto next to him, their sweaty bodies pressing together. She laid her head on his arms, her heart pounding from the exertion. He ran his fingers through her hair, tracing gentle circles on her scalp. Mikoto squinted her eyes with a greedy expression as she breathed in the familiar scent, embracing the warmth. Shiro, I'm such a bad woman. With her head resting in his arms, Mikoto softly whispered in his ear. I just lied earlier. The cooldown for Izanagi isn't 3 years, but rather. Hearing this, Shiro was momentarily stunned. Then, he smiled indulgently, gently tapping Mikoto on the forehead as he softly said. Mikoto isn't a bad woman. Faced with Shiro's doting and trusting gaze, Mikoto, whose mind was unusually sensitive due to the activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the special chakra flowing through her, showed an expression of pure enjoyment at that moment. Shiro, my eyes awaken for you. I'll always stay by your side. Mikoto's voice grew softer and softer, eventually fading into light snores. Shiro, lying on the bed and gazing at the figure now soundly asleep in his arms, couldn't help but smile warmly. Mikoto, you're also someone I'll protect. A beautiful, gentle woman of status, who had even unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan for him, what man could refuse that? At this moment, Shiro squinted his eyes, lost in thought. Unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan required immense emotional turmoil. Awakening the eye was just the beginning. To fully manifest its powers, strong emotions were still needed. This was why the abilities of each Mangekyo Sharingan differed. The Mangekyo Sharingan was also called the eyes that reflect the soul. For instance, Sasuke, desperate to save Kirin from the flames of Amaterasu, awakened Kagutsuchi in his right eye, extinguishing the black flames. Obito, unable to accept reality, awakened Kamui, a space-time ability that allowed him to phase through objects. Shisui, desiring to change his clan's fate, awakened Koto Amatsukami, which allowed him to alter others' wills. As for Mikoto, in her despair and refusal to accept Shiro's death, she awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, granting her the ability to manipulate reality through Izanagi. This ultimate Uchiha technique, which usually costs the user their eyesight, could be used through the Mangekyo without the drawback of blindness. Izanagi, huh? That means I now have 2 lives in reserve. For the first time in a long while, Shiro showed a relaxed expression. His right eye gleamed with a fleeting crimson light, the pattern of Mikoto's Mangekyo Sharingan. Izanagi, having been activated but not triggered, was now sealed within his Sharingan. With the added ability awakened by Kushina, his statement about having 2 lives in reserve wasn't a lie. Tsunade stood on a rooftop with Orochimaru as the sound of rain echoed around them. Leaning coldly against the wall, Tsunade allowed the rain to drench her face, while Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely on the opposite side. Tsunade, Kushina is an exceptional child. From her adamantine sealing chains to her unique constitution, combined with her talent in Fuinjutsu, and with the 9 tails to be sealed within her in the future, even Orochimaru couldn't help but marvel at her brilliance. However, Tsunade snorted impatiently and said, Orochimaru, if you've got something to say, spit it out. Unbothered by Tsunade's straightforward demeanor, Orochimaru smirked wickedly, licking his lips. Tsunade, the village intends to call you back. After all, the injuries on the front lines can now be handled by other medical ninjas, and besides, it seems some interesting developments are happening in the village. To the untrained eye, Orochimaru's sly smile might appear mocking, as though he was taunting Tsunade for being recalled after the fighting had ended. However, those familiar with Orochimaru knew that his tone of concern was rare. If he ignored you entirely, that's when you should truly worry. Tsunade, seemingly unsurprised, scoffed, her face twisting into a derisive smirk. Let me guess, Orochimaru, you're talking about those old geezers in the village. Using the growing danger in the ninja world as an excuse, they're preparing to research the power of wood release. Her words momentarily stunned Orochimaru, but he quickly understood and chuckled hoarsely, nodding slightly. The legendary power of the god of the shinobi, Hashirama Senju, who ended the Warring States era and founded the ninja village system. Just rumors of this power are enough to inspire awe. And now, with the sudden conclusion of the Land of Rain War, the tension is palpable. The Hidden Cloud, Stone, and Mist villages are dissatisfied with the abrupt end to the conflict. Their greed and desire for power remain unfulfilled. Even the Tsunade harbors resentment. As he spoke, Orochimaru's expression turned sarcastic. Greed and desire are the roots of war in this world. The so-called end of the Second Great Ninja War was merely a temporary suppression of the flames. But the fire of ambition is bound to ignite again. That's why the village is so eager to pursue the power of the god of the shinobi. Orochimaru's raspy laughter echoed as he analyzed the dynamics of the ninja world with chilling precision. The period between the First and Second Great Ninja Wars saw nearly 20 years of peace because the First War had left the major villages utterly exhausted. However, the gap between the Second and Third Wars was much shorter. This was because, during the Second War, the major villages had yet to fully unleash their potential. Their ambitions remained unfulfilled, making another conflict inevitable. What a noble excuse, Tsunade sneered coldly. She had already heard about the high-ranking officials within the village using the wood release project as a pretext. Many in the already weakened Senju clan had been tempted by the idea. Orochimaru's visit today was nothing more than a reminder to her. And what about you, Orochimaru? Faced with Tsunade's question, Orochimaru didn't bother hiding his intentions. He chuckled hoarsely, saying, "Me. Naturally, I'm here to deliver the Elder's message. And, of course, I can't resist the temptation of studying the power of the god of the shinobi myself." Orochimaru's character was one of unabashed ambition. He never hid his desires and pursued them in his way. "So, you've joined them too," Tsunade said with a cold smile. Despite her dislike for the village elders, she secretly appreciated Orochimaru's reminder. "When I return, I'll join them." Her quiet words lingered in the rain, catching Orochimaru off guard. He stared at her retreating figure as she descended the rooftop. After a moment of stunned silence, a twisted smile crept across his face as he licked his lips. "Hehe, Tsunade, are you finally seeking power too? This is going to be very interesting." Orochimaru's raspy, sinister laughter echoed across the rooftop. Tsunade's uncharacteristic behavior left him both surprised and thrilled. Among the Sanins, Tsunade had always been the least driven by power. Born into privilege, she acted on her whims, rarely pursuing strength for its own sake. But now, Orochimaru saw in her a newfound hunger for power. When someone has a goal, their determination increases tenfold. With Tsunade personally joining the wood release research, Orochimaru was certain that the project's progress would accelerate rapidly. As the rain poured down, the figures on the rooftop disappeared. Returning to her room, Tsunade immediately activated a barrier. Surrounded by intricate instruments, she shed her earlier demeanor, her face now cold and resolute. They just won't stop, will they? One scheme after another. It seems that as long as the Senju clan exists, those old fools will never be satisfied. From Nawaki to the events in the Landgrass, she had endured silently for the sake of the village, despite her anger and bitterness. But this time, enough was enough. First, they had targeted Uzumaki Kushina. Now, they were moving on to the wood release project. Tsunade's anger and disappointment had reached their peak. This was also part of Uchiha Madara's plan. He had succeeded in making Hashirama's granddaughter, Tsunade, see the darkness within the village's leadership. "Lady Tsunade, the village still hasn't given us an explanation for the previous incident, and now this," a middle-aged jonin named Senju said angrily in a secret meeting. "Lady Tsunade, many in the clan have already been approached. How could they do this?" Faced with Senju anger, Tsunade remained calm and responded. "The power of Grandpa's wood release is a temptation no one can resist, not even me. So many people in the clan have been tempted. Even if I didn't agree, those people would still stand up for it. Because they bear the name Senju. And I, Tsunade, no matter what did not inherit the Senju name. That's the reason." At Tsunade's sarcastic mention of the surname issue, Senju expression immediately changed. Panicked, he waved his hands and explained. "Lady Tsunade, please don't misunderstand. The plan back then was decided by the first Hokage himself. Part of the clan went to serve the daimyo of the Land of Fire, part stayed in the village, and the remaining outsiders with diluted bloodlines were integrated into the village. To carry out this plan to the end, the first Hokage even set an example by claiming that his lineage, through Lady Mito, was part of the diluted bloodline group. It was all for the sake of the clan. That's why your lineage, Lady Tsunade, didn't inherit the Senju name." Senju, flustered, continued to explain, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of anger. "Lady Tsunade, you must believe me. Even though your lineage didn't inherit the Senju surname, who in the entire clan would dare question the purity of your bloodline? If anyone does, I'll take care of them myself." Tsunade, however, remained unmoved by Senju fiery emotions. She waved her hand dismissively. "Don't you see? The Uchiha police force currently has 2 deputy captains, one is the clan leader's son, and the other is Uchiha Shirou. Now, the Senju clan is facing this kind of situation. At this point, Tsunade laughed at herself and added, they really know how to play dirty tricks, don't they? Stirring up internal conflicts within both the Senju and the Uchiha clans. 2 deputy captains in the Uchiha police force, coupled with the temptation of the Senjus would release research, this was an attempt to sow discord within the 2 great clans. Lady Tsunade, rest assured. The voice of the Senju clan will always come from your lineage, the first Hokage's line. No one else has the right to speak for us. Senju Moku declared angrily. But Tsunade waved him off. Enough. If those old fools want to play games, let's play along. Don't think for a second that the Senju are finished. Shiro is very sharp. When the proposal for the deputy captain was brought up in the village, he immediately chose to ignore it and stayed on the front lines, leaving that brat Fugaku to return. Seeing the confident expression on Tsunade's face, Senju Moku frowned as Tsunade walked over to a sophisticated machine. He hesitated before asking softly. So, Lady Tsunade, what do you plan to do? Me. Tsunade opened the machine in front of Senju Moku, then looked up and smiled. Since they want to research my grandfather's power, as his granddaughter, how can I not be present? Hearing this, Senju Moku's eyes widened in shock, his mind reeling as if it had exploded. Tsunade was going to join the research project. As his brain buzzed, Senju Moku suddenly realized something and nodded excitedly. Lady Tsunade, you're truly wise. If you participate, the entire Senju clan will unite and no longer be influenced by outside forces. With your medical ninjutsu expertise. If the first Hokage's power is truly restored, I believe no one but you, Lady Tsunade, is worthy of wielding it. This was a brilliant countermeasure. The village's higher-ups had used an open plot to divide the Senju clan, but Tsunade not only agreed to their plan but also decided to join the research herself, effectively neutralizing their scheme. With Tsunade's capabilities and influence, she would naturally become the main person in charge of the project. Everyone involved would have to follow her lead, and any progress made with this power would first benefit the Senju clan. Internally, no one in the Senju clan would dare voice dissent. As Senju Moku couldn't help but admire her, Tsunade impatiently waved him off. All right, go relay my decision to the village. I'll return in a while. Understood. Rest assured, Lady Tsunade. Senju Moku left excitedly, completely ignoring the white liquid within the machine and the various data reports displayed on the screen, likely because he didn't understand them. After he left, Tsunade lowered her head and stared at the white liquid in the test tube and the data in the reports. Her brown eyes glinted with a chilling light. Just as I thought. This is my grandfather's power. It seems certain old fools in the village have been secretly researching the wood release project for a long time. At that moment, Tsunade's face twisted into a smile, but her eyes burned with cold fury. The previous night, when a barrier had shattered and a pair of hands had emerged from underground to stop her, she had noticed no traces of evidence, something she could attribute to a unique ninja ability. But when she severed the wrist of her attacker, she couldn't find it on the battlefield afterward. All she found near her ankle were a few drops of pale liquid. This discovery had shocked her. It wasn't red blood. Moreover, the pale blood carried a familiar power. After secretly collecting it and conducting research, her suspicions were confirmed. Would release power, infused with the cells of her grandfather, the first Hokage. Ridiculous. What a sick joke. In the dim room, Tsunade's shoulders trembled as she lowered her head. A few crystal-clear tears fell to the floor, and her self-mocking laughter echoed through the space. Heh. What a colossal joke. Grandpa, grand-uncle. The village you gave your lives to protect has changed. They've turned against your clan, against your family. Even the people in the village. The will of fire is laughable. They say the Uchiha are evil, but what I see are Uchihas fighting desperately to protect their comrades, while the ones who claim to protect the village hide in the shadows. Her hoarse voice, heavy with grief, reverberated through the room. Tsunade's icy gaze locked onto the test tube of white liquid and the data report in her hand. She recalled how Shiro had repeatedly and subtly warned her to stay vigilant. Shiro had known all along that the village intended to target both the Senju and Uchiha clans, yet he had borne the burden alone, enduring everything by himself. Even in the end, he was still thinking of the village. P.S. I'm sorry guys, I lied. Shiro already bangs Mikoto in the early chapters. But I didn't add lemon scenes because Shiro was too young. It's very weird, tbh. Scene 1, in the bathroom when Mikoto first awakened her Sharingan. Scene 2, when Mikoto used transformation jutsu as Kushina. Chapter 122, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 122. Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hamura Mitokato, Kohara Udatain, and Danzo Shimura, Konoha's top leaders, were all gathered. Even though the war had ended, the expressions on everyone's faces were still heavy. Because this war did not unleash ambition or power, the shinobi world appears peaceful. But, in reality, it is still teetering on the edge of conflict. All it lacks is a spark to ignite the flames once again. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, spoke with a grave expression, laying bare the precarious situation of the shinobi world. In other words, the Second Shinobi World War had ended in an anticlimactic fashion, but the embers of war could reignite at any moment with just a tiny spark. Amidst the somber atmosphere, Danzo Shimura broke the silence with a cold voice. Hiruzen, for now, maintaining stability in the shinobi world is our priority. The root will do everything in its power to provoke conflicts between the other villages, such as the tensions between Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Even as a hawkish figure, Danzo fully understood the impossibility of Konoha facing off against all four major shinobi villages simultaneously. As the leader of the Umbu Root organization, Danzo chose to take on the most difficult and grim task. Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression softened into a rare look of approval, and he solemnly nodded. I'm counting on you, Danzo. The Umbu will also cooperate with Root. The major shinobi villages were already rife with tension and grudges. Provoking wars was something the shinobi of every village were well versed in. Watching the tacit understanding between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokado, and Koharu Uchiha couldn't help but show rare expressions of relief. But then, Danzo's tone shifted sharply. However, there is one more matter at hand, the Wood Release Project. The same Danzo, who had just expressed a willingness to sacrifice for Konoha, suddenly revealed a sinister glint in his eyes as he brought up this critical issue. Hearing this, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Uchiha also grew serious. Koharu spoke in a low voice. Hiruzen, are you planning to move forward with it? If the Senju clan regains this power, and coupled with Uchiha manipulation, it could bring chaos to Konoha. Instinctively, they reverted to their usual practice of blaming the Uchiha for any potential problems. Anything remotely connected to the Uchiha was seen as a threat. Compared to Hamura and Koharu's excuses, Danzo was far more direct. Hiruzen, while including the Senju clan in this plan was part of the strategy, Tsunade's agreement completely caught us off guard. The Senju clan may be weak now, but they are united on this matter. If the Senju gain control of the Wood Release Project, this power will become uncontrollable. Although the Wood Release Project had been their idea, they had anticipated that Tsunade would never agree to participate. The plan had been designed to exploit the internal divisions within the Senju clan. After all, with Tsunade's personality, her refusal would have stirred dissatisfaction among the Senju, creating internal conflicts. No one had expected Tsunade to agree so unexpectedly, completely derailing their strategy to weaken and divide the Senju clan. Now, instead of weakening the Senju, the plan felt like it was slipping out of their control. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned deeply at this, his voice heavy. We all know Tsunade's personality. There's no way she would agree to this out of the blue. This is unexpected. Koharu's eyes narrowed as she spoke sharply. Hiruzen, are you saying there's someone behind her? The office fell into a tense silence. Everyone's faces darkened as they thought of one person. Mito Uzumaki. Only she could have persuaded Tsunade. Only she could wield such influence. In the oppressive atmosphere of the office, Hiruzen finally exhaled a puff of smoke and broke the silence. The Wood Release Project must proceed. Since Tsunade has agreed, it is only appropriate that she be the one to lead it. Hiruzen. That's far too dangerous. Hamura and Koharu slammed their hands on the table, immediately opposing the suggestion. The thought of the Senju clan regaining their peak strength, and mastering the Wood Release, filled their minds with fear. Tsunade is far too reckless. If the Senju gain control of this power, both Konoha and the entire shinobi world could be thrown into chaos. To them, any power they could not control was inherently a threat to the village. But as Hamura and Koharu voiced their objections, Danzo let out a cold laugh. You're scared of this and that before the plan has even begun. The Wood Release Project will be led by Root. Tsunade is merely a figurehead. The final results will belong to Konoha alone. Seeing Danzo's resolute attitude, Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a rare sigh of relief, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. As expected, in critical moments, he could always count on Danzo. After all, the Root organization, the shadowy underbelly of Konoha, existed to handle matters that couldn't see the light of day. Danzo, the Wood Release Project must proceed. You will oversee it and ensure it remains under control. Hiruzen's firm yet ambiguous tone made it clear that he was giving Danzo full authority to handle the project. The two men had long since developed a tacit understanding. Danzo knew exactly what Hiruzen meant. If anything went wrong, Root would take the blame. Don't worry. The Wood Release experiments will take place entirely within Root's labs. No one will be able to take anything from us. Danzo's cold smirk deepened. Tsunade's involvement would only accelerate the experiments. As for the results, there was no way he would let anyone else have them. Once he mastered the power of wood release, the position of Hokage would inevitably be his. Hiruzen, too, nodded silently. The power of wood release was not so easily mastered. Even Tobirama Senju had studied it and eventually abandoned the research. If any breakthroughs were made, Root's labs would be under the watchful eye of the Umbu, ensuring the results remained in his control. As for the Senju, from the very beginning, involving the Senju in the project was merely for appearances. After all, the Senju still existed, and their approval was needed for the sake of formality. Otherwise, if Konoha were caught secretly experimenting with the forbidden techniques of the great clans, it would lead to serious consequences. A small town in the land of rain. Under the gloomy sky, a drizzle continued to fall. Nagato, your parents were killed by Konoha ninja, weren't they? The calm voice echoed, tinged with certainty. This made Nagato, who had just finished training in the nearby forest, freeze in place. Beside him, Conan's expression turned anxious, unsure of how to respond. Leaning against a tree and gazing at him calmly was Uchiha Shirou. Nagato's heart grew heavy. Over the past few months, he had come to see this man as someone incredibly important to him. Yes. Nagato's hoarse voice broke the silence, filled with bitterness. He didn't know what awaited him next, but he couldn't bring himself to lie to the person who had shown him the way forward. To his surprise, Shiro did not react as he had imagined. Instead, he gazed at the overcast sky with a face full of melancholy. Greed and desire lead to wars that satisfy the ambitions of the powerful, while ordinary people suffer the most. Nagato, I'm sorry for what you've been through. Hearing this, Nagato's eyes grew wet with emotion, while Conan, standing beside him, looked at Shito with gratitude. Shiro was the most important person in her life, and Nagato was her companion. You've probably noticed it by now, haven't you? Shiro's calm voice broke the silence again, making Nagato and Conan's expressions darkened. Of course, they had noticed. Recently, Konoha had been withdrawing from the battlefield, leaving the land of rain in chaos. At the same time, Shiro had begun teaching them advanced ninjutsu. Previously, they had only been trained as basic ninjas, but even ordinary people understood the importance of ninjutsu. I have to return to Konoha. The two of you. Shiro trailed off, lowering his gaze to look at them. Finally, his eyes rested on Nagato. He shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Nagato. I can't take you back to Konoha. This sentence made Nagato tremble slightly, but a warm feeling surged in his heart. He brushed aside his red hair, revealing those mysterious purple Rinnegan eyes. Lord Shiro, is it because of these eyes? Since revealing his Rinnegan, Shiro had already told him about the legendary power and significance of these eyes, so Nagato fully understood the reason. In this ninja world full of conflict, even my village isn't as idyllic as you might imagine. If I were to take you back, I wouldn't be able to protect you. Lord Shiro, if possible, I'm willing to give you these eyes. Nagato said sincerely, completely unaware of how shocking his words were to the hidden white Zetsu, who widened his eyes in disbelief. These eyes, can they just be given away so casually? Idiot, don't say foolish things. Shiro suddenly laughed and scolded him, then pulled a red book out of his ninja tool pouch and tossed it over. The latest volume. I wrote in it that if the legendary Rinnegan were to appear, it would bring transformation to the ninja world. Don't let me down, train hard so I can one day see how strong the legendary eyes that can bring peace to this turbulent world truly are. Holding the book in his hands, Nagato's eyes grew slightly misty. Lord Shiro, I've taught you everything I can. I only have one request for you, since you possess these eyes, you must bring change to the ninja world. So my request is, don't limit yourself to one village or one nation. At this point, Shiro squinted his eyes and gazed into the distant sky. The dark clouds far away began to disperse, revealing the morning sun. Your eyes should focus on the entire ninja world, just like this rising sun. Your eyes must bring light and dawn to the ninja world. Dawn. Shiro's resolute voice echoed, leaving Nagato stunned. He had never imagined that Shiro had such high expectations for him. Yet, as he stared at the rising sun in the distance, Nagato felt both shocked and a little afraid. He feared he wouldn't be able to live up to Shiro's expectations. He had never dreamed of changing the ninja world, all he wanted was to protect his companions and live a peaceful life. Seeing Nagato and Conan's timid expressions, Shiro sighed inwardly. As expected, neither of them had such grand ambitions. In the original story, Yahiko was the one with ideals and aspirations. After Yahiko's death, Nagato merely carried on that will out of guilt and pain, while Conan simply wanted to protect her companions. A parting gift. At that moment, Shiro chuckled and casually tossed over a crystal box. When Nagato caught it, he was stunned, looking at the gift with some confusion. Shiro crossed his arms and teased with a smile. This is a pair of special contact lenses I prepared for you. Remember, until you have the strength to change the ninja world, don't reveal your eyes to outsiders. Otherwise, they'll only bring disaster. Faced with Shiro's stern warning, Nagato lowered his head to look at the gift in his hands, feeling warmth in his heart. The Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, yet Shiro wasn't tempted by them. Instead, he taught Nagato ninjutsu and guided him. At that moment, a loud, cheerful laugh echoed from afar, causing Shiro to glance toward the river with a mix of exasperation and amusement. In the distance, Yahiko was following Jiraiya with a look of admiration, diligently training as an ordinary ninja. Seeing this, Nagato seemed to grow more cautious, lowering his head and quickly putting on the disguised contact lenses. When Shiro saw the two of them, he squinted slightly. Could this be fate? Yahiko had encountered Jiraiya, and judging from the situation, Jiraiya was guiding him in his training. Haha, Shiro, I heard you're heading back. Jiraiya leaped from the water's surface, laughing heartily as he approached Shiro. Behind him, Yahiko was panting heavily. Jiraiya-san, what's this about? By now, Shiro's reputation and strength no longer required him to address Jiraiya with excessive formality. Jiraiya didn't mind, laughing as if it were only natural. That's the way of the Uchiha. When you have enough strength, you naturally stand as equals without needing to demand it. Tsunade and Orochimaru are returning to the village, leaving me here alone in the land of rain. This kid is one of the many children affected by the war, so I've taken him as a disciple and am teaching him survival skills. As Jiraiya laughed, Yahiko stepped forward respectfully and bowed to Shiro. Lord Shiro. Yahiko's gaze then shifted to Nagato and Conan, and the three of them tactfully stepped aside to give the adults some space. Leaning against a large tree, Jiraiya sighed wistfully. Time flies. At least the war is finally over. Shiro nodded slightly but didn't share Jiraiya's optimism. But this war ended far too abruptly. It feels like the ninja world has returned to its pre-war state. Otherwise, the withdrawal from the land of rain wouldn't have happened so quickly. Shiro spoke bluntly about the current situation. Konoha didn't want to provoke conflict, but at the same time, it was reluctant to give up the resources of the land of rain. On the surface, many shinobi had been recalled, but in reality, key areas were still under Konoha's control. Plundering resources. That's what the ninja world had always been about. Jiraiya sighed deeply. That's the nature of war. He intended to stay behind to gather intelligence on the land of rain. Shiro glanced at Jiraiya without showing any emotion. In the original story, Jiraiya stayed in the rain village for 3 years out of so-called compassion. At that time, Jiraiya hadn't even discovered Nagato's Rinnegan and the ninja worlds. Political situation wasn't particularly favorable. So Jiraiya's decision to stay also carried hidden motives from Konoha. One was to gather intelligence on the land of rain, and the other was to oversee Konoha's operations there. After all, compared to Tsunade, who was from the Senju clan, and Orochimaru, who had his eccentric pursuits, Jiraiya's personality made him the most reliable choice. As Shiro and Jiraiya continued their exchange, Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan were chatting and laughing by the lake. Chapter 123, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 123. By the lake. Nagato, Conan, although the war is over, the turmoil in the land of rain hasn't ceased. Would you be willing to join me? Together, we can establish peace in the land of rain. Yahiko's radiant smile exuded a unique charisma as he extended an invitation to the two fellow war orphans of the land of rain. However, Conan responded with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Yahiko. I will be following Lord Shiro back. Her words stunned Yahiko, leaving his smile momentarily frozen. Conan's gaze, apologetic yet distant, passed through him, landing on the figure dressed in white leaning against a tree in the distance. To her, that figure seemed to embody her entire world. When Yahiko saw the look in Conan's eyes, he seemed to understand something and couldn't help but show a bitter smile. The budding emotions he hadn't yet expressed were already buried in the dust. Turning to Nagato for solace, Yahiko was met with the same apologetic smile. I plan to stay here in the village and train under Lord Uchiha Shirou. After all, I'm still too weak. Shiro had left someone in charge of the village, Uchiha Shirou, who had also taken Nagato under his wing. 2 consecutive rejections left Yahiko scratching his head awkwardly, unsure of what had just happened. He could understand Conan's choice, as her loyalty had been clear from the start. But Nagato. If he wasn't going back, then why? Faced with Yahiko's puzzled look, Nagato gave a faint, practiced smile. Because the land of rain is my home. Nagato's answer seemed to enlighten Yahiko, but Yahiko remained unaware of the guarded thoughts within Nagato's heart. Lord Shiro said it, I mustn't reveal my eyes to anyone. Under Shiro's influence, Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato were set on diverging paths in life. Conan and Nagato had not built deep bonds with Yahiko. Especially after learning about the secrets of his Rinnegan, Nagato had developed a sense of caution toward others. More importantly, Nagato had begun to wield power. He was no longer the weak, starving boy who could be won over with a simple piece of bread. Haha, it's fine. We're all in the land of rain, and Conan will visit whenever she has time. Yahiko's confident grin, radiating his natural charm, managed to ease the awkward atmosphere. However, despite appearances, the relationships between the three had already shifted. Shiro's intervention had irreversibly altered their destinies. When people are at their weakest, it's easiest to reach their hearts. But once they gain strength, even someone as kind-hearted as Nagato instinctively views Yahiko as a companion only because of his newfound ninja abilities. Such is human nature. The three gazed toward one of the rare sunrises in the land of rain, their faces lit with smiles of hope for the future. Yahiko, now a student of Jiraiya, believed he would one day become a powerful ninja. Conan, while saddened by the parting, found solace in returning to the village alongside the person she admired most. Nagato, too, smiled, feeling the warmth of care and protection. Though still unsure of the full picture, he knew one thing: he had killed Konoha ninjas. Yet Lord Shiro hadn't blamed him. Instead, Shiro had protected him because of his legendary eyes and even arranged for someone to guide him. This familial care filled Nagato with longing. Beneath the tree, Jiraiya looked at Shiro with his usual playful grin before tossing him a scroll, laughing aloud. No need to thank this great sage. This is one of my secret techniques. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Shiro was surprised. It was Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's secret defensive ninjutsu hardened his hair into needle-like spikes, enveloping his entire body in a protective layer. It was a B-rank technique, and there was also an offensive variant. Haha. I've long noticed your reckless fighting style, Shiro. You're lacking in defensive ninjutsu. Jiraiya laughed heartily, but amidst his laughter, Shiro caught a hint of awkwardness. While Jiraiya was a good man, he wasn't the type to casually give away his secret techniques, especially not one of his signature jutsu. Jiraiya-san, is this because of the Sanin title that's been circulating? Shiro's meaningful smile made Jiraiya scratch his head awkwardly. He knew the situation wasn't exactly honorable, but it wasn't something he could control. The title had already spread. To suppress the fame of Tsukumo Hatake, Konoha's White Fang, the third Hokage and his advisors had deliberately publicized the exploits of Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, branding them as the legendary Sanin. In doing so, they overshadowed the contributions of Uchiha Shirou, Uzumaki Kushina, and, to some extent, Uchiha Mikoto, who had also played significant roles in the latter half of the battle against Hanzo of the Salamander. After all, two of them were Uchiha, and the third was the Ninetales Jinchuriki. The official excuse? We were protecting the Jinchuriki. Accepting this, Shiro smiled. In that case, thank you, Jiraiya-san. Without hesitation, Shiro accepted the defensive technique. Jiraiya was simply compensating him out of guilt. After all, during their fight against Hanzo, Jiraiya felt he had dragged Shiro down. Claiming credit afterward only made him feel worse. Looks like the Uchiha clan leader has tacitly agreed to the third Hokage's suppression tactics. After all, the young clan head hasn't taken over yet. Squinting, Shiro thought about how unusual this situation was. Would the Uchiha normally allow the village leadership to suppress their clan? Not likely. Unless, the clan leader himself had agreed to it. This would explain the discontent brewing among the Uchiha on the front lines. Thinking this through, Shiro gazed at the rising sun, a smile forming on his lips. I can understand paving the way for your son's future. Unfortunately, your vision is too narrow. You only see the surface but fail to notice how many of the Uchiha's elites are now rallying behind me. Ironically, the suppression had worked in his favor. The Uchiha elites on the front lines were beginning to align with him, growing dissatisfied with the clan leader's decisions. Take your time. The clan leader's body won't hold out for much longer. Shiro squinted, realizing that he might not even need to act. The Uchiha clan was delivering itself into his hands. As for Fugaku Uchiha, Shiro smiled again. He believed this overly loyal and conflict-averse young heir would eventually crumble under the mounting pressure. Konoha, Uchiha clan. Father. Why? Why would you do this? You're trampling on the honor of the Uchiha clan. Inside the room, the normally composed Fugaku Uchiha was enraged, confronting his father, the current Uchiha clan leader. Looking at his son, the elder Uchiha leader's face showed guilt, but his voice remained firm. Fugaku. Your steady nature reassures me that the clan will be safe in your hands. As for Shirokuin, I admit he is a genius. But he is also more stubborn and fanatical than Elder Setsuna ever was. He's too dangerous, there's no denying it. If he succeeds, he could indeed lead the Uchiha clan to greater heights. But if he fails, it would spell utter catastrophe. The elder patriarch of the Uchiha clan spoke calmly, though his tone carried an undeniable weight. He had his own selfish considerations, but he also took into account the personalities of the two men involved. Fugaku. You must understand, Uchiha Shirou is an even more domineering and obsessive person than Elder Setsuna. If the position of clan leader were to fall into his hands in the future, do you think you could restrain him with his personality? Faced with his father's interrogation, Fugaku flushed red with frustration and indignation. Finally, in a hoarse voice, he replied. But father, when the position of deputy head was offered to him before, Shiro outright refused it. Instead, he hid away in the land of rain and didn't return until recently, when the medical corps was established in the village. Only then did he choose to come back, and he even voluntarily applied to join the medical unit. As he said this, Fugaku's face reflected a deep sense of shame. The boy he had once always regarded as a younger brother had grown to such heights without him noticing, and yet his father had now begun to harbor fears toward him. This wasn't fair. This wasn't the Uchiha way. Facing his son's rebuke, the elder patriarch fell silent. After a long moment, he let out a melancholic sigh. Fugaku, perhaps this is my selfishness. But after all I've been through, I've come to realize that the Uchiha clan is already a sensitive presence within the village. If Shiro wants to change the clan, I won't stand in his way. However, as a clan leader, I cannot gamble the entire clan on one person. That's why you are needed, Fugaku. A Uchiha with differing views, just as I once had with Elder Setsuna. In the future, the clan will depend on both of you. Fugaku understood his father's reasoning, but as a proud Uchiha, he was filled with anger. He slammed his palm down hard, shattering the table in front of him. Father, I accept your love for the clan, but I absolutely cannot accept this method that tramples on the honor of the Uchiha. Fugaku roared in fury. He realized that a divided Uchiha clan might be safer, but he couldn't bring himself to agree with such an approach. Yet, as he glared at his father, the elder patriarch raised his head and solemnly said, Fugaku, when you bear the weight of the clan on your shoulders, you'll no longer be able to act so freely. This pressure will suffocate you, forcing you to take actions that go against your heart. The medical corps has already been formally established. The head is Lady Tsunade, and the deputy head is Shiro. And you, my son. You are now the deputy head of the police force. It's time for you to take responsibility for the clan. Upon hearing his father's words, Fugaku's anger gave way to guilt toward Shiro. Uchiha Shiro, much younger than him, had avoided creating a rift between them by retreating into the land of rain. And when he returned, he applied to join the medical unit instead of competing for power. This made Fugaku, who had always seen himself as the older brother, feel deeply remorseful. It was as though he had stolen the glory that rightfully belonged to his younger brother, Uchiha Shiro. Meanwhile, the Senju clan's territory. Tsunade, the medical corps has already been formally established. It's time for you to focus on what you need to do. Uzumaki Mito sighed and shook her head as she spoke. However, in the secret chamber, Tsunade was deeply engrossed in reading the clan's secret scrolls. She frowned, her attention fully absorbed in the texts, and waved dismissively at her grandmother's words. These old geezers. I proposed formalizing medical nin long ago, and now they've finally seized the opportunity. What is this? Turning my contributions into a mere title of head of the medical corps. They're trying to pigeonhole me as just a medical nin so that all the shinobi in Konoha see me only for my achievements in medicine, not for my feats on the battlefield, right? By now, Tsunade had seen through such political maneuvering and scoffed coldly. As for the tedious work of the medical corps, Shiro is back now, and he's prepared to take charge. Uzumaki Mito felt a sense of relief as she watched her granddaughter mature. At least she could rest easy after she was gone. However, she couldn't help but feel concerned about Tsunade's recent changes since returning to the clan. After her return, Tsunade immersed herself in the clan's secret scrolls, especially those written by the second Hokage, Tobirama, and others detailing forbidden techniques. From a young age, Tsunade had either gambled or drank. Now, she had taken an intense interest in the clan's secret scrolls, which shocked Uzumaki Mito. She had never seen Tsunade so obsessed with power. Tsunade, the village is already prepared. After a long pause, Uzumaki Mito spoke softly from a chair in the chamber. Her words startled Tsunade, who was deep in her studies. Tsunade raised her head, her expression cold. Outsiders are one thing, but some people within the clan can't seem to wait, can they? Everyone says the Uchiha are madmen in their pursuit of power, but compared to the current Senju, the Uchiha are a joke. Researching the first Hokage's would release techniques would inevitably require opening his grave and extracting tissue from her grandfather, Uzumaki Mito's husband. To others, this was merely the source of a tantalizing power. But to the two of them, it was family. One was her husband, the other her grandfather. Only the two of them felt the pain of this. For the rest of the clan, who had become obsessed with reviving their former glory, there was no hesitation or sorrow. Grandmother. Tsunade exhaled deeply, then smiled lightly. Don't worry, Grandma. I've got this under control. I'll handle it myself, and I'm sure Grandpa won't blame me. Her teasing words made Uzumaki Mito laugh. She was reminded of when Tsunade had first practiced medical ninjutsu, often using her grandfather as a test subject. But when she thought about the current state of the clan, Uzumaki Mito could only sigh. Tsunade, many of our clansmen witnessed the Senju's former glory. That's why they're so desperate to revive the clan. As the Senju declined, the clan's members channeled their frustrations into a single goal, restoring their former splendor. When the idea of researching would release was proposed, they seized on it as their outlet, becoming utterly fanatical. If they hadn't seen the Senju's golden age, they wouldn't have been so fixated. The psychological gap was simply too vast. Seeing her grandmother's sadness, Tsunade suddenly slapped her forehead as if she had remembered something. Grandma. There's something I need your help with. I've had some ideas about derivative techniques for the Yin seal. Recently, after studying Uzumaki clan records and second grandpa's scrolls, I've refined my concept even further. Tsunade excitedly explained her thoughts, which would later evolve into the 100 healings technique. Uzumaki Mito, though aware that her granddaughter was trying to distract her and give her something to focus on, couldn't help but smile warmly. Chapter 124, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 124. In the secret chamber. Tsunade, even Tobirama has praised your talent in the past. Yet, you spent so much time indulging in gambling and drinking, wasting such a long period. But it's not too late now. Your current idea is excellent. After listening to Tsunade's thoughts on the derivative direction of the Yin seal technique, Uzumaki Mito rarely showed a look of relief. At the very least, it proved that her granddaughter wasn't merely coming up with excuses to distract her but was genuinely immersed in her research. Especially after seeing the direction Tsunade was pursuing, Uzumaki Mito secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Her greatest fear had always been that Tsunade might walk a dark path. After all, the secret scrolls left behind by the second Hokage, Tobirama, contained many dark forbidden techniques. Thankfully, while Tsunade had begun to pursue power, she had not become obsessed with those cruel and dark forbidden arts. Grandma, back then, you were also a genius. Even second grandpa regarded you as a legendary kunoichi with talent and strength no less than his. With a flattering smile, Tsunade first complimented her grandmother and then coquettishly added. Grandma, I've been so busy lately. There's so much to handle in the medical division. Could I trouble you to help me research this forbidden technique together? Facing her granddaughter's playful request, Uzumaki Mito smiled with relief. Knowing that her granddaughter hadn't taken the dark path she feared was her greatest comfort. All right. Grandma doesn't have much to do these days. I'll gladly help you perfect this forbidden technique. Deep in her eyes, Uzumaki Mito showed a resolute look. If her granddaughter's idea for this forbidden technique could truly be perfected, it would serve as a significant safeguard for her life after Mito was gone. She had to do her utmost to help complete it. Thank you so much, Grandma. But you must also remember to rest. I'll have Kusha keep an eye on you to make sure you're taking proper breaks. With Tsunade's playful laughter, she escorted Uzumaki Mito out. Once alone, the smile on her face froze instantly, and a cold glint appeared deep in her eyes. In the silent chamber, Tsunade looked at the various forbidden scrolls on the table. Perhaps I now know what to sacrifice. Sacrifice the unimportant, and in the end, the Senju clan will achieve its rebirth. After experiencing so much, Tsunade was no longer the carefree, reckless woman she once was. She had grown into someone who could truly bear the heavy responsibilities of the Senju clan. What she sought was a unified, fully controllable clan, not one where members would betray her at critical moments. As she unfurled a scroll, the contents revealed were none other than records of human experiments conducted by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Tsunade's gaze turned grave as she focused on the document. After Grandpa's death, second Grandpa tried to create a forbidden technique to resurrect him. When this failed amidst the turmoil of the ninja world, he turned his attention to researching would release's power, attempting to awaken it on a large scale within the clan. But there's no record in Senju clan history of would release ever being a Kekkei Genkai ability. It seems to have been some kind of mutation that Grandpa awakened. Later, through research, second Grandpa discovered that Grandpa's chakra contained a unique energy. As she read the secret details on the scroll, Tsunade's brows furrowed deeply. The description of this energy left her astonished. This unique energy is very similar to the special chakra produced in the Uchiha clan when they awaken the Sharingan. Yet it's also like two opposing forces, yin and yang in nature. When combined with a ninja's chakra, it generates immense power. When she reached the end of the scroll and found no further records, Tsunade frowned. What? That's it. Impossible. If second Grandpa researched this, how could the records be incomplete? This. Just as Tsunade was beginning to feel irritated, her eyes fell on the time record at the end of the scroll. Her expression froze, and her frustrations dissipated. So that's when it was. Muttering to herself, Tsunade realized that the research dated back to the time when her second Grandpa had gone to negotiate with the Land of Lightning and met his untimely end. In other words, second grandpa's research didn't fail, it was simply left incomplete. Tsunade's brows furrowed even more deeply as her mind raced. Second grandpa never finished his research. And what exactly is this unique wood-release-related cell? Her thoughts began to piece together fragments of the past. After her second grandpa didn't return, her teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, took over as the third Hokage. Along with him came the formation of the Root and the Advisory Council, consolidating the third Hokage's power. In other words, everything second grandpa left behind remained in the village. And when these old schemers rose to power under the third Hokage, Tsunade's mind grew clearer, pointing to one possible conclusion. The research didn't stop. Those old schemers continued experimenting in secret, likely steering it toward a new direction, and now they've proposed the wood release project. At this thought, Tsunade couldn't help but smirk sarcastically. I thought I'd already assumed the worst of you all, but you're even more rotten than I imagined. You're corrupt to the core. Her voice was calm and gentle, yet it carried an icy indifference. At this moment, her eyes were filled with endless coldness. She had pushed her imagination to its limits, trying to envision just how vile they could be, yet reality still exceeded her expectations. What in this world could be worse than humans? Suddenly, a thought surfaced in Tsunade's mind, causing her expression to freeze. She realized she had never encountered anything more evil than humans. Konoha. The village, hailed as the strongest in the ninja world, had developed 5 major divisions since its founding: the ANBU, Root, Intelligence Division, Barrier Division, and Police Force. While Root technically fell under the ANBU, it had grown increasingly independent over the years and was now responsible for espionage and intelligence-gathering missions in other nations. Now, Konoha had added a 6th division, the Medical Division. With this, Konoha's 6 departments each had distinct responsibilities. Of these, the Barrier Division and Medical Division had no enforcement powers. The Medical Division's new building stood behind the hospital, with Tsunade serving as its head. The Medical Division is recruiting medical ninjas. Although the village is currently short on funds, we cannot afford to lack medical ninjas. Prepare to deploy with the ninja forces at any moment. This is the latest hospital management system. Head Tsunade has already signed off on it. All hospitals in the village must operate under a unified framework. Minor injuries should be treated and discharged promptly. Unless necessary, there's no need for hospitalization. Additionally, triage must be planned according to the severity of injuries. Don't waste medical resources. I've seen elite medical jonin in the ward rushing to treat every patient brought in, merely because someone panicked. In the medical division's office, dozens of Konoha ninjas skilled in medical ninjutsu sat respectfully, listening to their deputy head speak. Uchiha Shirou, the division's deputy head, had taken on a nominal role in the police force after returning from the front lines, before transferring to the medical division. Looking at the group of mostly female medical ninjas, Shiro spoke gravely. Do you realize how wasteful this behavior is? In chaotic situations, if a severely injured ninja, say, one with a severed limb, comes in, it might seem critical. But in reality, a Chunin medical ninja can stabilize their condition with basic treatment. Instead, you're wasting an elite jonin's chakra. And what happens when a poisoned jonin arrives while that elite jonin medical ninja is drained? Faced with his question, the female medical ninjas exchanged uneasy glances, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Deputy Head Shiro, while what you're saying is logical and we understand your point, sometimes we have no choice. For example, when a patient is rushed in by their teammates. Even if a regular medical ninja can handle it, if their teammate is a high-ranking jonin and demands the best, what are we supposed to do? A young female medical ninja nervously voiced the group's concerns. Medical ninjas were inherently the weaker group and couldn't afford to offend these high-ranking, temperamental jonin, especially when their comrades were injured and emotions ran high. Hearing this, Shiro calmly regarded the murmuring crowd. I will arrange for personnel from the police force to patrol the hospital and maintain order. When dealing with injured ninjas, no one is allowed to break protocol. If someone has an issue, direct them to the police force, or Head Tsunade. The powerful voice of Shiro echoed through the room, causing a silent sigh of relief among the others. If the police force had stepped in to maintain order, things would certainly proceed more smoothly. After all, they would simply be following established protocols. Of course, if it were during times of abundant medical resources and such demands were made, we in the medical division would welcome it with open arms. Treatment fees for such cases could be multiplied tenfold. Since Tsunade entrusted him with the task of managing the medical division, Shiro had no intention of slacking off. While everyone else underestimated the medical division, he was fully aware of its immense potential. By establishing a more comprehensive medical system, Shiro intended to tie the Uchiha clan, the medical division, and even the other major families allied with them into a cohesive force. After all, no one understood the profitability of the medical field better than he did. To control medical technology was to control the future. As Shiro invoked the backing of two powerful clans, Tsunade's Senju family and his own Uchiha family, along with the police force, the medical ninjas in the room began to smile. It wasn't that they didn't know how to properly utilize medical resources, it was simply that medical ninjas were in a weak position of influence. In the original storyline, every time a disaster struck Konoha, one glaring issue became evident. No matter how skilled Sakura was as a medical ninja, even minor injuries required her attention. This was because the injured were almost always brought in by acquaintances, leaving her no choice but to help. Thus, rules and systems needed to be established from the very beginning rather than waiting for issues to arise later, which would only make things more difficult. With the implementation of the medical division's improved policies, along with the support of the police force, Konoha's hospitals quickly became more organized and efficient. In the medical division office, Shiro had just finished a meeting when Kushina and Mikoto walked in, smiling. "Shiro, everything has been arranged with the police force," Mikoto said. "It might take a bit of time for them to adjust, but it won't be long before they adapt." They had been back from the front lines for several days now, and Kushina had her work to focus on. While Shiro held a nominal position in the police force, Mikoto was able to represent him, serving as a signal to avoid internal conflict within the clan. Since returning, Kushina had also been spending most of her time learning from Uzumaki Mito, finally enjoying a rare period of relative relaxation. "Wow, our deputy head of the medical division is quite impressive," Kushina teased, her straightforward personality shining through. "You're surrounded by so many beautiful medical ninjas." Shiro shook his head with a smile at her playful jab. "Why don't you lend a hand as well?" Kushina pouted and waved her hand dismissively. "I'm busy training with Grandma Mito right now, I don't have time to help you." Although she declined, her tone hinted that it wasn't a lack of willingness but simply a lack of time. "Lord Shiro." At that moment, Conan entered the office, carrying a stack of documents, and greeted him respectfully. Shiro smiled warmly at her. Since returning from the Land of Rain, he had brought Conan back with him. Disrupting the original timeline. That didn't matter to him. As long as it strengthened him and worked in his favor, nothing was off limits. Letting a ninja like Conan's immense potential go to waste elsewhere. That would be foolish. As for Nagato, it wasn't that Shiro didn't want to bring him along, it was simply that he didn't yet have the strength to challenge Uchiha Madara's bottom line. But that didn't matter. The seeds had already been planted, it was just a matter of waiting for them to bear fruit. "Just place the documents here," Shiro said. "I truly appreciate your meticulous work, Conan." Conan's face flushed slightly at the praise. Bowing her head respectfully, she replied, "Not at all, it's all thanks to your guidance, Lord Shiro." Watching this exchange, Kushina couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. She wanted to stay here too, but she simply couldn't. Mito's health required her to improve her strength as quickly as possible. "Shiro, have you heard?" Kushina suddenly interjected, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. "We accomplished so much on the front lines, especially you, fighting Salamander Hanzo to the death, and yet all you got was this useless position as medical division deputy head. Meanwhile, that Minato Namikaze managed to gain the third Hokage's favor just by completing a few missions. I even heard he's being rewarded with one of the jutsu from the Scroll of Seals." Kushina huffed in frustration while Mikoto, standing nearby, remained silent but couldn't hide the cold glint in her eyes, revealing her displeasure. "Kushina, you really shouldn't say things like that out loud," Shiro said, shaking his head with a smile. However, inwardly, he mused that Minato Namikaze's path to success seemed inevitable. Kushina, feeling comforted by Shiro's seemingly caring tone, couldn't help but feel warm inside, though she maintained her defiant demeanor outwardly. "Oh, come on. You, Mikoto, and Conan-chan are all on my side. Why should I care? If they're going to act like that, why shouldn't I call them out?" Shiro smiled, shaking his head at her stubborn attitude. "As for the Scroll of Seals, there's no need to dwell on it. Unless the Uchiha produce a Hokage, we shouldn't even think about receiving such things." His casual smile seemed to imply that the Uchiha clan had long grown accustomed to such unfair treatment. No matter how great their achievements, it would never be enough to earn genuine trust. This resignation to others' prejudice made Kushina feel a pang of sadness. Looking at Shiro, her gaze softened. "TCH, come to my house tonight," she suddenly blurted out. Realizing what she had just said, Kushina's face turned bright red. Trying to cover it up, she added, "And Mikoto too. Grandma Mito wants to see you both. Sister Tsunade might also have something to discuss with you. I'm just passing along the message. Lady Mito." Shiro paused, his mind already racing to analyze the situation. Chapter 125, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 125. Credits, Dams. The Senju clan. Grandpa, back when you lost to me so many times, let's just call this paying off your debt. Anyway, you're already dead, it won't hurt you. Tsunade muttered softly to herself as she carefully retrieved some tissue samples from the coffin. She inspected them thoroughly, letting out a silent sigh of relief. Even though Grandpa has already passed away, under the powerful life force of the sage body, the cells in his body are still incredibly active. The tissue I just took out will regenerate in no time. This realization made Tsunade feel relieved that she hadn't caused much damage to her grandfather's body. No wonder they were so bold. Turns out they knew my grandpa's body wouldn't show any signs of damage during an inspection. It was clear to Tsunade that the old geezers in Konoha had secretly studied wood release. They must have discovered her grandfather's regenerative capabilities and therefore weren't worried about being caught. After all, his body's immense life force continued to recover itself. Lady Tsunade. As Tsunade returned home, she was greeted by members of the ANBU, causing her to frown deeply. What is it? Can't wait, can you? Faced with Tsunade's intimidating gaze, the ANBU shivered and lowered their heads, replying in a small voice. Lord Hokage asked me to inform you that all research equipment, personnel, and laboratories are ready. Just as Shiro had mentioned before, the prejudices in people's hearts are like immovable mountains, no matter how hard you try, you cannot shift them. Now, Tsunade had firmly convinced herself that the old geezers had fallen into darkness. Naturally, she found everything they did unbearably. Her reaction was a cold snort. Get out. Go back and tell those old fossils that if ANBU steps foot into the Senju compound again, I'll personally dig up their ancestors' graves. Tsunade's furious shout left the ANBU visibly pale behind their mask. Without daring to say another word, they nodded respectfully and quickly fled. Watching the ANBU retreat in panic, Tsunade ground her teeth in anger. Those old geezers treated the Senju compound like their own backyard, coming and going as they pleased. How laughable and pathetic. The height of human hypocrisy. Tsunade scoffed coldly and turned to head home. In the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, how dare she? How dare Tsunade act like this? Outrageous. Beyond outrageous. Hiruzen, we must do something about her. After the ANBU reported back, both Mitokedo Hamura and Udatane Koharu were livid. Their faces turned green with rage, and they slammed the table in anger. Hiruzen, the laboratory is fully prepared, and everything is ready. We're just waiting for Tsunade. Doesn't she realize that delaying even one more day wastes countless precious resources? Danzo. Say something. What's with Tsunade's behavior? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen remain silent, the two turned their fury towards Shimura Danzo. Though the pair were fuming with anger, Danzo, who usually had the most extreme reactions, remained unusually calm this time. Tsunade's anger is understandable. After all, it's just venting through words. It's not like she's taking any action. Danzo, for once, appeared unperturbed. He glanced at Hiruzen without much emotion. Although he was often seen as ruthless, even he understood that anyone would feel upset in this situation. What's the big deal about cursing you out and threatening to dig up your ancestors' graves? Everyone knows it's just words spoken in anger. But in this case, she did dig up her own family's graves. If you've already forced her to do something like this, what's wrong with letting her vent a little? His organization, Root, had been cursed in Konoha for years. Couldn't they handle a few insults? Danzo even showed a rare look of disdain. These two always criticized him for being reckless, but now that the issue had landed on their laps, they couldn't keep their composure. Seeing Danzo's attitude, Hiruzen sighed heavily, puffing on his pipe. Enough, everyone. Stop talking. You've known Tsunade's temper for years. At most, she's just venting her frustrations. She'll come tomorrow. Tsunade's blunt and unrestrained anger reassured both Hiruzen and Danzo. This was Tsunade's nature, after all. They were even prepared for her to storm into the Hokage's office and yell at them directly. The fact that she merely cursed them behind their backs was already an improvement. Seeing Hiruzen and Danzo's calm demeanor, Hamura and Koharu exchanged frustrated glances. Fine, fine. Now the two of you are on the same page again, huh? Alright, since Tsunade is ready, the experiment can begin as early as tomorrow. After giving his final instructions, Hiruzen's expression grew more serious. The second Shinobi War may be over, but the other villages are still holding grudges. They're all just waiting for an opportunity to strike, so we can't afford to let our guard down. Don't worry, Hiruzen. Konoha is the strongest. Hamura and Koharu spoke with confidence, especially after the second Shinobi War had ended so easily. It had given them a false sense of superiority, as though all the other villages were nothing but weaklings. Even Hiruzen and Danzo felt a similar sense of overconfidence. In their minds, as long as they worked together, no other village could stand against Konoha. The Senju clan. By evening, Uzumaki Kushina arrived home with Uchiha Shirou and Uchiha Mikoto in tow. She felt as though she was bringing a boyfriend to meet her family, her face slightly flushed the entire way. Grandma, this is Shiro and Mikoto. Kushina introduced them in a cheerful voice, and both Shiro and Mikoto greeted her respectfully. Lady Mito. The kind and elderly Uzumaki Mito smiled warmly at the two of them. Hee, you're both Kushina and Tsunade's companions. Kushina has told me so much about your exploits on the battlefield that my ears are about to fall off. Grandma Mito. Kushina's face turned bright red, clearly embarrassed. It wasn't a big deal to talk about her companions, but Kushina instinctively felt as though her grandmother was implying she often talked about Shiro specifically. This left her feeling extremely awkward. Meanwhile, Mito subtly observed the relationship between the three, feeling a mix of concern and relief. This Uchiha boy was indeed charming, handsome, strong, and with excellent character. If not for his Uchiha surname, he would have been a perfect match for Kushina. However, given his clan, there was no way the village would allow a Uchiha to gain control of the Nine Tails. Thus, Mito felt relieved when she noticed the mutual affection between Shiro and Mikoto. At most, Kushina seemed to have a small crush on Shiro, but nothing more. I'll make some tea for you all. Kushina eagerly prepared tea to welcome her guests, while Mito smiled warmly and nodded in approval. However, she was unaware that if it had been before, Kushina would indeed have acted as she imagined, and at most, the two would have stopped at simply developing a mutual fondness. But due to the specifics of the previous incident, Kushina hadn't disclosed the details to Mito, let alone to Tsunade. This led to a discrepancy in information. At this moment, as Kushina looked at Mikoto and Shiro appearing so compatible together, envy surged in her heart. However, a bold idea also formed within her. Harem. 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 Anyway, Grandma Mito already said that my identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is too sensitive. And Mikoto also said she wouldn't mind before. Thinking of this, a surge of excitement and thrill rose within Kushina's heart. Especially since it was happening in her own home. With Grandma Mito still present and in front of both Mikoto and Shiro, it gave her a sense of illicit excitement. Sister Tsunade. At that moment, Tsunade came downstairs barefoot, and when Kushina saw her, she greeted her with a smile. Although Tsunade wasn't in a great mood when she saw the visitors in her house, her upbringing as a member of the prestigious Senju clan compelled her to act with politeness. She approached everyone and greeted them courteously. Shirokuin, let me just call you that. From what Tsunade and Kushina told me, after your recent return, you didn't go to the police force but instead went to the medical divisions to help Tsunade out. Tsunade has to thank you for that. Uzumaki Mito said with a smile. Shiro, understanding her implications, politely nodded and replied. You're too kind, Lady Mito. Sister Tsunade has taken great care of me, and Kushina is my comrade. Whether it's the police force or the medical divisions, it's all for Konoha. Good boy. What a smooth talker. Hearing Shiro's tactful response, Mito couldn't help but silently mused him as a sly fox. But her eyes were filled with more admiration than criticism. From what Tsunade had shared about his deeds, this young man, though shrewd, could also be remarkably stubborn at times, qualities that aligned well with the Uchiha character. He had principles and a bottom line. Tsunade, look at that. His sense of duty is much higher than yours. Mito teased, and Tsunade, annoyed, pouted in response. Humph, an obsessive Uchiha, and you're calling it a sense of duty. Although Tsunade seemed displeased, a warm feeling filled her heart. After all, in a Konoha that had grown so dark, having a companion willing to risk their life for her was truly rare. Can you tell me more about the recent arrangements at the police force? I haven't been out much lately, Mito said with a smile, smoothly changing the topic. Shiro respectfully nodded and responded. The police force is currently led by Captain Fugaku. The clan leader has been staying home due to illness. The police force, which is responsible for patrolling the village, has been opened up to outsiders and is no longer exclusive to the Uchiha. However, the elite teams responsible for external patrols, mission execution, and apprehending spies are still composed of powerful ninjas who must pass stringent tests to join. For now, the Uchiha still dominate these roles. Shiro neutrally laid out the current state of the police force. While the department had opened up to outsiders for village patrols, the Uchiha still held the reins of power. He didn't shy away from this fact. After all, the police force was originally the Uchiha's responsibility. Allowing outsiders to join was already a concession, there was no way they would give up all authority. Mito nodded repeatedly as she listened. I heard the medical division has been collaborating with the police force recently. While she feigned curiosity, it was clear Mito was probing to see if the Uchiha had any intentions of taking control of the medical divisions. However, Shiro simply smiled. While Mito's insight was sharp, her perspective was limited. Or rather, the Shinobi world itself had such a narrow vision that few had the capacity for broader strategies. Absorbing the medical divisions into the police force would bring little benefit and would only provoke resentment from Konoha's shinobi. What he aimed to do was transform the medical divisions into Konoha's indispensable medical institution, one that all shinobi would rely on in the future. Lady Mito, here's the situation. Previously, medical ninjas were often vulnerable to attacks by strong jonin or emotionally unstable shinobi. This led to unnecessary injuries and a waste of medical resources. Some situations that could have been resolved by junior medical ninjas ended up consuming advanced resources. If this habit were to persist during wartime, the waste would be even greater. The personnel assigned by the police force to assist are drawn from various ninja ranks. Shiro respectfully explained, framing the police force as a temporary shield for the medical division to ensure order. While the police force might offend others in the process, the medical divisions would reap the benefits. Hearing about the improvements in the medical division structure, Mito couldn't help but feel reflective. Was it the warped development of this shinobi world, or the overwhelming power of ninja abilities, that left political maneuvering so immature after 1,000 years? She didn't notice anything off about Shiro's words. In fact, by the end, Mito was nodding repeatedly, her gaze filled with admiration. This way, the police force will bear the brunt of criticism, while the medical divisions will ultimately benefit. At this point, Mito turned to Tsunade and said with a serious tone, "Tsunade, you proposed the medical division framework and are its leader. Now that the Uchiha police force helped you so much and even offended many on your behalf, you mustn't take this for granted." Hearing her grandmother's reminder, Tsunade's heart warmed. After all, it was Shiro who had supported her during her darkest times. However, outwardly, she maintained her proud demeanor and nodded. "Don't worry, Grandma. And it's not just this time." On the Land Rin battlefield, Shiro made such significant contributions, but the village treated its hero like this. Meanwhile, I hear someone's student's apprentice is being praised for completing a few A-rank missions. She spoke with sarcasm, her tone dripping with disdain. Discovering the underground river and uncovering the Rain Ninja's attack plans was enough to warrant an S-rank mission. Not to mention risking Shiro's life to repel Hanzo of the Salamander, at least another S-rank mission. And then leading the shinobi forces to crush the Rain Ninja, those contributions alone were monumental. Tsunade. Mito frowned, seemingly wanting to say something. But Tsunade sighed and waved her hand dismissively. "I understand, Grandma. It's for the village, right? Don't worry. It's not like the Senju clan doesn't have their copies of the sealed scroll." With a hint of arrogance, Tsunade nodded toward Shiro and Mikoto. "I had Kushina invite you two tonight for this matter. And I also need to check your health." Her words carried an undertone of significance as she glanced meaningfully at Shiro, who immediately understood. "Thank you, Sister Tsunade." Both Shiro and Mikoto expressed their gratitude respectfully, though Shiro was well aware that the health check was merely an excuse. The real reason was to examine Mikoto's eyes. Chapter 126, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 126. When Tsunade led Shiro, Mikoto, and Kushina into the Senju clan's private research chamber, her laboratory, both Mikoto and Kushina were visibly shocked. Before them was an array of shelves filled with countless bottles and jars, as well as numerous intricate instruments they had never seen before. Although Kushina lived within the Senju clan, she hadn't studied medical ninjutsu and had no habit of conducting research, so this was her first time entering such a place. Shiro, however, was different. Due to his past struggles with the Kekki disease, he was already a frequent visitor to this laboratory. But this time, upon arrival, he was surprised to see a variety of new research instruments that hadn't been there before. "Mikoto, lie down. Let me examine your eyes thoroughly." "Yes." Mikoto nodded respectfully and lay down. Under the intense lighting, and following Tsunade's instructions, she activated her Sharingan. When her Sharingan evolved from the three-tomo form into the dazzling Mangekyo Sharingan, even though it wasn't Tsunade's first time seeing it, she couldn't help but marvel at its beauty. As for Kushina, she was even more stunned, her wide eyes glued to the spectacle before her. Only Shiro remained composed, though he quietly observed everything. The Mangekyo Sharingan's existence had been kept a secret from almost everyone, even from Uzumaki Mito. But Kushina hadn't been excluded from the loop. Upon entering the laboratory, Tsunade didn't mention the Mangekyo, leaving the decision to Mikoto herself. Ultimately, Mikoto chose to reveal her Mangekyo Sharingan in front of Kushina. This decision reflected trust, not only in Kushina but also in Tsunade. After all, since Kushina was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, her powers could be countered by the Mangekyo Sharingan. By revealing this to Kushina in advance, it symbolized mutual trust. This kind of power needs to be used sparingly, especially right after awakening. Special chakra surges in the brain during activation will transform into power, but these secretions require a stabilization period. At the very least, you must refrain from using this power for 6 months. Only then will it stabilize. To put it another way, your ocular power needs to settle before you can use it for an extended period. As Tsunade provided her professional analysis, Shiro silently nodded in agreement. No wonder, he thought, that in the original series, Sasuke's eyes deteriorated so quickly. While overuse and excessive strain were contributing factors, the main issue was that Sasuke had immediately begun to rely on his Mangekyo Sharingan after awakening it, recklessly roaming around. In contrast, others with the Mangekyo could use it for a decade or more because they allowed the special energy to solidify, stabilizing their ocular powers. Sasuke had lacked this patience. This is a specialized solution I've prepared. It can alleviate the strain caused by the Mangekyo, reducing the toll it takes on your body and minimizing pain. However, as for restoring ocular power, I'm sorry, but this energy is too unique, and further research is needed. Tsunade gazed at the Mangekyo Sharingan, tempted to delve deeper into its mysteries. However, she had more pressing matters to attend to, so she set aside her curiosity for now. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Mikoto was deeply grateful for Tsunade's help. After the examination, Tsunade lazily got up and retrieved a massive scroll from the laboratory. With a casual toss, she handed it over. Those old fogies keep saying this is dangerous, that's forbidden, always coming up with excuses. But we, the Senju clan, don't care about such things. This scroll contains various forbidden techniques. Your abilities are strong enough now, so maybe you can learn something from it. As the scroll of seals unfurled, revealing the names and descriptions of numerous forbidden techniques, the methods to unlock them were hidden behind special seals. Tsunade intended for them to each choose one technique to learn. Sister Tsunade, you're the best. Kushina was the first to shout excitedly. Meanwhile, Mikoto glanced at Shiro, and after receiving his silent approval, she also expressed her gratitude with a smile. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Unlike the others, Shiro remained unusually calm in the face of the tempting forbidden techniques. He understood that forbidden techniques were not just immensely powerful, they were also incredibly difficult to learn and carried significant risks. Tsunade, noticing his calm demeanor, smirked playfully and teased him. What's the matter? Not interested? Or do you want to learn would release instead? However, when Shiro heard the words would release, his expression flickered with a momentary hint of panic before he quickly masked it with a smile and waved his hand dismissively. Sister Tsunade, don't tease me like that. But Tsunade caught his fleeting reaction. Her suspicions deepened, and a faint smirk appeared on her lips as she clenched her fist internally. Good, very good. Uchiha Shirou, you've got some nerve-keeping secrets from me. Suppressing her growing anger, Tsunade maintained a calm and breezy expression. She turned to Kushina and Mikoto and said, you two take the scroll outside and analyze it carefully. Forbidden techniques involve significant dangers and challenges, so choose wisely. Shiro, stay here. I'll conduct a physical examination on you. Yay. Mikoto, let's go. Let's pick a super powerful combination jutsu so we can be unbeatable together. Kushina, already entranced by the scroll of seals, dragged Mikoto outside excitedly. For once, Mikoto showed a rare glimmer of ambition. After nearly dying in a previous encounter, she realized she wasn't strong enough, not strong enough to protect Shiro or prevent such tragedies from happening again. She needed to become the strongest in the ninja world. Only then could she protect him. Only then could she ensure that what happened before would never happen again. As the two exited, Shiro opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but before he could, a slender leg suddenly pressed against his chest, forcing him back onto the examination chair. Caught off guard, Shiro found himself in an awkward position. The delicate, fair foot adorned with red nail polish rested near his face, and his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Sister Tsunade, what are you doing? What am I doing? Tsunade's face flushed slightly as she smirked mischievously. Still holding her position, she leaned in closer, their faces drawing nearer until he could feel her warm breath against his skin. Her teasing smile deepened as she murmured, Shiro, it seems you've grown up, keeping secrets from your big sister now, huh? Her sultry tone sent Shiro into a panic. Sister Tsunade, this is a misunderstanding. You've got it all MMPH. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock as Tsunade suddenly moved in, leaving him utterly stunned. The faint scent of her lipstick lingered in the air, and Shiro's mind went completely blank. But just as his thoughts began to spiral, Tsunade abruptly pulled away, leaving him dazed and yearning for more. However, her next words snapped him back to reality, sending a chill down his spine. Shiro, you knew about the wood release cells all along, didn't you? Her sudden question made Shiro break out in a cold sweat. His Sharingan instinctively activated, the three tomo spinning rapidly as he realized his body felt strange. Sister Tsunade, you drugged me. Shiro's eyes widened in disbelief as his chakra became unresponsive, and even the tomo in his Sharingan slowly faded. Tsunade leaned closer, her lips curling into a cold smile as she licked them provocatively. Did you think taking my first kiss would come so easily? The faint powder on her lips had been laced with a hallucinogenic drug. From her sudden ambush to the drug's effect, it was all part of her plan to catch him off guard during his moment of vulnerability. And Shiro's physical reaction had already confirmed her suspicions. As Shiro tried to speak, he realized his body was growing weaker, his chakra completely suppressed. His eyes met Tsunade's, and a sense of dread settled in as he realized he was completely at her mercy. Sister Tsunade, you. However, after gently licking the lingering sweetness at the corner of her lips, Tsunade slowly got off him. Don't waste your energy. This is a neurotoxin I extracted from Hanzo's poisons and mixed with some of my concoctions. Forget about you, even a summoned beast would collapse after ingesting it. Now, are you going to let me properly examine your body, or are you going to obediently confess everything? Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Shiro broke into a cold sweat. Sister Tsunade, what is it you want me to confess? I haven't been hiding anything. Would release. Or anything you know related to it. Don't even try to deny it. Earlier, when I mentioned the words would release while you were distracted, I saw the panic in your eyes. That confirmed for me that you're still hiding something. Tsunade's previous subtle probing, followed by her seductive tactics and drugging, left Shiro speechless and unsure how to explain himself. At this moment, Shiro's mind was racing. Just as he was about to come up with an excuse to pin the blame on someone else, wait, no, it wasn't even his fault to begin with. He didn't conduct any research. He was just about to explain his findings when Tsunade's expression suddenly became complex. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a test tube. This was something I discovered in the Land of Rain. Although no traces were left behind, they underestimated my sensitivity as a medical ninja. More importantly, when I activated the curse mark, I felt something unusual about this substance. This white residual blood, even after being washed away by the rain, was something I managed to collect a drop or two of. Upon analysis, I found that while it contains an unknown medium, it contains the would-release cells of my grandfather, the first Hokage. As she spoke, Tsunade straddled him. Looking down at him with her bright brown pupils, Tsunade's gaze carried a mix of emotions. As she looked at the silent and burdened Shiro, her heart felt a surge of conflicting feelings. Shiro. I'm sorry. Suddenly, a soft apology echoed through the room. A cool sensation touched his forehead, and Shiro's eyes widened in shock, his mind utterly blank. What's going on? I just came up with an excuse, and now Tsunade is explaining everything to me. And those cells, they're clearly from White Zetsu. As his mind raced, Shiro seemed to grasp something. The windmill Uchiha Madara wanted to set in motion wasn't something he could do alone. Tsunade was involved too. Considering Madara's feelings for Hashirama, and the subtle relationship between him and Tsunade, that old schemer behind the scenes, Madara, had set another target. Good grief. That sly old schemer left clues on purpose. Staring wide-eyed, Shiro felt as though fate had dropped fortune into his lap. The old saying was right, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Shiro, you don't have to bear everything alone. You have me. Hearing Tsunade's apologetic voice, Shiro snapped back to reality, his eyes widening further. Sister Tsunade. Under the bright white light of the operating room, her golden hair seemed to shimmer as it swayed. Tsunade ran her hands through her long hair, her radiant and dazzling appearance shocking him so much that his face turned pale. Shiro, I believe you will one day become the first Uchiha Hokage. A forehead kiss, a hug, a necklace gift, and the blessing of becoming Hokage, Tsunade had stacked all the buffs on him. Sister Tsunade, this necklace belonged to the first Hokage. It's far too precious. Seeing the gift, Shiro's face turned pale, and he quickly tried to decline. While he didn't believe in the curse of the necklace, its reputation was undeniably ominous. Aside from Naruto's protagonist aura, no one had ever escaped unscathed from this buff-laden item. What? Are you rejecting a gift I'm giving you? Tsunade suddenly shifted from her earlier seductive demeanor, glaring at him. But seeing his pale and sincere expression as he tried to refuse only made her feel more heartache. It seemed he had grown used to this kind of selfless giving, accustomed to quietly carrying burdens without expecting anything in return. No. No. In the end, under Shiro's forced smile, the necklace symbolizing Tsunade's buff was placed around his neck. Although the forehead kiss had turned into a lingering kiss, and the hug had felt a bit unconventional, he silently vowed that once the war ended in the next 2 years, he would focus on training in the village. Even if he couldn't reach the strength to crush everything, he'd at least reach a level where he could threaten Kage-level opponents and retreat safely from their attacks. You've grown up, huh? Feeling something hard beneath her, Tsunade's eyes flashed with momentary embarrassment. She quickly disguised it with her usual arrogant demeanor, extending her long legs and stepping off of Shiro. Meanwhile, Shiro, clearly annoyed, said, Sister Tsunade, how is this my fault? You drugged me and then. His exasperated expression only made Tsunade scoff dismissively, but she couldn't ignore the sound of her racing heartbeat. The two of them had been through so much, but the deep history between the Senju and Uchiha clans, as well as Shiro's current relationship with Mikoto, kept Tsunade from taking another step forward. She was the princess of the land of fire, how could she settle for being someone's second choice? If she were to be with someone, it wouldn't involve sharing. That was her pride. However, seeing Tsunade's conflicted expression, Shiro grumbled internally. Oh, so you can flirt and not take responsibility, Sister Tsunade. Just wait. You'll take responsibility for this. No one understands a woman's heart better than me. Now, tell me what you know. Tsunade sat down on a nearby chair, crossing her long legs and casually swinging them. As Shiro massaged his sore and numb muscles, he instinctively licked the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Tsunade's face flushed slightly. It seemed she had acted on impulse. Shiro was the one taking advantage of me. Chapter 127, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 127. Inside the secret chamber. After Elder Setsuna disappeared, this lead was cut off. Based on my investigations in secret, it seems that Elder Setsuna's trail was severed long ago. All I know is that the current higher-ups, due to their lack of strength, have grown wary of powerful clans like the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga. Shiro carefully organized his words, bowing his head and hesitantly explaining these matters in the confined chamber. However, after listening, Tsunade scoffed dismissively. Lack of strength, yet instead of reflecting on their shortcomings, they focus on weakening the major clans. If they don't have what it takes, they should step down and make way for someone more capable. With a bitter laugh, Tsunade expressed her utter disappointment with the higher-ups of Konoha. In her heart, they were already rotten to the core. Shiro nodded silently, agreeing with her sentiment. His words were not a mere exaggeration. From the time the third Hokage took power until the narrative of the main story began, the policies of Konoha's leadership had indeed revolved around weakening the power of the major clans. After all, they couldn't control excessively powerful forces, which made them inherently unstable elements. If it were him in such a position, he might understand their reasoning, but he himself was part of a major clan. How could he tolerate this? When the story unfolded, the Uchiha would face annihilation, the Senju would nearly vanish, and even the remaining Hyuga clan would be suppressed into submission. What would remain were small, inconsequential clans, leaving Konoha entirely under their control. Wait, what about would release? Shiro, are you trying to change the subject? Tsunade was slightly annoyed, but it seemed she had become accustomed to Shiro's behavior, very obedient in front of her, yet turning into a rebellious behind her back. He would say what she wanted to hear, his attitude of admitting fault was impeccable, but when it came time to act, he would still do as he pleased. This left Tsunade rubbing her temples in exasperation, utterly speechless. Hearing her mention would release and recalling the information she had just revealed, Shiro, feeling guilty, timidly responded. Sister Tsunade, I've only just made some discoveries, but they're not as deep as yours. The manipulative old schemer Madara Uchiha had been pulling strings from the shadows. The incident with Uzumaki Kushina earlier had not only pushed him to grow rapidly but had also involved Tsunade. Otherwise, how could it have been such a coincidence that it perfectly compensated for his weaknesses in ninjutsu and taijutsu? The secret technique of the Kimogakure that he obtained could seamlessly integrate his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and swordsmanship. Similarly, the fact Tsunade had discovered this issue was a result of Madara's subtle manipulations. Really? Tsunade narrowed her eyes at Shiro's obedient, apologetic demeanor, her tone growing sharper as she pressed him once again for confirmation. Shiro nodded repeatedly, looking as innocent as possible while assuring her, really. It's true, Sister Tsunade. You have to believe me. Tsunade, though still skeptical, reluctantly accepted his response. After all, she was hiding something too. Humph. I'll let you off for now. But I have one more warning for you. Her tone became sterner, and just as Shiro obediently nodded, she pulled him into a warm embrace. You are not alone. The darkness in the village is not something you need to bear on your own. Her gentle voice resonated in his ears as Tsunade hugged him tightly. Looking at the young man, who had once been shorter than her but had now grown taller, her gaze became distant. Scenes from the past surfaced in her mind. She had once indulged her whims, leaving someone much younger than herself to shoulder such heavy burdens. Responding softly, Shiro's reply was equally gentle. Tsunade suddenly burst into laughter, as if allowing Shiro a little advantage was no big deal. After all, she wasn't so easily conquered. Your body's Kekkei Genkai fusion seems to be going quite well. In about a year, the Kekkei Genkai disease should be mostly cured. But recently, the rate at which your chakra is growing is a bit absurd. Perhaps it's a side effect of the Kekkei Genkai fusion. Take advantage of this time to train properly. Once the medical division is on the right track, don't waste your energy on petty power struggles. In the ninja world, strength is what truly matters. Tsunade's hearty laughter filled the room as she leaned back confidently in her chair, crossing her elegant legs and advising Shiro. She had been studying countless secret scrolls recently, coming to understand that if a ninja became strong enough, they could solve most of their troubles. The few remaining problems would simply mean they weren't strong enough yet. If she could awaken, would release and gain even half, no, even a fraction, of the strength of her grandfather, or even her granduncle, she would have no qualms about kicking the current leadership out of power. Understood, Sister Tsunade. Shiro nodded obediently, though his eyes slyly glanced at her. While her appearance hadn't changed, the heroic aura between her brows and the determination in her gaze were clear signs. It seemed that Madara's manipulations had succeeded. Tsunade had recognized the darkness within Konoha, and her desire to seek greater strength was growing stronger. This realization eased the burden on Shiro's shoulders. The pressure he had felt lessened significantly. A Tsunade who pursued strength and possessed the full legacy of the Senju clan would undoubtedly be a force to be reckoned with. As the two left the secret chamber, they saw Kushina smiling excitedly over an open scroll on the table. Tsunade couldn't help but smile as well. Although Kushina usually avoided learning dangerous techniques for fear of harming herself, the repeated dangers she had faced recently had taught her one thing: it was better to risk injury while fighting back than to die outright. Which jutsu did you choose? Tsunade asked casually. Kushina excitedly pointed to a forbidden technique on the ceiling scroll and exclaimed. Sister Tsunade, I want to learn this mutually multiplying explosive tags. This forbidden technique involves sealing techniques, and I already have plenty of explosive tags. With a beaming smile, Kushina explained her choice. This forbidden technique was not only technically challenging but also extremely costly. Fortunately, she wasn't lacking in resources. Upon seeing the forbidden jutsu Kushina had chosen, Tsunade frowned slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke in a serious tone. This jutsu has an A-rank learning difficulty, but the reason it's classified as forbidden is that the caster is highly likely to get caught up in it themselves. To execute this jutsu, you need to get up close. Once opponents realize what you're doing, most of them, in their final moments, will choose to take you down with them. It's extremely dangerous. Hearing Tsunade's explanation, Kushina, who seemed to have already prepared for this, smiled and replied. Sister Tsunade, you've forgotten that I have a massive chakra reserve and am most skilled at the shadow clone technique. I can completely confuse the opponent when the time comes. Plus, I have the power of the Nine Tails. This reasoning left Tsunade momentarily speechless. She then nodded solemnly. If it had been her former self, there's no way she would have allowed Kushina to learn such a dangerous jutsu. But now, if circumstances had pushed someone to the point where they might need to use a forbidden jutsu, their life was already at risk. Learning it might be their only chance to survive. All right. Since you've chosen this forbidden jutsu, I'll provide you with the detailed scroll later. Tsunade spoke calmly. Forbidden jutsu aren't always S-rank, they are classified as forbidden for two reasons: 1, because performing them endangers the caster's own life, and 2, because their power is so great that it defies the natural order. Thanks, Sister Tsunade. Kushina jumped up excitedly, clinging to Tsunade's neck like a kangaroo, which brought a touch of warmth to Tsunade's eyes. There weren't many people left whom she cherished deeply. And what about you two? Tsunade asked with a smile, but Kushina quickly interrupted before Mikoto could speak. Mikoto chose the Genjutsu, Bringer of Darkness technique. After Kushina blurted it out, Mikoto gave a modest smile and bowed slightly to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. The way Mikoto addressed her was entirely different from Kushina, as Kushina and Tsunade were practically family. Hearing this, Tsunade nodded lightly. At the very least, Mikoto had proper judgment and didn't choose an overly outrageous forbidden jutsu. Allowing them to choose was a privilege, but if someone didn't know their limits and took advantage of it, that privilege would be revoked. Just as Shiro was about to look at the scroll of seals, Kushina proudly pointed to a forbidden jutsu and gave him a knowing wink. Then, she turned to Tsunade and put on a pouty, dissatisfied look. Sister Tsunade, I heard that Namikaze Minato was promoted to join after completing just a few A-rank missions. Not only that, the third Hokage called him the inheritor of the Will of Fire and even rewarded him by letting him learn the Flying Thunder God technique. That's the second Hokage's jutsu. It's so unfair. I think Shiro should learn this jutsu too. Let's see who masters it first and who ends up embarrassing themselves. Tsunade could see through Kushina's little scheme with her eyes closed. This girl was already learning how to make excuses. Sister Tsunade, don't you think it's unfair? While Kushina played coy and pleaded, she caught Tsunade's strange smile. Embarrassed, her face turned redder and redder until she finally waved her hands and said, Sister Tsunade. I admit defeat. I admit I want to learn it too. This jutsu requires a strong foundation in sealing techniques, so while Shiro is learning, I can learn it alongside him. After all, I'm going to be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in the future. If I ever face a situation like last time and can't win, at least I'll be able to escape with you, Sister Tsunade. Kushina pretended to concede but ended up finding a perfectly reasonable excuse for herself. This made Tsunade laugh even more. On the side, Shiro gave Kushina a discreet thumbs up. Among the forbidden jutsu in Konoha, the one that could most quickly increase his power was indeed the Flying Thunder God technique. Namikaze Minato had relied on this jutsu to become one of the village's top-tier fighters in no time. The Flying Thunder God technique, huh? Tsunade frowned slightly, then turned to Shiro and gave him a stern warning. This forbidden jutsu is extremely demanding. Either you have the talent for spatial techniques, or you don't. There's no in-between. Even within the Senju clan, including myself, many have tried and failed. You can imagine the results. I'll give you the basics to start with. If you don't have the talent, don't waste your time. Spatial jutsu was something Tsunade would never have passed on to a Uchiha in the past. Even now, she wouldn't easily teach it to outsiders. But when it came to Shiro, for some reason, she didn't feel any reluctance. Instead, she even felt a hint of expectation. If Shiro mastered the jutsu, she wouldn't have to worry about him constantly causing trouble. She'd already had enough of his frequent loud proclamations about understanding the meaning of life. The thought of him stepping in front of her time and time again made her suffocate in sadness. Fine. At least this way, I won't have to deal with you throwing your life away so recklessly. Her words carried a trace of emotion, leaving Shiro awkwardly lowering his head, not daring to retort. You're using someone's resources and learning their techniques, how could you argue back? That's just basic manners. But as he glanced at Kushina, who was winking at him, and Mikoto, whose eyes were filled with admiration, and then at Tsunade, who was glaring at him, Shiro suddenly understood something. With 3 precious flowers by his side, he held the future of Konoha in his hands. If he added a few more, he could control the entire ninja world. What's wrong with holding onto precious flowers? They come with resources, connections, status, and beauty, all in one package. Living off these resources while working hard to improve himself. He was all for it. With this thought, Shiro smiled as he looked at Kushina and Tsunade. Thank you, Sister Tsunade. Thank you, Kushina. Tsunade grunted dismissively, while Kushina, standing nearby, blushed slightly as she glanced at Mikoto after hearing the gratitude. She thought to herself that if Shiro could master this ninjutsu, he wouldn't have to fall into such dangerous situations again, especially like the last time. Just recalling that rainy night, the blood-soaked ground, and the nightmare-inducing images, Kushina silently made a firm decision. Shiro. I will become very strong. When that time comes, you won't need to stand in front of me anymore. I will protect you. After Shiro and Mikoto expressed their respectful thanks, they bid farewell under the night sky. Inside the house. Uzumaki Mito sat on the sofa with a kind expression, gently stroking Kushina's red hair as she looked at Tsunade and laughed. Tsunade, I didn't expect you to agree to pass these 2 ninjutsu techniques to the Uchiha. You know, these 2 techniques were created to counter the Sharingan. Genjutsu, Bringer of Darkness technique, which seals away vision, rendering the powerful Sharingan of the Uchiha useless. The Flying Thunder God technique, developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was specifically designed to counter the even more powerful Mangekyo Sharingan. This spatial ninjutsu was something even the Mangekyo couldn't see through. Sitting on the opposite sofa, Tsunade chuckled derisively after hearing her grandmother's remarks. Grandma, you've already said it, dealing with the Uchiha is ancient history. Besides, does the current Konoha still need us to deal with the Uchiha? Let those old geezers handle it themselves. As she thought about this, Tsunade even felt a bit gleeful. Why should we deal with the Uchiha? Even if it were necessary, the Senju clan is so weak now. Besides, this is no longer a Senju matter. Whoever is Hokage can deal with it themselves. Seeing Tsunade's attitude, Uzumaki Mito chuckled and shook her head. The hatred between the Senju and Uchiha, who could truly unravel it? But all of that was in the past. Tsunade, you are a lot like your grandfather, Hashirama. And your heart is much broader than Tobirama's. The Uchiha's power, like these forbidden techniques, always comes with danger. But I see that you and Kushina seem capable of handling this power. At this, Uzumaki Mito's face lit up with a rare kind smile. An Uchiha who repeatedly risked his life to protect Tsunade and Kushina was indeed reassuring. And the Uchiha clan's pride? They would rather die than let these 2 techniques remain with the Uchiha. After all, this was merely the Senju teaching them, not passing them down as a legacy. Grandma Mito. Faced with Uzumaki Mito's teasing, Kushina, who was lying on the sofa, immediately blushed furiously and pouted in a playful protest. However, Uzumaki Mito merely squinted her eyes. Tsunade remained calm, but the bonds between her, Kushina, and Shiro had already been forged. She believed that Uchiha Shirou, this young man, was an even more outstanding Uchiha than Kagami. More importantly, tonight, she had secretly observed Mikoto. The girl's eyes were full of affection for Uchiha Shirou. Kushina, while having some affection for him, would stop at that. With these bonds in place, the 3 of them were in a good position. Tsunade, for her part, understood her grandmother's intentions without showing it. However, her mind was entirely preoccupied with her secret research on would-release cells. Meanwhile, Kushina, lying on the sofa with her flushed cheeks, was secretly thinking, I'm not even competing with Mikoto. I just like him. So what? Besides, Mikoto already said she didn't mind. At most, I'll just like him secretly. That's right. It's not like I'm stealing someone's men. Anyway, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, I can't openly express it. In a house with 3 people, their thoughts were all different. Uzumaki Mito was indeed wise and experienced, but she overlooked one thing: people change. Kushina's personality and status might prevent her from openly competing with someone for the same men. But if she acts subtly, in secret, who could stop her? If not for the sensitive status of being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she might have suppressed these feelings. But this status also gave her an excuse to keep her affection hidden. So, as they say, a woman's heart is a deep ocean of secrets. And when it's 3 women, their thoughts are an absolute mess. Chapter 128, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 128. Uchiha Clan. Tonight was no different. The bedroom was lit only by the soft glow of a candle, casting sensual shadows across their naked bodies. As Shiro entered her, Mikoto's back arched in ecstasy, her nails digging into his shoulders. She felt him filling her completely. Their hips met in a rhythmic dance, their breathing heavy and labored. Their bodies were one in the darkness, moving together in a primal dance of desire. Mikoto's moans echoed around the room, fueling Shiro's lust. He withdrew slowly, only to thrust back in with force, hitting her G-spot with every thrust. She cried out his name, her orgasm building with each passing moment. Shiro knew he couldn't hold out much longer. With one final thrust, he emptied himself inside her, their simultaneous climax leaving them both panting and spent. Countless repressed negative emotions, all of them, were released at this instant. After all, the negative emotions tied to the Mangekyo. Inside the house, clothes were scattered everywhere, along with torn stockings. Through the window, the bright full moon shone in. On the bed, Mikoto, her eyes half closed, breathed softly like a contented, peaceful kitten. At this moment, she didn't even want to lift a finger, letting Shiro pull her into his arms. Mikoto, during this time, don't suppress your emotions. The Mangekyo's effect on the mind is even deeper. Shiro spoke gently, his expression tender. No man could refuse to give his all for a woman like her, beautiful, influential, and powerful. And yet, the languid and entranced Mikoto, lying in his arms, half closed her eyes and displayed a look of indulgent contentment. Shiro, ever since you started training in taijutsu, you've become stronger and stronger. Shiro was momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Mikoto slowly lifted her head and cupped his cheeks, and the Mangekyo Sharingan slowly emerged in her eyes. Shiro. I want your eyes. I want to give mine to you. That way, my eyes can always protect you. A pair of enchanting, blood-red Mangekyo gazed tenderly at him. Despite Mikoto's obsessive, almost deranged expression, Shiro smiled warmly from the bottom of his heart. Mikoto, thank you but no. This kind of unconditional, almost pathological trust, only the Uchiha could give it. The allure of the Mangekyo, how many could truly resist it? Shiro. Just as Mikoto was about to say more, Shiro smiled and shook his head. Mikoto, are you doubting my talent, thinking I can't awaken my own eyes? Hearing this, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed Mikoto's gaze, but it was quickly replaced by a proud smile. This was the Uchiha. Disappointed because Shiro didn't want her eyes, proud because, this was her man. No. I believe in your talent, Shiro. Mikoto wrapped her arms around him, her eyes narrowing with a greedy, satisfied smile. At the same time, she silently made a firm decision in her heart: she needed to grow stronger. Right now, she wasn't strong enough. As long as she could become stronger, Shiro wouldn't have to hide in the medical divisions to avoid the clan's internal strife. The Uchiha clan would belong to Shiro. On that blood-stained, rainy night, she'd heard Shiro's dream of becoming Hokage. It wasn't enough. Far from enough. She needed to grow even stronger, to make the entire Uchiha clan, even all of Konoha, belong to Shiro. The obsession in Mikoto's eyes to grow stronger deepened, turning into a fanatical determination. Shiro noticed this, but he merely stroked her hair indulgently. Mikoto, perhaps it's cruel, but in this ninja world, without power, you're at the mercy of others. So let's grow stronger together, so strong that the world can no longer constrain us. His soft words echoed within the room, and yet Mikoto smiled. To her, Shiro's need for her strength didn't repel her, on the contrary, it filled her with excitement and dependency. This distorted ninja world had always been this way. Obsession. Only an unyielding, even pathological obsession could form the foundation of a truly powerful ninja. No one understood the ninja world better than Shiro did. Chakra was born of both the body and the spirit. The more resolute one's will, the stronger one becomes. Konoha. Deep within the forest stood a newly constructed underground base. Inside the brightly lit base, filled with advanced equipment, crisp footsteps echoed. All the medical nin wearing masks turned respectfully to face the newcomer. Lady Tsunade. The newcomer was none other than the imposing and valiant Tsunade. Dressed in an off-white robe, she entered the underground research lab and slowly retrieved a scroll from her ninja pouch. When the scroll, labeled with the character "Secret," was revealed, countless eyes lit up with greed. Hehe, Tsunade, you've finally arrived. All the researchers are gathered here, just waiting for the first Hokages would release cells. Among the crowd, only Orochimaru, one of the project leaders, dared to speak so boldly. His raspy laughter held no regard for Tsunade. Although she was familiar with Orochimaru's personality, Tsunade couldn't help but let out a cold snort of irritation. Orochimaru, from today onward, I'm in charge of this entire research base. Here's the first rule, anyone who laughs during research will be kicked out immediately. Her authoritative tone sent a chill down everyone's spine. Not a single person dared to argue. After all, this was essentially digging up her grandfather's grave and desecrating his remains, who wouldn't be a little angry about that? Even Orochimaru, about to let out his signature raspy laugh, hesitated. Catching sight of Tsunade's cold, piercing gaze, his golden snake-like pupils shrank. Tsunade was serious. This wasn't just anger. At that moment, Orochimaru seemed to realize something. Slowly, he put on a medical mask and rasped. Tsunade, the wood release research project is officially underway. You're in charge of everything within the base, but no one is allowed to take any research data or materials out. As he said this, Orochimaru released a terrifying killing intent, forcing all the participating medical nin to nod solemnly. The significance of the wood release research project was something they understood better than anyone. No one can take anything out. Then does that mean my grandfather's cells can't be brought in either? Tsunade's sarcastic laugh echoed coldly, challenging the rules the moment she arrived. She was making it clear that she was in charge. Tsunade. This is root. It's also an order from the Hokage. A low, raspy voice interrupted her. Shimura Danzo, the leader of Root, stepped out from the shadows, his expression grim. He continued in a deep tone. Orochimaru is now the deputy leader of Root and one of the heads safeguarding this research base. But before Danzo could finish, thinking that invoking Root and the Hokage's authority would silence Tsunade, she suddenly grabbed a stainless steel tray filled with medical tools and hurled it at him. Lord Danzo, watch out. Two Root ninjas stepped forward, shielding Danzo as the tray shattered into shards of glass and liquid, splashing all over his face. Tsunade. Danzo's face twisted in rage as he glared at her. Standing in the center of the base, Tsunade coldly declared to everyone. From now on, the wood release research project is under my command. Security outside the lab will be handled by the elite of the Senju clan. Anyone who dares disobey will be executed on the spot as a traitor. Turning to face Danzo directly, Tsunade's cold gaze didn't waver as she shouted. The first Hokage is my grandfather. The second Hokage is my granduncle. You're researching the cells of the first Hokage, does anyone have a problem with that? Her final words, spoken with icy resolve, carried a chilling killing intent. Orochimaru's pupils contracted as he silently marveled at the scene. Things were happening behind the scenes that even he wasn't privy to. Otherwise, what could have provoked Tsunade to such fury? After invoking the legacy of the first and second Hokage, Danzo's face turned livid. He glared at her with suppressed rage. Such insolence. Tsunade. This is the village's decision. Even in his anger, Danzo tried to use the village's authority to suppress her. But this time, Tsunade didn't back down. She responded sharply. When did the village ever need an old fossil like you to speak for it? This confrontation highlighted a fiercer, colder Tsunade. Once uninterested in the political games of Konoha, she now fought for her place with unrelenting strength. Her past indifference had been mistaken for weakness, but she would no longer tolerate their reckless behavior. Tsunade. At that moment, a raspy voice interrupted, accompanied by echoing footsteps. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, entered, flanked by Mitokato Hamura and Uchiha Koharu. With the arrival of Konoha's senior leadership, the escalating tension reached its peak. The confrontation had forced their hand, they had to intervene before things spiraled out of control. Tsunade, this is not the place for you to throw a tantrum. Seeing the tense atmosphere at the scene, Koharu Uchiha frowned and immediately began reprimanding Tsunade from the position of an elder. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, also assumed the posture of a teacher, exhaling a puff of thick smoke and sighing, Tsunade, Danzo's urgency may seem inappropriate, but it's all for the village. The Konoha elder group, with this coordinated effort, completely painted Tsunade as a spoiled princess throwing a fit. In the past, faced with such a barrage of criticism, Tsunade could only suppress her anger and leave in frustration. But the Tsunade of today was different. Looking at the third Hokage with his kind elder demeanor, as if he were saying, enough of this nonsense, she couldn't help but feel disgusted. Throwing a tantrum. Tsunade let out a cold, self-deprecating laugh. Then, gripping the scroll representing the first Hokage, she shouted coldly. In Konoha. If the Senju haven't spoken, who dares to claim this is the village's decision? Tsunade's cold shout sent shivers through many of the ninjas present. Even Orochimaru felt a chill when had Tsunade become this bold. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi showed a look of shock, staring at Tsunade as if she were a completely different person. This wasn't normal. Tsunade's cold and commanding voice echoed throughout the research facility. Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokado, and Koharu Uchiha all turned red with frustration and embarrassment. What Tsunade said wasn't exactly wrong. What qualifies as a village decision? Only decisions made by the Hokage after consulting with the clans of the village could be called such. Otherwise, it was merely a decision of the Hokage or the root. But could they say that now? Of course, no one else dared to, but Tsunade could. The first Hokage was her grandfather, the second Hokage as well, and the founding clan of Konoha, the Senju, was her family. Who dared to refute her words? Tsunade. As the third Hokage took a deep breath, preparing to say something else, Tsunade didn't give him the chance. Her voice rang out sharply again. The village's decision. Is it from the Uchiha? Or the Hyuga? Let them step forward. Today, I, Tsunade, as the representative of the Senju, will see which clan dares to claim they represent the village. Her domineering voice echoed, and her gaze finally locked onto the third Hokage. Meeting his eyes, she showed no intention of backing down. This time, Tsunade was directly challenging the authority of the Hokage, or rather, asserting that Konoha was not a place where the Hokage alone had the final say. Back when the Hokage was chosen, even the first Hokage had to consult with the clans. When the second Hokage founded the Ninja Academy, he too sought the agreement of the clans. What right did the third Hokage have to bypass the clans? Tsunade's apparent challenge to the Uchiha and Hyuga was, in reality, a pointed statement. The three great clans of Konoha were still present. Who dared to overstep them? Both Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Uchiha looked livid. Since ascending to their positions as Hokage advisors, they had never been humiliated like this. I understand. At this moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, lowered his Hokage hat slightly and spoke in a calm voice. The research on wood release will be fully entrusted to Tsunade. Furthermore, the security of the laboratory will be jointly handled by the Umbu, the Root, and the Senju clan, but all will follow Tsunade's command. Hiruzen Sarutobi, known as a skilled tactician, demonstrated his ability to compromise at this moment. Despite the circumstances, he calmly made the best decision. He took a step back, leaving Tsunade no reason to escalate further. At its core, this dispute was about face. The laboratory and personnel were already under their control, and secretly sharing updates on the research progress would be easy enough. But while it was just a matter of face for them, for Tsunade, it was a necessity. The Senju had been silent for too long, so long that the entire village had almost forgotten about them, so long that some had lost their reverence for the Senju. Seeing the third Hokage's retreat, Tsunade no longer had the grounds to press further. However, her eyes flickered, and when she noticed Danzo, a cold smile appeared on her face. Third Hokage. Tsunade, her expression calm, turned her gaze toward Danzo Shimura in front of everyone. What the Senju give, you may take. What the Senju do not give, if you try to take it by force, it's robbery. Her calm tone carried an unmistakable edge of warning and accusation. This left the third Hokage momentarily stunned, but he quickly understood. His face darkened as he glared furiously at Danzo. So that's it. No wonder Tsunade had exploded like this, it had to be something Danzo had done to provoke her. Even Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Uchiha glared at Danzo. Look at what you've done. You've embarrassed all of us. Danzo. Right now. Come with me to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage was furious. His angry command left Danzo stunned, while the others couldn't help but feel a chill. It seemed the root of the issue had been uncovered. So Tsunade hadn't just been throwing a tantrum, it was Danzo who had stirred up trouble. And if Danzo was the culprit, no one was surprised. After all, it was the root. When had they ever done something that didn't provoke outrage? Hiruzen. Danzo, thoroughly flustered, tried to explain. But with so many people present, he couldn't exactly admit he had been scheming about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. After all, they had all agreed to it. Hiruzen, however, was fuming. He was angry because Danzo had left behind evidence of his actions. Only Tsunade sneered coldly. It wasn't just about Kushina, it was about Nawaki, the land of grass, and, most importantly, the wood release cells. This group of old schemers had already begun their plans in secret, yet they still wanted to act righteous. Shameless. Now, As she looked at these old fools, Tsunade found herself growing more and more disgusted. Chapter 129, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 129. Hokage's office. Danzo. Look at the mess you've caused. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, rarely showed anger, but now he slammed his hand on the desk. On the desk lay an open sealing scroll, revealing fragments of broken masks and several tongues soaked in liquid. These tongues bore the curse mark of the Cursed Tongue Eradication seal from the Root Division. Upon seeing this, Danzo's eyes turned red with frustration, and he grumbled. Hiruzen, I only guided them a little. How could I have known things would escalate to this extent? Shimura Danzo felt utterly wronged. Ruthless as he was, he always chose his targets carefully. He had never even considered targeting Tsunade. He had merely acted against Uzumaki Kushina. Who would have thought those fools would not only blow the situation out of proportion but also implicate themselves in the process? At the very least, they should have escaped unscathed. Even if the situation escalated, as long as they weren't caught red-handed, it would all be meaningless chatter. Danzo, the Root Division has gone too far this time. Hiruzen Sarutobi angrily slammed the desk again. While this incident might seem trivial, it had been seized upon by the Senju clan, and Tsunade had directly brought it to light, making it a major issue. The Root Division of a village had acted against the Senju clan. What would other clans think? This would make other clans hesitant to send their elites on missions. Hiruzen, Danzo didn't mean for this to happen. No one could have foreseen such an escalation. Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu interjected, frowning and trying to downplay the situation. However, this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked deeply troubled. He sighed and said, "You don't see the bigger picture. The Senju clan has made this incident public. From now on, which clan will trust us?" Hiruzen Sarutobi's shrewdness as the third Hokage allowed him to perceive the broader implications. From now on, the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Aburame clans, none of them will let their guard down. At this point, Hiruzen glared at Danzo with a look of exasperation, as if to say, "Look at the mess you've made." Danzo felt stifled, while Koharu frowned and said in a serious tone, "Hiruzen, the impact isn't that significant. The Senju's prestige may still be strong, but it's nothing like it once was. The Uchiha, no matter how powerful, won't easily mend their strained relationships with other clans. The Aburame are not a major concern, and as for the Hyuga, their internal conflicts are far from small. Besides, the war has just ended, and we have plenty of time to deal with this." Mitokado Hamura sighed and added, "Indeed, we have time. For now, we need to stabilize the Senju." The fact that the Senju clan had reported the incident to the Hokage's office immediately after returning from the front lines showed just how dissatisfied they were. This was no small matter. Hiruzen Sarutobi ultimately took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaled, and looked at Danzo with a stern expression. "Danzo, keep the Root Division quiet for now. Also, you need to give the Senju an explanation for this incident. As for Uzumaki Kushina, this matter ends here. No one is to bring it up again." Danzo's face darkened as he nodded reluctantly, "Fine. I'll hand over a few people. They acted on their own." Hearing this, Mitokado Hamura's expression softened, and he nodded in agreement. At least this will give the Senju an explanation. But about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Before Hamura could finish, Hiruzen decisively interrupted. "Enough. Haven't you noticed Tsunade's reaction? With her personality, she may be prideful, but today's response, do you think she would act so decisively without someone backing her?" Hiruzen's face darkened further as he spoke. In their understanding, Tsunade might have been furious and unwilling to give them face, but she would never have orchestrated such a meticulous plan, leaving them scrambling. Hamura and Koharu exchanged glances, their faces turning grim. In a hoarse voice, Koharu asked, "Hiruzen, are you suggesting Lady Mito?" Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, nodded silently. If Lady Mito wasn't behind this, he'd jump off the Hokage tower himself. Uzumaki Mito. The name alone silenced the Konoha elders. They stopped worrying about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki altogether. After all, they only held partial control over it anyway. Instead, their thoughts shifted to hoping Lady Mito could seal the Nine-Tails as soon as possible. "What about Lady Mito's health?" Koharu asked, her tone revealing a hint of guilt. Her question also exposed the unspoken concerns of the group. Danzo replied gravely. "Lady Mito's health is deteriorating." Though none of them said it aloud, their long-standing tacit understanding made their thoughts clear. Stabilize the Senju. Once they gained full control of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the Senju clan's glory would fade into history along with Lady Mito's passing. In the secret would release research base. With Konoha's high-ranking officials making concessions, the Senju's prestige was on full display, as was Tsunade's dominance. "Lady Tsunade, the cells of the first Hokage have been properly stored. Lady Tsunade, the cell extraction process is ready. Lady Tsunade, the research. Reports on the progress of the research came in one after another, delivered by a professional team. Tsunade nodded calmly, while Orochimaru, standing beside her, rasped. Tsunade, this research base has gathered all of Konoha's resources. I'm confident that with you here, progress will be swift. Although Orochimaru was skilled in research, he could only dream of having such a well-funded and advanced research facility. Now, he felt as if he were in paradise. However, while Tsunade appeared calm, she scoffed silently. What a competent team. If you claim there's no human experimentation happening in this village, even a dog wouldn't believe it. Otherwise, where did all these people come from? Prejudice is like a mountain in the heart. No matter how hard you try, you can't move it. In Tsunade's heart, her prejudice against Konoha's elders had already formed an immovable mountain. Every action they took seemed shady to her. This was human nature. Proceed with the research as planned, Tsunade ordered coldly, overseeing every aspect of the research facility's operations. Her leadership skills were undeniable. Despite the complexity and scale of the project, everything ran smoothly under her command. Orochimaru couldn't help but feel even more excited. Tsunade, I believe we'll see the rebirth of Wood Release. Tsunade snorted coldly at Orochimaru's enthusiasm. Years of working together had made them a well-matched team. Silently, they approached a large cultivation chamber in the lab. Inside the massive glass enclosure, bubbles rose steadily. The smooth surface of the glass reflected their figures. Orochimaru, what do you want to say? Tsunade's cold tone cut through the air, while Orochimaru, wearing a mask over his face, let out a raspy chuckle. Remembering the mask concealed his expression, he allowed a sly smile to form beneath it. Tsunade, this research facility is too vast. You can't oversee everyone. Orochimaru's words were laced with hidden meaning. Tsunade scoffed. And what about your task, Orochimaru? Tsunade wasn't naive. While the open conflict served as a warning to others, she wasn't blind to the darker undercurrents. The Root Division has set up another secret lab. The progress of this facility will mirror that of the other lab. As expected, these old fools are utterly hypocritical. Though Tsunade was angry, she had expected this. After venting her frustrations earlier, she had already devised her plans. Raising an eyebrow, Tsunade turned to Orochimaru and said coldly. Orochimaru, I'll turn a blind eye to your activities. However, the data from the other lab must also come into my hands. Tsunade's reaction caught Orochimaru completely off guard and even left him somewhat stunned. Tsunade. You've changed. You've become unrecognizable. I thought you would. You thought I would lose my temper and lash out, didn't you? Tsunade interrupted Orochimaru coldly. However, seeing such a calm Tsunade, a look of excitement and amusement appeared in Orochimaru's pale golden snake-like eyes. Hehe, Tsunade, you're becoming more and more interesting. The old you had everything but was so predictable and boring. Now, I see desire in your eyes. The desire for power. As I thought. No one can resist the allure of Wood Release, not even you, Tsunade. Orochimaru's hoarse voice echoed as he assumed that the temptation of Wood Release had ignited Tsunade's craving for power. Tsunade, however, maintained her calm demeanor and did not deny his statement. She simply turned her head and stared intently at the massive container holding the first Hokage's cells. Orochimaru, remember, I want all the research reports, nothing hidden. In return, I will also give you some of my research. This is our deal. No, it's the deal between the Senju clan and you, Orochimaru. Her indifferent voice echoed, turning Orochimaru's initial surprise into a twisted excitement. How fascinating. Tsunade had changed. Hehe, fine. I believe our deal will stir up some very interesting winds in the ninja world. As Orochimaru's hoarse and excited voice faded, Tsunade let out a derisive snort. She couldn't care less about the ninja world. What she cared about was Wood Release. That was the power of the Senju clan. Senju clan training grounds. Shiro, the Wood Release project is a decision made by the village's higher-ups. Kushina had just arrived at the training grounds and, upon hearing Mikoto mention the Wood Release project, couldn't help but spill everything she knew. Her actions made Mikoto cover her mouth and chuckle as she teased, Kushina, isn't this considered leaking classified information? However, faced with Mikoto's teasing, Kushina just pouted and huffed, this might be a secret to other ninjas but to the Uchiha clan. Ha, as if it's still a secret. Don't think I don't know that Sister Tsunade requested an elite unit from your Uchiha clan to strengthen the patrols in a certain area. Even the Hyuga and Aburame clans are involved. Kushina spoke dismissively, but while Shiro smiled as if unaffected by the information, his mind was in turmoil. Madara Uchiha's grand plan had indeed succeeded. After all, both he and Tsunade were unlike Obito in temperament. If they outright rejected this world, Madara surely wouldn't trust them. But now, Tsunade had become the project leader and even roped in the Hyuga, Uchiha, and Aburame clans. She intended to bind them all together on the same ship. Tsunade is growing far faster than I expected. Shiro squinted his eyes. The current Tsunade was no longer the same person from the original story who developed hemophobia after the Second Shinobi War and wasted 20 years of her life. One event after another had driven Tsunade to grow continuously. Even Madara Uchiha, that old schemer, had given her a push from the shadows. Tsunade had indeed changed. And another thing, despite achieving so much on the front lines, with Lord Orochimaru even becoming the deputy head of the Root Division, all you got was a meaningless position. You might as well go back to the police force as a deputy captain, Kushina complained. Mikoto remained silent with a smile, while Shiro squinted his eyes, seemingly piecing together new information. In the original story, the would-release experiment ultimately failed and was sealed away. Orochimaru was the project leader back then, and by a twist of fate, Danzo later discovered the abandoned experimental base where one success had occurred. That success was Yamato, the would-release user of the later years. As Shiro's mind raced through the details and the information he knew, he frowned slightly. Yamato's records indicate that he was 3 years younger than Kakashi. Currently, Kakashi has just graduated at the age of 5, causing a sensation as Konoha's youngest genius ninja. Meanwhile, Yamato's records show he graduated at 6 years old and became a Chunin at 6 as well, meaning he had already undergone roots training by that age. Based on Shiro's calculations, Yamato must have been discovered by Danzo between the ages of 3 and 5. At that time, Kakashi would have been between 6 and 8 years old. Right now, I can only deduce this much from the available information. But given Danzo's nature, he's surely conducting human experiments in secret. While Tsunade has agreed to experiments, her personality would never allow her to use children as test subjects. So, this is a legitimate opportunity to obtain the first Hokage's cells. Just as Shiro was plotting in his mind how to acquire the first Hokage's cells, Kushina's voice interrupted his thoughts. Hey, Shiro. Hurry up. This Flying Thunder God technique is super hard, you know. Its foundation is sealing techniques. In the training grounds, Kushina was acting all high and mighty, as if to say, if you want to learn sealing techniques, beg me. After all, I'm from the Uzumaki clan, the best at sealing techniques in the ninja world. Kushina, I'll be counting on you, then, Shiro said with a smile, making Kushina even more excited. If Shiro wanted to learn from her, wouldn't that mean he'd be sticking with her all the time in the future? But when Shiro heard Kushina mention learning sealing techniques, he froze for a moment. Then, as if something clicked, a smile spread across his face, and he blurted out. Kushina, you are my lucky star. However, that offhand comment made Kushina's face turn beet red. Her shy eyes darted around, especially with Mikoto standing nearby, making her feel an unexpected thrill. The thrill of sneaking around in front of Mikoto. Her watery eyes were filled with a mix of embarrassment and excitement. Meanwhile, Shiro's smile was genuine, as Kushina's words had reminded him of a great idea. Learning ninjutsu. Through ninjutsu, he had been exchanging knowledge with Orochimaru. Wouldn't this be the perfect opportunity? By interacting with him frequently, Shiro, using his unique sensory abilities, could pinpoint the location of Root's experimental base and figure out when the experiment would be abandoned. When the time came, the would-release ninja Yamato would be a gift for the Senju clan, and a legitimate way for Shiro to obtain the first Hokage's cells. Better yet, it would be the perfect opportunity for him to reveal his secrets openly. Chapter 130, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 130. Konoha. A training ground in the Uchiha clan's territory. Under the flickering lightning, there wasn't a single sound. On the training ground, aside from the figure swiftly moving with electric arcs flashing around them, 3 other figures were also darting about. The speed of the trio's sparring was incredibly fast. The air was filled only with the flickers of wind blades, lightning, and the glints of flashing blades. I can't keep up anymore. Shiro, your endurance from constant physical training is already shocking, but Kushina's is just as monstrous. You two are practically tireless beasts. In their taijutsu match, the first to drop out was surprisingly Mikoto. She was panting heavily, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Meanwhile, Kushina, with her striking red hair, had stopped. Compared to 2 years ago, the now 17-year-old Kushina had grown into a tall and graceful young woman, her figure having developed perfectly. Seeing Mikoto, Kushina flashed a playful smile. Sister Mikoto, your genjutsu is truly the best in Konoha. They say that even the Sharingan with 3 tomo from the Uchiha clan can't break your illusions. Faced with Kushina's compliments, Mikoto smiled gently and gradually dispersed the lightning arcs surrounding her. I can only keep up with your speed thanks to learning Shiro's self-created lightning release mode. But I'm still not very skilled at it and can't maintain it for long. After all, my second chakra nature, lightning, was only developed later. Mikoto, being a typical Uchiha, initially only had fire as her chakra nature. It wasn't until later that she trained to develop lightning as a secondary nature. Thanks to her relationship with Shiro, she naturally received his guidance, but Mikoto also understood what she needed. Therefore, she focused solely on learning the lightning release chakra mode, aiming to enhance her speed. For a genjutsu ninja, being fragile is fine, but speed is essential. Watching the two, Shiro dispersed his lightning, revealing a tall and muscular figure. Unlike the explosive physiques typical of the Kumo ninja, his build was more restrained and refined. The greatest advantage of taijutsu combined with ninjutsu is that it allows you to train both simultaneously, enhancing physical and ninjutsu skills together. Normally, training these two would take twice the time, but this method eliminates that problem. It had already been 2 years since their return from the Land of Rain. At 17 years old, Shiro stood at an impressive height of 186 centimeters, his white attire and sunny smile making Kushina momentarily lose herself in admiration. You're just an untiring beast. Even as a Jinchuriki, I can't outlast you in stamina. Kushina reluctantly tore her gaze away from his captivating physique and assumed the stance of a stern teacher. 2 years. It's been 2 whole years. You've been learning sealing techniques for so long. How's the Flying Thunder God technique coming along? Although she acted like a teacher testing her student, her tall figure and curious expression betrayed her true excitement. However, when it came to this forbidden jutsu, Shiro furrowed his brow in frustration. How should I put it? Kushina, sense it for yourself. Alright, let me see. Excitedly, Kushina took the specially crafted Flying Thunder God kunai that Shiro tossed to her. It bore the Flying Thunder God mark she had designed specifically for him. Ready. Before Kushina could finish her sentence, her pupils suddenly contracted. Shiro's figure had already appeared beside her. Shiro. You've mastered it. Kushina, overjoyed, immediately threw her arms around Shiro, who was standing right next to her, shouting in excitement. Meanwhile, Mikoto watched the scene with a warm smile. Well, I guess you could say I've mastered it. But focus carefully and sense the changes in my chakra. Shiro shook his head helplessly. It was only then that Kushina noticed something unusual, her expression turning to one of shock. Shiro. Your chakra. 2 years ago, during their mission in the Land of Rain, Kushina had awakened a special constitution, along with the ability to sense chakra. Through her perception, she could detect that Shiro's vast chakra reserves had decreased slightly. Though not by much, she understood the value of his chakra. The Flying Thunder God technique requires the chakra equivalent of 1.5 A-rank jutsu, like the Raise-Non or Chidori, for a single teleportation. Keep in mind that both of these techniques already consume a considerable amount of chakra. Furthermore, the chakra cost increases depending on the distance, size of the object, and other factors. In the original story, during the Chunin exams, Hatake Kakashi admitted he could only use Chidori 4 times a day. While Kakashi's chakra reserves were limited, they were still significant compared to average jonin. Thus, using the Flying Thunder God once consumed chakra equivalent to 1.5 A-rank jutsu. Using it 3 times would drain the reserves of an average jonin. It was indeed a chakra-intensive technique. Shiro, frowning, shook his head and said, maybe I just lack the talent for spacetime ninjutsu, so my chakra consumption is much higher than the second Hokage's. Still, it's not entirely useless. At the very least, this technique can serve as a trump card. Shiro smiled as he spoke, looking at both Mikoto and Kushina, before teasing them. This is our little secret, all right? Faced with Shiro's teasing, Kushina, uncharacteristically serious, frowned slightly and bit her lip. She replied firmly, it's okay. This forbidden jutsu is something no one else in Konoha has been able to learn. And it might not even be your problem. If I work harder on sealing techniques, I'm sure I can reduce the chakra cost. When someone truly cares about you, they won't blame you for the problem. If there's an issue, they'll believe it's their lack of effort. That was Kushina. Seeing her determined expression, Shiro habitually flicked her forehead lightly. As a fleeting look of shyness crossed her face, he laughed. Don't take it too seriously. Over the past 2 years, Orochimaru, Sister Tsunade, and I have worked together to merge this lightning release technique into an even stronger taijutsu style. In terms of speed, even if I were to face the Flying Thunder God technique, my reflexes and body would be able to keep up. The lightning release chakra mode, Hell Stab, and an incomplete version of Chidori had all been perfected over the past 2 years, far surpassing the original Chidori. That's not even comparable. You being able to keep up is your business. Sister Tsunade says you're stubborn and never listen. Learning this jutsu saves you from running off to get yourself killed. Kushina's playful teasing brought a smile to Shiro's face as he nodded. Come on, Kushina. You've gotten so strong now. You can already fully control 4 tails. Even Orochimaru says fighting you is life-threatening. Shiro's teasing made Kushina's face turn complicated. She placed a hand on her stomach, her voice soft. The 9 tails. Once it's sealed, I'll truly become a monster. When she said the word monster, Kushina revealed her little fangs and put on a fierce expression, glaring at Shiro and Mikoto. Mikoto, by then, I'll be the mighty Nine-Tails demon fox. Seeing Kushina's childish behavior, Mikoto smiled gently, while Shiro noticed the hidden fear in her heart about becoming a monster. Kushina, Shiro said your fox-like form is cute. What had been a bittersweet moment was instantly turned into an embarrassing one by Mikoto's teasing. Kushina's face turned bright red. Suppressing her embarrassment, she feigned calmness and glanced at Shiro, who seemed unfazed. She bared her teeth and said, Mikoto. By then, I'll be the strongest ninja in Konoha. When she said strongest, Kushina instinctively glanced at Shiro. Her mind wandered back to the scene of him protecting her, warming her heart. She silently vowed to master this power and protect him in return. As laughter filled the air, the bond between the three grew even deeper. Let's go. White Fang is still out on a mission. Today's the Chunin exams. I heard even Kakashi, who became a Chunin last year, is participating. The Chunin exams have always been a small of the wars between nations. With international tensions growing increasingly strained in recent years, some restrictions on the Chunin exams have been lifted, but a new rule has been added. Anyone under the age of 13 is eligible to participate, and even those below the rank of Jonin, within the specified age range, can take part. This has led to the emergence of unusual combinations, such as prodigy-level Chunin pairing up with Genin. This explains why, in the original story, Kakashi had already become a Chunin but was still able to participate in the Chunin exams. Every nation hides its prodigies as a secret weapon, but Konoha dares to showcase theirs. Apart from the fact that the exams are hosted in Konoha's territory, this display is also a way of flexing their strength. When Shiro waved at them with a smile, Mikoto adjusted his clothes with a gentle smile, while Uzumaki Kushina pouted in her usual tsundere way and said, Humph. Those old geezers are just using the kid Kakashi to steal your genius reputation, Shiro. It must be said that Kushina has matured a lot over the past 2 years. After all, with how much Tsunade has changed, it would be impossible for Kushina not to be influenced as well. As a result, Kushina no longer holds much goodwill toward Konoha's current higher-ups. However, Shiro simply smiled and tapped her lightly. While Kushina enjoyed the gesture in her heart, she still put on a fierce expression, which made him laugh. Alright, enough about geniuses. It's just some minor tricks. In the end, strength is what counts for a ninja. Besides, White Fang is the future Hokage, you better not offend the future Hokage. The trio shared a laugh, but as Shiro turned his head to gaze at the bright sunlight of Konoha, his eyes narrowed. When Kakashi was 7, the White Fang incident occurred. But now, 2 years later, he's no longer the small fish that anyone could slaughter. In this brewing storm, he was determined to become one of its driving forces. As his strength grew, so did Shiro's confidence. His resolute gaze inspired smiles from Mikoto and Kushina, who stood on either side of him. In the bustling, lively venue, countless merchants and nobles from various nations, as well as representatives and ninjas from other villages, were all seated. Amid the excited shouts, everyone eagerly anticipated this battle of prodigies from across the nations. When Shiro and his 2 companions arrived, they immediately caught the attention of many. After all, Mikoto and Kushina were both tall and strikingly beautiful. One had black hair and exuded the gentle warmth of a girl next door, while the other had red hair and carried herself with the pride of a princess. Combined with their outstanding appearances, they drew countless eyes. Walking between these 2 beauties, Shiro stood out as well. Facing the countless gazes, he smiled and teased. Looks like having 2 beauties with me guarantees attention wherever we go. Mikoto smiled silently, while Kushina let out a tsundere, umph. But the joy in her eyes was impossible to hide. After all, no one can resist being praised as beautiful by someone they like. Shiro, Kushina-san, Mikoto-san. At that moment, a cheerful voice rang out. Standing at the edge of the venue was Namikaze Minato, his golden hair shining like the sun. With a bright smile, he waved at the trio. Dressed in a jonin vest and familiar attire, Minato's mature and sunny demeanor now carried the budding presence of the little son he would one day become. Minato, you sure got here early, Shiro greeted with a laugh. Mikoto also responded politely and respectfully. Only Kushina let out a tsundere, umph. But given the public setting, she reluctantly added with a pout. Vim. Jonin Namikaze Minato, hello. It was clear to everyone that Kushina wanted to call him a wimp out of habit, but in public, she decided to give him some face. Minato scratched his head awkwardly at her greeting but quickly laughed it off. Beside Minato stood another red-haired kunoichi, whose expression was calm and reserved. However, when she saw Kushina, her face lit up with genuine respect. Princess Kushina. This red-haired girl, Uzumaki Naiko, usually only gave people polite, perfunctory smiles. But when she saw Kushina, her respect was heartfelt. Naiko, I've told you to just call me Kushina. There's no such thing as princess anymore. Kushina walked up to her with a warm smile. Though she couldn't stand Minato, she was full of affection for her fellow Uzumaki, especially one who had escaped the destruction of Uzushio. Seeing the two get along so well, Minato and Shiro stood together, and Minato explained with a laugh. Naiko used to be Kushina's attendant. When they escaped to the land of fire, Naiko was seriously injured and later rescued by the Umbu. In just a few words, Minato summed up their shared history. Shiro smiled and nodded. Minato, your reputation has been growing lately. Faced with the teasing remark, Minato responded with a playful laugh. Shiro, you made a name for yourself during the Second Shinobi War as the strongest genius in the ninja world. Don't joke about me. Talking with Minato was like basking in the spring breeze. Even Shiro couldn't help but nod inwardly. Minato truly lived up to his nickname as the little sun. Setting aside all other factors, Minato's charm was undeniable. Even Shiro found it hard to dislike him. But there sure are a lot of people here at the Chunin exam this year. Shiro sighed, his tone carrying a trace of melancholy. Beside him, Minato's smile remained calm, but his eyes also grew serious. Yes, the more ninjas from different nations participate in the Chunin exams, the more unstable the ninja world becomes. Minato, with his strategic foresight, shared Shiro's concerns. Though they both wore relaxed smiles, their eyes betrayed a sense of foreboding. From the Chunin exams, they could already sense the unease brewing in the ninja world. One wrong move and the flames of war could reignite. After all, the Second Shinobi War had ended inconclusively, leaving every village with pent-up frustration. Now, it was only a matter of time before someone made the first move. P.S. Giving too long chapter/day but not getting in top 200 is crazy. Chapter 131, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 131. Credits, Sai Manoj Nailavali. Chunin exams. Kakashi is about to enter the Konoha's new generation most talented ninja. Graduating from the Ninja Academy at 5, becoming a Chunin at 6, that white-haired kid. I heard he's only 7 this year. As Hatake Kakashi stepped into the center of the arena, the Chunin exam venue erupted to its peak. Excited cheers filled the air, while in the shadows, ninjas from other nations solemnly gathered intelligence. It's just the Chunin rank. If the old man hadn't stopped me from taking the graduation exam, I'd have been a genin long ago. In the crowd, a child with a mature demeanor glared enviously at Kakashi, who had become the center of attention in the arena. This boy was none other than Sarutobi Asuma. Watching his classmate Kakashi shine so brightly while he was still stuck in the Ninja Academy filled him with resentment. Asuma, when do you think Kakashi will become a jonin? Kakashi, go for it. On a row of seats, several classmates cheered excitedly, pumping their fists in encouragement. Asuma clicked his tongue in irritation, blaming his father for meddling and preventing him from graduating. Damn it. My skills are more than enough to become a genin. Though Asuma reflected honestly, he knew deep down that compared to Kakashi, he might fall short. But becoming a genin was well within his abilities. Unbeknownst to Asuma, a middle-aged man stood behind him, a gleam of crimson light flashing behind his sunglasses. A faint smile curled on the man's lips. Have you heard? The third Hokage of the Konoha is said to be the strongest Hokage in history. What an exaggeration. I don't know about that, but I do know that back during the Land of Lightning incident, this Umbu guard abandoned the second Hokage. That's nothing. Lately in the Konoha, you hear gossip about how the third took power by relying on clans like the Senju and the Hyuga, and now he's turning on them. Hearing these criticisms, Asuma's face turned red with anger. While he felt free to criticize his father, to hear outsiders slander him was intolerable. Shut up. Asuma whipped around and shouted angrily, startling the surrounding crowd. They looked in fear at the fierce child, especially noticing the ninja tools strapped to his waist. In the ninja world, children were not to be underestimated. Asuma. His classmates were shocked and tried to calm him down, but Asuma, in the throes of rebellion, let out a cold snort and stormed off. As the minor commotion ended, no one noticed the faint flash of crimson in the shadows, nor did anyone realize that the earlier conversation planted a seed in the hearts of these young individuals. Amidst the crowd, Might Guy, Kurinai Yuhi, Shizun, Hayate Gecko, Genma Shiranui, Obito Uchiha, and Anko Mitarashi were too engrossed in watching the Chunin matches to think much of it. However, as Asuma left the venue, a shadowy figure appeared in secret. It was none other than a clone of Shiro. Standing silently, Shiro glanced at the group of young ninjas in the arena, a faint smile forming on his lips. Old Sarutobi, this is just giving you a taste of your own medicine. I learned this from you, after all. Knowing how this group of old fogies would later deal with the Uchiha clan, just as they had manipulated him and Fugaku before, Shiro couldn't help but smirk. If there was one thing he excelled at, it was holding grudges. My greatest advantage is knowing the future. I know these kids have the potential to become great jonin. And I also know how rebellious your youngest son will become. With a cold chuckle, Shiro turned and walked away. Using the transformation jutsu, he had already disguised himself as an ordinary Konoha ninja, leaving no trace behind. However, in the massive Chunin exam arena, one person noticed something unusual. Kushina's sharp eyes flickered with surprise. She was too familiar with Shiro's chakra. Though puzzled, she soon smiled, choosing to trust Shiro. She discreetly used her sensory ninjutsu to disrupt anyone else who might interfere with him. Outside the Chunin venue, the forest echoed with the distant noise of the crowd. Alone, Asuma pounded his fist against a tree, his face filled with frustration. Damn you, old man. Why won't you let me graduate? I already have the strength to be a genin. Suddenly, faint voices of conversation reached him, snapping him out of his anger. He quickly hid in the bushes, peering out to see two masked ninjas from another country walking by. The Konoha is strong, sure, but with the third Hokage in charge, we don't need to worry about them. That may be true, but the White Fang and the Sanin are incredibly powerful. The ninja with the IWA headband scoffed. Powerful, yes. But the most dangerous one is still this third Hokage. Just wait and see, soon enough, both the White Fang and the Sanin will face trouble. That can't be, his companion exclaimed in surprise. The IWA ninja chuckled coldly. Take a good look at the intel we've gathered. When the Konoha was founded, the Senju and Uchiha clans were marginalized. Even the Hyuga clan faces the same. Naturally, if these clans grow too strong and threaten the Hokage's authority, they'll be dealt with. That's how all the villages operate. But look at the third Hokage. The Sarutobi clan seems unremarkable on the surface, but they've secretly infiltrated every department of the Konoha. The IWA ninja's smirk deepened. Preaching one thing and doing another. The Sarutobi clan is nothing but parasites, sucking the Konoha dry. Just wait and see. I'd bet that even at nearly 50 years old, that old man won't give up his power. Other villages might not have suitable replacements, but that old man. He pretends to act for the village's sake, but deep down, he's selfish. He's letting the Sarutobi clan grow fat on the Konoha's resources. He'll never step down willingly. Just watch, White Fang won't have a good ending, and neither will the Sanin. As their voices faded into the distance, Asuma remained hidden, seething with rage. Yet, beyond his anger, a small seed of doubt took root in his heart. No. That can't be true about father and the clan. Asuma's eyes flickered with unease. He began recalling things he had never paid attention to before. For example, his father often criticized the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans for ignoring village regulations. During clan meetings, many members of the Sarutobi clan would report on the inner workings of the village. Wasn't that proof that the Sarutobi clan held key positions across the village? No. Impossible. Emerging from the bushes, Asuma shook his head, trying to dismiss the thoughts. He didn't notice the faint red gleam in his eyes that disappeared as quickly as it appeared. After Asuma left the forest, a figure emerged on a nearby tree trunk. It was Shiro, with a smile on his lips. Everyone talks about the Sharingan's ability to observe, copy, and use genjutsu. But they forget its most terrifying power, hypnosis. The Sharingan's hypnotic ability wasn't particularly useful against powerful ninjas but for academy students. It was child's play. The chakra used for hypnosis is so faint that it disperses almost instantly. No one will be able to detect it, no matter how skilled they are. Shiro smirked as he reflected on the seeds of doubt he had planted, even in future prominent ninjas. The seeds have been sown. Now, we wait to see if they sprout. He narrowed his eyes. This ability, while powerful, relied on certain events to unfold for the seeds to grow. And Shiro knew those events would come to pass, turning these seeds into towering trees of doubt and division. Turning his head to look at the Hokage rock bathed in sunlight, he couldn't help but smile. Slowly extending his hand, it was as if he was grasping the Hokage rock in his palm. Hokage. It's time for the Uchiha to take their turn. With a loud bang, a puff of white smoke dispersed. The forest seemed as though no one had ever been there, and even the two IWA shinobi in the distance had vanished without a trace. The lively Chunin exams had come to an end. Under the glow of the Konoha sunset, Kakashi Hatake still carried his usual lifeless demeanor. Hey, Kakashi, care to share how it feels to bully Genin? On the way back, under Kushina's teasing smile, Kakashi shivered. He didn't care much about others' opinions, but when it came to this fiery red-haired jonin, he immediately straightened up and respectfully replied. Kushina-sensei, there's no such thing as bullying. They're all older than me, and in the shinobi world, age doesn't matter. Shiro, standing to the side, couldn't help but laugh and wave his hand dismissively. Kushina, look at how you've scared Kakashi. With a proud stance and hands on her hips, Kushina looked every bit like the mischievous little demon she was, and even Kakashi tried to avoid her whenever possible. Shiro-sensei. When facing Shiro, Kakashi showed even more respect. This was someone his father often praised as a genius ninja. It was even said that, if not for the Uchiha surname, he might have already been the fourth Hokage by now. Alright, Kakashi. Your father is away on a mission. As for this A-rank jutsu, Chidori, your chakra is sufficient, but my requirements remain unchanged. Only when your neural response time and dynamic vision meet the standard. I will teach you. Kakashi addressed both Kushina and Shiro as sensei because he had formerly apprenticed under them. One reason was the influence of the Senju and Uchiha clans, and the other was their identities. Kumo Hatake wasn't foolish, he knew this was a good thing and happily encouraged Kakashi to take them as teachers. The official explanation was simple: Shiro had perfected an incomplete technique taught by White Fang, and having Kakashi apprentice under him would ensure that the technique could be passed down in the future. Neural response time and dynamic vision need to meet the standard. The genius Kakashi, upon hearing this requirement, visibly showed a trace of fear in his eyes. He swallowed nervously and said, "Shiro-sensei, I'll do my best." Seeing Kakashi so flustered, Shiro burst into hearty laughter and ruffled Kakashi's silver hair. Knowing the potential of certain shinobi in the future, how could he not take the initiative to recruit them? If he didn't, he'd be out of his mind. Don't worry, tomorrow I'll introduce you to a companion from the Uchiha clan. Although younger than you, he's also a genius. With a broad smile on his face, Shiro seemed to have the future firmly within his grasp. All he had to do was wait for these future stars to grow, and then, with a single call to arms, they would become his strength. As for Uchiha Obito, Shiro didn't even consider him. Someone like that, naturally cold-hearted and focused solely on women, was worthless to the clan. And let's not forget that Obito was Madara's pawn. If Shiro couldn't find a suitable candidate to counter him, he'd be in real danger. He didn't want to create unnecessary trouble for himself. Besides, Obito was already part of his plan. If even Madara could be turned into a tool for his benefit, then a mere Obito was nothing to worry about. Senju clan. Tsunade, Orochimaru's always nowhere to be found, and you're just as elusive. It's really hard to see you these days. Jiraiya laughed heartily, holding a bottle of sake in his hand. Beside him, Minato Namikaze followed respectfully, carrying a gift as well. Although Tsunade's appearance hadn't changed, her demeanor now carried a cold arrogance that warned others to keep their distance. She also exuded a regal aura, a result of her role as the de facto leader of the Senju clan. After taking on the responsibilities of the Senju, Tsunade's status had risen to that of a clan head. This growing sense of authority even left someone as familiar as Jiraiya feeling both surprised and uneasy, as if the distance between them had grown wider. "Jiraiya, you're back from the land of rain." As Jiraiya and Minato entered the house, Tsunade's tone hadn't changed, but the noble and imposing aura she exuded while seated made Jiraiya scratch his head in awkwardness. "Haha, it's been 2 years, so of course I had to come back. But Tsunade, you've changed. Sitting here with you now feels like I'm facing that old man's pressure." Jiraiya tried to ease the atmosphere with a joking tone, but Tsunade scoffed and retorted. "I can't help it. The entire Senju clan is on my shoulders now. Besides, that old man thinks the Senju are obstacles to Konoha's development." Tsunade's sharp words made Jiraiya choke on his tea and cough violently, his face turning red. "Tsunade. Your sharp tongue has gotten even worse. If the old man heard what you said, he'd probably die of anger." Jiraiya shook his head helplessly. Meanwhile, Minato stood awkwardly to the side, realizing that the camaraderie between the three Sanins wasn't as harmonious as he'd imagined. Could their mission succeed under these circumstances? Tsunade glanced at the gifts Jiraiya and Minato had brought, then rubbed her temples and shook her head tiredly. "Jiraiya, just tell me what you want. You should know how busy Orochimaru and I are." Tsunade's fatigued appearance was genuine. She had been researching wood release for over 2 years while also conducting her secret experiments. This double burden, combined with maintaining her training, left her exhausted, even with the Senju clan's strong constitution. Seeing Tsunade's straightforward attitude, Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly. It was clear he had come with a request, and the gifts he brought made his intentions obvious. Tsunade wasn't foolish. Though she told him to speak directly, she had already guessed the reason. Her gaze shifted to the equally awkward Minato. "Is it for this disciple of yours?" Chapter 132, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 132. Credits, novel reader. The Senju clan. "Tsunade, it's like this. Over the past few years, while I've been away, Minato has. Although the Flying Thunder God technique is a spacetime ninjutsu, it involves a significant amount of sealing techniques. This spacetime ninjutsu is more of a special spacetime technique that relies on sealing. Minato is a good kid, but I haven't fulfilled my duties as his teacher over these years." Inside the room, Jiraiya wore a solemn expression as he spoke about serious matters. Especially when it came to Namikaze Minato, his face carried a trace of guilt, as though blaming himself for not living up to his responsibilities as a mentor. However, upon hearing this, Minato quickly waved his hand and said, "Jiraiya-sensei, you're being too harsh on yourself. Everything I've learned is thanks to you. Even during the past 2 years when you were out on missions, you entrusted the third Hokage to guide me." Tsunade, sitting on the sofa with a cold and prideful demeanor, impatiently waved her hand upon seeing this exchange. "Jiraiya, you don't need to say such self-deprecating things. If we're being honest, Minato having the Hokage teach him isn't any worse than being taught by you." Although Tsunade said this, deep down, she felt a bit annoyed and impatient. Sure, Minato might be a good person, fine, she acknowledged that. But just because he was a good person, did it mean she had to teach him? Besides, why should his guilt as a teacher have anything to do with her? It wasn't her fault he hadn't come back to the village. The Senju clan had already sacrificed so much for the village. Her grandmother, Kushina, and even Shiro, how much had they given for Konoha? And what was the result? It was as if the village chose to ignore all of it. Konoha had too many good people and even more people who had bled for the village. Namikaze Minato wasn't the only one. Besides, she knew all too well how much care and attention the third Hokage had given to Minato over the years. Tsunade, when it comes to sealing techniques, no one in Konoha surpasses the Senju clan. Minato has recently reached a critical point in mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Jiraiya awkwardly rubbed his hands together as he spoke, while Minato glanced gratefully at his teacher before bowing respectfully to Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, this forbidden technique from the second Hokage is something I deeply admire. I've already managed to perform space-time transfers with it, but due to issues with the technique formula and chakra conduction, it consumes a tremendous amount of chakra each time." Minato didn't hold anything back, openly sharing the challenges he faced in his training. Tsunade glanced briefly at the blonde-haired kid, unconsciously comparing him to another dark-haired one. Interesting, their progress in training was nearly identical. Both faced issues with excessive chakra consumption, although the obstacles they encountered were different. Shiro was stuck due to his lack of innate spatial talent, while Namikaze Minato was hindered by problems with technique formulas and chakra conduction. If these two could complement each other, they'd be perfect. "Lady Tsunade, this is the scroll containing my insights and direction in mastering the second Hokage's forbidden technique." With great respect, Minato placed a scroll on the table. After all, what he was practicing was a forbidden technique passed down from the Senju clan, even if it was now shared with the village. Minato's attitude softened the impatience in Tsunade's expression slightly, but she still shook her head at Jiraiya and said, "Jiraiya, under normal circumstances, it'd be no problem. But right now, even in the near future, I'm afraid it's out of the question." Tsunade's refusal left Jiraiya momentarily stunned. He wasn't asking for a forbidden technique, just a bit of guidance. The third Hokage himself was thrilled with Minato's progress in training. Although Minato was Jiraiya's student, the guidance he had received over the past 2 years had created a deep bond between the two. After all, studying from a scroll and being taught by someone in person were two completely different things. "Tsunade, I know, 2 years ago, certain things happened." Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly as he spoke, but before he could finish, Tsunade coldly snorted and glared at him with evident irritation. "Jiraiya, are you underestimating me?" Her sharp gaze startled Jiraiya, who quickly waved his hands to deny the accusation. However, she only gave another cold snort. "This is a separate matter. Those disgusting old people. I don't take out my anger on younger generations. But what you're asking for is guidance on the Flying Thunder God's technique formula. Right now, the only people in the entire Senju clan capable of helping this blonde kid are my grandmother and Uzumaki Kushina." As she said this, a hint of sadness flashed in Tsunade's eyes. She then turned to glance at Minato with a calm expression. "It's good you came today. When you return, tell those old geezers to prepare for the transfer of the Nine Tails in a few days." Minato and Jiraiya were both stunned, their faces turning pale with shock. It was as if they were sitting on pins and needles, overwhelmed with shame and embarrassment. "Tsunade. I truly didn't know. Lady Tsunade, I deeply apologize." Jiraiya hastily apologized, and Minato followed suit. At that moment, neither of them brought up the subject of technique guidance anymore. Their minds were consumed by the thought of leaving as quickly as possible. They had come seeking guidance, but now they learned that Tsunade's grandmother was about to transfer the Nine Tails. From the looks of it, the transfer seemed to have been moved up ahead of schedule. How could they possibly ask for help now? One of the only people capable of providing guidance was on the brink of death, and the other was about to seal half of the Nine Tails. How could they even bring this up anymore? Faced with their apologies, Tsunade simply laughed bitterly and waved them off. "Enough, it has nothing to do with you. When you get back, pass this news along to those old geezers. From now on, Konoha will have one less mountain weighing down on it." Tsunade's sarcasm made Minato lower his head in embarrassment. With his position, he couldn't say much, but Jiraiya could sense that the rift between Tsunade and the third Hokage had only deepened over the past 2 years. Tsunade, the old man, is only doing this for the sake of the village. Jiraiya's tone was dry as he repeated the same excuse. In the past, Tsunade might have just snorted in dissatisfaction, but the Tsunade of today was like a stunning, thorny rose. She laughed and said, "For the village?" The first and second Hokage also did everything for the sake of the village. But now, a certain Hokage lacks that level of strength, so he regards the very people who built Konoha as obstacles. Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly, unsure how to respond. If someone else had said this, he could have argued back. But this was Tsunade. And more importantly, her 2 grandfathers were Hokage. What could he even say to that? What's worse was that Tsunade wasn't wrong. During the first and second Hokage's time, they encouraged the major clans of Konoha to grow stronger, believing that this would only make the village more powerful. But under the third Hokage, these clans were seen as too powerful, posing a challenge to the Hokage's authority. It all came down to capability. The first and second Hokage had the strength to wield the clans as weapons. The third Hokage could only dull those weapons into blunt sticks. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, I might not have much expertise in sealing formulas, but I do know one thing: for the chakra conduction issue, you could try using higher quality chakra metal. Tsunade spoke calmly, offering at least some guidance. But Minato didn't have the luxury of a wealthy and powerful clan supporting him. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade." Embarrassed, Jiraiya and Minato didn't even bother to finish their tea. They hastily came up with an excuse and left. After all, Tsunade's family was about to face life and death matters, and they had come asking for help. They were lucky they hadn't been punched out of there. Outside the Senju compound, Jiraiya and Minato exchanged looks under the setting sun, both giving bitter smiles. "Jiraiya-sensei, we were too rash this time." Minato sighed politely, while Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly. "Minato, Tsunade was being pretty nice today. If this were the old days, she would have punched me out of the house already." Although Tsunade's temperament seemed calmer, Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This new dynamic between them added a layer of unfamiliarity, and he almost missed the days of being punched. "Don't worry about it, Minato. We have all the sealing scrolls we need. I believe in your talent, you'll succeed for sure." Jiraiya laughed, slapping Minato on the back in encouragement. Minato scratched his head awkwardly and nodded. "I'll do my best." After all, while his girlfriend was from the Uzumaki clan, there was no comparing people like that. How could an ordinary member of the Uzumaki clan possess so many sealing techniques? Uzumaki Kushina was the princess of the Land of Whirlpools, which is why she inherited all the clan's traditions and even the heritage of the Land of Whirlpools. However, Tsunade's suggestion just now seems to make a lot of sense. Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully, while Minato, standing beside him, rarely showed a bitter smile. "Jiraiya-sensei, I've thought about it before, but do you know how expensive chakra metal is? Even elite jonin would feel the pinch. Using chakra metal for experiments. Minato truly didn't have such extravagant resources." This made Jiraiya feel even more awkward. He had completely forgotten that Minato was just a commoner. Jiraiya was used to interacting with the wealthy clans in Konoha, so he had never paid much attention to this issue. Especially Tsunade, chakra metal, in her eyes, was just a decent ninja tool. Naturally, she didn't overthink it and instinctively made her suggestion. But this also reflected her perspective. "Haha, Minato, don't worry. With me as your teacher, I'll take care of it." Jiraiya laughed heartily, patting his chest in assurance, but he still felt a headache. In the current state of the ninja world, chakra metal was a rare commodity, nearly impossible to buy. If it were just for crafting a weapon, he could manage it. But for training? That was a whole other story. From Minato's situation, it was clear that he needed far more than just 1 or 2 pieces. As the sun set, Jiraiya and Minato, one with white hair and the other with blonde, walked slowly toward the Hokage building. Behind them, Tsunade watched the two disappear through the window. A self-deprecating smile appeared on her otherwise calm face. "You're good people who care about Konoha. Does that make us bad people, only caring about ourselves?" The changes over the past 2 years had made Tsunade more reserved and mature. Her opinions about the upper echelons of the village had long been deeply ingrained. The Flying Thunder God technique. What does it have to do with me whether you can learn it or not? That kid risked his life on the battlefield to cover up the village's filth, only to be schemed against before even returning home, gaining nothing in the end. And your geniuses complete a few A-rank missions and are suddenly said to have inherited the will of fire, even being rewarded with the Flying Thunder God. What a bunch of hypocritical, shameless old fools. Prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain. After seeing the filth of the upper echelons, Tsunade couldn't help but find their actions disgusting, no matter how human they seemed. Tsunade. At that moment, a kind laugh came from inside the room. Tsunade turned her head, and her face instantly lit up with a cheerful smile. Her change in expression was so quick that, apart from being a woman, it showed how much Tsunade had matured and learned to disguise herself. "Grandma, why are you out here again?" Tsunade's playful voice echoed as she spoke. Inside the room, Uzumaki Mito gently stroked Tsunade's blonde hair with a loving smile. "Our little Tsunade has grown up. The way you speak now is flawless. Haha. When I'm gone, I can rest easy knowing the Senju clan is in your hands." "Grandma, don't say such things." In this moment, Tsunade acted like an innocent young girl, playfully leaning on her grandmother. Only in front of Uzumaki Mito could she let go of all her burdens. "Grandma, do we have to do this?" Faced with her granddaughter's reluctant gaze, Uzumaki Mito, sitting on the sofa, smiled and nodded. "Tsunade, you know why. In the past, I held on because I didn't trust you or the clan. But now you've grown, and this time, splitting the nine tails into two halves must be done while I still have the strength. Otherwise, when my time truly runs out, who knows what might happen." As she said the last sentence, Uzumaki Mito gave her granddaughter a meaningful look. Having lived so long, she could see through many things. Over the past 2 years, the secret activities of her granddaughter hadn't escaped her notice. Training could be explained, but spending so much time in the research lab was unusual. Over the past 2 years, Tsunade had been either training or working tirelessly in the lab. It was hard to believe this was just a passing interest. Who keeps up a passing interest for 2 years straight? "Tsunade, strength is important, but the heart matters more. Don't let power consume you. Only by staying true to your will can strength truly serve you." Uzumaki Mito smiled as she offered her advice. Tsunade obediently nodded. "Don't worry, Grandma. I've kept all of Second Grandpa's warnings about forbidden techniques in mind. I won't misuse such power." Tsunade knew exactly what her grandmother was worried about. But she was the proud Tsunade, and she would never lose herself. Night gradually descended, and lights flickered within the Uchiha compound. Inside a room. In its ultimate form, the Lightning Chakra mode grants extreme speed while surrounding the user with a layer of Lightning Chakra for effective defense. Once mastered, it's called the Lightning Armor. The Hell Stab technique, combined with Chidori, enhances its piercing power. The standard A-rank Jutsu Chidori is already comparable to the 4-finger Hell Stab, with its strength increasing based on the user's proficiency. The S-rank Lightning Cutter is faster and silent, and when fused with the Hell Stab, it surpasses the 2-finger Hell Stab in power. However, its full strength depends on the user's abilities. As he flipped through the collected scrolls on ninjutsu, Shiro couldn't help but marvel at the sheer diversity and power of ninja techniques. In the original story, Chidori was even evaluated by the Kumakura as being similar to their Hell Stab. Both were high-speed piercing ninjutsu, and when combined, their power multiplied. However, the true strength of a jutsu always depends on the user. Shiro deeply understood this point. After 2 years of intense physical training, he had experienced firsthand how the same jutsu could vary significantly in power based on the user's body. Click. Suddenly, the lights went out. Startled, Shiro turned to look at the light switch near the bedroom door, only to see a figure standing there. "Shiro." A nervous and hesitant voice echoed. Bathed in moonlight, Shiro didn't even need to activate his Sharingan to recognize the figure. It was Uchiha Mikoto. But tonight, her demeanor was even more delicate and shy. Chapter 133, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 133, R18. Under the moonlit night. Inside the house, Uchiha Mikoto trembled, holding the body before her tightly. As Shiro lightly reached out to touch her, he couldn't help but smile at her startled, kitten-like reaction. "Mikoto, you're still just as playful as ever." After being tackled to the ground, Shiro was momentarily stunned but soon let out a doting smile, chalking it up to Mikoto's playful nature. "Shiro, if you like. I can turn into Kushina." Panting heavily, her trembling voice quivered as she spoke, not even daring to lift her gaze to meet his. Her hesitant tone caused Shiro to smile. He leaned down, whispering teasingly into her ear. "Mikoto, does this mean I should start calling you Princess Kushina now?" His drawn-out teasing words echoed, making Mikoto's face flush red. Her eyes glistened with embarrassment, filled with misty tears of shyness. With a puff of smoke, the transformation was complete. The white smoke dispersed, revealing fiery red hair glimmering with a seductive glow under the moonlight. Long, slender legs clad in black stockings stretched out before him. "Shiro. I'm wearing what you like." Her shy, stammering voice echoed softly. Tonight, she had specifically chosen stockings that covered her toes, unlike her usual style that left them exposed. Princess Kushina. As the two looked at each other with increasing sincerity, Mikoto, now transformed into Kushina, was even more bashful. When it came to their personalities, Mikoto was the gentle type, while Kushina was playful and mischievous. The two were poles apart, yet both equally captivating. As their interaction deepened, Shiro began to feel something was off. Tonight, things seemed unusually vivid. Moreover, Makoto seemed strangely inexperienced. Wait. You're the real Kushina. Shiro exclaimed in shock. This level of realism wasn't just transformation jutsu. Her reactions, her subtle tremors, they were far too genuine. At this moment, Kushina's shy expression deepened. Despite her embarrassment, she summoned the strength to lift her head, her misty eyes brimming with determination as she spoke in a trembling voice. Shiro. From now on, Kushina belongs to you and only you. Shiro was stunned. The person before him, who he thought was Makoto transformed into Kushina, was, in fact, the real Uzumaki Kushina. Under the moonlight, Kushina's tearful and passionate eyes seemed to regain some clarity. However, in the next moment, tears began to trickle down her cheeks. Though inexperienced, she was unyielding, like a fearless calf facing a tiger. Shiro. I'm about to become a monster. I know this is shameful, but I want you to remember me. Remember me for the rest of your life. I am Uzumaki Kushina. Even though her identity was exposed, Kushina's tear-filled eyes were firm with resolve. In her heart, she questioned whether the person she would become after turning into a monster would still be herself. She wanted to give the untainted version of herself to someone she deemed important, the one person she could entrust with her life. Kushina. True to her title as a princess, even in her shyness, she still exuded a regal authority. Seeing this bold version of Kushina, felt his heart ache for her even more. Kushina, did you forget our secret? We're both little monsters. As their breaths grew heavy, even the moonlight seemed shy, retreating behind a cloud. In the bed. You're so beautiful, Shiro murmured, leaning in to place a tender kiss on her lips. Kushina melted into the kiss, returning it with all the passion she could muster. She felt his hand slide up her thigh, and she gasped as his warm fingers brushed against her bare pussy. She arched her back, pressing herself against him, desperate for more. Shiro, she whimpered, her voice little more than a pleading whisper. With a low growl, he leaned down again and captured her lips in a fierce kiss. His tongue dove deep, teasing and exploring her mouth as his hand slipped between their bodies to find her clit. She cried out, arching her back off the bed as waves of pleasure washed over her. Kushina surrendered to the sensations that coursed through her body. His fingers were magic, teasing and tormenting her until she thought she would go mad. And then he was there, at her entrance. She felt the head of his cock press against her opening, and she gasped in anticipation. He pushed slowly inside, filling her up inch by excruciating inch. She cried out in pain, but it was quickly replaced by an overwhelming sense of pleasure. You're so tight, Shiro groaned, his voice thick with lust. Kushina couldn't speak, couldn't think. All she could do was lie there and let him take her. He began to move, each thrust eliciting a moan or whimper from her. Her hands clutched at the sheets, her body arching to meet his. As their rhythm built, Kushina felt herself getting closer and closer to the edge. She could feel her orgasm building, the tension coiling tighter and tighter within her. And then Shiro found her sweet spot, his thrusts hitting her just right, sending her spiraling out of control. Shiro growled, his hips slamming against hers in a punishing rhythm. Ah, Shiro. Kushina cried out, her body shattering beneath him. Waves of intense pleasure washed over her, leaving her breathless and spent. She arched her back, her nails digging into his shoulders as she rode out her orgasm. Kushina. Shiro continued to pound into her, his hips undulating in a sensual rhythm that sent shivers down her spine. And then, with a low cry, he exploded inside her, his hot cum filling her up in a way that left her feeling both fulfilled and wanting more. Shiro. It's my turn now. Hey. With a sudden movement, Kushina flipped their positions, haughtily taking charge. Don't you like my red hair? Do you prefer it tied up, loose, or maybe Sister Tsunade's twin tails? I want it all. Then one at a time. Shiro slid his cock between her plump-ass cheeks and pushed forward slowly, feeling her tightness envelop him. Kushina let out a moan as he began to thrust into her from behind, his hips pounding against her ass. He reached around and gripped her pussy lips, teasing her clit as he fucked her hard and fast. Kushina's twin tails swung back and forth, slapping against her ass with each powerful stroke. Shiro could feel her walls starting to tighten around him, and he knew she was close. With one last thrust, he buried himself to the hilt inside her and held still, feeling her orgasm wash over them both. As she cried out in ecstasy, he gripped her hair tighter, savoring the feeling of dominance and control. Shiro panted heavily, gripping two red pigtails in his hands. He spoke softly, Kushina, I know medical ninjutsu. If you keep pushing yourself like this. The Uzumaki clan doesn't need that, we have incredible recovery abilities. I want more. Kushina, where did you learn all these moves? Sister Makoto taught me. Kushina murmured dreamily, her eyes hazy. In this relentless competition, Kushina revealed her adorable little tiger teeth again, glaring fiercely as she tried to flip their positions and take control. Though unfamiliar with many of the strange techniques, her stubborn nature and ninja flexibility allowed her to quickly adapt. In this pure contest of physical ability, Kushina's youthful energy was her greatest weapon. Youth meant not only stamina but also a relentless curiosity and eagerness to explore the forbidden. Shiro silently reflected on how his years of taijutsu training were finally paying off as he overcame one challenge after another. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the aftermath of their battlefield. Shiro smiled victoriously as he surveyed the scene. In the living room, the miso soup was steamed gently. Kushina, now as meek as a quail, sat with her shoulders hunched, her head lowered in embarrassment. The haughty princess from the previous night had vanished. It wasn't that she couldn't face Shiro, it was the presence of Makoto that made the situation unbearably awkward. Beneath the table, her toes curled so tightly in shame that she felt she could dig a hole and hide inside. Miso soup, along with some noodles. Kushina, eat plenty to regain your strength. Shiro doesn't usually like sushi, so I didn't prepare any. Wearing an apron, Makoto smiled warmly as she brought out a lavish breakfast from the kitchen, making Kushina even more flustered. I thought you might need it, so I prepared a spare set of clothes for you. Makoto teased lightly, holding out a neatly folded set of clothes. At the moment, Kushina was wearing Shiro's oversized white robe, with a faint glimpse of pale skin showing underneath. Thank you, Sister Makoto. Kushina's voice was filled with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Shiro glanced helplessly at Makoto, his eyes seemingly saying, Makoto, you set me up last night. However, Makoto's playful gaze in return seemed to say, you should be thanking me. The only sound at the table was the clinking of utensils. As Kushina sipped her soup, she asked softly. This meal must have taken a while to prepare. Sister Makoto, when did you get here? With a ninja's keen observation, she realized the food was freshly made, not brought in from elsewhere. This raised questions in her mind. Makoto gently wiped her mouth and smiled teasingly. Well, I arrived before sunrise. But some people have such endless stamina. Realizing Makoto had been listening for who knows how long, Kushina's face turned as red as her hair. Her hazy, embarrassed gaze made her deaf to everything else around her. Makoto leaned in close, whispering into her ear. Kushina, from now on, we'll be true sisters. Kushina's flushed cheeks practically steamed. Moments later, under the table, her foot was suddenly lifted, snapping her back to reality. She panicked, blurting out, Sister Makoto is still. But when she turned around, she realized Makoto was already gone. Outside, the sound of her footsteps faded into the distance. Across the table, Shiro held her delicate foot and shook his head. Makoto went to buy stockings for you. Otherwise, you'd blow your cover when you go back. Now realizing Makoto had left, Kushina transformed from a meek kitten into a fierce, wildcat. Though her face was still flushed with embarrassment, she pretended to be angry. Shiro. Stop moving. Look at the marks on your feet from last night's intensity. Shiro reprimanded her lightly, then placed his palm over the marks, releasing soothing chakra from his medical ninjutsu. However, during his treatment, Kushina suddenly glared at him with an unyielding expression, baring her fierce little tiger-like teeth. She declared. Shiro, I haven't lost yet. All right, you win. But let's eat first. Just as Shiro was about to sit down and eat, a sudden disturbance came from under the table. His eyes widened as he looked across at Kushina, who was glaring back at him. You're learning this from someone. Makoto told me all about it. She said you like. Two soft, delicate feet reached toward his bulged pants. Kushina's mastery of taijutsu was indeed impressive, leaving Shiro utterly stunned. Kushina, you're playing with fire. Kushina glared at him defiantly, as if to say, I'll do as I please. But in the next moment, seeing Shiro restrain himself, Kushina suddenly bit her arm. Instantly, her injuries began to visibly heal before his astonished eyes, the marks disappearing as if by magic. Hey! Before Sister Makoto comes back, let's have another round to determine the winner. In an instant, the dining table, living room, and kitchen turned into the battleground for two tireless couples. As her fiery red hair danced in the air, Kushina Uzumaki's misty, emotion-laden eyes revealed her true feelings. Shiro, I belong to you. Before I become a monster, I'm all yours, my entire body, everything. By the time Makoto returned, she was greeted by the sight of an utterly destroyed home. Not only was the house in shambles, but a faint white stain on the dining table made Makoto widen her eyes in shock. Then, as if understanding something, her expression shifted. So, innocent girls are really more aggressive in bed. At the Senju clan's residence. The sun was already high in the sky as Kushina cautiously tiptoed into her home, looking as guilty as a thief. Kushina. A sudden voice startled Kushina so much that her hair nearly stood on end. She whipped around to see Tsunade standing there. Forcing a calm expression, Kushina patted her chest and feigned nonchalance. Sister Tsunade, you scared me. Tsunade, however, rolled her eyes and said, Kushina, why are you sneaking into your own house as if you're a thief? Faced with Tsunade's question, Kushina tilted her head back and feigned confidence, retorting, a thief? How could that be? This is my house. You must be imagining things, Sister Tsunade. Tsunade gave her a skeptical look, sniffing the air as her frown deepened. Kushina, what's that smell? Smell. For a moment, Kushina turned pale with fright. But then she remembered she had taken a bath, so her confidence returned. Taking a deep breath, she replied, what smell? You must be mistaken, Sister Tsunade. However, Tsunade, knowing Kushina's personality all too well, immediately sensed something was off. As she caught a faint whiff of something unusual, her eyes flickered with a hint of embarrassment. Though the scent of body wash was strong, for a ninja of Tsunade's caliber, such a close distance couldn't completely mask a faint, distinct odor. Looking at the now fully grown Kushina Uzumaki, Tsunade sighed deeply and spoke calmly. Kushina, Jiraiya, and Minato came to visit earlier. There's something I need to discuss with you, but wash your hands first. We'll talk after lunch. All right. Sure. Suppressing the panic in her heart, Kushina nodded quickly and said, okay, I'll go wash up now. As she ascended the stairs, Tsunade let out a long, quiet sigh. Kushina's grown up. Having such desires is normal. At least there are no visible injuries on her body. It seems Shiro knows his limits and didn't go too far. Tsunade considered various possibilities, yet never imagined that Kushina could heal herself so effectively, leaving no traces behind. Upstairs, as the sound of water echoed, Kushina splashed cold water on her face, trying to cool down her flushed cheeks. When she raised her head and gazed at herself in the mirror, a rare gentle smile appeared on her face. Stroking her vibrant red hair, she murmured softly. At the very least, before I completely become a monster, I'm his. As for after she became a monster, Kushina's calm smile concealed the fact that she had already made up her mind. At least for now, she had no regrets. Sister Mikoto, thank you. Sealing the nine tails and becoming a Jinchuriki, no matter how much she pretended not to mind, who could honestly say there wasn't the slightest resentment. In this warped ninja world, tailed beasts represented misfortune and destruction. Even the people closest to her couldn't help but feel some unease. She had long known the tragic experiences of Jinchuriki in every nation and had mentally prepared herself for the worst. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, with water droplets sliding down her face, Kushina Uzumaki's sincere smile radiated determination. At least I have no regrets. After I become a monster, I'll protect Shiro, Sister Tsunade, Sister Mikoto, and all my loved ones. Let's do this. Suddenly, Kushina wiped the water from her face, clenched her fists, and smiled confidently, returning to her usual feisty and unyielding self. Meanwhile, in the living room, Tsunade frowned. The wood release project still had issues, but certain radicals within the clan were losing patience. Then there was her deal with Orochimaru. The secret experiments conducted by Root, using children as test subjects, filled her with disgust. Yet, at the same time, the data from those experiments had proven invaluable. The atmosphere in the ninja world is becoming increasingly tense. The unresolved issues from the Second Great Ninja War could erupt at any moment. While the major nations haven't made any overt moves, the localized conflicts in smaller nations are growing more intense, and the scent of war hangs heavy in the air. Rubbing her temples, Tsunade let out a long sigh. There were just too many troubling matters. What a wretched ninja world this was. Chapter 134, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 134. The Senju clan. At the dining table, Kushina, unusually silent, sat with her head lowered, quietly and diligently preparing the meal. Beside her, Tsunade had already finished eating. With her arms crossed over her chest, she watched Kushina with a half-smile, amusement dancing in her eyes. It wasn't until Kushina awkwardly finished every dish in front of her, down to emptying the rice cooker, that she finally lifted her head and, with a guilty look, glanced at Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, do you need something? Seeing Kushina's guilty expression, Tsunade couldn't help but smile. She could see right through the younger girl's thoughts, and she understood. Kushina, yesterday Jiraiya and Minato came to see me. That blonde brat does have remarkable talent when it comes to the Flying Thunder God technique, he's already progressed too. Tsunade's teasing voice trailed off as she tossed a scroll onto the table, containing the training notes Minato had left behind. However, at the mention of Minato, Kushina immediately puffed up with indignation. She glared and said, Sister Tsunade, how could that sissy guy compare to Shiro? In her eyes, Shiro was the best, no one could compare to her Shiro. Kushina, sometimes you need to take off your blinders. Admitting someone else's strengths isn't hard. What's hard is recognizing your weaknesses, that's the only way to grow stronger. Tsunade shook her head and gestured toward the scroll. This is what Jiraiya's disciple left behind. As for Shiro and Minato's progress in the Flying Thunder God technique, well, one excels in spatial talent, while the other relies on someone's expertise in seals to make the technique even more stable. Tsunade remained fair in her evaluation of the two, not favoring either. If the strengths of both were combined, then I think the Flying Thunder God technique would once again astonish the ninja world. Unfortunately, spatial talent requires more time to hone unless you rely on external forces to push further. On the other hand, a lack of skill in seals also demands extensive study of sealing techniques and the use of external forces, both of which take time. Tsunade's calm analysis left Kushina fuming. Though she was unwilling to admit it, she had to acknowledge the truth. When it came to the Flying Thunder God technique, she had personally solved about 80% of the issues related to the sealing formula. After all, the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques were unparalleled. And Kushina wasn't just an Uzumaki, she had inherited all the clan's legacy. Her talent in sealing techniques was exceptional, and as a young girl motivated by love, she was practically supercharged. I believe in Shiro. Kushina pouted, puffing out her cheeks. Her eyes darted toward the scroll Tsunade had tossed over, and a flash of realization crossed her face. She quickly grabbed the scroll. I don't know about anything else, but I do know that Konoha has plenty of jonin who've completed A-rank missions. But how many of them get special favors? Kushina was implying that Minato had benefited from favoritism, while Shiro had been unfairly treated, forcing them to rely on their connections. Watching Kushina grab the scroll, Tsunade chuckled and raised an eyebrow. Kushina, just make a copy of the scroll and return it. Don't go giving it away entirely. Her words instantly exposed Kushina's intentions, causing the girl to flush bright red. Sister Tsunade, you're just making fun of me. I'm not stupid. Besides, isn't this what you're hinting at anyway? Seeing Kushina's flustered, youthful demeanor, Tsunade shook her head with a smile. She then continued. Kushina, take the next few days to focus and prepare. Though she didn't say it outright, Kushina's heart skipped a beat. Her expression didn't change, but a faint smile appeared on her lips. Sister Tsunade, don't worry. It's just a stinky fox. I'm very strong now. Although she had long been prepared to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, now that the time had come, her feelings were still complicated. Once she became a true monster, would Shiro still treat her the same? For some reason, this thought crossed Kushina's mind. Kushina. Suddenly, a warm embrace enveloped her, causing Kushina to blush furiously. Wide-eyed, she quickly wriggled free. Sister Tsunade, I'm not a child anymore. Ahaha, so Kushina's all grown up now. Tsunade's teasing smile made Kushina puff out her chest proudly. Sister Tsunade, don't underestimate me. Grandma Mito said that with my sealing skills and the adamantine sealing chains I've awakened, even half of that fox isn't my opponent. Besides, there's Mikoto and Shiro's Sharingan. If that fox causes trouble, we'll just lock it in a little black room. Love is blind, and this blind devotion fueled Kushina's determination. She was eager to subdue the Nine-Tails as soon as possible, to prove to Shiro that she could conquer the monster within her. The word monster was like a thorn buried deep in Kushina's heart, a thorn that both Tsunade and Shiro were well aware of. But neither of them ever said anything. At the very least, this pressure would push her to evolve her strength. Kushina, the Nine-Tails is a powerful force. It's not something you need to reject. And from what I've seen in Shiro's eyes, he doesn't seem to mind your power. Perhaps. As Tsunade spoke, she glanced at Kushina's puzzled expression and smirked. The first Hokage's wife was a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and Shiro's dream is to become Hokage. Maybe, Kushina. Whoosh. Kushina's eyes widened, her brain buzzing. Her thoughts were consumed by the idea, if Jinchuriki were Hokage's wives, then Grandma Mito was a living example. It made sense. If Grandma Mito could do it, then Uzumaki Kushina could too. Tsunade's meaningful smile carried a hint of complexity. She recalled Shiro's hoarse voice declaring his dream of becoming Hokage amidst the bloodshed of the battlefield. Kushina's innocent romantic ideals made Tsunade sigh inwardly. For Shiro, the path to becoming Hokage might be difficult. The White Fang had only just turned 30, and with the elders clinging to power for 20 more years, how old would Shiro be by then? And there would always be younger candidates. Still, looking at Kushina, Tsunade smiled. At least she had lit a fire in the girl's heart, which was better than rejecting her power. Sister Tsunade, I understand. Kushina nodded resolutely as if she had made up her mind. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and teased, oh. So what exactly has Kushina figured out? This time, Kushina didn't blush or hesitate. Instead, she declared with determination, I'm going to ask Grandma Mito to seal more of the fox's power into me. I'm going to become the strongest Jinchuriki. Tsunade was momentarily stunned. She had always known Kushina's thought process could be unconventional, but seeing it in action still left her speechless. Was that really what she had meant? But Kushina's firm gaze showed her resolve. She was determined to rely on her strength to help Shiro become Hokage. All right, I believe Kushina will be the strongest. But before that. Suddenly, Tsunade leaned closer, her teasing smile turning sly. She whispered in Kushina's ear. Kushina, I'm a woman too. If you need advice, I can teach you. And since you've been careful this time and haven't let Shiro take too much advantage, I'll keep your little secret. The gentle words echoed in Kushina's ears, and her face turned crimson. She avoided Tsunade's gaze, her voice trembling in denial. Sister Tsunade, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't say weird things. I'm going back to rest. Flustered, Kushina was like a cat with its tail stepped on. She hurriedly fled back to her room, her mind replaying the bold events of the previous night. The thrill of tasting the forbidden fruit made Kushina feel both shy and deeply exhilarated. She secretly felt fortunate. Luckily, she had been cautious enough to heal her injuries beforehand, otherwise, Tsunade might have discovered something was off. In the living room, Tsunade watched Kushina flee in embarrassment and chuckled while shaking her head. That girl, teasing her is one of the few tender moments I have left. Tsunade, you're teasing Kushina again, aren't you? At some point, Uzumaki Mito had quietly entered the room. She had witnessed everything just now but hadn't intervened. Instead, she looked deeply at her granddaughter. Grandma. Tsunade, I've noticed that you're becoming more and more obsessed with power, even influencing Kushina. The wise and experienced Uzumaki Mito wasn't fooled. Despite Tsunade's teasing demeanor toward Kushina, Mito could see that it was all to encourage Kushina to strive for greater power. Faced with her grandmother seeing through her intentions, Tsunade didn't back down. Instead, she smiled and nodded. Grandma, I'm only doing this for Kushina's sake. At her age, when her heart is easily swayed by emotions, there's nothing more dangerous than love clouding her judgment. So you keep raising her expectations, pushing her to be more resolute in seeking power. Uzumaki Mito gave her granddaughter a complicated look before sighing softly. It's all Hashirama and Tobarama's fault back then. If even one of them were still here, you wouldn't have to carry such a heavy burden, Tsunade. Despite her words, the elderly Mito didn't blame her granddaughter. After all, Tsunade was the only family she had left. Grandma. Tsunade, reverting to her playful, girlish self, hugged Mito, who could only shake her head in resignation. You, back when I told you to train, you were either gambling or drinking. I thought you'd live a carefree life. Who would have thought that you'd become exactly what I'd hoped you wouldn't? I don't know if it's right or wrong, Mito said with a sigh. But I do know one thing, absolute power is the only way to protect yourself and those you care about. At this, Mito looked at Tsunade with a calm yet serious expression. Are certain factions within the clan becoming difficult to control? Tsunade chuckled bitterly and shook her head. Grandma, you know how it is. There's always a small group of people blindly pursuing power. The Wood Release Project is becoming too dangerous. Before she could finish, Mito cut her off with a cold snort. So, those people are colluding with outsiders, using the fact that you didn't inherit the Senju name as leverage against you. 2 years. It had been over 2 years since the Wood Release Project began, and those people had waited all that time. Now, with some instigation, their impatience was starting to show. So what if it's dangerous? What power isn't? They were willing to take the risk. Tsunade, I know you. You're waiting until I'm gone to handle this, aren't you? Mito directly exposed her granddaughter's thoughts, leaving Tsunade with no choice but to admit it. She nodded helplessly. After spending together for years, Mito could see how much her granddaughter had grown, even if she didn't show it openly. After a moment of silence, Mito looked up at Tsunade with a solemn expression. Kushina will soon seal the 9 tails. I plan to seal 60% of its power into her. As for those people in the clan, sometimes sacrifices have to be made. This old body of mine is still around. There's no need for you to shoulder everything alone. Find an opportunity to let those people come to me. If they're not afraid of dying, let them take their chances. Grandma. Tsunade was momentarily stunned before looking at her grandmother with deep gratitude. When she was under such immense pressure, with her clan only concerned about power, it was her grandmother who stepped in to help her. There's no need to say more. Even if I don't do it, you'd handle it after I'm gone. Mito looked at her granddaughter with a mixture of affection and sorrow. Tsunade, who should have lived a carefree life under the protection of 2 generations of Hokage, was now burdened with the weight of her clan due to a series of unfortunate events. I understand. Don't worry, Grandma. Once those radicals fail in their experiments, it will wake up the rest of the clan. Besides, we still have some allies within the clan. I will protect the Senju clan at all costs. Tsunade wasn't one to hesitate. Strong-willed and decisive, she nodded firmly, determined to eliminate the unstable elements within the clan and consolidate its strength. The Hatake clan. Once a clan that had joined Konoha during its founding, the Hatake clan had dwindled over the years. Once small in number, it had now faded into obscurity. Most Konoha shinobi had forgotten that the Hatake was a clan, thinking it was merely a family with a strong shinobi lineage. Kakashi, this is a younger peer I've brought for you. He's a prodigy from the Uchiha clan, so don't underestimate him, Shirou. In a spacious backyard, Shiro spoke with a teasing smile. Behind him, a 5-year-old boy with short hair bowed respectfully. Please guide me, Kakashi-senpai. Across from them, Hatake Kakashi, wearing his signature mask, twitched slightly at the sight of the younger boy. Still, he maintained his composure and returned the greeting. Please guide me as well. Watching the interaction between Shirou and Kakashi, Shiro smiled. Kakashi, Shirou is my new disciple. His talent is on par with yours, especially his speed. Shirou, humble and gentle, gave a shy smile at the praise, showing none of the arrogance typical of many Uchiha. Seeing his two disciples together, Shiro couldn't help but laugh internally. Knowing Shirou's potential, how could he not take him under his wing? With his position, it was the easiest decision to make. Conan, you'll oversee their special training. Yes, Lord Shiro. In the past 2 years, Conan had started to blossom. Though still somewhat youthful, she showed great potential, her gentle smile brimming with confidence as she nodded toward Shiro. P.S. So Kushina healed her injuries. Does it mean she regained her virginity? Sorry, that was a strange thing to ask. Chapter 135, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 135. Credits, Daxter. Under the flurry of paper shuriken in the air, Kakashi Hatake and Shirou Uchiha scrambled around, dodging constantly. Any slip-up that resulted in being hit by the paper shuriken would only leave shallow wounds, nothing serious. This is to train your dynamic vision and reflexes. On the battlefield, fairness is not a concept. Death can come from any angle, without warning. Conan, your chakra control has improved again. You've managed to reach this level already, excellent. Go ahead and use your paper release freely. These small injuries are nothing, I know medical ninjutsu after all. Under a large tree, Shiro teased with a joking expression. Conan continued to bombard the two boys with her paper shuriken, leaving them with no choice but to dodge desperately or block with kunai. No ninjutsu allowed. This is your training. The more chakra you conserve, the longer you can train. Keep it up. Shiro's playful laughter made Kakashi grumble in frustration. What a twisted sense of humor. At this point, Kakashi hadn't yet lost his father, so his personality wasn't as rigid as it would later become. Meanwhile, Shirou nodded resolutely. I won't disappoint you, Lord Shiro. From beneath the tree, Shiro squinted as he observed the scene. In his palm rested a green leaf, surrounded by flickering arcs of lightning. The arcs danced across the surface without damaging the leaf, demonstrating his incredible mastery over lightning release. Lord Shiro's control over lightning release keeps getting better and better, Conan said with a warm and respectful smile as she stood nearby. Shiro chuckled in response. You're a genius too, Conan. You've even mastered the shadow clone jutsu. The gentle and obedient Conan beamed at the praise. Shiro plucked another leaf from the tree and placed it in her palm. When you're learning sealing jutsu from Kushina, make sure you also study wind release. In this area, aside from one old geezer, Kushina is the strongest in wind release in the village. If you combine wind release with your paper release, your paper will become even sharper. Only fire release will be able to counter it. But for now, you don't need to worry about mastering everything at once. As Shiro gently patted her head, Conan's eyes gleamed with a look of enjoyment. She nodded firmly. Don't worry, Lord Shiro. I'll do my best. By the way, Shiro asked, how are Nagato and the others doing in the Land of Rain? Nagato is doing well. Over the past 2 years, he's grown incredibly strong under Yahiko's guidance, with a massive chakra reserve to back it up. Recently, with the withdrawal of troops from the Land of Rain, Yahiko invited Nagato too. As Conan reported, Shiro smiled in satisfaction. Although Nagato and Yahiko were still working together, their bond didn't seem as deep as it once was. Shirou, even though he's only 5 years old, is already showing remarkable talent in terms of speed. Under Conan's control, the paper shuriken speed varied constantly, causing real pain when they struck. Shiro narrowed his eyes as he observed the two boys. Kakashi's talent was indisputable, so remarkable that even those with Kekkei Genkai would envy him. Having all chakra natures was enough to make countless shinobi despair. Most shinobi needed years to master just a second chakra nature, while some were born with them all. As for Shirou Uchiha, in the original timeline, he earned the title Shirou of the Body Flicker during the Third Great Ninja War, becoming a legend. Though younger than Kakashi, the age gap wasn't too wide. With his current position, Shiro had looked into Shirsue's background. As an orphan, Shirsue was practically destined to be a loyal and hard-working subordinate. To let such talent go to waste would be a crime. After some time, by the pond in the backyard, Kakashi and Shirsue lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. "Here, use these eye drops to relieve your eyes," Conan said with a smile as she took out some eye drops she had prepared earlier. "Training your reflexes and dynamic vision will strain your eyes at first. But once you adapt, your 5 senses will start to work together, and things will become easier." Kakashi, now adept at using the eye drops, sighed helplessly. "Conan-san, stop trying to fool me. By the time we adapt, your paper shuriken will just get even faster." Shirsue, on the other hand, obediently applied the drops. Despite his exhaustion, his wide, excited eyes sparkled as he exclaimed. "Conan-san, while we're resting, can you tell me more stories about Lord Shiro? The ones from the book." The 5-year-old Shirsue eagerly pulled out a red book from his ninja tool pouch. Conan smiled at the sight, while Kakashi, though silent, clearly shared the same interest. For young ninja, especially at their age, the legendary stories adapted from real events were filled with intrigue and inspiration. "All right, I'll tell you a story during the half-hour break," Conan said with a smile. She carefully retrieved her copy of the red book from her tool pouch. The book, titled My Struggle, had recently released its 5th installment, covering the Second Great Ninja War. It was followed by 3 more chapters. The Ninja World Under War. The Revolution of the 5 Great Shinobi Villages. My Political Career. The Ninja World Under War describes the devastating impact of the Second Great Ninja War on small nations, civilians, and major powers, interwoven with vivid and realistic stories. The Revolution of the 5 Great Shinobi Villages chronicled the transition from the Warring States period to the era of the 5 Great Villages, culminating in the establishment of the strongest ninja villages. The My Political Career narrated how the protagonist rose from being a jonin to becoming the deputy head of the medical division. Though written with subtlety, the story resonated deeply with ordinary ninjas. For most lower and mid-level ninja, jonin was already the pinnacle of their ambitions. Becoming a deputy department head was akin to a dream come true. In the mundane world of ninjas, this kind of story was explosively popular. It was this 8th chapter, My Political Career, that truly caused the book to skyrocket in popularity. Lord Shiro's life is so fascinating. Many people in the clan look up to him as a role model. But what I admire most is his pursuit of peace and his desire to end the wars, Shirsue said passionately. Though only 5 years old, Shirsue's respect for Uchiha Shirou was immense. Even the more mature 7-year-old Kakashi couldn't help but nod in agreement, captivated by this protagonist who combined strength and depth. Of course. Lord Shirou is a very gentle person, Conan said with a soft expression. Her eyes shone slightly as she smiled warmly. From a distance, Shiro, who was training beneath the tree, glanced toward the Hokage rock. His lips curved into a confident smile. "This is just the beginning. During the Second War, I fought desperately just to survive. But the Third War, that will be my stage." His smile brimmed with self-assurance. Shiro understood the brutality and trajectory of the Third Great Ninja War better than anyone. The Third War would push Hiruzen Sarutobi to resign in disgrace and include the infamous Battle of Canopy Bridge. The devastation of that war would be unparalleled. But before the Third War begins, there are still 2 major events, the failure and prohibition of the Wood Release Research Project, and the White Fang incident. As he thought back, Shiro glanced at Kakashi. At 7 years old, Kakashi's fateful year was about to arrive. The winds are beginning to stir. A green leaf fluttered past, and Shiro smiled. Before the storm arrived, he still had a fire to stoke. Meanwhile, Conan waved to Kakashi and Shirsue, signaling the end of their break. "All right, break time is over. Back to training." Closing the book, Conan carefully placed the freshly fallen leaf inside as though it were a rare treasure. Hidden underground laboratory in Konoha. Rows of cultivation chambers bubbled with green liquid. Orochimaru's pale golden snake-like eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. Experiment number 7 has lost all life signs. Experiment number 12's vitality is weakening. Experiment number 18 is experiencing severe rejection after the injection of wood-release cells. Listening to the reports of his subordinates, Shimura Danzo stood to the side, his expression one of frustration. Another failure. At this moment, Danzo stepped out from the shadows. His gaze swept over the secret laboratory, his eyes filled with gloom. Although Orochimaru was slightly disheartened by the failure of the experiments, he didn't appear discouraged. Instead, he nodded calmly and said, "The 5 great shinobi villages have never ceased their research into Kekkei Genkai, yet even after all these years, there have been no successful cases. Therefore, it is only natural for something as powerful as would release Kekkei Genkai research to fail. However, with these failures, I believe that if we continue our work, we are certain to overcome the challenges of wood release cells within 10 years. Seeing Orochimaru's confident demeanor, Danzo let out a cold, stifled snort of frustration. Orochimaru. 10 years. Do you know how much we'll have to sacrifice in 10 years? In just 2 years, the funding for this research has already drained the root's resources. This experiment cannot continue. Danzo's irritation was evident. If only Hiruzen had allocated more funding, he wouldn't have to shut down the project. Orochimaru, however, sneered disdainfully after hearing Danzo's complaints. It seems that Elder Danzo has no real understanding of Wood Release's future potential. Ridiculous. Danzo glared at Orochimaru with wide eyes. Of course, he understood the power of Wood Release. It was precisely because he understood it so well that he had poured so much into the research. However, Orochimaru only focused on conducting experiments without any regard for the cost. This Wood Release project had consumed astronomical amounts of money, and after all that, Danzo hadn't even seen a shred of success. If all that funding had been directed toward the root, he could have trained several elite squads by now. Orochimaru, the root's resources can no longer sustain this research. Besides, there's a more pressing mission at hand. Danzo was seething inside. If only Hiruzen had given him more resources, he wouldn't have had to shut this down. Oh. Unable to sustain it anymore. Orochimaru chuckled mockingly, glancing at Danzo. It was clear to him that Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, had chosen to withdraw his investment after seeing no results. However, if this research were being abandoned, then this new mission must be of great importance. What mission could make you willing to abandon this research base, Danzo? Danzo's face darkened at Orochimaru's sneer. His eyes turned complicated as he glanced at the transparent cultivation chambers filled with children. These children represented his ambitions. Kimogakure. This time, Orochimaru, your mission is to infiltrate Kimogakure. After years of effort, the root has found the perfect opportunity and identity for you. Your task is to assume this identity and infiltrate Kimogakure. This person has ties to the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Danzo pulled out a scroll containing intelligence. After reading it, Orochimaru's expression showed sudden understanding. His raspy laughter echoed as he said, "No wonder you're willing to abandon this research. A Jinchuriki, huh?" Danzo nodded, his tone low. Since the last Great Shinobi War, Kimogakure has been extremely active, aggressively expanding its military power. Over the years, although the root has worked in the shadows to strain relations between Kimogakure and Iwagakure, we're still lacking a decisive opportunity. This time, Orochimaru, your mission is crucial. Find an opportunity to provoke the rampage of the Eight Tails, delivering a heavy blow to Kimogakure. After hearing this, Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely. Slowly, he swallowed the intelligence scroll into his throat and rasped. I understand. After all, it's the duty of a root shinobi. With my disguise technique and the power to provoke a Jinchuriki's rampage, I am indeed the best candidate. As long as you understand. Danzo's cold voice echoed as he cast one last glance at the secret laboratory before turning slowly to leave. Inside the research base, countless researchers silently packed up their data and left in succession. In a matter of moments, the underground base was left with only transparent glass cultivation tanks. As the power was cut, plunging the facility into darkness, a pair of pale golden snake eyes gazed at the cultivation tanks as if admiring works of art. Seal off this research base, But I believe Danzo, your greed for Wood Release will eventually drive you to reopen it. Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed as the doors to the base closed, leaving it in complete darkness. The only light came from the faint green glow of the glass cultivation tanks. The emergency backup power continued to sustain the tanks, but with each failure, another light would extinguish. Inside the Hokage's office. Has Danzo's evil research been shut down? Hiruzen Sarutobi, seated at the Hokage's desk, lowered his head as he exhaled a deep puff of smoke. Shaking his head, he muttered. Danzo, your experiments using children as test subjects are far too cruel. A bold red stamp reading, Forbidden, was placed on the scroll, symbolizing the Hokage's decree. After sealing the scroll, Hiruzen's gaze shifted toward Tsunade's laboratory. His brows furrowed deeply. Is Wood Release research truly this difficult? Must human experimentation be the only way to achieve a breakthrough? Even Tsunade's research had reached an impasse. The only way forward required human experimentation, clinical trials to validate their work. Chapter 136, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 136. The Senju clan. Lady Tsunade, the experiment has been ongoing for 2 years already. We've heard it's reached the most critical stage. Exactly, Lady Tsunade. Power always requires taking risks. Inside the Senju clan meeting, over 30 elite members of the clan had gathered. Among them, about half were visibly excited, they didn't want to wait any longer. At the head of the gathering, Tsunade gazed coldly at the group, her expression indifferent as she said. The experiment has reached a limit. We've even begun using enemy shinobi and spies for human experimentation, but without exception, every attempt has failed. Tsunade's words caused a number of the Senju clan members to be secretly alarmed, but a few reckless individuals, blinded by excitement, still exclaimed. Lady Tsunade, how could outsiders possibly succeed? This is the bloodline of our Senju clan. If we inject the cells of the first Hokage into ourselves, the success rate will be much higher. Exactly. To restore the glory of the Senju clan, taking risks is necessary. Their impassioned cries caused a cold glint to flash in Tsunade's eyes. How did this group even know such confidential details? And why did they bring this up at such a convenient time? It was obvious, there was someone within the Senju clan who was working for the higher-ups in the village. Recalling the underhanded methods of her teacher, Tsunade couldn't help but scoff internally. Manipulating others without lifting a finger was indeed a typical tactic of the third Hokage. As the excited voices began to sway the other Senju clan members, a soft cough from one side suddenly silenced the room. Lady Mito. Grandmother. Everyone turned respectfully to the elderly Uzumaki Mito. When she opened her eyes, she looked calmly at the crowd and said in a composed tone. Tsunade has already reported the progress of the wood release experiment. Despite 2 years of massive funding, significant progress has not been made. In the current turbulent state of the ninja world, the leadership of Konoha has begun to consider halting this project, which wastes an enormous amount of resources every year. I don't know where you heard this information, but you should all calm yourselves. The main reason for this heated Senju clan meeting was the impending cancellation of the wood release project. This was what had caused these individuals to panic. Lady Mito, only by awakening wood release can the glory of the Senju clan be restored. Yes, Lady Mito. The wood release project cannot stop. If Konoha lacks funds, our Senju clan can provide them. Every clan has its radicals, individuals who lose themselves in their pursuit of power. Hearing the suggestion that the clan's funds should be used, Tsunade felt a surge of rage. What a calculated move. The village was broke and now wanted to exploit the Senju. They wanted to use the Senju cells for research, manipulate the clan into risking their lives for human experimentation, and now even take their money. Shameless. However, as Uzumaki Mito observed the crowd, her expression remained calm. She let out a cough, and the entire room instantly fell silent. Tsunade, now tell me the progress of the wood release project. If there are people here willing to risk their lives for human experimentation, what are the chances of success? It was clear that Mito's words signaled her approval of the experiment, causing the radicals to grow visibly excited. As long as Mito agreed, they were willing to risk their lives. Tsunade glanced at the crowd, then at her grandmother, understanding that Mito was helping her suppress dissent within the clan. Grandmother, as I mentioned earlier, the wood release project has hit a limit. Although human experimentation has been conducted multiple times, all attempts have failed without exception. However, there have been some discoveries. The stronger a subject's will, the longer it can endure. In some cases, a few individuals with exceptionally strong willpower did manage to unleash wood release techniques in their final moments, but they all died. As Tsunade's voice echoed through the room, the radicals only focused on the mention of wood release being activated, while the more cautious and level-headed clan members grew increasingly concerned about the risks involved. This research has been the most expensive project in Konoha's history, Tsunade continued. The higher-ups are prepared to halt this fruitless experiment. However, as a compromise, they plan to conduct one final round of experiments. They will select loyal and strong-willed shinobi from within the village who are willing to volunteer for the project. After Tsunade laid out the entire plan, Uzumaki Mito nodded calmly and turned to face the gathered clan members. In the past, the Senju clan at its peak had boasted over 100 elite members at such meetings. Now, with great effort, only 30 could be gathered, and many of them were merely special jonin. The decline of the clan was painfully evident. You've all heard the situation. The choice is in your hands, Mito said. As Tsunade mentioned, this will be voluntary. Perhaps having the Senju bloodline will slightly increase the odds of success. But such risks must be weighed carefully. If you fail, your wife will be left without a husband, and your children will grow up without a father. Mito's calm words sent a chill through the hearts of the Senju shinobi who had been tempted by the idea of participating. While they did not fear death, the thought of leaving their families behind gave them pause. Many began to reconsider, and the earlier heated atmosphere dissipated. Lady Mito, I volunteer. So do I. For the sake of wood release, I will take any chance. To restore the Senju's glory and uphold the will of fire. In the end, despite the initial enthusiasm of a dozen radicals, only 7 people ultimately volunteered. One of them even shouted, his expression fanatical. My son will participate too. His bloodline is stronger than mine, he will surely inherit the first Hokage's wood release. You're insane. Your son is only 16. Humph. Cowards like you don't deserve to bear the Senju name. As the argument escalated, Tsunade shouted. Enough. Silence. A terrifying wave of chakra pressure radiated from Tsunade, shocking the gathered Senju members into submission. Over the past 2 years, Tsunade had not neglected her training. She had worked harder than ever. As a natural genius with newfound determination, her strength had grown rapidly. In the world of Naruto, it was practically a scientific fact, when a character's resolve hardened, their power multiplied exponentially. Now, Tsunade's chakra pressure demonstrated her Kage-level strength. 2 years ago, she had only been on the threshold of that level. Now, she had fully crossed into the realm of Kage-level shinobi. Lady Tsunade. The Senju members were stunned by her display of power, and many gazed at her with newfound admiration. With Tsunade leading them, the clan now had a source of hope. Tsunade's commanding voice cut through the silence. This would release project will proceed voluntarily. No one, not even a father or son, will be allowed to force another to participate. Anyone caught making such decisions on behalf of others will be expelled from the Senju clan and stripped of their name. That. The zealot from earlier glared at Tsunade but, under her oppressive aura, lowered his head in frustration. He dared not push further. Those who wish to volunteer may submit their names. Until the experiment begins, you still have time to reconsider. For now, go home and spend time with your families. Think carefully about whether this risk is truly worth it. Tsunade asserted her authority over the meeting, signaling the beginning of her era within the Senju clan. Watching all of this unfold, Uzumaki Mito nodded in satisfaction. Tsunade had grown even stronger than she had anticipated. Her decisiveness and commanding presence made it clear that the future of the Senju clan would rest firmly in her hands. This time, with the two working together, the clan meeting did not allow the wood release to deceive the eyes of the crowd. On the contrary, it awakened many of them. As for the last few individuals who were willing to risk their lives, their choices were respected. At the same time, in the village, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was secretly selecting suitable candidates to inherit the will of fire, especially those without families. Just as the wood release plan was preparing for its final push, Shiro visited Tsunade's research lab that day. Sister Tsunade, you've been busy lately. Shiro teased with a smile. Although this wasn't his first visit, even he had been a little uneasy recently. Why? Because after absorbing White Zetsu, he could sense the familiar energy within Tsunade's laboratory. Would release cells. Just how many had Tsunade cultivated in secret? Looking at the tall, seductive beautiful blonde Tsunade in front of him, Shiro maintained a relaxed smile, but he was inwardly speechless. Do you think you've grown up enough to meddle in my affairs? Tsunade replied irritably, but the fatigue on her face eased slightly upon seeing Shiro, revealing a rare look of relaxation. The bond between the two was ambiguous, but neither of them pointed it out. However, Shiro frowned slightly, sensing the changes in Tsunade over the past 2 years. Even though she had distanced herself from the third Hokage's inner circle, it seemed like she was veering off course. Tsunade had matured too quickly. Her calm and decisive personality was becoming increasingly reminiscent of Tobirama Senju. It was clear that under pressure, she had forced herself to grow more composed while sealing away her emotions. Sister Tsunade, research can be exhausting, but you should also take care of yourself. Shiro sighed softly, stepping forward as his hands glowed with healing energy. Gently, he massaged Tsunade's temples to relieve her fatigue. Your skills might work on little girls like Kushina and Mikoto, but for me, you're still far from it. Although her words were sharp, Tsunade closed her eyes, her expression softening as she enjoyed the brief moment of relaxation. Tsunade, having been exposed to the darkness pushed by Madara, had indeed come to understand its depths. However, this increasing tendency to close herself off emotionally and develop a personality similar to Tobirama's was not something Shiro wanted to see. Looks like I'll have to take another risk. Looking at the alluring Tsunade in front of him, Shiro inhaled the faint fragrance of her hair and silently resolved to break through her emotional barriers and awaken the real Tsunade, something he excelled at. Tsunade, with her eyes half closed, naturally sensed Shiro standing behind her, subtly taking in her scent. Inwardly, she sighed. She buried the complex emotions she felt deep in her heart. The village had grown too dark. Both harbored their secrets. Tsunade's 2 years of secret research on wood release cells had gone unnoticed by anyone, which spoke volumes about how much she had changed. Sister Tsunade, this time. The peaceful moment was fleeting. Shiro showed a reluctant expression and hesitated before softly attempting to say something. Tsunade, still enjoying this rare moment of relaxation, teased upon hearing his hesitant tone. Era has the brat I used to know grown into a man. Could it be that you've become more greedy? Isn't having Mikoto and Kushina enough? She joked with a smile. If not for discovering that Kushina was still untouched, she might have taught him a lesson. However, every time Kushina returned with that slight glow of happiness and a certain scent lingering on her, Tsunade couldn't help but wonder. This Shiro knows how to hold himself back. In Tsunade's eyes, it seemed like Kushina and Shiro were secretly in an intimate relationship, yet somehow refrained from crossing the final line. What she didn't realize was that Kushina had used her abilities to heal herself, which was why no one had discovered anything yet. Sister Tsunade, so you already knew. Shiro lowered his head in embarrassment. He thought Tsunade had discovered his private life with Kushina during this time. Did you think Kushina's little schemes could fool me? Tsunade snorted coldly, her bright brown eyes gazing at Shiro before her. In the depths of her eyes, there was a hint of admiration and melancholy. The boy who once stood in front of her to protect her had grown so tall. Looking at his taller frame, increasingly handsome features, and especially that captivating physique, Tsunade felt a wave of emotion. If things had been different, Shiro might have belonged to her. Sister Tsunade, I recently discovered something. I'm not sure if I should tell you. The unique atmosphere between the two was suddenly interrupted as Shiro spoke, making Tsunade frown slightly. She felt annoyed but became serious once she heard there was information to share. For you to come to me, it seems this information must be serious. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, studying Shiro. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. The village's darkness, no one understood it better than her. If Shiro knew what she was thinking, he would have told her, no. You have no idea just how evil human nature can be. The darkness of the village was merely what she could see. If she saw the darkness he was about to reveal, she'd realize her understanding was nothing more than a child's game. Recently, there's been intel suggesting someone is planning to target White Fang. Shiro hesitated before revealing the information. Tsunade raised an eyebrow but soon smiled at him. Era, my little brother, have you grown up? You're not hiding things from big sister anymore. Let me take a good look, have you grown, or has someone else changed? Tsunade pinched his cheek playfully, leaving Shiro speechless. However, Tsunade smiled. Shiro finally chose to trust her without reservation, no longer hiding anything from her. Don't worry. It's not a big deal. Isn't this normal? In the eyes of ordinary people, clans like ours are just destabilizing factors for the village. Tsunade scoffed coldly. No one understood the elders of the village better than she did. Ever since those old geezers came to power, they've been relentlessly weakening the major clans under the pretense of maintaining the village's stability. The truth is, their power is too weak to keep things under control. Shiro agreed with Tsunade's words. He didn't know the full story, but he knew that by the time the main plot began, the major clans of Konoha had been so weakened that none could challenge the village's authority. The Senju had withered away, the Uchiha were annihilated, and the Hyuga had been beaten into near submission. The remaining clans like the Inoshikacho trio were reduced to mere Konoha families. As for the powerful Sarutobi clan, they were naturally exempt from this. Likewise, without the strength of individuals like Hashirama or Madara, Shiro could understand such tactics. After all, as Hokage, having too many powerful clans threatening your authority would inevitably lead to conflict. When it doesn't concern me, I can understand you. But when I'm part of a powerful clan, that's unacceptable. P.S. In the original, the third Hokage solved the Uchiha rebellion without lifting a finger. LOL. Chapter 137, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 137. Sister Tsunade. Looking at Tsunade, who was constantly tugging at his cheeks, Shiro was speechless. Finally, he pretended to put on a serious face, but Tsunade burst into laughter. I guess I can't call you a brat anymore. You're a big man now. Teasing him, Tsunade stood in front of Shiro, tiptoed, and used her hand to measure their height difference, smiling as she joked. You've grown up. Back when you first arrived, you barely reached my chest. Faced with Tsunade's teasing, Shiro raised an eyebrow and spoke more firmly. Sister Tsunade, are you even listening to me? Seeing Shiro's serious expression, Tsunade stretched lazily, then casually turned and sat on the sofa, smiling as she closed her eyes. Come on, keep massaging my head. Let's continue. With no other choice, Shiro resumed his medical ninjutsu, gently massaging the sides of Tsunade's forehead. Tsunade, half closing her eyes, spoke in a calm tone. The White Fang's strength isn't inferior to those old geezers. More importantly, he's a hero. That's why all the major clans are supporting him. Even your Uchiha clan recognizes White Fang. That alone speaks volumes about his character. As for those old geezers making their move, isn't that to be expected? Ever since we, the great clans, started pushing White Fang forward, we've already made it clear who we support for the fourth Hokage. It's a stance, plain and simple. Tsunade's calm voice echoed in the room, laying bare the dissatisfaction of the major clans. The third Hokage could do whatever he wanted during his term, but when it came to the fourth Hokage, the major clans would no longer tolerate being targeted. White Fang was their chosen candidate. Even if we didn't push him forward, White Fang's rise was inevitable. Besides, those old geezers, how old are they now? At this point, Tsunade's expression turned to amusement. They're almost 50 years old, practically halfway to the grave, yet they haven't even considered preparing for the next generation. Do they plan to cling to power until they die? Hiruzen Sarutobi was 49 this year, and the current higher-ups were all about the same age. In the ninja world, 50 was indeed considered old. It was only natural to begin selecting a new Hokage. However, seeing Tsunade's confident demeanor, Shiro was speechless. He wanted to say, "Sister Tsunade, even though you've matured a lot, you still underestimate human nature." "Sister Tsunade, I've heard rumors that someone is planning to target White Fang. What's the point?" Tsunade interrupted Shiro, raising her eyelids slightly to glance at him as if questioning his reasoning. This question left Shiro stunned. What's the point? Did there even need to be a point? Seeing the confusion in Shiro's expression, Tsunade shook her head and said, "White Fang's rise benefits everyone. The Sarutobi clan's growth in recent years, along with the clans of the other advisors, this is the best outcome. If it were me competing for the position of 4th Hokage, they might have concerns. But Hatake doesn't warrant such worries. Once he takes office, his focus will be on balancing the various clans in Konoha. Maintaining the status quo is the best solution." Ah, now Shiro finally understood where Tsunade's confidence came from. It turned out that Tsunade's entire stance was based on the old geezer's age. Who would have guessed that 50-year-olds could still be so obsessed with power? Unfortunately, Tsunade underestimated the greed of human nature. Forget 50, the 3rd Hokage clung to power until he was 69, literally working himself to death. Danzo, at 73, also met his end. Otherwise, he probably would have followed the other 2 elders, clinging to power until his last breath. Noticing that her words might have been too heavy, Tsunade smiled as she saw Shiro frowning and teased. "So, my big man, tell me what you found out. Maybe I can help you figure out where the real problem lies." Stretching lazily, Tsunade lay down on the sofa. Shiro, already accustomed to this casual dynamic, sat beside her and began massaging her again. "Sister Tsunade, the information I've gathered isn't complete. It seems someone is planning to target Hatake during a mission to discredit him. There might be a deeper plan, but I'm not sure yet." Shiro hesitated, organizing his thoughts before carefully sharing what he knew. Tsunade, enjoying this rare moment of relaxation, replied softly. "A mission. Every ninja has failed a mission or two. If they want to sabotage him on a mission, they'd need to set up an ambush using Kage-level forces. Setting aside White Fang's strength, which village would dare make the first move? The ninja world may be unstable, and everyone covets the Land of Fire's territory, but whoever moves first will face the wrath of the strongest ninja village." Shiro couldn't help but sigh at Tsunade's confidence. Indeed, even though she had matured significantly, she was still somewhat naive. Or perhaps it was because of the environment she grew up in. Tsunade had never truly witnessed the depths of human depravity. She might be trying to emulate the 2nd Hokage's calm demeanor, but their experiences were vastly different. Similar personalities couldn't make up for the gap in experience. Tsunade would always be Tsunade. She would never become the 2nd Hokage. "I see," Shiro nodded lightly, suppressing his concerns. It seemed there was more he wanted to say, but he held back. Seeing this, Tsunade simply smiled. She didn't believe those old geezers, all over 50, would shamelessly cling to power. After all, with so many outstanding young talents waiting, wasn't it about time for the younger generation to take over? However, Shiro narrowed his eyes. If something happens, it can be called an accident. But if you know about it beforehand, then it's no accident. This time, let this incident serve as an unforgettable lesson for Tsunade. Let her understand the darkness of human nature. There's no limit to what people are capable of. At that moment, Shiro's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Tsunade without being obvious. Tsunade, half lying down, shifted her position, resting her legs on his lap. "Keep massaging." Lowering his head, Shiro smirked inwardly at the temptation. "Oh, Tsunade, playing this trick again. If one wants to achieve great things, one must resist such petty temptations." Tsunade, lying casually on the sofa, half opened her eyes and gazed at Shiro before her. Her eyes lingered on the shining necklace around his neck and collarbone. If she weren't a Senju, and he wasn't a Uchiha, perhaps Shiro could truly belong to her. A hint of longing flashed in her eyes. Tsunade was well aware of her emotions. After everything he had done for her, even risking his life multiple times, she had already fallen for him. But a union between the Senju and the Uchiha would shake the village to its core, unless one of them became Hokage first. For now, with the ninja world in turmoil, Tsunade could only suppress her feelings. "Sister Tsunade. That's enough." Shiro spoke calmly. However, Tsunade smiled teasingly and asked, "Well, are my legs softer than Kushina's?" Taking a deep breath, Shiro thought to himself that the subtle relationship between him and Tsunade needed a spark to ignite. And he had that spark ready. All he needed was the right wind to fan the flames. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokado, and Koharu Uchiha sat gravely reviewing intelligence reports. Outside, the ANBU and route operatives maintained heightened vigilance. It was clear they were discussing critical decisions that would shape the ninja world's future. For years, the Kimogakure has been steadily strengthening its military. If war breaks out, they'll be a formidable opponent. Instead of waiting for the 4 major villages to unite against the Land of Fire, we should act first and divide them. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, spoke solemnly. Hamura and Koharu exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. I support Sarutobi's proposal. Among the 5 great hidden villages, the Kumo and Iwa have the strongest militaries. If we can sow discord between them or even provoke a war, that would be ideal. No one was foolish enough to sit back and wait for the enemy to strike. Even Hiruzen understood this. However, provoking a war between the Kumo and Iwa is a long-term plan with many uncertainties. Danzo's plan this time is excellent, attacking on multiple fronts. When Sarutobi Hiruzen reached this point, he rarely showed an expression of approval, turning to Shimura Danzo with praise. However, being praised by the monkey for once, Shimura Danzo simply snorted coldly. Don't get complacent. If a plan can be formulated, it can naturally fail. From the beginning, I prepared 2 plans. One was for Orochimaru to infiltrate the Kimogakure and orchestrate an incident where the Kimogakure's Jinchuriki goes berserk. The other was a long-term plan to provoke a war between the Iwagakure and Kimogakure. But now, this latest addition comes from the evil Uchiha. Uchiha. The moment the name Uchiha was mentioned, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other 2 present, Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu, all revealed solemn expressions. Having inherited the second Hokage's distrust of the Uchiha, this sentiment was deeply ingrained in their bones. Shimura Danzo placed a red book on the table. Uchiha Shirou. The most brilliant genius of the Uchiha clan today. I believe this book has appeared several times in your intelligence reports, but I doubt you've carefully examined the latest issue. This evil Uchiha has gone to great lengths to manipulate the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, writing a story in the book that carries significant implications. Under the puzzled gazes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitokado Hamura, and Uchiha Koharu, Shimura Danzo explained. A problem that has existed in the Kimogakure since ancient times, and yet all of us have overlooked it. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning, the nobles, and the raikage, those in power from top to bottom, have always had deep brown skin. This is a racial problem. And this evil Uchiha discovered it. Do you know what this means? Upon hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to react, showing a trace of shock. Danzo. Are you suggesting that by inciting a racial faction, we could plunge the Kimogakure and even the Land of Lightning into civil war? Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly understood his intent, the 2 exchanged a knowing look, a mutual understanding passing between them. The monkey understands me. Danzo understands me. Exactly. Let's not even mention Uzumaki Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Her hatred, especially towards the Kimogakure ninjas. We can use this opportunity to fuel the division between 2 racial factions in the Kimogak. In the Hokage meeting room, Shimura Danzo excitedly pounded the table as he explained his plan. By reading Shiro's book, Shimura Danzo saw an opportunity to ignite internal strife in the Land of Lightning. This realization filled him with pride. After a lengthy discussion, the 4 of them came to a unanimous decision. Indeed. Using this book, and even other means, we will spread this ideology throughout the Kimogakure, the Land of Lightning, and even the entire ninja world. Once the idea takes root, we'll ignite the flames of war. When the 4 finished their discussion, they all displayed satisfied smiles. The Kimogakure, one of the strongest forces in the ninja world, was riddled with vulnerabilities in their eyes, unable to withstand a single blow. It was clear to them that they were the true future of Konoha. As long as they were present, Konoha would remain stable. However, Danzo is right. The Uchiha's ideology is truly terrifying. After dealing with the Kimogakure matter, Uchiha Koharu frowned and brought up this ideology. Mitokado Hamura, sitting nearby, also frowned and agreed. No wonder the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, was so easily manipulated by that person. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen also frowned. Finally, he spoke in a deep voice, we can't move against the Uchiha just yet. However, the same thought lingered in the minds of all 4. The evil Uchiha. In their eyes, all of this was just a scheme by the Uchiha to manipulate the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The Uchiha had written a story in the book to flatter the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Would release laboratory. 37 Jonin, 68 Chunin, and even special Jonin, what an extravagant list. Looking at the thick stack of names, Orochimaru let out a raspy laugh. His golden snake-like eyes were filled with mockery and indifference. Across from him, Tsunade glared at the list in frustration but eventually sighed in resignation. Is this the allure of wood release? To Tsunade, these people were merely sacrificial lambs. For those in power, they're willing to gamble on even the smallest chance. After all, the only thing they're losing is a batch of tools. The Ninja Academy produces more tools every year. Compared to the destruction of tools, the enormous resource wastage on experiments that yield no results is the real problem. Orochimaru's cold, detached voice echoed in the room. If it had been the old Tsunade, she would have raised her eyebrows and glared at him. But now, she remained silent. To those in power, ninjas were cheap tools, and the seemingly endless resources poured into wood release research had yet to yield any results. That was the real issue. Orochimaru, I heard your base was sealed off. Orochimaru shook his head slightly and said calmly, a pity, so many children wasted. At the crisp sound of a fist slamming down, Orochimaru looked at Tsunade in surprise. He saw her clenching her fist tightly after hearing those words, which brought a smile to his face. Tsunade, it seems you haven't changed. You're just suppressing your true nature. Deep down, you're still the same as before. But what's the use of getting angry? Without you or me, someone else would carry out this mission. To those in power, you and I are nothing more than slightly more advanced tools. Suppressing her anger, Tsunade snorted coldly and said, this time, you're going on a secret mission to the Kumogakure. Don't die out there. The route was Konoha's darkest division. For Orochimaru to personally undertake a mission, it had to be incredibly difficult. As they parted ways, Orochimaru let out a hoarse laugh. Hee, Uchiha Shirou, he's grown to an entirely different level now. Over the past 2 years, Shiro-kun has given me plenty of inspiration, and together we've developed quite a few interesting jutsu. As the two spoke indifferently, the first batch of volunteers for the experiments entered the laboratory. Seeing them, Orochimaru nodded silently and prepared to leave. I'll send you a copy of the report. As he heard Tsunade's words before leaving, Orochimaru flashed an evil smile. Tsunade, it seems you've become tempted by wood release as well. P.S. There are racism guys. I tone it down but it's the main topic so it was still heavily implied. I apologize in advance. Chapter 138, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 138. Inside the wood release research lab. All participating ninjas, please draw a number. Based on the number you draw, you will be injected with different doses of wood release cells. The experiment will proceed in 7 batches. The number of participants in each batch will vary. We will record data in real time and make adjustments accordingly. Each individual's results will differ. A masked ANBU ninja coldly delivered the message. The group of ninjas, who had willingly volunteered to dedicate themselves to Konoha, nodded firmly upon hearing the announcement. However, Tsunade, the one overseeing this final wood release experiment, sat silently behind the glass of the observation room. It's not too late to regret this decision. Tsunade's cold voice echoed through the lab. Behind her, 7 members of the Senju clan showed unwavering determination. We are willing to participate. Lady Tsunade, we've already drawn our numbers. Isn't it true that the later batches have a higher chance of success? 7 batches corresponded to 7 jonins from the Senju clan who were participating in the wood release experiment. Looking at the resolute expressions of her clansmen, Tsunade's face turned complicated. These were choices that had to be made, but they were also her kin. If she were, to be honest, they hadn't done anything fundamentally wrong. They were merely clinging to the glorious past of the Senju clan and seeking to restore its former prestige. Lady Tsunade, may I ask, is the success rate for this experiment as low as you say? Having already stepped into the lab, they had made their decision. Naturally, someone voiced the doubts lingering in their hearts. Looking at her clansmen, Tsunade let out a weary sigh and shook her head. The time is too short. The power of Kekkei Genkai has been studied many times throughout the history of the ninja world. Even the second Hokage researched it. What makes you think that just 2 years of research can surpass the work of those who came before us? Amidst Tsunade's bitter smile, a middle-aged Senju jonin spoke in a low voice. No. We don't believe the village's 2 years of research can surpass the work of our predecessors. But we trust in the legacy left behind by the second Hokage and countless others. We trust in Lady Tsunade's medical expertise. It's not the 2 years of research we're betting on. We're betting on the foundation of experience built by countless generations before us. The Senju clan's accumulated knowledge, along with the legacy left by the second Hokage's research, was the culmination of generations' efforts. Hearing her clansmen's confidence, Tsunade fell silent. After a long pause, she finally said. You're right. But the time is still too short. For the wood release cells to show progress, at least 3 to 5 more years of research are needed. And even then, progress doesn't guarantee success. Your survival rate this time is less than 1%. Tsunade bluntly laid out the cruel facts. Yet the 7 men only smiled. Lady Tsunade, the power of Kekkei is also known as forbidden power. We've prepared ourselves for this. Seeing her stubborn, hard-headed clansman, Tsunade shook her head and sighed deeply. She had already made her final attempt to dissuade them. There's no reasoning with the dead. As night fell, in the sealed room, one Konoha ninja after another took a deep breath and stepped into the testing chambers. At the same time, above them, visible through massive glass windows, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with Danzo Shimura, Kohara Utatane, and Hamura Mitokado, watched the experiment with solemn expressions. Let's hope for a successful case. The 2 years of investment have been enormous, muttered Koharu and Hamura, clinging to a shred of hope. Danzo, however, coldly replied. Failure is normal. What matters is observing the reaction data from the Senju clan and ordinary ninjas. These countless failures will be the treasure trove for future research. Danzo's obsession with the study of wood-release cells ran deep. After all, what did a few deaths matter? In the ninja world, people die every day. Sacrifices were merely a step toward success. Without sacrifice, there could be no success. Begin. At the command, medical ninjas used specialized equipment to inject varying doses of the serum into the ninjas in the sealed chambers below. As time passed, some began to writhe in pain, others screamed in agony, while a few gritted their teeth and tried to endure the suffering through sheer willpower. Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced the air as one Konoha ninja failed. The wood-release cells overtook half his body, which turned pale before bursting into a massive, grotesque tree. Wood. Wood-release. Danzo's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the tree. Wood-release had truly reappeared. Even if it was only momentary, wasn't this proof enough? Once the hurdles were overcome, wood-release could undoubtedly be revived. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Koharu, and Hamura were equally stunned. Wood-release, a power buried deep in their memories. Wood-release cells lost control, consuming the user's chakra and transforming into a tree. Dose level, time, blood analysis. Subject 3 failed. Consumed by the tree. Subject 6. As the hours dragged on, the sun rose over Konoha the next day. Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly grim. Failure. Total failure. Not even the Senju Jonin survived. Where is Tsunade? Where did she go at such a critical moment? Slamming his hand on the table in frustration, Danzo demanded answers. An ANBU ninja bowed respectfully and reported. Lady Tsunade said this experiment was nothing more than a massacre. She's already left behind the experiment reports and data. As Danzo prepared to retort, Hiruzen shook his head, sighed deeply, and raised a hand to stop him. Enough, Danzo. That's just Tsunade's way. Besides, the research has already reached this stage. Whether Tsunade is here or not makes no difference. The adjustments can be handled by others. The wood-release experiment continued. Aside from Konoha's voluntary participants, many were spies captured by Root and ANBU. The 7 batches of experiments would take several months to complete this grim slaughter. Konoha, a tavern. In a private and refined room, Tsunade gracefully lifted one cup of sake after another, drinking without pause. Sister Tsunade, that's not how you drink. If something's troubling you, you should talk about it. That's the only way to truly enjoy drinking. Watching Tsunade's drinking spree, Shiro didn't try to stop her. Life was full of troubles, and sometimes people needed to vent. Drinking might not solve anything, but it was better than bottling everything up. Seeing Shiro's lack of scolding and his encouragement to share her frustrations, Tsunade smiled. Shiro, you know what I admire most about you. You're not like those others who only lecture me, saying what's right or wrong, what I should or shouldn't do. Tsunade smiled as she raised her cup, but the sadness in her eyes was impossible to hide. After downing another drink, in the privacy of the room, Tsunade began to cry. Like a little girl, she drank and wept, venting her frustrations and pain. Do you know? I can accept the carnage of the battlefield. I can accept filthy political scheming. I can even accept facing the despicable tactics of enemy ninjas. Because that's what it means to be a ninja. But the wood-release experiment. I was in charge of it. I knew full well it was a massacre. And yet, those old bastards gambled on that pitifully low chance of success and made so many of our comrades. Wasn't it enough to use spies and enemy ninjas? Tsunade wept as she recalled the countless lives lost, their blood staining her hands. I've tried so hard. I've spent 2 years researching non-stop, pouring everything I had into this. But I just couldn't do it. The power of the wood-release cells is too overwhelming. I tried everything to balance that power. Even poisons, summoning beast cells. I tried it all. But without exception, every attempt failed. As Tsunade finally collapsed into sobbing, Shiro silently comforted her, simply listening. Yet, in his heart, he sighed. Perhaps Konoha was truly blessed with extraordinary luck. As Tsunade said, this was nothing more than a gamble with minuscule odds. Yet somehow, Konoha had won the bet. However, this group of old fogies doesn't know yet that the future would release ninja, Yamato, is the product of this probability. Yamato. From what Tsunade said, Orochimaru has already left Konoha, which means the roots would release experiments have been shut down. And indeed, there hasn't been any chakra activity sensed in that area recently. While Shiro was silently pondering, the drunken Tsunade began venting her feelings. Sho. If only you and I were ordinary people, I would allow you to take those two girls, Kushina. Hearing these heartfelt words from the drunken Tsunade in his arms, Shiro smiled, gently stroking her golden hair, and softly said. Unfortunately, we're not ordinary people. And in this world, being ordinary would only make things more miserable. Would release Ninja Yamato. Let this serve as his gift for formally confronting Tsunade. With a look of determination, Shiro made up his mind. He would use the forbidden technique of the Chimera Jutsu to collect would release, Uzumaki, and other Kekkei Genkai, step by step, becoming a lower-tier version of an Otsutsuki. After all, this wasn't just a symbol of power, it was also the path to immortality. The cursed Seal Sage transformation of Yugo could be hidden as a secondary Kekkei Genkai, and certain abilities of White Zetsu could also be concealed. But there were some Kekkei Genkai that couldn't be hidden in the future. Yamato. Perhaps someday, you'll thank me. As if imagining something, Shiro smiled. If he was going to use power, then he'd use it openly and honorably. The power of would release, he would use it in a way that was justifiable and upright. Right now, this was the perfect opportunity to clear his reputation. I'm sorry, but this will be the last time. Stroking her golden hair, Shiro revealed a faintly apologetic smile and lightly tapped Tsunade on the forehead. A few days later, in the Hokage's office. Another failure, huh? Looking at the masked Anbu kneeling on one knee below him, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, let out a long, heavy sigh. Keep monitoring. No one is allowed to take any data. If there's any progress in the experiments, no matter who it is, bring them in immediately. Yes. Since the start of the wood release experiments, 3 ANBU squads had been stationed on standby at the Hokage's office, ready to protect and retrieve any wood release ninja at a moment's notice. Even if it were a Senju, Hiruzen would never let such an unstable factor roam freely in Konoha. However, the ANBU were not the only ones standing by, Danzo's route was also on alert. The emergence of wood release was no trivial matter, even if the chances were slim. After all, before Yamato appeared, in their understanding, wood release was a power that could destroy worlds, suppress tailed beasts, and bring peace to chaotic times. Hokage-sama, White Fang's team has returned. At that moment, a root member appeared in the office, delivering White Fang's report. This time, however, Hiruzen Sarutobi lowered his head, not even glancing at the report. He said in a deep voice. Go back and tell Danzo that the wood release experiment is the top priority right now. The third Hokage didn't even take White Fang's report. The root operative, as if already instructed, nodded respectfully and disappeared from the Hokage's office. In the now empty office, with a suffocating atmosphere, Hiruzen Sarutobi took several deep puffs from his pipe before exhaling slowly. Looking out the window at his face on the Hokage rock, the third Hokage's gaze gradually became resolute. Sensei. The ninja world is in turmoil. The village cannot endure any further chaos at this time. If it were you, Sensei, you would surely understand. Everything I'm doing is for the village. From the third Hokage's perspective, the powerful Kekkei Genkai clans pose too great a challenge to the authority of the Hokage. In times of unrest in the ninja world, adding someone like White Fang would indeed bring instability to the village. This wasn't entirely untrue. But that was only his perspective. From the perspective of the great Kekkei Genkai clans, joining and forming Konoha in the first place was to band together for mutual support. Now you're saying we're too strong. There was never truly right or wrong between the two sides. The only thing wrong was lacking sufficient strength. If the third Hokage had the strength of the first Hokage, or even the second Hokage, he wouldn't see these powerful clans as sources of instability. And if the great clans had produced a ninja like Tobirama Senju, they wouldn't have let Hiruzen Sarutobi sit in the Hokage's chair either. Root. They've returned. Looking at the intelligence in his hand, Shimura Danzo fell silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. Proceed as planned. Yes. In the dimly lit root base, Shimura Danzo also remained silent for a long while before finally muttering hoarsely to himself. White Fang. It's a pity that you're just a ninja. You fail to see the reality of the village and insist on siding with these clans. The Warring States era of clan dominance is long gone. You powerful noble clans are nothing but obstacles to the village. This is the age of ninjas. You should never have stood on the side of these clans. As he spoke, Shimura Danzo's expression turned even fiercer. Hiruzen is right. This is the age of commoner ninjas. As long as the power of the clans is kept within a certain range, it will benefit both sides. But if these clans rise too high, countless commoner ninjas will be the first to suffer. There are over 10,000 commoner ninjas in Konoha now. And how many of you noble clan ninjas are there? In this distorted ninja world, the more powerful a ninja was, the more resolute their convictions became. They all had something they were willing to die for. Right and wrong were never one-sided. Every choice came with its own corresponding mistakes. Even doing nothing would be a mistake. Still, for now, the wood release project is the priority. With this thought, Shimura Danzo tightly gripped the wood release experiment data, his eyes filled with ruthless intent. When any experiment reaches a limit, brute force is sometimes needed to break through it. Otherwise, step-by-step progress is too slow. Konoha doesn't have time to wait. Looking at the wood release data, Shimura Danzo revealed a cold smile. The resources the village had invested wouldn't go to waste. If not this time, he would continue the research in the future. There was no way he would let the village's resources go to waste. P.S. During the Hyuga incident, Hiruzen lacked the strength to intimidate Kimobikure. Just like what he did during the Uchiha affair. He resorted to smooth-talking both sides to buy time and wait for the issue to resolve itself. In the end, Niji's father sacrificed himself to prevent a war. Hiruzen truly handled both Itachi and the Hyuga clan poorly. PS2, Hiruzen used talk no jutsu. It's not effective. Chapter 139, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 139, R18. The Senju clan. Sister Tsunade, you have a big heart. Placing Tsunade horizontally on the bed in her bedroom, Shiro shook his head with a sigh. As he glanced around the room's decor, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. The room had a serene and elegant style, but what were dice and playing cards doing on her vanity table? Is this a wardrobe? Opening the exquisite wardrobe, he found only a few simple pieces of clothing. The rest of the space was filled with bottles of alcohol. This sight made Shiro's eye twitch slightly. What a hobby, truly unmatched. Shaking his head again, he noticed that neither the alcohol nor the gambling tools seemed to have been touched for a long time. This discovery made him sigh softly instead. When someone neglects their hobbies, it usually means their mindset has undergone significant changes. You're just a big sister who refuses to grow up, huh? The warmth of a damp towel brushing against her cheek sent a soothing sensation through Tsunade, who lay motionless on the bed. A subtle wave of warmth filled her heart. No wonder both Kushina and Mikoto had been charmed by him. Seriously, who carries someone back in a princess carry? She could still feel the lingering warmth on her thighs from the journey back. Now, Shiro Rascal was using a warm towel to gently wipe her cheeks and the corners of her mouth. He even removed her shoes and wiped her feet. What beautiful jade, it'd be a shame not to wear silk, or heels. After admiring Tsunade's sleeping figure for a moment, Shiro chuckled softly. A sly glint flashed through his eyes as he leaned down slightly. Without hesitation, his lips captured Tsunade's alluring lips. MMNN. The sound of the door closing echoed after a while. Inside the room, Tsunade lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling the damp sensation lingering at the corner of her lips. This little rascal doesn't miss an opportunity to take advantage of others. Last time, he got away with a little something, and now he's gone and taken it back. In her darkest moments, a ray of sunshine had pierced her heart. Tsunade couldn't help but stick out her soft pink tongue, lightly licking the residual sensation at the corner of her lips. Her cheeks flushed as she let out a small tsundere huff. This little rascal. Shiro. However, just as Shiro was leaving Tsunade's room, he happened to run into Uzumaki Kushina. Seeing her shocked, pleasantly surprised, yet evasive and conflicted expression, Shiro smiled. Kushina, you're here too. Shiro, I need to go back to my room to train, so. I'll see you later. Her gaze darting around nervously, Kushina quickly bowed and hurriedly ran upstairs toward her room. Seeing this, Shiro narrowed his eyes slightly. Avoiding me. Kushina's bedroom. Compared to Tsunade's elegant and serene decor, Kushina's bedroom was filled with a noble crimson theme, resembling the room of a highborn princess. However, lying on her soft, red bed, Kushina slowly opened her eyes after a long pause. Her gaze revealed a sense of loss. Shiro left. She could sense that Shiro's chakra had already left the Senju compound, and this realization brought a pang of sadness to her heart. But just then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in her bedroom. The familiar chakra startled Kushina, but her reflexive reaction was one of joy. Kushina, you've been avoiding me lately, haven't you? Appearing before her was none other than Shiro, who teased her with a playful smile as he held the three-pronged Flying Thunder God kunai from her room. He had teleported into her room using the Flying Thunder God technique. Who would have thought that the first practical use of this space-time ninjutsu would be to woo a girl? If Senju Tobirama knew about this, he'd likely jump out of his grave in anger. Watching Shiro's teasing smile, Kushina's rare flustered expression emerged. Trying to act calm, she stammered. Avoid you. Why would I? How could I? After a series of unconvincing denials, Shiro's eyes narrowed slightly as he approached Kushina, backing her into a corner. No. Don't, there are people outside. Kushina panicked immediately, attempting to dodge. Before she could finish speaking, she was met with the classic Cabe-don, a hand pressed against the wall, pinning her in place. I trust Kushina's barrier techniques won't let anyone notice. Her words faltered as her eyes betrayed her nervousness. Shiro. I. Is it because of the Nine Tails? Though they had already bared their hearts to each other during their intense time together not long ago, Kushina had been avoiding him for the past 2 weeks. It was deliberate, and Shiro knew it. When he said the words, Nine Tails, so bluntly, Kushina's face turned pale. She stammered, I have a monster inside me. I've told you before, we're both monsters. No. It's different. A hereditary Kekkei Genkai and a tailed beast sealed within her, symbolizing misfortune, these things weren't the same. Seeing her in such a state, Shiro gave her a doting smile and gently stroked her smooth, crimson hair. Kushina, your red hair is beautiful. And this red bed. I like it too. Her face turned bright red as a tingling sensation spread from her damp, glistening earlobes. His words struck a sensitive chord. Shiro, you don't mind. When she hesitantly looked up at him, her gaze was met with his crimson Sharingan, its 3 tomo glowing faintly. In that instant, as their eyes locked, Kushina's pupils trembled, and the surrounding scenery shifted. In a dark, eerie space, a massive bronze gate appeared before them, with a large seal symbol plastered at its center. Damn woman. She sealed me again. From behind the gate came an enraged roar. A terrifying crimson chakra began to coalesce into bubbles, gradually forming the massive figure of the Nine Tails. It was a colossal beast born of the red chakra itself. Nine Tails. Upon seeing the tailed beast, Kushina's expression filled with fear. Not for herself, but for those around her. Her panicked gaze darted away from Shiro. She didn't dare look at him, afraid of what kind of expression he might have after seeing the monster inside her. Shiro. A startled cry escaped her lips as she was suddenly pulled into a firm, warm chest. She looked up in shock. Shiro's 3 tomo Sharingan began spinning rapidly, radiating an overwhelming power. One arm wrapped tightly around her waist, holding her close, while his cold gaze turned toward the massive fox. Nine Tails. The strongest and most ominous tailed beast, but at the end of the day, you're just a big tanuki. His mocking tone echoed in the space, leaving Kushina stunned. The Nine Tails, however, glared at him with bloodshot eyes full of rage. Those eyes. Damn Uchiha dash. The Nine Tails' furious roar suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Its eyes widened in fear. The 3 tomo in Shiro's eyes began to connect and merge, forming the shape of the Mangekyo Sharingan. His cold voice reverberated through the space, sending a chill down even the Nine Tails' spine. Nine Tails. It's time to put a collar on you. At that moment, the Nine Tails froze as a familiar, overwhelming presence flashed through its mind, a memory of someone it feared deeply. But as its chakra surged in defiance, the realization of its situation brought it back to its senses. What is that in front of me? A Mangekyo? Or is that Uchiha Madara? No, it was Shiro using the 3 tomo Sharingan's genjutsu. This immediately enraged the Nine Tails. Damn Uchiha. I'm going to kill you. However, just as the Nine Tails erupted in fury, countless golden chains sprang forth and bounded instantly. You are not allowed to harm Shiro. Seeing the Uchiha and Uzumaki standing together, the Nine Tails let out a frustrated roar. Damn it. Back then it would release in the Uzumaki, and now it's the Sharingan and the Uzumaki. You humans are all despicable. To the Nine Tails, these humans were toying with it. Standing in front of the Nine Tails, holding Kushina in his arms, Shiro smiled. Nine Tails. You're just chakra that's leaked out. My 3 tomo Sharingan is more than enough to awaken those haunting memories of yours. The real Nine Tails was still sealed behind the gate. The giant fox outside was merely an illusion created by the leaked chakra. Shiro. Golden chains radiating from her body, Kushina looked at him nervously. Shiro, with his 3 tomo Sharingan spinning in his eye sockets, slowly reached out and grabbed the Nine Tails' black nose. With a sudden burst of strength, the bubble-like illusion shattered instantly. The Nine Tails' chakra dispersed into the sealed space. Amid Kushina's astonished gaze, the scenery around her shifted. She found herself back in her bedroom. Before she could react, a figure lunged toward her. Shiro. Kushina, just as we agreed. Faced with Shiro's assertive demeanor, Kushina's face turned bright red. Yet, seeing Shiro's unapologetic and even slightly excited expression, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Shiro didn't mind. Shiro, wait a moment. I have the outfit you wanted. Her heart pounding, Kushina trembled as she rummaged through her wardrobe and pulled out a red fox costume. Even fox ears adorned her head, making her blush furiously. Although they had already been intimate, this kind of request. And it had to be a fox costume. Kushina, it's not enough. Don't forget the red pigtails I like. With trembling hands, Kushina braided her red hair into twin tails. Suddenly, she transformed into a girl wearing fox ears, a red tail swaying behind her, and twin braids. Long legs, thigh-high socks, high heels, a perfect little fox maiden. Kushina. Seeing this, Shiro lunged at her immediately. Shiro, do you like it? I told you, I fell for you the first time I saw you, my little fox maiden. Shiro, sniff. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Only she understood the burden of being a Jinchuriki. Yet at this moment, she could see Shiro's possessiveness over her. Shiro truly didn't mind the monster inside her. Shiro admired her as though she were a piece of exquisite art. He wasn't shackled by the twisted mindset of this ninja world. In a world where tailed beasts were met with fear and hatred, how could anyone not adore this soft, fragrant, and protective little fox maiden? Wealthy, beautiful, and strong, wasn't she the pinnacle of the ninja world's ideal woman? Shiro. I am willing to be your little fox. At that moment, Kushina finally opened her heart. Overcome with embarrassment, her face flushed as she surrendered to Shiro. I belong to Shiro. With a flushed face, Kushina assumed various submissive poses, welcoming him. Kushina, I'm going to teach you a lesson now. You've been disobedient lately, hiding from me. Shiro. Shiro grabbed Kushina by the wrist and led her to the bed. He sat down on the edge, his legs spread apart, and gestured for her to get onto his lap. She did as she was told, her body trembling with fear and anticipation. Relax, Shiro murmured, running his hands up and down her back. But even as he said those words, he could feel the heat growing between them. He leaned in close, their bodies pressed together and kissed her softly on the lips. She moaned into the kiss, her hands finding their way to his chest. Shiro broke the kiss and looked into her eyes. You're going to learn how to please me, Shiro said firmly. And you're going to enjoy it. He reached down and slipped one finger inside her, feeling her tighten around him. She gasped and arched her back, her nails digging into his skin. You're so wet, he murmured, his voice hoarse with desire. I'm sorry, Kushina moaned. I didn't mean to. Shiro picked up the pace, his fingers thrusting inside her in a rhythmic motion. Kushina's breath came in short gasps as she tried to adjust to the sensations coursing through her body. She had never felt so exposed and vulnerable, but there was something exhilarating about it too. His other hand slipped between their bodies, teasing her clit until she cried out in pleasure. Shiro, she moaned, her hips bucking against his hand. He pulled back, watching as she orgasmed. On your fucking knees, Shiro growled, his voice dripping with dark dominance. Kushina's whole body trembled as she slowly lowered herself, her soaked pussy already aching for him. Her breasts swayed heavily beneath her as she positioned herself, her ass raised high in submission. Shiro's rough hand seized her hips, fingers digging in possessively. His thick cock pressed against her dripping entrance, the swollen head teasing her sensitive folds. Such a wet little fox, he purred. Already desperate for my cock, aren't you? Pee please. Kushina whimpered, trying to push back against him. He responded by slamming inside her to the hilt in one brutal thrust. Ah, she screamed, her tight walls stretching around his massive length. Her juices ran down her thighs as he began fucking her with savage intensity. That's it, take it deep, he snarled, one hand tangling in her long red hair and yanking her head back. His other hand snaked around to roughly pinch and twist her nipples. Oh. Shiro. Your cock, so big. She bucked wildly against him, meeting each punishing thrust. Her massive tits bounced violently with the force of his pounding. He leaned down, biting her shoulder hard enough to mark. You're mine, he growled. This tight pussy belongs to me. His fingers found her swollen clit, rubbing harsh circles. Yes. Yours. All yours, she wailed, her inner walls clenching around him. Please, need to come, please let me come on your cock. Come for me then, my little fox. His thrusts grew even more savage, his heavy balls slapping against her. Kushina's whole body convulsed as a devastating orgasm ripped through her. Shiro. Coming, she shrieked, her pussy spasming wildly around his pistoning length. Her juices gushed out around him, soaking them both. The sight of her coming undone pushed him over the edge. With a roar, he slammed in deep and emptied his balls inside her, painting her walls with thick ropes of cum. He kept thrusting through his release, making sure every drop was buried deep in her womb. Finally spent, he collapsed on top of her, both of them panting heavily. His softening cock still twitched inside her cum-filled pussy. He nuzzled her neck tenderly, a stark contrast to his earlier roughness. "My beautiful Kushina," he murmured, pressing gentle kisses along her shoulder. "I love you so much." She turned her head to capture his lips in a deep, passionate kiss. "I love you too, my Shiro." Their tongues danced lazily as they basked in the afterglow, his cum slowly leaking from her well-used hole. Meanwhile, outside the door, Tsunade, who had originally come to have a heart-to-heart with Kushina, stood frozen with wide eyes. "Goodness. The two of you behind my back, playing like this." The sounds from inside, something didn't seem right. This. Kushina and him. They're doing this, and they can still hold back. Tsunade was stunned. Judging by the sounds and intensity, the two were going all out, yet they somehow managed to keep it from crossing the final line. She was shocked, and as her mind filled with inappropriate images, she found herself standing frozen outside the door, unable to move. So it's possible to do this. What was happening inside opened a whole new door for Tsunade, leaving her wide-eyed, her heart pounding as she continued to listen to the sounds coming from inside. Kushina gazed up at Shiro through half-lidded eyes, still catching her breath from their intense lovemaking. Her red hair was splayed wildly across the sheets, some strands sticking to her sweat-dampened skin. She could feel his essence dripping down her thighs, making her shiver with renewed desire. Shiro. She purred, sliding down his body with fluid grace. "Let me clean you up properly." Her tongue darted out to taste their combined fluids, making her moan softly at the lewd flavor. She took him into her warm mouth, still sensitive from their previous activities. NNNGH. Shiro groaned, his hand instinctively tangling in her crimson locks. Kushina hummed in approval, the vibrations making him twitch against her tongue. She worked him slowly, lovingly, alternating between gentle sucks and long, languid licks. "K Kushina." He gasped as she took him deeper, her throat relaxing to accommodate his length. Her hands massaged his thighs as she bobbed her head, emerald eyes locked onto his face to watch every flutter of pleasure cross his features. She pulled back with a wet pop. "I love tasting us together like this." She dragged her tongue along his shaft before engulfing him again, increasing her pace. Her own arousal was building once more, making her squirm and moan around him. Shiro's grip on her hair tightened as she brought him closer to the edge. The lewd sounds of her ministrations filled the room, wet slurps and muffled moans mixing with his ragged breathing. His hips began to buck involuntarily. "I'm close," he warned through gritted teeth. Kushina only doubled her efforts, hollowing her cheeks as she sucked harder. When he finally came with a strangled cry, she swallowed every drop eagerly, continuing to nurse him through his release. She released him with a satisfied sigh, crawling back up to snuggle against his chest. "I love you, Shiro," she murmured, pressing lazy kisses to his collarbone. "Only you get to see me like this." Lying on the large red bed, an utterly exhausted Kushina squinted as she watched Shiro kiss her goodbye and leave. A happy smile appeared on her lips. However, outside the door, Tsunade's sharp ninja senses picked up everything. Even though Kushina had placed a barrier, Tsunade had been pressed right against the door. He left. He didn't use the door, and it couldn't have been the window. He just disappeared. No, he teleported. Realizing something, Tsunade's expression turned furious. Unbelievable. So this was your plan all along, Kushina. No wonder you insisted on teaching Shiro the Flying Thunder God technique. I thought it was just to prove yourself, but you had other motives. 2 years. The two of you have been working so hard on this for 2 whole years just for this day. In Tsunade's eyes, their research into the Flying Thunder God technique had ulterior motives. Of course, no one could stop them, it was spacetime ninjutsu. Her granduncle's signature spacetime technique, the Flying Thunder God, was now being used for romantic escapades. If my granduncle were alive, and knew that his spacetime technique had been mastered by a Uchiha to sneak into the Senju clan for romance. Thinking about this, Tsunade couldn't help but feel both furious and amused. These two were truly outrageous. Yet, for some reason, an evil thought crossed Tsunade's mind. If Kushina could be this bold, why should she hold back? Kushina's identity wasn't bad, she was a true princess of a fallen nation. If the Senju and Uchiha were to unite, then the Hokage. Lost in thought, Tsunade glanced toward the Hokage rock through the window. Maybe I could become Hokage. And then I could have Shiro as well. Maybe it's possible. If I use the Hokage position as bait, Senju Shiro does have a nice ring to it. Muttering to herself, Tsunade found the idea increasingly plausible. At worst, she could have 2 children, one with the Senju name, and one with the Uchiha name. Fair and just. Little did Uchiha Madara, lurking in the shadows, know that while he wanted Tsunade to become Uchiha Tsunade, Tsunade was plotting to make Uchiha Shirou into Senju Shiro. Sometimes, the minds of the Senju and Uchiha weren't so different after all. P.S. Absolute Cinema. PS2, guys, subscribe to our Patreon/Absolute Code. This book currently has 60+ advanced chapter. Chapter 140, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 140. The forest. In the damp and dim light, a shadowy figure hid behind a large tree. There's Chakra from an undercover patrol team of root ninjas. The underground base is protected by a barrier, making it impossible to sense what's inside, but for the past half-month, neither Orochimaru nor Danzo's Chakra has been detected entering or leaving. After half a month of observation, the figure hidden behind the tree, Uchiha Shirou, slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile appearing on his face. A sealed research base of such value would naturally require someone to guard it in secret, waiting for the day it could be reactivated. After all, Danzo's thirst for wood release and Sharingan was deeply rooted in his very being. Chakra sensory is indeed useful. No wonder it's so highly valued in the ninja world. Without needing to infiltrate, just sensing from the outskirts was enough to gather considerable information. A ninja squad with even one sensory-type ninja was equivalent to having a mobile radar for intelligence. For the past 2 years, I've been discussing ninjutsu development with Orochimaru, and I've already confirmed the exact location. This underground barrier likely protects the Roots Wood Release Research Base, the birthplace of the Wood Release Ninja, Yamato. With a smile still on his face, Shiro decided not to enter just yet. Instead, he raised his head, looking up through the gaps in the leaves at the sky above, squinting his eyes. It seems like it's going to rain tonight. A single Wood Release Ninja like Yamato isn't enough. Adding fuel to the fire will maximize its value. Maximizing value, anything less would be a waste. Nightfall. Rain began to drizzle, adding a chill to the autumn breeze. Who's there? With a startled cry, 2 root ninjas froze in place, their pupils trembling. Instantly trapped in a genjutsu, their bodies stiffened, and their expressions grew vacant. Root is everywhere, isn't it? A shadow emerged behind the two, gradually stepping forward through the rain. A cold smile appeared on Shiro's face. Letting the rain drench his clothes, he calmly walked between the 2 root ninjas as though they weren't even there. Thud. In the dim forest, Shiro's figure disappeared into the depths of a hidden passage. Behind him, the 2 root ninjas stood as if nothing had happened. Indeed, sealing techniques are highly valued by the 5 great nations for good reason. Beyond sealing-tailed beasts, they also have unique applications. Standing before an iron door, Shiro smiled. If this were an ordinary location, he could have easily infiltrated without effort. But with a barrier in place, not only was it impossible to sense what lay inside, but any intrusion would also be immediately detected. But now, there's no need to bother with all that. As a cold glint flashed, the air was sliced with a sharp sound. The heavy iron door, marked with a sealing tag, was cleanly cut open by the Kusanagi sword. Boom. The broken pieces of the iron door fell heavily to the ground, revealing the scene inside the laboratory. So, this is the Wood Release Research Base. Before him, rows of enormous glass containers emitted an eerie green glow. For once, shock registered on Shiro's face as he sensed the power radiating from the glowing tanks. This is, the first Hokage's Wood Release cells. Inside the base, most of the tanks had already powered down, the life forms within having lost all signs of vitality. Only 7 tanks remained active, and even among those, 5 displayed faint and dwindling traces of life. In other words, the most stable tanks contained 2 subjects, one being Yamato, and the other Yamato's final surviving companion. Walking through the darkened laboratory, Shiro's Sharingan activated, his 3 tomo spinning as he observed the chakra flowing around him. This document. Noticing a folder pinned to the wall near the entrance, Shiro's pupils contracted, then widened in realization. So that's how it is. If Orochimaru's experiments failed, all the test subjects would have lost their vital signs. If this base were truly abandoned, there's no way test subjects with remaining life signs would still be here. It doesn't add up. In other words, Orochimaru's experiment had failed, but the final batch of test subjects was preserved in nutrient tanks to avoid wasting resources. Understanding everything, Shiro extended his hand toward the 5 failing tanks. Forbidden technique, Chimera Jutsu. A diamond-shaped mark appeared on his palm, greedily absorbing the wood release energy from the cells of the first Hokage. As the immense power drained from the 5 children's bodies, their life signs gradually stabilized. Meanwhile, the moment the seal protecting the Roots research base was broken, in another part of the village, a ninja in the Root Barrier team suddenly opened his eyes. Something's wrong. One of our seals outside the village has been breached. Quick, inform Lord Danzo. Yes. While the Root began to mobilize, spies from Iwagakure and Kimogakure converged in the forest near the research base. According to intel, abnormal activity has been detected in this area. It's likely Konoha's hidden secret. Damn it, this rain is such bad luck. Outside the research base, spies from the two ninja villages unexpectedly ran into each other, their faces darkening in mutual shock. We're all spies here. Let's not fight for now. Agreed. Let's head down first and see what's inside. After all, we share a common enemy. Both sides kept their guard up but refrained from attacking. However, as the first few spies descended and their startled cries echoed back, the remaining spies rushed down in alarm. What did you find? Shadows darted into the laboratory, their expressions twisting in horror as they saw the shattered tanks and the ominous aura emanating throughout the base. This is bad. Konoha is secretly conducting would-release experiments. One Iwagakure spy gasped as he picked up a damaged report. But before he could process the implications, a signal from their lookout in the forest sent chills down their spines. Damn it, root operatives are here. We must get this intel back to our villages. Even if we die, our corpses mustn't fall into Root's hands. Determined to protect the intel, the spies prepared for the worst. As the Root operatives arrived, they showed no hesitation, launching an immediate attack. The spies, knowing their survival was unlikely, attached explosive tags to their bodies, ready to self-destruct to prevent Root from obtaining their corpses. Rain poured harder as the battle escalated. The clash of ninjutsu and explosions obliterated the laboratory. Boom. The deafening sound of explosive tags echoed through the forest as the area collapsed. The dust and debris kicked up were quickly dampened by the rain. Far away in the forest, Shiro, covered in wounds and looking utterly battered, glanced back at the distant explosion. Despite his condition, a smile spread across his face. This time, let the storm rage even fiercer. The Third Great Ninja War was undoubtedly the most devastating conflict Konoha had ever suffered, more so than even the First Great Ninja War. Even with limited intel, the war's records, such as the Battle of Kikyo Pass, initiated by Kumogakure and Tsunade, made it clear that the conflict had reached the heart of the Land of Fire. It was a war so brutal that it led to the unprecedented resignation of a Hokage. But it still wasn't enough. Shiro wanted the flames of war to burn even brighter. Cough, cough. Blood spilled from his mouth as pain racked his body. Clutching a severe wound on his abdomen, Shiro forced himself to keep moving, staggering deeper into the forest. Elsewhere in the forest, a white head slowly emerged from a tree trunk, its eyes fixed in astonishment on the retreating Shiro. He's injured. And I can sense the presence of the first Hokage's would-release cells. Did he find something in the Root's research base? White Zetsu, stunned by the state of Shiro, had previously avoided getting too close due to the barrier. But now, seeing him wounded after the explosion, Zetsu was left in shock. No, we must inform Lord Madara. As White Zetsu's hoarse voice slowly echoed, he once again submerged himself, continuing to follow Shiro from afar. Meanwhile, Shiro, who was fleeing ahead, curled his lips into a sly smile. The stage was already set, all that remained was for them to make their entrance. This was something he had meticulously prepared, a crucial step in bringing all his secrets to the forefront of the stage. Konoha. In the would-release experimental base, agonized screams of despair echoed from several rooms. Outside the glass walls, Tsunade silently watched everything unfold, her expression grim. This is the 6th batch. Not a single success. Are you still going to continue? Tsunade's hoarse voice was directed at a 30-year-old Senju Jonin behind her. From the initial excitement and anticipation at the start of the experiments to the current unease and fear, he had undergone a complete transformation. He had personally witnessed one comrade after another being torn apart by the trees growing uncontrollably inside their bodies, blood splattering everywhere. It left him in a state of deep confusion and hesitation. Lady Tsunade. The once proud middle-aged Jonin was now filled with nothing but unease and helplessness. Experiments that failed repeatedly, did they still have meaning? Was it worth gambling on this slim chance? Giving up is not shameful. Think about your child who has just entered the Ninja Academy. Don't lose your mind chasing so-called glory. Instead of walking toward death, why not focus on teaching the next generation? You still have a long life ahead of you. Perhaps one day, you will witness would-release reappear in the Senju clan. Tsunade's low voice reverberated, gradually eroding his resolve. However, at that moment, Shimura Danzo, who was also observing the laboratory, frowned and spoke urgently when he saw this scene. Tsunade. We've already come this far. The sacrifices of 6 consecutive batches have provided us with countless valuable data. The dosages are being continuously adjusted. In the first batch, the longest survival time was 3 hours. Now, in the 6th batch, even the shortest survival time has reached 5 hours. These sacrifices are merely necessary steps on the path to success. Hearing Danzo's angry justification, Tsunade's face twisted in fury. She shouted back at him. Shut up. Open your eyes and look around. How many ninjas are left in the Senju clan now? 20 years ago, when you old geezers took power, my granduncle led the Senju clan. Back then, the Senju clan had over 100 join. And now? After this absurd experiment, there are barely 10 jonins left in the entire clan. Would release isn't just something you people want. We, the Senju, want it, too. But I've said it before, this experiment is immature. It's flawed. It's nothing short of a massacre. 2 years. You expect me to solve a Kekkei Genkai mystery that the ninja world hasn't cracked in over 1,000 years in just 2 years? Tsunade angrily pointed at Danzo and lashed out. She was the ninja world's foremost medical ninja, but she wasn't a god. Kekkei Genkai, something that hadn't been properly studied in 1,000 years of ninja history, how could she possibly achieve such a feat? Even if they wanted to gamble on the odds, there had to be at least some reasonable chance. Danzo-sama, bad news. At that moment, a root ninja suddenly appeared, handed a report to Danzo in secret, and watched as Danzo's pupils contracted and his face turned ashen. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Enemy spies have already reached the outskirts of Konoha, and you're only discovering this now. Capture them. I want them alive. Yes, sir. Watching Danzo's furious outburst, Tsunade let out a cold laugh and turned to leave. As for the last remaining clansman, she had already said what needed to be said. The final decision was up to him. You're in the next batch. Death isn't the scariest thing, but the data reports give no hope. Instead of gambling on a 1 in 10,000 chance, why not stay alive and guide your child instead? The doors slammed shut behind her as Tsunade walked away from the experimental base with indifference. As she walked through the streets of Konoha, the drizzle turned into a heavy downpour. Frowning, she quickened her pace to return to her clan's compound when suddenly, a slug appeared on her shoulder. Lady Tsunade, this is bad. Lord Shiro has been seriously injured and is currently fleeing. What? The sudden news from the slug left Tsunade shocked. How is that possible? With his current strength, who could injure him so badly? And he also has the Flying Thunder God technique. However, before Tsunade could finish her sentence, her pupils contracted as she noticed the blood on the slug's body. This blood carried a familiar energy. Would release. Her grandfather's power. Damn it. What is he up to? What has he been hiding from me? If the Flying Thunder God technique wasn't used, there was only one explanation: he couldn't use it. Lady Tsunade. Take me to him immediately. At the same time, inform Kushina. Tell her to leave the village quietly and make sure no one else notices. At this moment, Tsunade felt a sense of panic. However, her years of experience as a ninja told her she needed to calm down. The blood left behind by Shiro contained would release cells. This was suspicious. Shiro. As Tsunade rushed through the rain, her mind replayed scene after scene. Remembering how Shiro had hidden things from her, she bit her lip in anger. Damn it. She had let her guard down. She thought she had figured him out recently. She even thought she had surpassed him by secretly researching would release without his knowledge. But who would have thought he was still keeping secrets from her? Damn it. If anyone in Konoha dared to call him her little puppy again, she would smash their face in. This wasn't some obedient little puppy, he was an unruly wolf in disguise. Hokage office. Danzo. Look at the mess you've caused. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, slammed his hand on the desk in anger as he read the report from the ANBU. For once, Shimura Danzo remained silent, lowering his head as he endured the scolding. The wood release project has already been banned. What is this laboratory about? Do you have any idea what will happen if the Kumo and Iwa villages learn about this? Hiruzen was furious, but Danzo was equally frustrated. Hiruzen, the research base has already been sealed. Sealed? This is what you call sealed? What about the children in the lab? Your so-called abandonment of the project still involves children being experimented on. Danzo was playing with semantics. If this matter were only discovered within the village, it could be considered a minor issue. But if spies managed to report it back to their villages, it would become a major problem. The Kumo and Iwa would believe Konoha was secretly developing a weapon even more terrifying than the tailed beasts. What would they do then? Would they join forces against Konoha? At this moment, Hiruzen had a pounding headache, while Danzo also realized the gravity of the situation. He spoke in a low voice. Hiruzen, don't worry. Root spies in the Kumo and Iwa have already infiltrated the upper echelons. Give me 5 years, just 5 years. Root will ensure internal conflict breaks out in both villages. Danzo, this time, you'd better handle it properly. Hiruzen felt utterly exasperated. If the wood release experiment had borne results, it would have been one thing. But now, they had nothing to show for it, not even a single success. All they had done was give the other villages another reason to fear Konoha. This was extremely detrimental to the village's development. Chapter 141, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 141. Credits, Shoddy. The Valley of the End. Two enormous statues loomed on either side, with a waterfall cascading between them. A golden-haired figure burst through the rain. Shiro. A bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky. Under the torrential downpour, Tsunade's face was filled with shock and anger. She had never expected to face an assassination attempt immediately upon reaching her destination. Two root ninjas darted out from either side, their blades glinting with a cold, deadly light. Sharingan. Tsunade's pupils contracted in fury as she noticed the fleeting crimson glint in the eyes of the two root ninjas. They were under the control of the Sharingan. Now, they charged toward her with murderous intent. Damn it, Shiro, what the hell are you doing? Tsunade roared, summoning a chakra scalpel into her palm. Even though these were root ninjas, as fellow shinobi of Konoha, she instinctively aimed to incapacitate rather than kill. Sister Tsunade, this is the Valley of the End, the place where the Senju and the Uchiha fought their final battle. This is our destiny. The Senju and Uchiha are fated to clash here again. In the rain-soaked night, Shiro's figure emerged. His face, however, was twisted with madness. Laughing maniacally, he lunged toward Tsunade. Alongside the two root ninjas under his Sharingan control, the three attacked Tsunade from different angles. You've gone insane. Tsunade shouted, overwhelmed by confusion and rage. She had no idea what had driven him to this state. Ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Amid the downpour, Shiro's crazed laughter echoed. The Tomo in his crimson Sharingan spun wildly, locking onto Tsunade. The strongest eyes of the Uchiha. They awakened by killing the most important person. Sister Tsunade, tonight will be either the night you kill me, or the night I awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. With a wicked, crazed grin, Shiro's body radiated sparks of lightning. His attacks with the Kusanagi sword were ruthless, leaving Tsunade no room to breathe. Shiro. You've lost your mind. Tsunade's pupils narrowed as she roared in anger. She couldn't believe the transformation. How had Shiro suddenly become like this? Another Uchiha, consumed by the lust for power. She couldn't reconcile this bloodthirsty, sinister figure before her with the sunny boy who used to stand protectively in front of her, teasing and laughing. Isn't an evil Uchiha exactly what you always believed in your hearts? Shiro's furious roar resounded, as though venting endless rage bottled up within. All of Konoha, hasn't it always condemned the Uchiha as unforgivable? Sister Tsunade, your death won't be in vain. My Mangekyo will awaken, and with Kushina at my side, I'll become the new Hokage. No one can stop me. You all researched would release just to suppress the Uchiha and the tailed beasts. With his maniacal shouting, the sharp Kusanagi sword sliced through the cold rain, spraying droplets of blood. Tsunade, forced into the defensive, finally snapped. Shiro. I'll knock some sense into you. Roaring with fury, Tsunade unleashed her full strength. Her monstrous power surged as memories of the past flooded her mind. Scenes of the boy shielding her, his warm smile, his teasing remarks, all of it shattered under the weight of those crazed, spinning Sharingan eyes. Power. Power. Always power. Why? Tsunade screamed in rage, her voice breaking as rain and tears blurred together. She lashed out wildly, furious at yet another soul driven mad by the pursuit of power. Under the roaring storm, the clash between the two was relentless, with no mercy shown. As the battle intensified, Tsunade's gaze grew colder and more resolute. She recalled the records, how Uchiha often lost control in their pursuit of power. The unique stimuli of the Sharingan, driven by overwhelming emotions, inevitably led them to darkness. Shiro was a genius, but the pressures he bore over the years, combined with the awakening of Uchiha Mikoto's Mangekyo, had finally pushed him into the abyss. What once was love had now been replaced by hatred and vengeance. Uchiha Shiro. I'll snap you out of this. In the pouring rain, Tsunade screamed as she kicked aside the two root ninjas and prepared to pummel him back to his senses. But beneath Shiro's twisted, maniacal smile, the corners of his mouth curved upward slyly. Sister Tsunade, you're so pathetic right now. His mocking voice echoed as lightning illuminated his blood-red Sharingan. Tsunade, her face drenched with rain, charged forward in fury. With her chakra scalpel glowing in hand, she aimed for his joints, still holding back enough to avoid killing him outright. Uchiha Shiro. Her furious cry split the air as their battle pushed each other to the limits, Shiro unleashing his speed and Tsunade her monstrous strength. Kill the target. The two root ninjas, their Sharingan-controlled eyes flashing crimson, attacked again. Why? Why did you have to change just as I made my decision? Why did it all fall apart? Tsunade's anguished screams reverberated as her bloodshot eyes locked onto the two root ninjas. With one furious kick, she sent one flying. The ninja crashed through the air, slamming into the surface of the river with meteoric force, exploding into a bloody mist upon impact. Get out of my way. Tsunade's chakra scalpel pierced the other root ninja, who stumbled back with blood spraying out. But as the mask cracked and fell away, the figure revealed a pale, pained smile. It was Uchiha Shirou. Stunned, Tsunade froze as her trembling hands held the scalpel buried in his chest. How could this? Rain poured over his face as blood streamed from his lips. The figure in the distance, the one she thought was Shiro, had been a deception. The real Shiro had swapped places during the chaos, wearing the root ninja's armor and mask. Why did you step into it? The Kusanagi blade fell from his hand, inches from Tsunade's chest, clattering to the ground. Shiro's trembling fingers gently touched her forehead, his face showing a sorrowful, resigned smile. I'm sorry. Sister Tsunade, this will be the last time. Tsunade's tears mixed with rain as she screamed, collapsing into despair. Why? What happened to you? Why did you choose death? Shiro coughed up blood, cutting through her cries. Her panic rose as she frantically tried to heal him. Shiro, listen to me. Kushina will be here soon. Hold on. But Shiro, smiling faintly, shook his head as blood continued to flow. Sister Tsunade, no need. And, you lied to me. His voice, weak and broken, carried the weight of his final words. Tsunade's screams echoed through the valley of the end, her heart shattering as she held him. Sister Tsunade, the wood release cells, it's not your fault that I'm dying. Even if you didn't take action, I'd still die. I don't want my body to be used for their experiments after I'm gone. I can't hold on much longer. In a faint, fragmented voice, Shiro weakly tore open the clothing over his abdomen, revealing a wound bleeding profusely. What was eerie, however, was that the surrounding skin had turned pale white, and the discoloration was spreading rapidly. It was as though some kind of virus was ravaging his body. Seeing this, Tsunade's pupils contracted, and she looked on in shock. Would release cells. How is this possible? Shiro, what happened to you? Under Tsunade's astonished gaze, Shiro gave a weak, bitter laugh and said, Sister Tsunade, I discovered a hidden lab in the village. It was about wood release, cough, all of it involved children. I found one child, who could already tolerate the wood release cells. In the Shikatsu forest, the child has been relocated. Sister Tsunade, the Senju clan can be revived. You don't have to bear this burden anymore. Hearing this fragmented explanation, Tsunade understood what Shiro had uncovered, but her mind was overwhelmed. She let out a heartbreaking cry. I don't care about that. I care about you. Why did it have to come to this? Why are you throwing your life away? Wood release cells. Shiro's weak voice trailed off as a tragic smile appeared on his face. Sister Tsunade. I was too careless. It was a trap. My body was injected with would release cells. By the time I realized, it was too late. Why didn't you wait for me? Tsunade roared, her voice trembling with anger and desperation. Why didn't you come to me? I could have saved you. Why would you choose death? Tsunade's anguish was met with Shiro's faint, sorrowful smile as he struggled to speak. The wood release cells are out of control. My chakra. I can't suppress it. And I couldn't use Flying Thunder God to escape. I barely managed to contain the wood release cells before, but now, they're breaking loose. I couldn't end my own life, and I won't let myself fall into Danzo's hands. If I lose control, I might hurt the village, hurt you. Shut up. Shut up. Just stop talking. Tsunade yelled, sobbing uncontrollably, unable to accept the reality before her. I'm sorry. Blood dripped to the ground as Shiro smiled weakly and embraced Tsunade in his arms. Once shorter than her back in the land of grass, he had since grown much taller. As he held her close, a faint smile crossed his lips. Sister Tsunade. I wanted to hug you. Also, your taste in clothing is as bad as ever. With a fragile smile, Shiro's blood-stained hand gently wiped the tears from Tsunade's face, smearing blood across her cheeks. Be good, Shiro. Listen to me. If you hold on a little longer, when we get back, you can hug me all you want. Just hold on a bit longer, Kushina is almost here. Tsunade panicked and tried to soothe him. But Shiro, smiling faintly, suddenly leaned in and kissed her. The metallic tang of blood lingered in the kiss. Tsunade trembled as tears continued to flow, but she responded softly, trying to comfort him. Be good. In the rain, with his wounds worsening, Shiro's lips parted, leaving behind a glimmer of blood. Weakly leaning against Tsunade's shoulder, he whispered in her ear. Sister Tsunade, this isn't your fault. The blame lies with those who betrayed the will of fire. They experimented on people in secret, using the wood release, and even experimented on villagers. There were even. Sister Tsunade. Be careful in the future. My body, it's full of wood release cells. 2 years ago, in the land of rain, I was ambushed. That night, some wood release cells were already inside me. For the past 2 years, I've been suppressing it. The power of the Uchiha seems to balance it, but this time, there's too much. I can't control it anymore. Sister Tsunade, end it for me. Use my body for research. You can figure it out. His faint voice grew weaker and weaker as Shiro's forehead leaned gently against Tsunade's, their eyes meeting. In his Sharingan, now featuring the eerie red glow of 3 Tomo, Tsunade could see only her reflection. Sister Tsunade, take my eyes. You'll be able to unlock the secrets of the wood release. Shiro's trembling hand reached toward his eyes as though he intended to pluck them out, but Tsunade's face twisted with rage. No. Uchiha Shirou, you idiot. You stupid brat. Yesterday, I finally figured everything out. I decided to find you. I even thought of our child's last name. And now you pull this on me. You bastard. Don't you dare die. If you do, I'll dig you out of your grave. And I don't want your eyes. Keep them yourself. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the forest. It was Kushina, her red hair flying as she ran toward them with a look of joy. But when she saw the scene before her, her expression froze. Her wide-eyed shock turned to disbelief. Shiro. In the rain, Kushina saw Tsunade's chakra scalpel stabbing through Shiro's chest. Stunned, she stood frozen, her pupils dilated as she processed the scene. From the shadows, even White Zetsu, who had been monitoring the scene, was taken aback. This was eerily similar to the scenario Madara had envisioned but with key differences. What was happening? How do I explain this to Lord Madara? That the one he had high hopes for, killed himself. White Zetsu muttered in shock. No. This isn't real. Shiro. Kushina screamed and dashed forward, pushing Tsunade aside. Seeing Shiro's bloodied body, she desperately exposed her neck. Shiro. Bite me. It's okay, just bite me. You'll be fine. In the rain, Kushina's voice cracked as she yelled, but Shiro weakly smiled. Cough. Kushina, I ran into her. It wasn't Sister Tsunade. Shiro, don't speak. Bite me. Why? Why won't you bite me? Tears streamed down Kushina's face as she sobbed uncontrollably. But Shiro's trembling hand gently wiped her tears away. P.S. Shiro watched too much drama. Chapter 142, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 142. Under the torrential rain at the Valley of the End, a thick mist began to rise. Hidden in the distance, White Zetsu clung to a tree trunk, too cautious to approach. Even so, he was utterly stunned, his wide eyes fixed on the scene. Uchiha Shirou is trying to get himself killed. I must inform Lord Madara immediately. As the concealed White Zetsu hurriedly sent a message to Uchiha Madara, blood continued to flow relentlessly under the downpour above the Valley of the End. Damn it. Shiro. Stay still. With an angry roar, Tsunade's light brown eyes burned with determination. Her long, slender fingers clenched together as she struck down fiercely. After 2 loud, crisp slaps, the weakened Shiro coughed up blood, his wide eyes filled with shock. Blood and saliva uncontrollably spilled from his mouth. Even White Zetsu, observing from afar, stared in disbelief. Good grief. As expected of a descendant of the Senju, she just slapped him senselessly with 2 resounding slaps. Kushina, what are you standing there for? Tsunade's furious shout snapped Kushina out of her daze. The bewildered Kushina, unsure of what to do, was quickly barked at again. I've already severed control of his jaw muscles with my chakra scalpel. Use your mouth. If he refuses to breathe properly, bite his tongue and transfer air to him directly. I refuse to let this guy die on my watch. Before Tsunade could finish her words, Kushina, understanding the only way to save Shiro, immediately bit her cheek and leaned in and mouth-to-mouth Shiro directly. Sweet liquid flowed in large gulps. Shiro, his eyes wide open, felt his throat involuntarily move. He was utterly numb, his mouth had lost all control. Worried about any excessive reactions, Tsunade quickly used her chakra scalpel again to disrupt the nerves in his arms and legs, leaving him completely immobile. Shiro stared at Tsunade in disbelief. He had imagined countless scenarios, including those beyond his wildest expectations, but never this. Who could have foreseen this script? And the damage from those 2 slaps, who could endure that? The wound is starting to heal. Kushina, keep going. I'll assist with medical ninjutsu to accelerate the treatment. In this desperate situation, Tsunade remained exceptionally calm. Though tears streamed down her face, her commands were firm and decisive. The fatal wound on his chest is stabilizing. Life signs are holding steady. Kushina, continue. I need to examine his body further. Massive amounts of berserk cells are rampaging inside him, eroding his cells. His body's natural defenses are trying to counter the invasion. There's also another energy within him. While Tsunade continued assessing the situation with precision, the blood pooling beneath Shiro was absorbed into the ground. To everyone's shock, trees began sprouting rapidly from the earth. Kushina gasped in astonishment as she witnessed this. Sister Tsunade. Is this? Would release. Shut up. Kushina, your job is to keep treating him, and make sure this brat shuts his mouth. Tsunade's sharp reprimand snapped Kushina out of her shock. Tsunade had already pieced most of the situation together from the dying words Shiro had muttered earlier. Just then, Kushina seemed to notice something unusual. Her wide eyes locked onto Shiro's abdomen, and she frantically gestured with her hands. The skin on Shiro's abdomen was turning pale and showing faint signs of hardening. Tsunade's pupils contracted as she realized what was happening. Not good. His body is losing its ability to suppress the wood-release cells. Kushina, prepare the sealing technique with me. Kushina, use the 8 trigrams sealing style. Let's do it together. Tsunade's cold, measured orders prompted both women to form hand seals in unison. Despite being unable to speak due to her task, Kushina could still move her hands to form seals. One was Tsunade, already at Kage-level strength. The other was Kushina, a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and a sealing master from the Uzumaki clan. Sealing technique, 8 trigrams sealing style. With a powerful shout from Tsunade, their hands slammed onto Shiro's abdomen. The impact left him wide-eyed, with glittering tears forming at the corners of his eyes. Tsunade. This is personal vengeance, isn't it? Black sealing patterns spread across Shiro's body like vines, the burning heat of the seals locking down the rampaging would release energy within him. 8 trigrams sealing style is a technique that seals away an opponent's chakra. The wood-release cells inside you are forming a symbiotic relationship with your chakra. So this wood-release chakra counts as a type of energy. And as I said, your body contains energy capable of suppressing wood-release. By reducing its influence, you'll be able to regain control. Drenched in the torrential rain, Tsunade watched as the chaos within Shiro's body finally subsided. A faint smile crossed her face. Finally. Success. However, when she turned her head, she froze. Kushina, after completing the sealing technique, was still kissing Shiro, her eyes hazy and her movements insistent. Shiro's wide eyes screamed for help. His mouth was beyond his control, but his tongue muscles still worked. He tried to speak, but his mouth was blocked. His tongue flailed wildly, trying to push away whatever was obstructing him, but Kushina refused to budge. She continued transferring healing energy into his body. Kushina, erase all traces of our actions here. We'll seal Shiro up and take him back to the village for further treatment. Tsunade's cold gaze swept over the area, making White Zetsu retreat deeper into the trunk of the tree he was hiding in. Hearing the command, Kushina finally pulled away. As their lips separated, 2 glistening strings of saliva stretched between them. She nodded quickly, replying. Yes, Sister Tsunade. The special abilities of the Uzumaki clan were rare but incredibly powerful. However, they drained an enormous amount of chakra. After all, this ability to heal even fatal injuries, like regenerating lost organs, was akin to a self-healing gene. The more severe the injuries, the more chakra consumed. For most Jonin-level members of the Uzumaki clan, their chakra reserves would be insufficient for such feats. But Kushina was no ordinary Uzumaki, she was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Years of suppressing the Nine Tails chakra had given her unfathomable reserves. And with only half of the Nine Tails sealed within her, she had more than enough chakra to spare. Others might run out of chakra. But not Kushina. No, her chakra reserves could only be described as chakra tonnage. As the rain continued to pour, a barrage of ninjutsu obliterated all traces of their actions from the Valley of the End. Moments later, a pale face emerged from the rocky cliffside. White Zetsu stared in astonishment at the bound and sealed Shiro, being carried away by Tsunade and Kushina. Did they save him? No, wait. Lord Madara left some of his clone cells with the Senju long ago. So does that mean? White Zetsu's goofy expression turned contemplative as he struggled to make sense of the situation. But ultimately, as a creature who didn't even understand the concept of defecation, he gave up. Better get back and inform Lord Madara. Uzumaki sensing abilities are terrifying, I don't want to risk being discovered. As the thick mist rose in the rain-soaked Valley of the End, no one could tell what had transpired. Even the corpse left by root agents had been destroyed. Another body that had fallen into the ancient waterfall had dissolved into blood mist, evidence of Tsunade's fists, which were powerful enough to shatter even the mighty Susanoo. In a dark, unknown cave somewhere in the ninja world. Lord Madara, that's the situation. Uchiha Shirou discovered secret experiments on wood release being conducted by Konoha's root. He infiltrated the site but fell into a trap, leading to the injection of wood release cells into his body. The solitary, aged figure of Uchiha Madara sat on a stone chair, listening to White Zetsu's report. His face shifted between light and dark expressions. This plot. Even Madara was momentarily dumbfounded. Something about this story felt strangely familiar. But after hearing everything, he snorted coldly. Foolish brat. Does he think dying will allow him to escape everything? The darkness of the ninja world will never disappear. Madara's tone was tinged with irritation. What a stubborn boy. If he died because of these would release cells, Hashirama would never let him live it down in the afterlife. White Zetsu tilted his head playfully. Lord Madara, if your Uchiha Shirou manages to harness the power of wood release, won't that disrupt your plans? Upon hearing White Zetsu's words, Uchiha Madara let out a cold laugh. Are you talking about the Rinnegan? But the Rinnegan is not something his eyes can awaken. As the first person to awaken the Rinnegan after the Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha Madara understood the I better than anyone. At this moment, he wore a proud and contemptuous smile. Previously, I had you leave Hashirama's descendant with a clone infused with his cells. It was to prepare for this. I thought it would take some more time, but given this recent twist of events, Tsunade might uncover some interesting secrets earlier than expected. As for Shiro, with just his measly 3-tomo Sharingan, even if he awakens the Mangekyo, the fusion of Senju and Uchiha powers might indeed give rise to the all-encompassing power of creation. But unfortunately, his Mangekyo is still not strong enough. Saying this, Uchiha Madara shook his head, sighing regretfully. If only he had a close relative. It's a shame his potential will end here. With the power of the Mangekyo combined with wood release, at best, it will achieve a balance between yin and yang. At least his Mangekyo won't go blind, and he can freely use its abilities. But to create the power of yin and yang necessary for the force of creation, it's not about quantity but quality. Beneath Madara's calm demeanor was a trace of regret for Uchiha Shirou. Uchiha Shirou, who resembled him so much and whom he had secretly nurtured, could awaken the Rinnegan, Madara would feel exhilarated. Because on the path to peace, he would no longer be alone. Lord Madara, then what about Shiro and the descendant of the Senju? White Zetsu asked in confusion. For once, Uchiha Madara revealed a rare, excited smile. Heh. This time, Konoha is helping us. The union of Senju and Uchiha, I'm thrilled. Ha ha ha. Hashirama, I can already see your exceptional descendant bearing the Uchiha name. Uchiha Tsunade. Heh. Ahaha. Hashirama, I'll make sure you witness it. And that annoying Tobirama too. Thinking about Hashirama, Uchiha Madara couldn't hide his excitement, especially when imagining Tobirama, the white-haired man he despised the most. Ahaha. Just wait. I'll see Uchiha Tsunade giving birth to our Uchiha descendants, making that second Hokage see with his own eyes that the Senju have withered away. The most outstanding descendant of the Senju, Hashirama's granddaughter, will bear the Uchiha name. And their children will inherit the Uchiha bloodline and awaken the Sharingan. He imagined the union of Shiro and Tsunade, with Tsunade not carrying on the Senju name, but instead taking on the Uchiha name. Their children would surely have immense talent and awaken the Sharingan. In his mind, the scene of Uchiha Tsunade, alongside two children with Sharingan activated, glaring at Hashirama and Tobirama, made Madara so excited that his face flushed, and he laughed uncontrollably. His upturned lips refused to lower. Ahaha. 2 kids wouldn't be enough. 10. With Uchiha Tsunade's constitution, 10 Uchiha descendants would be just right. In the mountain cave, Madara's eerie laughter echoed endlessly, leaving the hidden White Zetsu utterly bewildered. What's the difference between 2 kids and 10? And is this something to get so excited about? In Konoha. Inside the Senju clan's secret research lab belonging to Tsunade. Under the bright lights, various precision instruments flashed and beeped. Blood pressure is stable, injuries healed. The abdominal cavity was infected by wood release cells after sustaining injuries. Wood release cells are stable under the sealing technique. Tsunade calmly examined the body, habitually reporting the data aloud. Beside her, Mikoto had already activated her Mangekyo Sharingan, staring intently at the figure lying on the research bed. Record this. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Mikoto obediently noted everything down, pen in hand, while Shiro lay on the research bed, staring wide-eyed at the scene before him. I have something to say. Huff, wait, hiss. His stuttering words were accompanied by the sensation of glossy lips and a sweet liquid pouring into his body. Seeing this, Tsunade glared in annoyance. Kushina. That's enough. This brat's injuries are already stable. Fwa. Yes. Lady Tsunade. Kushina lifted her head, revealing a tear-streaked face. She licked her lips as she replied. Shiro, if you disobey again, I'll suck your mouth hard next time. Shiro, who had lost control of his mouth and had to rely on his tongue and throat to speak, mumbled incoherently. However, the three women standing before him, drenched from the rain they had rushed through, paid him no heed. Tsunade scoffed at him, Kushina ignored his pleas, and even the usually gentle Mikoto lowered her head, focusing on her notes. Mikoto, your Uchiha clan knows how to play. Always talking about pursuing power, calling the Uchiha evil and corrupt. Are you even going to care about that? Tsunade's sarcastic remarks elicited a meek nod from Mikoto. I will listen to Lady Tsunade. I listened to Sister Tsunade, too. Before being prompted, Kushina quickly chimed in, clearly trying to please her. Seeing this, Tsunade shot her a glare. Then why were you kissing him non-stop on the way here? Faced with Tsunade's glare, Kushina showed no embarrassment. Instead, she puffed out her chest and retorted, I was just worried about Shiro. However, even as she said this, she didn't quite believe her own words. It was obvious she was putting on a brave front, her gaze nervously flicking to Mikoto. Her actions earlier had felt like a thrilling act of rebellion, stealing kisses from Shiro right under Mikoto's nose. You two, enough. Did you complete what I ordered you to do? Tsunade huffed, sitting down in a chair nearby. Her soaked clothes clung to her, emphasizing her imposing figure. She glared at the two women. Kushina quickly nodded. Don't worry, Sister Tsunade. I cleaned up everything thoroughly. On the way back, we didn't leave a single trace. No one will know we left the village. After Kushina finished, Mikoto also confirmed with a firm nod. Lady Tsunade, before I came, I already informed the clan that Shiro would be training for a while. Lying on the research bed, Shiro stared wide-eyed. You've thought of everything, haven't you? After their reports, Tsunade turned to Shiro, a dangerous smile spreading across her face. Chapter 143, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 143. Inside Tsunade's secret laboratory. At this moment, Tsunade revealed a dangerous smile, her gaze fixed on Shiro. Her tone shifted from gentle at the beginning to increasingly stern. Now that I've patched up your mouth, you better obediently and honestly confess everything. If you hide even one more thing from me, you can spend the rest of your life lying here. Don't worry, I'm sure Kushina will pity you and visit every day to recharge your energy, keeping you well-fed and plump. Of course, there's also Mikoto, I don't think you'd mind her stopping by, would you? Hearing this, Mikoto smiled gently, ignoring Shiro's pleading look toward her. Instead, she nodded toward Tsunade and said. Of course, I wouldn't mind. If Shiro needs anything, I can come by often too. Goodness gracious. This time, after learning about Shiro's actions, Mikoto had completely aligned herself with Tsunade. As for Kushina, she was even more enthusiastic. Upon hearing this, she nodded repeatedly. Sister Tsunade, Sister Mikoto, don't worry. The Uzumaki clan's abilities not only heal injuries but also guarantee to fatten Shiro up. If he loses even a pound, just come to me. Kushina pounded her chest in confidence, her tone filled with Uzumaki clan pride. Now, are you ready to confess everything? Sitting in her chair, Tsunade's smile appeared kind, but it carried an unmistakable weight of authority and pressure. Lying on the research bed, Shiro glared with wide eyes, mumbling through his reattached mouth, Sister, Tsunade, my mouth, MMPH. But before he could finish his sentence, Kushina, acting on instinct, leaned down and kissed him. In an instant, Shiro's eyes widened even further, muffled sounds of protest escaping him. Didn't you want me to speak? Why are you doing this now? Kushina. Tsunade's sharp voice cut through the moment. Watching Kushina take advantage of the situation in front of everyone, Mikoto remained indifferent, but Tsunade wasn't having it. She glared fiercely. I haven't even gotten his confession yet. Sorry. Reflexes. Kushina hurriedly pulled back, her face flushed red as she explained herself. But any credibility she had was lost when she licked the corner of her lips, savoring the moment. Now able to speak, Shiro lay weakly on the bed, staring at the trio. What the hell? This was supposed to be his stage, but everyone was stealing the spotlight. What's the matter? Are you still thinking about how to hide something else? Tsunade's cold smile, combined with the anger flickering in her eyes, made her aura even more terrifying. She had just started planning their future child's surname, only to find out he was hiding things from her again. Finally regaining control of his mouth, Shiro's first words were. When did you place the seal under my heart? The three women, expecting a confession, were stunned by his sudden question. Tsunade immediately flared up, her eyes glaring. You answer my questions. A seal. Why don't you ask Mikoto if she objected? Or Kushina, for that matter. Under Tsunade's angry retort, Mikoto maintained her serene, gentle smile, showing no reaction to the suicide prevention seal placed on Shiro's heart. As for Kushina, she bared her small, sharp teeth in anger, her eyes fierce as she glared at him. You. I gave my body to you, and if you dare die, I'll die with you. Hearing this, Mikoto smiled softly and turned to Kushina, nodding approvingly. Together. That way, we'll be together again. Good grief. At this moment, Shiro felt the full weight of betrayal. Looking at Tsunade, seated like a queen, he experienced the bitter taste of being abandoned by everyone around him. In the end, Shiro lowered his head, hesitating for a moment before finally beginning to speak, his voice hoarse as he revealed the secrets he had been hiding. 2 years ago, when I went to the Land of Rain to rescue Kushina, I was severely injured. Although Kushina's abilities ultimately saved me, I noticed a strange energy left within my body. Later, I discovered that this residual energy seemed to be related to the wood release unique to Sister Tsunade's clan. Shiro glanced at the three women anxiously. He was being completely honest now. The white Zetsu cells he found were indeed in the Land of Rain. He wasn't lying at all. During his mission to save Kushina, Madara had deliberately left behind wood release cells, clearly as part of some scheme. It was reasonable to believe that in the chaos of battle, some wood release cells had fused with his body. I secretly investigated and studied the energy while researching my condition. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry. Later, I discovered that my Sharingan seemed to suppress or balance this energy. My chakra started increasing rapidly, and I even awakened other chakra natures. But this energy only remained stable because of the balance with my Sharingan. If that balance is disrupted, it could go out of control. That's why I've spent the last 2 years developing forbidden techniques. At this point, Shiro confessed everything, including the forbidden technique, Chimera Jutsu, that he had developed. A single lie required countless others to maintain, creating an endless web of falsehoods. He wanted to end it here, laying everything bare to close the circle of deception. Investigate all you want. Even if someone traced things back, Madara was the one behind it. If Madara couldn't take the blame, Black Zetsu could. If Black Zetsu couldn't, there was always the Great Toad Sage. And if even they couldn't, there was still the Otsutsuki clan lurking in the shadows. In short, I'm telling the truth. How was I supposed to know who's pulling the strings? A forbidden technique to fuse bloodlines, Chimera Jutsu. When Tsunade heard that Shiro had secretly developed such an outrageous forbidden technique, she couldn't help but show a look of shock. Then, as if realizing something, a flash of understanding appeared in her eyes. No wonder you've been so close to Orochimaru these past 2 years, often discussing jutsu together. And you've been secretly reading forbidden scrolls, don't think I didn't notice, even with Kushina's help. As she spoke, Tsunade's face was filled with anger, frustrated with herself for not realizing the problem sooner. Why? Why didn't you tell me about your condition? Why hide it from me? Faced with Tsunade's questions, Shiro fell silent. Meanwhile, Kushina and Mikoto both showed determined expressions. After exchanging a glance, they seemed to come to a mutual understanding. Resolutely, they both nodded. No. They couldn't control Shiro on their own anymore. Even if Shiro had hidden things from Tsunade, she was the only one who could keep him in check. From now on, they would follow Tsunade's lead and work together with her. Shiro would never know that tonight's events had not only stolen his spotlight but also forged an unspoken alliance among the three women. I know you've been researching wood release, Sister Tsunade, and that it's connected to the village's secrets. I didn't want to cause any unrest. Besides, my body is already stable, and I've perfected the forbidden technique. Shiro hastily tried to explain, but his words only deepened Tsunade's anger and sadness. The higher-ups in the village, corrupted by power, had long descended into darkness. Even the Uchiha clan, whom she once thought of as extreme, had silently borne so much for the village. Does it still hurt? She planned to scold him further, but when she saw Shiro's pale, exhausted face, especially after enduring so much, Tsunade's words softened against her will. Instead, she asked this gentle question. Shiro lay on the bed, staring blankly at Tsunade. He was utterly dumbfounded. Those words weren't right, were they? However, seeing him in this dazed state only made Tsunade feel even more sorrowful. It seemed that the extreme Uchiha Shiro had never considered that someone might ask him, does it hurt? No, it doesn't hurt. Caught off guard and with his mind practically shutting down, Shiro finally managed to stammer out a response. Though it was a reflex, the effect was clear. The gazes of Kushina and Mikoto softened noticeably as they sat on either side of him, tightly holding his hands. Tsunade, on the other hand, snorted coldly to cover up her inner turmoil. She then barked sharply. Doesn't hurt, huh? Pretending to be someone from the root and wearing a mask so I'd stab you, huh? Leaving your last words again, huh? And fooling Mikoto and Kushina with your nonsense again, huh? Well, next time. As she scolded him, Tsunade grew angrier the more she spoke, her cold glare becoming increasingly fierce. I knew you were extreme, you little brat. Back in the land of rain, when you were unconscious, I placed that seal on you as a precaution. And guess what? You found a way to break it. I sealed your heart with my own hands, and you, using my hands, managed to undo it. You really can't take a loss, can you? Faced with Tsunade's seething glare, Shiro awkwardly shook his head and said, It's a misunderstanding. Sister Tsunade, it's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Tsunade scoffed coldly. You're full of misunderstandings, aren't you? I nearly killed you, and that's a misunderstanding too. And another thing. Don't even think about brushing this off. Keep explaining. I've already said everything. What else do you want me to say? Shiro widened his eyes. He'd already told them everything, hadn't he? He had even explained the would-release cells and his forbidden jutsu. He was completely clean, without a speck of dirt on him, they couldn't possibly trick him into revealing anything else. But seeing Shiro's righteous and indignant expression only made Tsunade laugh in exasperation. Well, well. You put on an act, don't you? No wonder you've been able to fool me for so long. I thought I was the one hiding things deeply, but it turns out you're the one with hidden depths. Why don't you tell me what's going on this time? What's the deal with the would-release cells in your body? What about the Root's human experiments? Oh, and I recall someone telling me there's a child in the Shikatsu forest. Under Tsunade's eerie smile, Shiro couldn't help but shiver and widen his eyes. Was he supposed to explain this too? But she hadn't even mentioned it before. He thought he'd already said everything. Surely, with a bit of analysis, they could figure it all out themselves, right? However, Shiro's attitude only made Tsunade, Mikoto, and Kushina silently resolve to keep a closer eye on him in the future. Sister Tsunade, I'll explain. Over the past 2 years, I've been researching ninjutsu with Orochimaru, and together we've developed quite a few new techniques. During that time, I secretly discovered that children were disappearing outside the village. After investigating, I eventually uncovered. Hearing this, Tsunade immediately scoffed. Oh. And instead of reporting this to the Hokage, or even to me, you decided to handle it yourself. All for the sake of the village again, huh? Are you saying only Uchiha cares about the village, while I, Tsunade, don't? With Tsunade escalating her accusations and even invoking the village's welfare, Shiro faltered, his voice dropping a few decibels. Tsunade pressed on with her rebuke. Keep talking. If you hide anything else, you can prepare to stay in this bed for the rest of your life. Faced with her scolding, Shiro didn't dare talk back. He obediently recounted everything that had happened. These past few weeks, Sister Tsunade, you've been in a bad mood. I was worried this would affect you, so I secretly infiltrated the area to investigate. I discovered human experiments being conducted by the Root. One of the children's data showed signs of stabilization. So, I summoned the child to the Shikatsu forest. I was planning to report this to you, Sister Tsunade, but I got careless and triggered a trap in the laboratory. I suffered a serious wound to my abdomen, and the broken experiment jar caused a large amount of would-release cells to enter the wound. At this point, Shiro's expression grew solemn. Although the would-release cells had been diluted significantly, they seemed to have a natural connection to the Sharingan. My Sharingan became almost uncontrollable, and my chakra flow started to go haywire. After escaping, I wanted to notify you, Sister Tsunade, to save me, but my condition kept deteriorating. I could feel my consciousness slipping away, and I was afraid of losing control. If I did, I would have hurt you, and even the village. After Shiro finished explaining the events of the night, Tsunade fell silent. After a long pause, she raised her head to glare at him, her teeth clenched as she hissed. The village. The village. It's always the village. You extreme Uchiha, do you have anything else in your head besides the village? Have you ever thought about Mikoto? About Kushina? And what about the state of the village now? You know better than I do. So tell me, what does the current Hokage even count for? What is the village to you? Tsunade's hoarse voice carried her questions, which also served as a vent for her inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Kushina hung her head low, silent tears streaming down her face. Mikoto, on the other hand, raised her head with a gentle smile. Her eyes glimmered with the eerie light of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking at Shiro, she smiled sincerely and spoke softly. Shiro, I am yours. If you leave, this world will have nothing left for me to cherish. At that moment, Tsunade glanced at the two of them and couldn't help but smile. Well then, I'll tell you my secret now. In exchange, you're not allowed to hide anything from me ever again. If you dare lie to me. As she spoke, Tsunade's smile grew increasingly dangerous. She leaned closer and closer until her lips brushed his ear. Her voice turned soft as she said. Shiro, I've told you before, yesterday, I finally came to a decision. I've even thought about the surnames for our future children. If you lie to me again, we'll have one child per lie. Let's see how many lies you can tell. Her gentle words echoed in his ear as Shiro's eyes widened. Wait, what? Was this some kind of scheme to tie him down with children? Though Tsunade's voice was soft and close, ninja hearing meant that both Kushina and Mikoto heard what she said. The two glanced at each other, their eyes shining brighter than ever. Sister Tsunade made a good point. Children. If one wasn't enough, they could have several. The more ties they had, the less extreme Shiro would be. The three most dazzling women of Konoha now stared at Shiro with their glittering eyes, making his head buzz. The golden, black, and red flowers of Konoha were all his now. But somehow, it felt like holding onto them was a bit painful. With one small mistake, they might turn into full-fledged Yandere. PS1, NGL, I'm not jealous. Biting handkerchief.gif. PS2, at this point, everyone should have guessed, although Shiro hasn't fully revealed his strength yet, he's ready to step into the spotlight. Next comes the White Fang incident and the outbreak of the Third Shinobi War. Shiro will begin his journey to the forefront, stepping into his role as a leader. This arc isn't about manipulation, it's about adding fuel to the fire. It sets the stage for Shiro's secrets, such as his forbidden jutsu, chimera jutsu, and his connection to wood-release cells, to come to light naturally. Next chapter he will bang Tsunade. Smiley face. Chapter 144, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 144, R18. Chimera Jutsu, a forbidden technique capable of devouring and integrating Kekkei Genkai. At this moment, sitting at the desk and looking at the terrifying forbidden jutsu handed over to her for development by Shiro, Tsunade couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Shiro, you're a genius. To think you could come up with such a method and develop a forbidden technique like this in just over 2 years. For millennia, the ninja world had been researching the powers of Kekkei Genkai, but Shiro had taken an entirely unconventional path to find a new way forward. Sister Tsunade, I'm not a genius. It's the power inside me. In moments of life and death, a ninja can often unleash incredible strength. Lying calmly on the bed, Shiro spoke, finally able to relax a little. From now on, he could use this jutsu openly without fear. Sister Tsunade, the data is ready. At that moment, Kushina retrieved the report from the diagnostic machine nearby, while Mikoto was diligently recording the results. As expected. Upon seeing the data report, Tsunade raised her golden eyebrows and immediately turned to Shiro lying on the bed, smirking coldly. I knew it. How could such an outrageous forbidden jutsu not have any drawbacks? Sure enough, there's a problem with your jutsu. What? Then, Shiro, Hearing this, Kushina immediately showed a worried expression. Meanwhile, Mikoto, who wore a gentle smile as she took notes, showed no trace of emotion. However, the determination in her eyes revealed her true feelings. Tsunade, sitting back in her chair, sorted the data report carefully before glaring fiercely at Shiro. The jutsu is flawed, but Shiro isn't. Under the confused gazes of Kushina and Mikoto, Tsunade shook her head and began explaining. This kind of ridiculously powerful forbidden jutsu has many flaws. To put it simply, how do you deal with the rejection caused by the fusion? This jutsu doesn't solve that issue, it only offers a method for absorbing Kekkei energy. What's remarkable is Shiro's physique. According to the diagnostic report, his cells contain an incredibly powerful devouring factor. Simply put, any energy that manages to temporarily stabilize in his body will eventually be slowly devoured and integrated over time. As Tsunade explained, Mikoto and Kushina finally understood. The chimera jutsu itself was flawed, but Shiro's unique physique perfectly resolved the issue, though it still required some time. At this moment, Tsunade furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before speaking seriously. Putting aside Kekkei Genkai and secret techniques, the ninja world has seen various unique physiques. This sort of special constitution isn't unheard of. When you awakened the Sharingan and the curse mark sage body, the rejection caused by those bloodline traits was resolved in just a few years. The devouring factor within your body played the biggest role. Over the past 2 years, Shiro's body has been continuously devouring energy. It's just that this time, the external energy entering him was too much, which caused the current situation. Listening to Tsunade's analysis, Shiro went from being utterly confused to suddenly understanding everything. Mikoto, Kushina, I think the danger has temporarily passed. The energy from the wood-release cells within my body has already been sealed. With the devouring factor at work, this power seems to be integrating well. Based on the data projections, it'll take 3 to 5 years at most to fully fuse. For now, though, I think you two can leave for a while. After all, the danger may have passed temporarily, but who knows when I might do something reckless again. Suddenly, Tsunade slammed the data report heavily onto the desk, her face breaking into a menacing smile as she glared at Shiro with wide eyes. Sister Tsunade, this is a misunderstanding. I want to live. However, the three women ignored his protests. Kushina squinted her eyes, feigning ignorance, and obediently nodded to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I'll wait outside. Feel free to discipline him. I'll handle his treatment afterward. Hearing this, Tsunade's face immediately lit up with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the normally gentle Mikoto squinted her eyes and pulled a scroll from her ninja pouch. Lady Tsunade, you might find this useful. With a poof, as the seal was released, a small, exquisitely crafted red whip appeared. Mikoto gently placed it on the desk with her usual warm smile. Mikoto. You too. Shiro's eyes widened in shock, but Mikoto and Kushina acted as though they neither heard nor saw anything. Without a glance back, the two women turned and walked toward the door. Left alone on the hospital bed, his chakra sealed, Shiro could only watch as Tsunade sat in her chair, idly toying with the whip in her hand. Until, the door closed. Sister Tsu. Tsunade, let me explain. Now alone, Shiro nervously swallowed. But Tsunade, still playing with the whip, narrowed her eyes and smiled dangerously. Well, Shiro. You like to play dirty, huh? So, why don't I play along with you? Her arrogant and teasing voice echoed in the room. Just as Shiro awkwardly attempted to respond, he suddenly felt something warm and wet on his cheek. When he looked up, he froze. Standing beside him, Tsunade had lowered her head, and tears were streaming silently down her cheeks, dripping onto his face. Tsu. I'm sorry. At that moment, Shiro felt like things had gone completely out of control. Awkward and guilt-ridden, he realized he had unintentionally made the strongest woman he knew cry. Does it hurt? Suddenly, Tsunade gently touched his chest, her tear-filled eyes fixated on the spot where she had once pierced him with her hand. Shiro was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. No, it doesn't hurt. Idiot. I meant the would-release cells. Tsunade glared at him with fierce eyes, but at this moment, accompanied by her tears, she appeared to Shiro like a proud but vulnerable golden princess. It's fine. Tsunade let out a cold snort. Earlier, I didn't say anything in front of Mikoto and Kushina. But now, let's talk about your situation. You mentioned that the would-release cells had been in your body for 2 years. Such crude methods. Don't you understand? Even in experimental labs, countless adjustments to the data still couldn't ensure survival. And you said the Sharingan played a balancing role. Tsunade raised the data report in her hand. There's some information here that Kushina and the others wouldn't understand. I didn't want them to know before, either. According to the data, the Sharingan does suppress the would-release cells. Or rather, the two achieve a certain balance. This balance allowed your devouring factor to work, and it's what gave you the time to create this forbidden technique. As Tsunade spoke, she couldn't help but feel deeply shaken. She couldn't imagine that 2 years ago when Shiro was just 15, he had already shouldered such a heavy burden. He had hidden everything from her, bearing it all alone in the shadows for the sake of the village. Looking at the figure lying on the bed, Tsunade's nose stung, and she let out a cold snort, her face stubbornly serious as she continued. When the Sharingan awakens and evolves, it releases a special chakra energy in the brain. If we classify this energy by attribute, it would be considered Yin. Meanwhile, my grandfather, the first Hokage, had a special energy within his would-release chakra, which could be considered Yang. The Sharingan and would-release, like Yin and Yang, have achieved a kind of balanced symbiosis in your body. Upon inspection, your Sharingan and the would-release energy are gradually resonating with each other. In simple terms, Mikoto's Mangekyo Sharingan could stabilize the loss of ocular power using this special energy. As long as it's not overused or excessively drained, normal usage won't result in a loss of power, it can even recover. In just one night, Tsunade had reached such a conclusion in her laboratory. This left Shiro deeply impressed. Although he had provided the experimental materials and directions, Tsunade's ability to figure it all out in a single night spoke volumes about her expertise in would-release research over the past 2 years. Seeing Shiro's astonished expression, Tsunade snorted coldly and said, "Don't look at me like that. Would-release research has always been ongoing. I just built on what was already there. As for the Sharingan..." At this, Tsunade paused slightly before continuing nonchalantly. The Senju and Uchiha clans were enemies during the Warring States period. Naturally, we studied the Sharingan. Not to mention my granduncle. Tsunade's abilities were undeniable, but she wasn't one to take credit for others' work. Her understanding of would-release and the Sharingan came from standing on the shoulders of giants, her grandfather, the first Hokage, and her granduncle, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who had already explored these subjects extensively. Now, is it time for you to tell me about the fate of the Senju and the Uchiha? Weren't you acting crazy last night? Didn't you enjoy laughing wildly? Shouting about the destiny of the Valley of the End, saying you'd kill the most important person to awaken the Manjikyu. At this moment, Tsunade angrily slammed a data report onto the table, towering over Shiro, glaring at him fiercely with gritted teeth. My 20+ years of tears, all wasted on being deceived by a brat like you. Now go ahead, act crazy for me again. Laugh like a maniac again. Didn't you even tell me to stab you with a knife? Before he could finish speaking, Tsunade stretched out her long legs, straddled him on the bed, and kissed him hard. In an instant, the metallic taste of blood lingered on their lips. Shiro's eyes widened, and the next moment, the seals on his limbs were undone. Tsunade's reddened eyes locked onto him, biting his lips even harder. Shiro. Tsunade's entire body was naked. Shiro sighed in admiration looking at her beautiful body. Her shapely breasts were perfect to grab in a hand. Tsunade exhaled deeply and looked at him. She then unbuttoned Shiro's clothes shyly. Shiro simply smiled mischievously while she undressed him. Tsunade blushed and spoke in a mosquito-like voice. What? Nothing, I just thought that Sister Tsunade is truly beautiful. Tsunade smiled sweetly and kissed him on the chest. Don't you think I'm old? Impossible. Shiro denied instantly. Sister Tsunade is the most beautiful woman I know. He then brought his hand to her breasts and pressed them strongly. Tsunade moaned and lifted her face. Shiro took advantage of that moment to steal her lips and muffled her moans. Like that, they continued teasing and touching each other. Their hands moved passionately and their bodies were glued to each other. Shiro could feel the sweet scent coming from Tsunade's body, making him incredibly excited. Tsunade, on the other hand, was completely wet. Her love juice was sliding through her leg and falling into the bed. At that moment, Tsunade smiled seductively at Shiro. Shiro, let me teach you something. Shiro nodded and relaxed his body. Tsunade then narrowed her eyes and grabbed his penis, before starting to play with it. Ugh. Shiro suppressed a groan and looked at Tsunade. She curved up her lips in a charming smile and lowered her mouth towards his penis. In the next instant, Shiro's lower body was enveloped in a wonderful sensation. Tsunade's lips engulfed his penis. She swallowed it all while looking at him with upturned eyes. Shiro suppressed his desire to shoot everything out immediately and stroked her head gently. Tsunade seemed to like it because she snorted and began to move her head. Her tongue licked and sucked his penis, and the walls of her throat brought him supreme pleasure. At the same time, her hand stroked and pinched his scrotum, adding even more to his pleasure. Tsunade's eyes were focused on Shiro's expression. He could feel her joy when she noticed his expression of pleasure. Little by little, her movements became faster and her tongue stimulated his penis. After 5 minutes, she began to feel something building up inside him. Shiro just gritted his teeth and endured the desire to come, enjoying the blowjob to the fullest. Unfortunately, Shiro could see that Tsunade was beginning to tire. Her breathing had become slightly ragged, and her tongue was a bit stiffer than before. So, Shiro ceased, stopping the flood from breaking. I'm coming. Shiro warned Tsunade and pressed her head down. She realized his intention and began to move quickly. Her mouth moved up and down repeatedly while waiting for his orgasm. Finally, his semen flew out. Shiro's penis twitched a pair of times and shot everything inside. Tsunade simply looked at him without changing her expression. Shiro could see her swallowing once, 2, and 3 times, and finally, she let go of his penis. Looking at Shiro, she licked her lips charmingly and blushed. Did you like it? Tsunade asked. Shiro nodded with a smile. She then hugged him and kissed his lips with more passion than ever. Shiro could feel the deep love of Tsunade towards him. Holding her soft body in his arms, Shiro put her on the bed. His hand stroked her already wet pussy and his other hand caressed her lips. Tsunade only looked at him with a nervous expression. Slowly, Shiro opened her legs and put his penis on her entrance. Tsunade moaned slightly and bit her lips. With a grin, Shiro moved forward. Tsunade moaned loudly and hugged his back. Shiro enjoyed the feeling of deflowering Tsunade and kissed her shoulders. Then, without giving her time to get used to the new feeling, Shiro began to move. In the beginning, his movements were a bit slow, but before long, they became deeper and faster. Tsunade's body shook and shuddered under the violent pleasure, doing her best to accommodate his movements. Shiro grinned and bit her nipples. Tsunade shuddered deeply and let out a scream of pleasure while putting her legs around his waist. Shiro just smirked and continued pistoning. The feeling of Tsunade's tightness was heavenly. The layers of soft flesh combined with the pressure caused by the narrow walls filled Shiro's entire mind. A great amount of love juice lubricated their 2 parts and caused his movements to be smoother. Shiro on, please. Tsunade groaned. Shiro hugged her seductive body and pressed her below him. Tsunade could only accept his movements passively, enjoying the pleasure brought each time he slammed into her. So tight. Shiro whispered in her ear and exhaled deeply. His tongue licked her earlobe, causing her to twist her body strangely. Knowing that the person below was Tsunade, Shiro could not help but feel a strange feeling of accomplishment. The mental pleasure caused by fucking your favorite anime waifu was incredible. Tsunade moaned repeatedly. Her body twisted around, trying to find the most pleasurable position, and her breast pressed against his chest, changing in shape every time their bodies moved. Before long, Tsunade's body twitched. "Shiro," she screamed, and a great amount of love juice flowed from her pussy. Shiro slowed momentarily his movements, but when he noticed she finished coming, Shiro intensified them again. Tsunade groaned in pain and pleasure. She wanted to ask him to stop, but when she saw his teasing gaze, she was unable to form the words. Shiro moved faster and faster, deeper and deeper. His penis touched her womb, exciting him completely. Shiro could not help but press Tsunade below and move even faster. Shiro on. Hearing Tsunade's loud moans, Shiro put even more strength on his waist and pierced forward. Tsunade was unable to endure the torture and bit his shoulders. With that as the signal, she orgasmed for the second time. Shiro put on an excited expression and pierced again. A flood of white liquid flowed from his penis and filled her womb, making her moan incoherently. She had completely drowned in pleasure. Under his relentless attacks, Tsunade could only groan. Outside the laboratory, Kushina, her face flushed red, avoided eye contact as she glanced at Mikoto, seemingly hesitating about something. After a long pause, she finally gathered the courage to speak. "Sister me. Mikoto, thank you for last time." Looking at Kushina, Mikoto gave her a doting smile. Shiro likes Kushina, and Kushina is also able to help Shiro. "I like Kushina too." Under Mikoto's slightly twisted mindset, she had accepted Kushina's position and strength from the very beginning. She didn't hide a single thing from Kushina. As the princess of the Uzumaki clan, inheriting their legacy, a natural-born genius, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Kushina, in Mikoto's eyes, was no less than her equal. Kushina's influence on Shiro's dream of becoming Hokage played an even greater role. "But Sister Tsunade, Kushina stammered, her expression awkward. After all, as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, she knew she couldn't marry into the Uchiha clan. So she thought she could just keep things low-key. Mikoto didn't object anyway, so she figured it would be fine. But now, an unexpected variable had appeared. However, upon hearing this, Mikoto narrowed her eyes and smiled. "As long as I'm here, the Uchiha will be fine. But Shiro wants peace, and for the sake of the village, he must become Hokage. Lady Tsunade's status is more important than ours." With a resolute look in her eyes, Mikoto suddenly froze as she noticed Kushina grabbing her hand without her realizing it. The two of them locked eyes and smiled. "We'll always be together. No one can betray Shiro. If anyone does, the other will kill them." With a slightly unhinged smile, Mikoto's determination to never lose someone important again struck Kushina deeply, and she nodded firmly, silently swearing to herself. She had to master the power of the Nine Tails as soon as possible. That way, she could protect Shiro, help him become Hokage quickly, and ensure no one in the ninja world could ever threaten him again. Chapter 145, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 145. After the intense segs, Shiro lay nestled in Tsunade's embrace like a baby, completely letting go and falling into a deep sleep. From time to time, his lips would twitch slightly. "Evil Uchiha, even asleep, you're so restless." In a strange posture, Shiro sat on the hospital bed, eyes half closed, deeply asleep. Tsunade was sitting on his lap, tilted at an awkward 80-degree angle. Yet, she still lovingly held him against her chest. When she felt the suction against her chest, her face flushed red, but she put on a fierce expression to mask it. However, her eyes had already softened, gazing tenderly at his handsome, sleeping face. For the first time, Tsunade allowed herself to shamelessly caress and examine such a face so gently. "He's quite handsome, not embarrassing to be seen with. His fair skin is as good as mine. If we had children in the future, their skin wouldn't be bad either. These eyebrows are nice too. When he's asleep, he looks like a little puppy. But awake, he's such a handful." Tsunade murmured to herself, saying who knows what. Her personality was such that once she made a decision, she never regretted it. But doing it with him feels like dealing with a monster. No wonder neither Mikoto nor Kushina ever complained. "Even with my Senju bloodline, I could barely handle it. If it weren't for the fact that he hasn't fully recovered." Hours passed. No one knew how long Shiro had been asleep, but he finally opened his eyes slowly. His dazed vision was filled with a bright white scene and a hint of pink. Then, realizing what was in his mouth, Shiro's face flushed red, and he quickly let go. A thread of saliva stretched between them, truly worthy of the Uchiha clan's reputation for precision in tightrope pulling. "You're awake." Sister Tsunade. Shiro gave an awkward smile. Last night, it seemed, had gotten a little out of hand, maybe even reckless. Suddenly, Tsunade let out a cold snort. She was trying to cover up her embarrassment from the emptiness she felt as Shiro moved. Tsunade glared at him fiercely but said nothing. Her personality was such that once she made a choice, she wouldn't regret it. With composure, she began using medical ninjutsu. Shiro awkwardly tried to change the subject, speaking in a small voice. Sister Tsunade, maybe Kushina can help you recover later. We'll deal with that later. For now, there's something else you need to do. Hearing this, Shiro froze. Looking at Tsunade, who was completely unashamed before him, he felt puzzled. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was, as expected, the best in the ninja world. Although their intense segs last night left her feeling a bit out of practice and torn, she healed herself in just a few moments. Let's get to business. Tsunade snorted coldly, her long legs making a graceful turn as she got off the bed. Her high heels clicked sharply against the floor. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, Tsunade created 2 shadow clones. As they moved to clean up the evidence left behind from the night, Tsunade's real body walked to the cabinet. She pulled out a light blue outfit, put it on, and returned. The area around the bed was already spotless. Even the deformed steel frame of the bed bent out of shape from last night, was restored to its original condition under her immense strength. Let's discuss the important matter. With a calm expression, Tsunade walked to the bedside and suddenly pulled open her clothing. Shiro's eyes widened in shock. Sister Tsunade, this is the business you mentioned. Is this serious? Caught off guard by her boldness, Shiro was momentarily stunned. Tsunade, however, let out an annoyed laugh. You are an evil Uchiha. What are you thinking? I said it's business, so it's business. I didn't finish explaining last night's report. Your cursed seal sage body is different from our Senju clan's ancestral abilities. Specifically, when you apply the cursed seal to someone else, it carries a portion of your genetic energy into the recipient's body. Seeing Shiro's confused expression, Tsunade sighed and began explaining in detail. To put it simply, when you apply the cursed seal to someone like Mikoto, it carries a portion of your internal energy. That energy doesn't just include the sage body's power but also your other internal energies, such as genetic energy. Currently, your body contains would release energy. That energy didn't come from someone else, it was absorbed. Or rather, it repaired and awakened broken, dormant genes already in your body. That's why you haven't activated would release yet, but your body has grown stronger. At this point, Tsunade sighed deeply and shook her head. Through the balance of the Sharingan and would release's energies, I've found that the two are heading in completely different directions. It might be related to the unknown fate shared by the Uchiha and Senju clans over millennia. To simplify, imagine a ninja born with all elemental affinities. This ninja has 2 children, but each child only inherits one of their parents' affinities. The rest of the affinities aren't lost entirely, but rather hidden or dormant. Over generations, those dormant genes fragment and weaken, eventually lying dormant forever. Listening to Tsunade's explanation, Shiro was astonished. He couldn't help but think, man, this is Tsunade for you. She's amazing. With just some data, she managed to deduce all this intel. But then again, it wasn't surprising. In the original story, Orochimaru had already started suspecting such things later on. Otherwise, how could Kabuto have guessed that the evolution of the Mangekyo Sharingan led to the Rinnegan? It's worth noting that Tsunade was no weaker than Orochimaru. Unfortunately, in the original story, her hemophobia caused her to waste over 20 years. Now, however, Tsunade had chosen a different path. She had become obsessed with power early on and had spent the past 2 years thoroughly studying Tobarama's research notes. In the current ninja world, there likely wasn't anyone more knowledgeable than her in this field. Hey. Are you even paying attention? Tsunade's annoyed voice snapped Shiro out of his thoughts. After all, it was quite cold in the lab, and she had unashamedly exposed herself to make a point. In the next moment, her face flushed red as she realized Shiro was staring straight at her exposed breast. Though embarrassed, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. These assets of mine will ensure our children never go hungry. You still don't fully understand your own body. For example, if you applied the curse seal to me right now, the genetic energy you've absorbed might fill in the gaps in my dormant genes, possibly activating or repairing them. Of course, this is just a possibility. I also suggest you reapply the curse seal to Mikoto every 3 months. Since your body now contains fused would release cells, it's constantly becoming stronger. Tsunade's calm explanation was interrupted by Shiro's increasingly odd expression. She realized what he was thinking and couldn't help but laugh. Don't get any weird ideas. This method only works if the recipient already has dormant genes. It can't create something from nothing. In other words, the cursed seal's erosion of the body is a two-way process. While it erodes, it also integrates. After hearing her explanation, Shiro finally understood. So that's how it works. I get it now. If the recipient has dormant genes, it can activate or repair them, but it can't create something entirely new. The ability is more like filling in a missing 0.5 to make it a 1. That's one way to think about it, but it's not entirely accurate. Your unique body theoretically allows for the fusion of other Kekkei Genkai, but the process would take a long time. Realizing this, Shiro was alarmed. It wasn't the cursed seal technique itself that was so powerful, it was his unique body that made it possible. However, the cursed seal is extremely dangerous. My body has only been able to adapt to its energy after 2 years of constant research and experimentation, including injecting myself with it during the Land of Rain battles. The cursed seal's survival rate was notoriously low, but Tsunade had tested it on herself and confirmed her body's compatibility. It was the result of years of careful study. Sister Tsunade, why does this cursed seal have to be placed there? Although Shiro understood the reason, he still looked awkwardly at Tsunade. To leave such an ugly cursed seal mark on this flawless, dazzling, and irresistible masterpiece. It felt like ruining a perfect work of art at its peak. Seeing Shiro's reluctant expression, Tsunade glared at him in irritation. Hey. Did I tell you to put it there? I said the center. What are you thinking? If your cursed seal is on your neck or any other visible spot, it'll look bad and draw attention. Right now, all the major ninja villages already have intelligence on you. They know about the cursed seal's abilities. A ninja must keep their trump cards hidden. Tsunade's explanation made it clear she wanted to conceal this ability. Understanding this, Shiro nodded in realization. Sister Tsunade, bear with it for a moment, I'll be gentle. Gently parting the flawless, radiant mountains, Shiro opened his mouth. His canine teeth slowly extended and softly pierced Tsunade's delicate skin. In an instant, a surge of scorching energy flowed in, causing Tsunade to let out a muffled groan. Soon after, a black, 3-tomo mark appeared on her chest. As the cursed seal process concluded, Shiro tenderly licked the wound. Sister Tsunade, this is now my exclusive mark. From now on, you're mine. Before he could finish speaking, Tsunade coldly put her clothes back on and smirked. Dream on. I did think about having 2 kids, one with the Uchiha name and one with the Senju name, but now. She made it clear, it's already generous enough that she didn't insist he become Senju Shiro, and he still dared to dream. This left Shiro wide-eyed in disbelief. No way. The 3 most beautiful blossoms of Konoha seemed like they were all turning rebellious. Stop wasting time. Get dressed quickly, Mikoto and Kushina will be here soon. Remember, Mikoto's cursed seal needs to be refreshed every 3 months. As for Kushina, I'll arrange a compatibility test for her. If it works, this power will be a great asset. Although Shiro had regained his mobility, he still lay on the hospital bed, surrounded by various monitoring devices. Your body has partially fused with what releases cells, but the concentration this time is too high, more than before. They've already invaded your abdominal area. Now that you're preparing to use your forbidden technique, Chimera Jutsu, I'll monitor the devouring process. At the bedside, Tsunade, dressed in a loose blue robe, couldn't hide her curiosity as she stared intensely at Shiro. Mikoto and Kushina entered the room. Mikoto entered with a serious demeanor, ready to take notes, while Kushina couldn't help but sneak glances at Shiro's exposed body, swallowing nervously. It felt like Shiro had grown even more. Completely bare, Shiro took a deep breath and said firmly. I'm ready to start. Forbidden technique, Chimera Jutsu. As Shiro activated the forbidden technique, a diamond-shaped mark appeared on his palm. He pressed it against his abdomen, and the white traces on his skin visibly started to fade. At the same time, the surrounding monitors began to beep incessantly. Mikoto, take notes. Kushina, stay alert and be ready to seal or heal at any moment. Understood. Mikoto and Kushina nodded seriously, dividing their duties. Tsunade's sharp eyes darted back and forth between the changing readings on the monitors and the transformations in Shiro's body. As the forbidden technique absorbed the cells, the excitement in her eyes grew more intense. As I thought. My hypothesis was correct. Although you have this devouring factor in your body, it requires an external force. By using this forbidden technique, it's as if the factor is being directly enveloped and activated. Tsunade excitedly explained using professional terminology. Although Mikoto didn't understand a word, her Sharingan's incredible ability allowed her to record everything verbatim. In simpler terms, as long as you don't overuse or deplete this power, it will slowly be absorbed and fused into your body completely. This forbidden technique is practically tailor-made for you. Tsunade praised the results enthusiastically, even bursting into laughter. No wonder they say a ninja develops jutsu based on their abilities. Even the most brilliant successors can only refine techniques to suit themselves. Otherwise, they'll never surpass their predecessors. Tsunade continued her analysis, carefully observing the data. She confirmed that the unstable Hashirama cells in Shiro's abdomen had been completely devoured, nodding to herself in satisfaction. All metrics are normal. Still, we can't be careless. Although the cells have been devoured, there's still a risk, especially in the early stages of absorption. We'll need 2 months to observe initial signs of fusion before we can be certain. Tsunade calmly analyzed the situation. Meanwhile, Shiro wiped the sweat from his forehead, exhausted. He was truly drained. The reckless invasion of Hashirama cells in his abdomen, combined with various seals to suppress their rampage, had left him unable to control his chakra. After a night of stabilization, Tsunade had loosened the seal just enough for him to gather the chakra required for the forbidden technique. Only then had he been able to breathe a sigh of relief. While Tsunade was busy in her laboratory, the third Hokage's face darkened in his office. Danzo. Look at the mess you've caused. The research on wood release has leaked. If this raises suspicions among the other villages, can you bear the responsibility? In the Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo's expression was equally grim. However, he faced his mistake without evasion, nodding and saying in a deep voice. Hiruzen, I will take full responsibility for my oversight. Seeing Danzo bow his head, the third Hokage's anger subsided slightly. Letting out a heavy sigh of disappointment, he muttered. Though the intel has leaked, at least the Foundation acted promptly. The wood release cells haven't fallen into enemy hands. Hearing this, Danzo nodded and replied solemnly. The laboratory was destroyed in the battle, and the remaining experimental materials were completely incinerated. No spies escaped. Reassured by Danzo's guarantee, Hiruzen's expression softened slightly, though worry still lingered. The ninja world feared 3 things: tailed beasts, the Mangekyo Sharingan, and wood release. His real concern was that this incident would reignite the fear of wood release in the other villages, prompting them to secretly conspire against Konoha. Chapter 146, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 146. Iwagakure. Third Tsuchikage-sama, this is urgent intelligence we received from our spy in Konoha before their death. Urgent intelligence. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, took the intelligence scroll with a composed expression at first. However, the more he read, the darker his face became, making the other ninjas in the Tsuchikage's office grow increasingly anxious. Even during the eruption of war in the ninja world, their third Tsuchikage had never been this tense. What could have happened this time? Would release. After finishing the scroll, Anoki's face was terrifyingly grim, and his eyes glinted with a chilling light that barely concealed a deep sense of fear. The blood-red eyes he feared most in the past had already haunted him, but even such a powerful individual had ultimately been defeated by wood release. One could only imagine how horrifying this ability was. Wood release. Could it be the legendary Kekkei Genkai said to suppress the power of tailed beasts? Someone in the office murmured in shock, mentioning the legend. For most ninjas, with their limited lifespans and knowledge, powerhouses like the Mangekyo Sharingan and wood release had long since become mere myths after a few decades. Konoha. Lifting his head, Anoki gritted his teeth and let out a cold snort. The nightmare of the past had faded, but he would never allow it to descend upon the ninja world again. Send the information about Konoha secretly researching the first Hokages would release to Tsunagakure, Kirigakure, Kumogakure, and any other mid-sized ninja villages hostile to Konoha. Also, spread the news that Konoha is conducting inhumane human experiments. Yes. Anoki knew that Konoha could not be taken down alone. This was a rare opportunity, and he was determined to drag everyone else into the fray. Send out the command regarding the Kumogakure plan. He hesitated briefly before waving his hand and speaking in a low voice, proceed as planned, but do not act rashly without my explicit orders. Yes. The news of Konoha secretly researching wood release was like a thunderclap, instantly causing tension among the 4 great ninja villages. While ordinary ninjas might not know the legend of wood release, the Kage of each village had grown up hearing those stories and naturally feared this power, which could suppress tailed beasts. Even without considering how powerful wood release was, the mere fact that it could suppress tailed beasts was enough to cause alarm. Tailed beasts were considered ultimate weapons. If they were to fight Konoha in the future and their tailed beasts were rendered useless, or worse, captured by wood release, it would be a devastating blow. The loss of their ultimate weapons, while Konoha retained the strongest of all, the 9 tails, would be catastrophic. Wood release was like a small stone dropped into the tranquil waters of the ninja world, creating ripples that spread far and wide. Konoha. Hiruzen, that old fox Anoki has blatantly leaked the wood release project to those villages. Several of the villages we had previously incited to war through our spies have now begun to cease hostilities because of this. Indeed, years of effort have been undone so easily. Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane sighed, lamenting the recent changes in the ninja world. Even Danzo Shimura, usually arrogant and domineering, sat with a face as dark as iron in the Hokage's office. Finally, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head helplessly and sighed. Such is the way of the world. If the Wood Release project had succeeded, everything would have been different. But alas. Although there was still one final batch left to test, the 6 consecutive failures had cast a shadow over all of their hearts. Danzo, Root must take the primary responsibility for this issue. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Danzo didn't attempt to shirk or shift blame. Instead, he nodded grimly. This is Root's failure. The Root will take full responsibility, rest assured. I had already anticipated the worst-case scenario and instructed the spies embedded in other villages to begin their operations. They claim Konoha is conducting human experiments. Do they have proof? Mudslinging among the great nations happens every year. We can claim these other villages are experimenting with their own Kekkei users. It had to be said that under Danzo's leadership, Root had proven exceptionally skilled at sowing discord among the great ninja villages and carrying out covert operations. Hiruzen, while other villages might not care about the accusations, the 4 great ninja villages will undoubtedly treat the rumors as truth. After all, a power that can suppress tailed beasts is far too dangerous. Danzo's tone was grave, and the others in the room also showed serious expressions. Tailed beasts were akin to nuclear weapons. All 5 great ninja villages possessed them, though there were differences in strength. These weapons served as guarantees of power. Yet Konoha was boldly researching a method to suppress these ultimate weapons. How could the other villages not be alarmed? The Wood Release project could still be worth pursuing. While the ninja world appears rife with undercurrents, outright war is unlikely to break out anytime soon. Danzo raised his head, staring directly at Hiruzen Sarutobi, and voiced his desire. Wood Release. If Konoha could master Wood Release, they would have the power to dominate the ninja world. Hiruzen, though tempted, had to consider the broader picture. He shook his head firmly. Danzo, after the Second Ninja War, every major village has been expanding its military forces. While we've done the same, much of our resources have been diverted to the Wood Release project. This has left Konoha lagging in terms of military strength. Standing in different positions led to different considerations. No matter how capable Danzo was, he only viewed the ninja world from the perspective of himself and Root. Hiruzen, on the other hand, bore the responsibility for all of Konoha. He had to oversee everything, from assigning ninja squads to protect the borders of the Land of Fire to managing the resources and training at the academy. Temporary sacrifices are necessary to secure the future. Danzo pressed, unwilling to give up on the Wood Release project. Even Hamura and Koharu hesitated. Hiruzen, Danzo has a point. Yes, we've invested so much into the Wood Release research. If we abandon it now, years of effort and resources will be wasted. Looking at their reluctant expressions, Hiruzen couldn't help but feel the same frustration. However, there was simply no room to spare. Shaking his head, he sighed. Orochimaru has already been sent on a critical mission to the Land of Lightning. You've seen Tsunade's emotional state. Expecting the Senju clan to fund the project themselves is out of the question. Tsunade has even refused to participate in this final experiment. Hiruzen felt utterly helpless when it came to Tsunade. In the beginning, they had thought that since Wood Release was being developed, the Senju clan wouldn't abandon it so easily. And if funding was an issue, the Senju were hardly lacking in wealth. But they hadn't anticipated Lady Mito decisively cutting ties with this unstable project, sending everything related to it to the laboratory. Now, they had no leverage over the Senju. The ninja world is far from peaceful. For now, the village's focus must shift to expanding military strength. The ANBU, Root, and Intelligence Division must work together to instigate discord among the other nations. Finally, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, made his decision. Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Uchiha exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Hiruzen is right. Stabilizing Konoha is the priority. The Wood Release project can wait for another opportunity. Danzo cursed inwardly as he watched the 2 fence-sitters change their stance. These 2 fools were useless. The ninja world was in turmoil. One moment, it seemed like a great war was imminent. Next, rumors spread of Kimogakure forcibly seizing Kekkei and secret techniques for human experimentation. Stories of atrocities from Iwagakure also surfaced. Dark secrets of small and mid-sized ninja villages were exposed, sparking new conflicts. For a time, the 5 great ninja villages returned to an eerie state of peace, content to watch smaller villages tear each other apart, while secretly fanning the flames. If the Shinobi World War truly breaks out, they must first deplete the strength of these smaller ninja villages. After all, letting a village like Omegakure rise during the 20 years of peace following the First Shinobi World War has already made them wary. The 5 great shinobi villages certainly don't want another village capable of challenging their authority to emerge. The Senju clan, secret chamber. Sister Tsunade, my eyes have been feeling swollen lately, and they occasionally sting. Shiro lay on a hospital bed. After the examination, his eyes were once again wrapped in white bandages, giving him a terrible feeling. Tsunade, dressed in a white coat that revealed her long legs, relaxed her furrowed brows slightly after looking at the data in her hands. She replied in a tone that was both reassuring and exasperated. "Don't worry, you won't go blind." Despite her words, Tsunade shook her head and softly explained the situation. "It seems my guess was correct. Just like you said before, after 2 years, your Sharingan's power has reached a balance with the Hashirama cells in your body. Over these 2 years, as your body absorbed the cells, your chakra has increased, your physical strength has grown stronger, and now the Hashirama cells you've absorbed are reacting with your eyes." As Tsunade's pleasant voice echoed, Shiro frowned secretly. He could sense something, but he didn't feel as though his eyes were evolving. Mangekyo Sharingan. He wanted to awaken it too. Noticing Shiro's silence, Tsunade seemed to guess what he was thinking. She couldn't help but tease him with a chuckle. "Forget about the Mangekyo Sharingan for now. Although the forbidden technique Chimera Jutsu allowed you to absorb the Hashirama cells, most of that energy remains sealed in your body. It will take at least 3 to 5 years to fully integrate this power. Moreover, according to my research, the Hashirama cells don't possess the ability to evolve your Sharingan. At most, they have a symbiotic and nourishing relationship." Shiro quietly contemplated this. His 3-tomo Sharingan and the weak Hashirama cells couldn't yet cause a qualitative transformation. Did he have to wait 3 to 5 years to fully integrate the cells? Perhaps by then, he might finally awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. "I understand, Sister Tsunade. You're saying that my eyes are currently being nourished by the Hashirama cells in my body, right?" Shiro smiled lightly, appearing relieved. He could feel the changes in his eyes, his visual prowess had become sharper, and his chakra consumption had dropped significantly. This power was slowly nourishing his eyes. "I believe Shiro will awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan." At that moment, Mikoto entered, her warm smile carrying an undeniable determination in her gaze. She first glanced at Shiro lying on the hospital bed, then turned to Tsunade and said resolutely. "Lady Tsunade, Shiro's training at the Shikatsu Forest has already been reported to the clan, and everything has been arranged." Tsunade, looking at Mikoto, revealed a rare expression of approval. Apart from Mikoto's somewhat extreme and obsessive tendencies, her usual calm and gentle demeanor was unlike most Uchiha. Especially her ability to see the bigger picture, knowing when to advance or retreat, coupled with her respect toward Tsunade, greatly pleased her. "Lady Tsunade, you've mentioned before that the Chimera Jutsu is most compatible with Shiro's body. If that's the case, could we entrust Shiro with the recovery of Sharingan from fallen Uchiha clan members during internal conflicts?" Mikoto's warm smile caused Tsunade to frown. After some thought, she nodded. "In theory, it's possible. This unique energy strengthens over time. To put it simply, it enhances ocular power. However, based on my research, the Mangekyo Sharingan still has a fundamental difference from an ordinary Sharingan. Even with an abundant supply of ocular power, it only reduces the difficulty of evolution. To truly cause a qualitative transformation, a certain catalyst is still required." At this, Tsunade seemed to recall something. She glared at Shiro lying on the bed and said in a sarcastic tone. "Did you hear that, you evil Uchiha? If you want to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, maybe you should try ending someone like me, Mikoto, or Kushina, just like the battle at the Valley of the End." Sister Tsunade. Shiro, though unable to see, could sense Tsunade's current expression wasn't pleasant, leaving him embarrassed. "Sister Tsunade, you've misunderstood." As Shiro awkwardly waved his hands, he failed to notice that although Tsunade's tone was sarcastic, there was a trace of guilt in her eyes. This sunny young man trusted her completely, and yet she had once, just once, truly believed he was heading down a dark path. "Mikoto, the Hashirama cells can nourish your Mangekyo Sharingan. Although there's a risk of rejection, the serum extracted from Shiro's body is very safe." Tsunade signals Mikoto to head to another hospital bed. She began preparations to inject the new serum into Mikoto's cursed seal. Meanwhile, lying alone on his bed, Shiro marveled at Tsunade's brilliance. In just a few days, she had already made such strides in her research. Of course, it also helped that she had access to exceptional materials. Orochimaru had taken much longer because he had started from scratch. Tsunade, however, stood on the shoulders of the second Hokage, had access to Uchiha Mikoto's Mangekyo Sharingan, and had Shiro's unique physique after absorbing Hashirama cells. Not to mention, Shiro had deliberately hinted at the potential balance between Sharingan and Hashirama cells, which had inadvertently opened a door for Tsunade's research. Tsunade's research started halfway at 0.5, so naturally, her progress was much faster. "Mikoto, this serum extracted from Shiro contains trace amounts of Hashirama cells, enough to nourish your Mangekyo. But remember, do not overuse or deplete it. Try to have Shiro reapply the cursed seal every 2 or 3 months. After all, his body is constantly absorbing and fusing new power, growing stronger. The cursed seal can also carry a portion of that energy. Gazing at the dazzling Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsunade's expression turned excited. As a medical ninja, encountering such top-tier materials naturally sparked her interest. Meanwhile, as Tsunade immersed herself in further research on Mikoto's Mangekyo, Kushina's figure crept stealthily toward Shiro's bedside. P.S. Kushina becoming a Segs addict in every fanfic is a canon event. XD. Chapter 147, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 147. By the hospital bed. Kushina, you. While Tsunade was examining Mikoto, behind the translucent light blue curtain, the silhouettes of the two figures inside could be seen. However, Kushina, who had just entered, stood nervously in front of Shiro, her eyes darting toward the silhouettes behind the curtain. Trying to appear calm, she said. Sister Tsunade, I've completely adapted to the Nine Tails chakra on my body. You're letting Shiro apply the curse seal on me today, right? Kushina's guilty and forced calm demeanor left Shiro, lying on the hospital bed, speechless. Even though his eyes were currently covered with bandages, rendering him blind, he could distinctly feel where Kushina was guiding his hand. Through the warmth of her clothing, it rested on that warm, round, and soft skin. Behind the curtain, Tsunade was carefully examining the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hearing Kushina's voice, she casually responded. Yes, your body has adapted, and you can now have the curse seal applied. But remember to choose a discreet spot. After all, the mark of the curse seal is quite distinct, and sometimes, as a ninja, it's best to keep a trump card hidden. Got it, Sister Tsunade. Upon hearing this, Kushina's face broke into an excited smile. Finally, her body could also bear Shiro's mark. Ever since she found out that Mikoto bore Shiro's unique mark, she couldn't help but feel envious. Now, it was her turn. Shiro, you heard what Sister Tsunade said, right? Your eyes can't see right now. All you need to do is open your mouth. With her face flushed, Kushina felt a rush of excitement. The thrill of doing something so daring behind a curtain made her heart race. Although Shiro couldn't see, Kushina could. At this moment, her face was full of excitement, knowing how much Shiro was infatuated with her body. She could feel it clearly through his touch, his hand constantly exploring her. Shiro, do you think this place is secluded enough? Suddenly, Kushina pulled Shiro's hand downward. Through a layer of fabric, his hand landed on a warm, soft spot. Lying on the hospital bed, Shiro's eyes widened, despite being blindfolded. He could distinctly feel the blood rushing to his nose. Kushina, this is not okay. Kushina, who took advantage of the moment for a bold move, was unusually excited yet maintained a facade of calmness, leaving Shiro feeling utterly helpless. If Mikoto could be described as gentle and subtly manipulative, hiding a Yandere personality, then Kushina was the playful, thrill-seeking fox girl, while Tsunade was the mature, dominant older sister type. The black, red, and gold flowers of Konoha, each with their unique personality and preferences. Just teasing you. Suddenly, a moist sensation brushed against his ear as Kushina playfully teased him. Yet, in response, Shiro's fingers pressed down harder, eliciting a heavy gasp from her. Blindfolded, Shiro growled softly, Kushina, don't mess around. The curse seal isn't as simple as you think. He could feel that Kushina had sneakily climbed onto his bed and was now straddling his neck. What was she planning to do? What was she planning to do? At this moment, Shiro wished he could rip off the bandages covering his eyes and teach this mischievous little fox girl a lesson. In the lab, Kushina was the only one who could see. The thrill of the situation left her both nervous and exhilarated as she kept stealing glances at the two figures behind the curtain. Meanwhile, she knelt on the hospital bed, pulling one of Shiro's hands to explore her body, searching for the perfect spot for the curse seal. Shiro, how about here? Or maybe here. Her constant teasing left Shiro feeling utterly frustrated, while Kushina only grew more excited. Kushina. A warm, moist sensation suddenly brushed against him, leaving Shiro momentarily stunned. At least she hadn't completely crossed the line. If she had, he would have flipped her over and asserted his dominance right then and there. Shiro, what do you think? Here, or maybe here. Her hand guided his to various sensitive areas, but Shiro had had enough of this game. It was frustrating to be teased when he couldn't even see her face. Shiro, let me help you sit up. How about we put it on my lower abdomen? Even Kushina, who loved thrills, knew she couldn't continue teasing. She helped Shiro sit up and guided his hand to her exposed lower abdomen. Through her smooth, soft skin, Shiro could feel the warmth and firmness of her body. Kushina held his head close to her abdomen, feeling the heat of his breath against her skin. Shiro, let's put it here. There's already that fox seal here, so I want your curse seal to go either above or below it. As his hand ran over her satin-like skin, Shiro smiled and teased. What are you talking about? I think the black patterns of the seal look rather charming. His playful tone made Kushina blush. but the next moment, she almost cried out in surprise. With a tug downward, a cool sensation spread across her abdomen. Then, warmth, his mouth pressing against her skin. Sharp fangs pierced her flesh, and the black, intricate design of a three-tomo curse seal slowly appeared. As the curse seal formed, Kushina felt an intense heat radiating from her abdomen. Her face flushed red, the sensation overwhelming her to the point where her knees nearly buckled. It's done. The curse seal is complete. Blindfolded, Shiro smirked, his lips curling into a teasing smile. You like playing around, huh? Was that thrilling enough for you? He released her hand, thinking the ordeal was over. But just as he was ready to relax, Kushina's misty eyes glistened with mischief. With her face still flushed, she stole a glance at the two figures behind the curtain before biting her lip and making a bold move. Kushina. Underneath his bandages, Shiro's eyes widened. Kushina stepped closer to him, her hands going to his pants. With shaking hands, she undid the clasp and let his pants fall to the ground. Shiro cock sprang free, already hard and ready for her. Kushina knelt in front of him, taking him into her mouth. Shiro gasped as Kushina expertly sucked on his cock, her tongue swirling around the head. He reached out and ran his fingers through her hair, feeling the silky strands slide between his fingers. Kushina moaned softly around his cock, her fingers finding their way to his balls, teasing and massaging them. In the sweltering summer heat, Kushina's flushed face burned even hotter as she nervously glanced at the curtain behind her, worried that Tsunade and Mikoto might catch her sneaking a popsicle. A while later. After several gulps, Kushina quickly cleaned up the scene as if nothing had happened. Shiro, here's the intel you asked me to gather. I've confirmed everything. Kumo hasn't made any moves recently, and Tsunade. After finishing her antics, Kushina straightened her clothes and put on the demeanor of a composed ninja, reporting the intel she had gathered to Shiro. Listening to her report, Shiro nodded internally. He understood her playful nature and her youthful exuberance, it was all part of what made her so endearing. After all, who wouldn't love a fun, playful girlfriend? I see. Sister Tsunade, now that I've received the curse seal, I'll head back to adapt to its power. Guilty, Kushina didn't linger as she usually would, sticking close to Shiro. Behind the curtain, Tsunade nodded and said, all right, but remember not to overuse your chakra for the next half-month. Let your body gradually adjust to the curse seal. Yes. After listening to Tsunade's advice, Kushina, for once, didn't go to see Mikoto. Instead, she quickly said goodbye and left. Sister Mikoto, I'll be heading out first. Kushina had a guilty look on her face as if she were ready to sneak away. But before leaving, she glanced one last time at the figure behind the curtain and Shiro. Then, taking advantage of the moment, she sneaked quick kisses on Shiro's cheek and immediately bolted. After a while, the curtain was pulled back. Tsunade wiped the sweat off her forehead and looked at Mikoto, who had just finished preparing. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. Not bad. The Mangekyo Sharingan is completely different from the three-tomo Sharingan. It's a qualitative leap. Standing up, Mikoto displayed a respectful smile and nodded. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. All right. Go stabilize Shiro's situation. Don't let anyone find any loopholes. Understood. Once the laboratory returned to silence and both Kushina and Mikoto had left, only Tsunade remained. In the quiet lab, the only sounds were the hum of various instruments and the crisp clicking of Tsunade's high heels. After a while, the scratching of her pen, recording notes, stopped. Shiro lay silently on the hospital bed until Tsunade broke the silence. Shiro, what else do you know? Why are you fixated on Kimogakure and Tsunade? You mentioned before that these villages would target the Senju and Uchiha clans, could there be a connection? The crisp sound of her high heels echoed as Tsunade calmly walked over to the bed. She removed her shoes and propped her feet up on the bed as she questioned him. Lying on the bed, unable to see anything, Shiro felt the pressure and his mouth twitched slightly. He was certain Tsunade's eyes must be blazing with anger. After a moment's hesitation, he quietly replied. Sister Tsunade, as I said before, the villages plan to act against the White Fang, the Senju, and the Uchiha, but I don't know the exact details. I only know there seems to be some activity in Kimogakure and Tsunade. Shiro wasn't lying. Based on the information he had, the trigger for the Third Shinobi World War was the disappearance of the third Kazekage. If he didn't seize the opportunity to pin the blame on these old fools, he'd be unworthy of the Uchiha name. Then there was the Eight Tails rampage in Kimogakure. Orochimaru's current mission was almost certainly related to this. After all, during the war, Killer Bee had already inherited the Eight Tails. This meant that before the Third Shinobi World War began, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki was still Blue Bee. Based on his knowledge of the future and the current situation, he could deduce that it would happen around this time. Hearing this, Tsunade frowned. Kimogakure? Tsunade? What do they have to do with targeting the Senju and Uchiha? At this moment, Tsunade frowned deeply, unable to make sense of it. Shiro, however, shook his head internally. If these events unfolded naturally, they wouldn't mean much. But if Tsunade became aware of them beforehand, especially with what would happen to the White Fang this year, things would get interesting. The death of the White Fang, the Eight Tails rampage, and the shocking disappearance of the third Kazekage, all of these would lead to an inescapable conclusion. The current leadership, obsessed with power, would refuse to relinquish their positions. To achieve this, they would go southwest far as to drive the White Fang to his death and ignite the Third Shinobi World War. For their selfish desires, they would spark a war. Naturally, during a time of war, Konoha wouldn't easily change its Hokage. Checkmate. Breaking this stalemate would be simple, just give the Hokage position to someone else. But would these old fools, barely 50 years old, be willing to step down? 4 Kimogakure. Orochimaru has been sent on a covert mission by the root there. Before leaving, he even specifically visited Grandma and discussed sealing techniques. This mission is about containing a rampaging tailed beast. Under Tsunade's calm analysis, Shiro nodded silently. In the world of shinobi, strategies were all about intelligence. So Orochimaru's mission this time is likely targeting Kimogakure's tailed beast. However, this seems more like an effort to weaken Kimogakure's strength. Where's the conspiracy in that? No matter how hard Tsunade thought, she couldn't figure out a deeper plot. After all, in the shinobi world, creating chaos in an enemy village was par for the course. Similarly, if other villages had the opportunity to target Konoha, they wouldn't let it pass. As for Tsunade, recent intel shows some unusual activity in the ancient kingdom of Rorin, which lies within the land of wind but is independent of Tsunade. They've started producing a large number of new puppets, suggesting Tsunade might be plotting something. Tsunade's calm analysis left Shiro in awe. As expected of a more composed and mature Tsunade, her mind worked incredibly quickly. After all, resources in the land of wind are limited. Tsunade wouldn't want a country with its military ninja force to exist. If this had been in the past, Tsunade might have avoided saying such things or shown some dissatisfaction. But now, having seen the darkness of the shinobi world, her expression remained indifferent, showing no hint of emotion. Finding opportunities and taking advantage of them to spark conflict was a common tactic among shinobi. Listening to Tsunade's analysis, Shiro shook his head and said, "I don't know the specifics either. This is all the intel I have. But with Hatake Tsukumo's reputation growing so much recently, what's your plan?" With a doubtful expression, Shiro wondered aloud. The White Fang's reputation had grown so immensely that even the major clans seemed content to let him overshadow the Sanin. It was clear that, aside from his actual strength and achievements, someone was pushing for Tsukumo behind the scenes. Was the plan to raise Tsukumo as the next Hokage? Faced with such a sensitive question, Tsunade showed no hesitation. She directly smirked. Those old fossils are all about to turn 50 in a year. You need to understand that in the shinobi world, the lifespan of a ninja usually peaks around 40 or 50. They've already lived long lives. For most ordinary ninjas, passing 40 brings declining physical functions and old injuries, leading to a weakened body. Even if those old geezers are in good shape, without special Kekkei Genkai, 50 is when you start going downhill. Konoha needs a strong Hokage, not an old man. Tsunade's words revealed the harsh reality. While ninjas were powerful, the damage they sustained throughout their lives often shortened their lifespans. Only those with unique constitutions or Kekkei Genkai could defy this. Besides, the Hokage has already held the position for more than 20 years. That's long enough to be the longest-serving Hokage in Konoha's history. Over the past 20 years, they've suppressed the power of the clans. If not for the fact that it was to maintain Konoha's balance, the clans would have rebelled long ago. Tsunade wasn't one to sugarcoat. She spoke the unvarnished truth. Hearing her response, Shiro frowned. And what about Hatake Tsukumo? If he becomes Hokage? After a moment's hesitation, Tsunade smiled faintly. If Tsukumo becomes Hokage, naturally, he'll aim to revive the Hatake clan. But the Hatake clan is so small now. Even with Konoha's resources, how much can he accomplish? Revitalizing a clan requires population. The Sarutobi clan thrives on Konoha's resources because it has a large population. How much can the Hatake clan even take? At this point, Tsunade's smile grew more confident. Given Tsukumo's character, reviving his clan wouldn't harm Konoha. And once he becomes Hokage, the smart move would be to maintain the current balance. The clans are already divided, and the Sarutobi clan, after stepping down, would lose its overwhelming influence. With the clans infighting and mutual checks and balances, while also recruiting civilian ninjas, the resulting equilibrium wouldn't harm anyone's interests, especially the root. At the mention of the root, a cold light flashed in Tsunade's eyes. The root might be necessary, but such unchecked behavior needs to be reined in. Listening to Tsunade's analysis, Shiro suddenly understood the political landscape after Tsukumo's hypothetical rise to power. Tsukumo treated everyone in Konoha well. In contrast, if the third Hokage and his allies stayed in power, they continued draining the clans of their strength, not enough to kill them, but enough to keep them in pain. In the original timeline, the White Fang's downfall might have been a conspiracy, an impossible mission, or perhaps just something that happened and was then exploited. After all, power is intoxicating. Who would willingly step down in their prime, especially when they still believed they could contribute? For such greedy individuals, Shiro understood them better than anyone. Forget 50, even if they could sit in that chair forever, they'd do so with unrelenting vigor. Chapter 148, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 148. Konoha. Minato, you truly are a genius. At the training grounds, Jiraiya burst into hearty laughter upon seeing Namikaze Minato appear behind him. However, while Minato, who was holding a special kunai, had a slight smile at the corner of his lips, he sighed lightly and shook his head. Jiraiya-sensei, this special kunai was something Naiko told me about earlier. Although you helped me obtain one, the reduced chakra conduction this time is still primarily thanks to this special kunai. When the conversation shifted to the kunai, Jiraiya stroked his chin and let out a helpless sigh. This Flying Thunder God technique is undeniably powerful, but the consumption of these special chakra-infused metal kunai is just too high. Even a jonin can't handle such extensive use. Jiraiya wore a pained expression as he looked at the dozen or so kunai in Minato's possession, which had taken great effort to gather. These kunai weren't like legendary swords, where one was enough. Even during regular training, the chakra-infused metal often wore out or broke under the strain of the Flying Thunder God technique. Without the support of the Uzumaki clan's wealth and resources, Minato's path to growth had become more challenging, especially in terms of mastering sealing techniques and managing finances. Not only that, but while the Flying Thunder God technique is indeed powerful, when I suddenly appeared behind you, sensei, you were able to react instantly. This means that against ninjas with quick reflexes who are aware of this technique, its effectiveness decreases significantly. Furthermore, although the special kunai reduces chakra consumption, the cost per use is still substantial. And the most significant drawback is that when I suddenly appear, I lack a stronger follow-up jutsu to deliver a decisive blow. With his golden hair glinting in the light, Minato calmly analyzed the drawbacks of the technique. Both he and Jiraiya seemed to have the same thought at that moment, exchanging a glance before letting out a wry smile. It seems you've realized it too, Jiraiya said with a resigned shake of his head. Minato nodded and said seriously, yes, Shiro truly is a genius. The sealless Raisnon could be considered the perfect complement. By combining the instantaneous movement of Flying Thunder God with the sealless Raisnon, Minato could launch an attack so sudden and devastating that even if the opponent's nerves could react, there would be no defense against it. The power of the A-rank, sealless Raisnon was formidable, earning it the reputation of being a technique on the level of a secret art. A sealless Raisnon, huh? What a shame, it's someone else's technique. Even Jiraiya sighed and shook his head. He had never considered trying to negotiate with the Uchiha clan to acquire this technique. Why would the Uchiha hand over such a precious legacy technique? The Uchiha clan lacked neither money, jutsu, or resources. Seeing Minato's troubled expression, Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh heartily, walking up to pat Minato heavily on the shoulder. Minato, you're overthinking it. No jutsu, even terrifying S-rank techniques, is without weakness. The Flying Thunder God technique is already incredibly powerful. How many in the ninja world could even react to it? And of those who could, how many could physically keep up? Jiraiya's laughter brought a smile to Minato's face, and he nodded in understanding. I understand now, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato was an optimistic person. As Jiraiya said, out of all the jutsu in the ninja world, how many could counter the Flying Thunder God? He was already exceptional for his age. With smiles on their faces, the two walked together toward the Hokage's office. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, listened to Minato's report with a satisfied smile. Beside him, Jiraiya was making exaggerated facial expressions. Old man, I told you long ago that Minato is a genius, Jiraiya quipped. For once, the third Hokage didn't rebuke Jiraiya. Instead, he nodded in approval. The Flying Thunder God technique, a forbidden jutsu of the second Hokage, has finally found another capable user in the village. Regarding the drawbacks you mentioned, we'll have to work on the technique itself to reduce chakra consumption further. After all, you're already using chakra-infused metal. Additionally, Minato, your chakra nature includes fire, wind, and lightning, all of which are highly offensive. I suggest focusing on the sharpness of your wind nature to ensure your attacks are unstoppable. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation as a jutsu professor was somewhat exaggerated, he was still an undeniably skilled Kage-level ninja. His advice made Minato feel as though a light had been turned on in his mind. This is my specialty, the Shadow Shuriken clone technique. Should your Flying Thunder God technique be exposed, this jutsu can be used to create confusion and maximize your offensive potential. Grateful for the third Hokage's generosity, Minato bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Third Hokage. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, seeing the moment, laughed mischievously and said, Old man, you've seen Minato's potential. But these special kunai, there are just too few of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only laugh helplessly at Jiraiya's antics. Jiraiya, you know the village's finances have been tight these past 2 years. Expanding our military forces has already left us behind in Iwagakure and Kimogakure. Chakra-infused metal is more precious than ever. As Hokage, Hiruzen had to consider the bigger picture. Supporting Minato's training was one thing, but the chakra-infused metal was a rare resource, and even his own family had limited access to it. Jiraiya-sensei. In the end, it was Minato who awkwardly pulled Jiraiya away, repeatedly thanking the third Hokage before leaving. This made Hiruzen smile warmly with satisfaction. Minato is a good child who embodies the will of fire. He's far more reliable than Jiraiya. Ichiraku Ramen. At Ichiraku Ramen, Minato and Jiraiya were enjoying their meal when they overheard nearby conversations. That White Fang is nothing but a failure. Exactly. I heard this latest mission caused a huge loss for the village. How could someone like him be called a hero? And to even consider him a future candidate for the fourth Hokage, what a joke. Hearing these comments, both Minato and Jiraiya frowned. Jiraiya-sensei, the situation with White Fang has become a huge controversy, Minato said, setting down his chopsticks. He had grown enough to see the bigger picture beyond being just a ninja. With his connection to Uzumaki Naiko and his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato had earned the attention of Konoha's leadership. Jiraiya sighed and said, Minato, becoming Hokage isn't as simple as you think. What you're witnessing now is just one of the many frustrating realities of leadership. But Minato shook his head firmly. No. It's precisely because of this that I want to become Hokage. His unwavering determination and belief in his path as a ninja earned Jiraiya's admiration. Minato, I believe in you. But after this incident, Itachi Sakumo has likely lost his chance of becoming Hokage. Jiraiya couldn't help but think about the situation, while Minato sighed. The old man is nearing 50. Most ninjas decline after 40, and he probably only has a few years left in him. It's time to choose a successor. Jiraiya sighed as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen was aging, and Hokage's presence was both a symbol of strength and a deterrent to enemies. If they're choosing a Hokage, then the only real candidates are you, Lady Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Minato looked envious but quickly smiled with determination. But I'm still young. I think I still have a chance to become Hokage. Minato's optimism made Jiraiya smile, though there was a trace of unease in his eyes. 2 years ago, Jiraiya would have thought Orochimaru was the obvious choice after White Fang. But now, things had shifted. Just as the two were about to resume eating, a piercing hawk's cry shattered the calm, making their expressions immediately serious. Jiraiya-sensei, that's the swift hawk signal, something big must have happened. Minato said, looking up at the hawk soaring through Konoha's sky. Jiraiya quickly put down some money and called Minato to hurry to the Hokage's office. Minato, let's find out what's going on. A shocking piece of news swept through Konoha like a storm. The renowned hero of Konoha, Itachi Sakumo, known as White Fang and feared throughout the ninja world, had taken his own life. After failing a mission and returning to the village, he faced endless blame, even from those he had saved. Unable to bear the shame, he ended his life. White Fang was dead. The news spread through Konoha like an earthquake. Hokage's office. Upon hearing the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his desk in fury, shouting at Danzo, Danzo. What is the meaning of this? Kohara Uchiha and Hamura Mitokato also glared at Danzo in anger, as if to say, this time, you've gone too far. However, Shimura Danzo had just learned this news as well and couldn't help but vent his frustration, saying, Hiruzen. I didn't expect him to commit suicide either. Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at him fiercely, his expression filled with disappointment. Danzo. This time, you've caused a huge disaster. Even Mitokato Hamura and Uchiha Kohara looked grim, their faces heavy with concern. Hiruzen, what should we do now? Hiruzen, White Fang's death was his own doing, he committed suicide. What does that have to do with us? Besides, the failure of his mission was his dereliction of duty as a ninja. Koharu, embodying a shameless self-righteousness, snorted coldly, pushing all the blame onto White Fang without hesitation. For once, Shimura Danzo revealed a rare expression of gratitude. In times of trouble, true friendship shines, these old comrades could still be relied on. Exactly, Hiruzen. The mission's failure was his fault, not ours. Danzo, emboldened, spoke firmly. Deep down, he even felt a sense of relief. White Fang's death might just mean that Sarutobi Hiruzen would face the wrath of the various clans. If Hiruzen were forced to step down, wouldn't that give him a chance to take the position of Hokage? It must be said that Shimura Danzo was always dreaming of becoming Hokage, even at the most critical moments. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, wore a dark expression and barked coldly. Danzo. I want Root to thoroughly investigate every detail of Hataki's mission this time, along with all the ninjas involved. Seeing Hiruzen's livid expression, Danzo seemed to understand something. He nodded sinisterly and replied in a low voice. I understand. Don't worry, Hiruzen. With Root handling this, there won't be any mistakes. With Root involved, this mission's truths would be turned into undeniable evidence. Meanwhile, within Konoha, news of White Fang's suicide spread rapidly, shocking all the ninjas. The major clans, in particular, were furious. It happened too fast. From the time White Fang returned after his mission failure, it had only been a few days. They hadn't even had time to formulate a plan, and now this tragedy had occurred. The Senju clan. Tsunade was stunned when she heard the news, her face filled with disbelief. But then, she remembered Shiro's repeated warnings. The village was targeting White Fang, as well as both the Senju and Uchiha clans. Shiro. Looking at Shiro lying in a hospital bed, Tsunade hesitated, torn about whether to tell him. But in the end, she sighed deeply, thinking about his resolute nature. Mikoto, Kushina, tell Shiro about what happened with Hataki. Mikoto and Kushina exchanged worried glances before reluctantly beginning to explain the situation to Shiro in halting words. Hataki Sakumo, huh? After hearing the full story, Shiro, lying in his hospital bed, showed no visible emotional reaction. Yet, this calmness only deepened the worry on the faces of Tsunade, Mikoto, and Kushina. Maybe I was too naive before. After witnessing one dark event after another, I should have learned to see the worst in people by now. After a moment of silence, Shiro spoke in a calm tone, then slowly sat up and began unwrapping the bandages covering his eyes. As the white bandages fell away, his Sharingan, with its blood-red hues and rotating tomo, came into view. He raised his head and stared directly at Tsunade, his gaze calm yet resolute. The hero is dead. Sister Tsunade, I finally understand your words from before, learning medicine won't save the ninja world. Tsunade's pupils trembled as memories of Shiro's once steadfast dream, becoming the strongest medical ninja to save the ninja world, flooded her mind. But now. Tsunade's face was filled with a mix of emotions, including deep guilt. Shiro had been pushed to the brink, forced down this path. Beside her, Kushina shouted angrily. Sister Tsunade. The hero White Fang is dead, and it's because they abandoned the true will of fire. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with rage. Even Mikoto stepped forward, gripping Shiro's hand tightly. Shiro. Konoha still has you. Shiro raised his head. In his blood-red eyes, the three tomo spun slowly. He spoke each word with conviction. Sister Tsunade, maybe you were right. The Konoha of today has already rotted to its core. They've betrayed the true will of fire. Tsunade's face was filled with a complicated mix of emotions, her guilt deepening further. It's my fault. Shiro, you warned me days ago that the village was targeting Hataki, but because you were in the hospital, I told Kushina not to bring it up. Yet in just a few days. How could Hataki Sakumo end up like this? Such a powerful, legendary ninja, one of the strongest in the current era, had fallen in the prime of his life. And the most ironic part? He didn't die on the battlefield, nor while protecting his comrades. Instead, he met his end in such a tragic and absurd manner. It wasn't that Tsunade was careless, she had simply never imagined that people could be so cruel. No. This is not your fault, Sister Tsunade. Shiro, now free of his bandages, stared at her with bloodshot eyes that somehow radiated calm. He locked his gaze onto her and said in a deep voice. The mission failed, resulting in a significant loss for the village. But who would have thought it would spiral into such a ridiculous public outcry? As he spoke, Shiro's expression twisted into a self-deprecating smile. But I remember. Over 20 years ago, during the battle in the Land of Lightning, the second Hokage chose to sacrifice himself to protect the younger generation. And yet, the guards who abandoned their duty to protect the Hokage all returned safely to the village. Now, the will of fire is nothing but a cruel joke, Sister Tsunade. Tell me, did the damage caused by White Fang's mission failure surpass the loss of a second Hokage? Shiro's raspy, bitter laughter echoed in the room, leaving Tsunade stunned. He was right. Her great-uncle had died in the Land of Lightning, while the Hokage guards all returned safely to the village and went on to become its leaders. The comparison was a giant, painful irony. As Tsunade remained in a daze, Shiro looked up at her again and asked in a deep voice. Sister Tsunade. My clan, the Uchiha, has always taught me that the will of fire is about striving for peace and protecting children from going to war. That was the original intent behind the Uchiha and Senju founding Konoha together. But now, Sister Tsunade, I'm not sure anymore. I'm not sure. At this moment, Shiro's eyes were filled with an expression nearing despair and madness. Tell me, Sister Tsunade. Was the purpose of creating Konoha truly to protect children from war and to achieve peace? Then why do I see wave after wave of freshly graduated academy students being sent to the battlefield, while others sit comfortably in the village under the protection of countless ninjas? As he spoke, Shiro pointed angrily out the window toward the Hokage's office, the most prominent building in the village. If all of this is right, then why did the second Hokage stay behind in the land of lightning? Why was Konoha even established in the first place? Is the peace and protection of children just a lie? Did we merely replace the chaotic warring clans with an even larger system of war? Just as Shiro's voice reached a breaking point, Tsunade pulled him into a tight embrace, halting his near breakdown. No. The original intent of the Senju and Uchiha hasn't changed. At this moment, Tsunade's gaze was more resolute than ever. Looking at Shiro, Kushina, and Mikoto, she slowly turned her head to gaze at the Hokage rock, her determination growing stronger. It's those rotten old fools who've corrupted it. That's why, Shiro, you want to become Hokage, not just to change the Uchiha but to reform the village itself, isn't that right? Tsunade's gentle voice echoed, and in that moment, Shiro's pupils regained focus, as if he had rediscovered his will. Hokage. As Shiro murmured, Tsunade smiled with firm conviction. That's right. Hokage. White Fang gave up the mission for his comrades and was called a failure, while those who abandoned the second Hokage became today's leaders. It's they who betrayed the will of fire. Following Tsunade's words, Shiro's eyes, once filled with confusion, gradually sharpened with determination. If they've truly abandoned the will of fire, then I'll give everything I have to become Konoha's next Hokage. I'll personally correct the village's mistakes. The village had lost its way, and he would be the one to reform it. His resolute declaration echoed in the room. Under the sunlight, Mikoto gazed at his glowing figure with a mixture of admiration and determination. Shiro. I believe in you. Kushina also nodded firmly. Her greatest sense of belonging was tied to Tsunade and Shiro, not the village. If Shiro aspired to be Hokage, she would do everything in her power to support him. Shiro, I believe in you. After seeing Shiro regain his faith, Tsunade quietly let out a sigh of relief. For a ninja, the most terrifying thing is the collapse of their beliefs. Once they lose their conviction, they are practically done for. But Shiro, before you become Hokage, let your big sister stand in front of you to shield you from the wind and rain. At that moment, Tsunade revealed a determined expression in the hospital room, her heart filled with boundless fury. This time, the actions of the village's higher-ups had gone too far, too shameless and despicable. Let your big sister become the fourth Hokage first. As for the fifth Hokage in the future, that will depend on your efforts. Tsunade's resolute voice reverberated, instantly sweeping away the heavy atmosphere from earlier. At this moment, Shiro was left stunned. Tsunade just ignited her fighting spirit, she wants to compete for Hokage. With Tsunade's current strength, if she were to compete for the position of fourth Hokage, there was practically no one in the village who could stop her. Even if they tried to pull something like the White Fang incident on her, it wouldn't work. The matter involving the second Hokage alone could completely shut those high-ranking elders down. It was practically unbeatable. Wait, no, there was still one way to prevent Tsunade from becoming the fourth Hokage. And that was to start a war. If that happened, those old geezers could cling to their positions in the Hokage's upper ranks. The Third Ninja War. As he thought about the impending Third Ninja War, Shiro showed a strange expression. It seemed like he didn't have to do anything at all, everything was already falling into place. It was truly unstoppable. And the title Hokage during the Third War being passed on, he was willing to call it the strongest scapegoat. He could only hope those old geezers could handle it. P.S. The Third Ninja War was so brutal that Hiruzen couldn't handle the pressure, so he gave up his position. LOL. Chapter 149, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 149. Inside the Hatake household. The 7-year-old genius ninja, Hatake Kakashi, sat blankly on his knees at the doorstep, as if all of his vitality had been drained. His vacant eyes reflected the deep despair that consumed him. Every ninja who came to pay their respects wore expressions of sorrow or unease. Many could hardly believe what they were witnessing, even though they had come in person. Was the legend of Tsukumo Hatake truly over? Kakashi, I'm so sorry about Tsukumo's passing. Please accept my condolences. Jiraiya arrived alongside Minato, their faces heavy with grief. When they saw Kakashi, a child of only 7 who had lost his father, their eyes filled with melancholy. Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei. As Jiraiya entered, the gathered Jonin respectfully nodded their heads. Even among Jonin, there was a distinct hierarchy, and Jiraiya commanded deep respect. However, the funeral for this legendary ninja was somber and desolate. Only around 20 or 30 ninjas came to pay their respects to Hatake Tsukumo, despite his countless contributions to the village. When Jiraiya saw this scene, anger flickered in his eyes. A hero should not be treated this way. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato, standing nearby, noticed Jiraiya's reaction and glanced at his mentor. Jiraiya took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Minato, go comfort Kakashi. I will personally preside over Tsukumo's funeral on behalf of the third Hokage. We cannot allow a hero to leave in such disgrace. Yes. Outside the Hatake house. Many ninjas crouched on rooftops, in trees, or on streetlights, watching from a distance. Hesitant and conflicted, they chose to observe rather than attend the funeral directly. The rumors that had spread throughout the village were still fresh in everyone's minds. People claimed that Hatake Tsukumo had caused a mission to fail due to his personal decisions, resulting in significant losses for the village. Public opinion is a double-edged sword. When Tsukumo's incident came to light, even the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura tried to suppress the rumors, but it was already far too late. The rumors had taken root in the village, and the damage was irreversible. This marked the first time they had wielded public opinion as a weapon, only to realize its terrifying power. It didn't just harm enemies, it harmed allies as well. Hokage's office. Hiruzen, although the rumors have been suppressed, they've already left a deep impression on Konoha's ninjas. If this situation isn't handled carefully, it could lead to chaos. Yes, exactly. Which is more important, completing the mission or protecting one's comrades? If everyone were to act like Hatake Tsukumo, choosing comrades over missions, then why would we even need a ninja village? Why would we need a Hokage? Mito Kato Hamura and Uchiha Koharu both wore solemn expressions as they explained the broader implications of the incident. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, looked grim. After a long silence, he exhaled a puff of smoke and said in a low voice. Danzo has gone too far this time. The use of rumors had initially been intended to damage Tsukumo's reputation, ensuring he would lose any chance of becoming Hokage. But who could have predicted this outcome? In just a few days, Tsukumo had taken his own life, leaving Konoha without one of its most powerful forces. Jiraiya has already gone to preside over Tsukumo's funeral on my behalf. However, the impact of this matter. As Hiruzen hesitated, the door suddenly opened. Danzo Shimura entered, his expression dark. He spoke in a firm voice. Hiruzen, this incident may be unfortunate, but under no circumstances can we condone Tsukumo's actions. If we allow such behavior to go unchecked, how can Konoha maintain its position in the ninja world? Danzo's hardline stance struck at the heart of the issue. Mito Kato Hamura and Uchiha Koharu looked to Hiruzen and nodded in agreement. Hiruzen, none of us wanted this to happen to Tsukumo, but Danzo is right. If we let this slide, how can Konoha maintain its reputation in the land of fire? How can we remain strong in the ninja world? For a ninja, fulfilling the mission is the ultimate priority. If everyone were to prioritize protecting their comrades over completing missions, why would clients continue to trust Konoha with their tasks? In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked deeply at his old companions. He knew that, even though this decision was wrong, there was no turning back. The public pressure was too intense. If the rumors hadn't spread so widely, they might have been able to contain the fallout. But now, it was too late. Tsukumo Hatake was a legendary ninja, and his death had shaken the entire village. Hiruzen had no choice. I understand. In the end, Hiruzen Sarutobi, for the sake of the village's stability, lowered his head and said in a heavy voice. Inform Jiraiya. Hatake Tsukumo violated the ninja code, causing significant losses to the village. His name shall not be inscribed on the memorial stone. This decision effectively denied White Fang the title of hero and condemned him to die in shame. As the ANBU outside the window respectfully acknowledged the order and disappeared, Danzo Shimura remained silent. Mito Kato Hamura and Uchiha Koharu sighed deeply, sensing Hiruzen's heavy heart. Hiruzen, we can only blame Tsukumo for abandoning the mission. We're all doing this for the sake of the village's stability. Yes, Hiruzen, think about the powerful clans behind Tsukumo. If we allow them to act freely, they'll only grow stronger, becoming a threat to Konoha. All these years, haven't we worked hard to balance the power of the village's factions? Weakening the great clans while empowering civilian ninjas will ensure Konoha's stability. Their words offered Hiruzen little solace. Losing such a powerful ninja was a painful blow, and Hiruzen could only sigh in regret. What a pity. Tsukumo was such a formidable ninja, capable of intimidating enemy nations. And now, he's gone. At the White Fang's funeral. Once, countless people had flocked to see Tsukumo. Now, under the weight of public opinion, the hero who had done so much for Konoha was abandoned. His funeral was scattered and lonely, a stark reminder of how quickly things change. What Why can't White Fang's name be placed on the memorial stone? He achieved so much for Konoha. Inside the house, a jonin who had been deeply indebted to Tsukumo roared in anger. 7 or 8 other special jonin also wore expressions of fury. At this time, Minato did not yet have the reputation he would earn in the future. Faced with the ninja's dissatisfaction, he could only lower his head and explain. Everyone, this is the Hokage's decision. Hatake Tsukumo caused a mission to fail, resulting in significant losses for the village. Please try to understand the Hokage's position. But Minato's explanation did little to quell their rage. One by one, the ninjas vented their anger, cornering him. Enough. At that moment, Jiraiya's tall figure stepped in, his voice booming with authority. The ninjas, though still unwilling, released their grip on Minato's collar under Jiraiya's imposing presence. Lord Jiraiya. We're not satisfied. Exactly. How could one failed mission strip him of the right to be honored on the memorial stone? Jiraiya scanned the room with a solemn expression. In a deep voice, he said. You are all ninjas. You should understand the significance of missions. If word spreads that Konoha values ninja lives over missions, our position as the strongest ninja village will be jeopardized. Faced with Jiraiya's appeal to the greater good, the ninjas had no choice but to swallow their anger, though resentment still lingered. At the doorway, Kakashi knelt motionless. When he heard that his father would not even be honored on the memorial stone, his vacant eyes trembled. He murmured to himself. Ninjas must follow the rules. They must complete their missions, that way, no one will criticize them. Kakashi's mind drifted to his father. If his father had chosen to complete the mission and follow the rules, none of this would have happened. He would not have been criticized, and he would not have taken his own life. This realization planted a dark seed in Kakashi's heart. He finally understood the iron rule of the ninja world. In the ninja world, rules are everything. Just as Kakashi was lost in thought, a commotion erupted outside the house. The police force is mobilizing. Arrest anyone involved in spreading slander and rumors. Hatake Tsukumo's mission may have failed, but why did the rumors spread so quickly? This is the work of spies. Arrest all the ninjas who participated in the mission with White Fang. Outside Hatake's house, a dense crowd of ninjas was approaching. This scene shocked the ninjas secretly watching from the shadows. Under the reflection of various clan emblems, the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Aburame, and other clans were all present. At the forefront was Tsunade, leading more than a dozen ninjas from the Senju clan. Behind her was the Uchiha clan police force. Amid the stunned gazes of countless people, Shiro, who followed behind Tsunade, began issuing commands coldly. The moment these commands were heard, everyone knew that something big was about to happen. Shiro. Uchiha Fugaku, who had arrived alongside them, changed his expression when he heard the orders. However, Shiro directly turned to the members of the police force behind him and shouted. I, Uchiha Shirou, as the deputy chief of the police force, now order you. At that moment, Shiro publicly declared himself as the deputy chief of the police force in front of everyone. 2 years ago, after returning from the land of rain, Shiro had barely paid attention to his title, working quietly in the medical division. His role as deputy chief of the police force had been little more than a formality. But this time, things were different. It was clear that he intended to formally take up his position in the police force. And yet, instead of being angry about this division of power, Fugaku was worried. Shiro, you're being too impulsive. Fugaku's personality could charitably be described as steady, but more unkindly as indecisive and hesitant. However, after Shiro issued his orders, his trusted followers within the police force, including Uchiha Yashiro, immediately shouted. Yes. In an instant, over a dozen members of the Uchiha police force used the body flicker technique to carry out the orders. Fugaku, seeing this, opened his mouth as if to say something. But when he noticed Shiro's resolute expression and Tsunade's cold demeanor at the forefront, he stopped. He seemed to have figured something out, and his heart sank. Could this be the Senju clan's counterattack? Thinking of this, Fugaku gave a discreet look to his trusted subordinates, who immediately understood. By the deputy chief's orders. In a flash, dozens of Uchiha ninjas moved to execute Shiro's commands. Within just a few short moments, so much had transpired that Jiraiya, who had just stepped out of the house, was visibly shocked. Tsunade. However, Tsunade, dressed in black today, merely gave Jiraiya a cold glance before leading representatives of the major clans into the Hatake clan's compound. At the same time, banners representing the clan emblems of the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Aburame families were erected on both sides of the courtyard where Hatake Tsukumo's funeral was being held. The banners, fluttering in the wind, symbolized the presence of the major clans. A funeral that had seemed so humble just moments ago suddenly transformed into an event attended by the elite of the village. Hatake Tsukumo was a symbol of these great clans. Now that something had happened to him, others might hide, but the major clans could not. Kakashi, are you okay? Among those who arrived was young Shirou, who, after paying his respects to Hatake Tsukumo, approached Kakashi with concern. At this moment, Kakashi was at the most confused point in his life. His father's death had shattered his previous values, leaving him to rebuild them. Meanwhile, inside the house, Jiraiya looked gravely at Tsunade, who had brought so many members of the great clans with her. He lowered his voice and said, "Tsunade, regardless of everything else, we need to suppress this matter for now." Jiraiya could see that something was wrong with Hatake Tsukumo's death. But the biggest issue was that further escalation wasn't an option. The matter had to be temporarily suppressed. Later, once the public stopped discussing it, they could consider whether Hatake Tsukumo's name could be inscribed on the memorial stone. But this time, after paying her respects to Hatake Tsukumo, Tsunade just scoffed. "Jiraiya, are you an idiot?" Tsunade didn't bother to spare Jiraiya any face, which left Minato feeling awkward, along with the other ninjas in the room, who all lowered their heads as if they hadn't heard anything. "Tsunade, the repercussions of this." Before Jiraiya could finish, Tsunade interrupted coldly, "Repercussions? Hatake Tsukumo's suicide has already demonstrated to all of Konoha the consequences of not following the rules as a ninja. With his death, he defended the dignity of the Land of Fire's premier ninja village. Even if he was a legendary ninja, even if he possessed Kage-level strength, a ninja who abandons the mission must pay the price." Tsunade's cold voice echoed, making it clear why Hatake Tsukumo had truly taken his life. The ostracization wasn't the full story. The more significant factor was the uncontrollable escalation of public opinion. This was no longer just a simple failed mission. The legendary ninja White Fang of Konoha had abandoned his mission, and the resulting damage to Konoha's credibility in the ninja world was immense. Thus, the greatest pressure on Hatake Tsukumo was the harm his actions had caused to the village. Hatake Tsukumo's true reason for suicide was to protect Konoha's honor in the ninja world. At the doorway, hearing these words, Kakashi froze. His previously confused gaze began to show clarity. Kakashi, Lord White Fang was a true hero. Beside him, Shirou spoke resolutely, which seemed to help Kakashi understand something. His father had not taken his own life because he couldn't handle the pressure of public criticism. His father was not so fragile. The real reason for his father's suicide was to protect the village and uphold Konoha's prestige in the ninja world. P.S. RIP. Chapter 150, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 150. At the funeral of Tsukumo Hatake. Shiro quietly shook his head as he observed the modest ceremony, unable to hide his disapproval. No one expected this to happen so quickly that the entire village of Konoha hadn't even processed it. In the end, White Fang defended the village with his ninja blade. Only those who truly understood knew that White Fang's death was not an act of cowardly suicide. It was his way of explaining to Konoha, to the entire ninja world, and his ninja path. Tsunade. At the funeral, in front of so many ninjas, Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his head, attempting to calm down Tsunade. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato frowned silently at the side. The collaboration of the powerful clans had begun to affect the orders of the Hokage. "Shiro-san, we are all deeply saddened by Hatake-senpai's passing," Minato said, suppressing his thoughts about the actions of the prominent clans, though his expression did not escape Shiro's notice. "Minato, do you think we clans are making a fuss over nothing?" Shiro turned his head, looking directly and calmly at Minato without any pretense, making Minato visibly uneasy. Though Minato didn't want to admit it, he couldn't deny that the unity of the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Aburame, and other clans today had deeply shaken him. Seeing Minato's expression, Shiro immediately understood his perspective. After all, someone regarded by the third Hokage as the successor of the Will of Fire couldn't have ideals too far removed from his own. Yet, Shiro smirked coldly and, at the funeral, calmly raised his hand to point at the clan emblems of the various families. When Konoha was founded, it was the Senju and Uchiha clans who invited the other families to join, creating the village we know today. The prosperity Konoha enjoys now was built on the bloodshed of these clans working together. His powerful voice echoed, catching the attention of countless clan ninjas. He then pointed at the civilian ninjas outside the funeral hall who wanted to enter but didn't dare to approach and continued coldly. The establishment of the Ninja Academy and the emergence of civilian ninjas were decisions made jointly by the first and second Hokage in consultation with our clans. Now, you accuse the great clans of greed, claiming we monopolize resources. Didn't anyone tell you that the resources civilian ninjas enjoy today were carved out by the concessions of our clans? And now you turn around and call us avaricious. Shiro's icy voice reverberated through the hall, causing Minato's face to change dramatically. Other ninjas also showed grave expressions. Many ninjas, including members of the clans themselves, were hearing this for the first time and fell into deep thought. However, senior members of the clans felt their eyes twitch with frustration. Back then, it was the Senju and Uchiha, with their would-release and Mangekyo Sharingan, who forced them to join. Who would have dared to refuse? Even during the era of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, though not as powerful as his predecessors, his strength and ruthless methods left no room for resistance. Who would challenge them? Outwardly, it was all declared as a cooperative decision just for appearances. So, Minato, Jiraiya, what gives you the right to treat us clan ninjas as if we're monsters? Shiro's straightforward question laid bare the underlying tensions, leaving Jiraiya awkward and unable to respond. Minato, standing to the side, also felt uncomfortable. There were some things that could be said and others that could not. For example, this issue. Only the Senju and Uchiha could speak of it, as they were the ones who had led the creation of Konoha. Tsunade, this is no longer the Warring States period. This is the era of the ninja village. Jiraiya, visibly uncomfortable, turned to Tsunade, hoping to de-escalate the situation. While he acknowledged the clan's arguments, he believed the era of clan dominance had passed. The ninja village needed to rely on both clan and civilian ninjas to protect the peace. Jiraiya couldn't voice these thoughts in front of the Senju and Uchiha, but his determined gaze at Tsunade made his stance clear: the era of the clans was over. The ninja village must embrace change to progress. The ninja village? Tsunade, brimming with anger, scoffed coldly. Her tone was biting as she responded. During the First Ninja War, the clans sacrificed themselves one after another for peace and suffered heavy losses to win 20 years of peace for the Land of Fire. And what was the result? Her words were sharp, and her expression was filled with disdain. Clan ninjas, seeing her resolute stance, found a leader to rally behind. They looked to Tsunade as their pillar of strength. For years, the prominent clans had been pressured by the Hokage's administration, especially after the decline of the Senju. But this time was different. Though the Hatake clan was no longer a major force, Tsunade's status lent unparalleled legitimacy to their cause. This time, Tsunade showed no restraint, tearing apart the facade of Konoha's leadership. The clans had fought and bled to win the First Ninja War and secure the Hokage administration's dominance. And now, they were being repaid with betrayal. Tsunade. Jiraiya tried once more to interject, but Tsunade dismissed him coldly. Jiraiya, what position do you hold now? What right do you have to preside over the Hatake clan's funeral? Her words were scathing, giving the diminished Hatake clan the highest respect. After all, the Hatake name had once stood proudly under its clan emblem when joining Konoha. Kumo Hatake was a hero of Konoha. His mission failure was already atoned for with his death, defending the village's honor. If his name cannot be engraved on the memorial stone, then the current leaders of Konoha have no right to have their names engraved there either. Tsunade's declaration caused an uproar, leaving many stunned. Even Jiraiya was visibly shaken. Tsunade. This was a serious matter. Jiraiya, sensing the gravity of the situation, dared not provoke Tsunade further. He nodded solemnly and said, I understand. Without hesitation, Jiraiya chose to leave, fearing that staying any longer would lead Tsunade to say something even more explosive. Hokage's office. When Jiraiya reported what had happened, Kohara Udatane and Hamura Mitokado were furious, slamming their desks in anger. Outrageous. Tsunade has gone too far. But their bluster was hollow, as their expressions betrayed their unease. Even Danzo Shimura, usually the loudest voice, remained silent, his face dark and brooding. Hiruzen, what does Tsunade mean by this? Is this her personal opinion, or does she speak for the Senju clan? Or worse, are all the clans united? Seeing Danzo's silence, Koharu and Hamura turned to their leader, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Hiruzen, hidden under the shadow of his Hokage hat, kept his emotions concealed. After Jiraiya finished his report, he sighed and left the room, muttering about the debts of the past. After a long silence, Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and turned to Danzo. His voice was hoarse. Danzo, what do you think of this matter? Tsunade's declaration, if Tsukumo Hatake's name didn't deserve to be on the memorial stone, then neither did theirs, had struck at a deeply sensitive issue. Even Danzo didn't argue this time. Instead, he replied gravely. Whether it's Tsunade acting on impulse, the will of the Senju, or a coordinated effort by the clans, the controversy surrounding White Fang must be resolved quickly. As for the memorial stone, while Koharu, Hamura, and Hiruzen placed great importance on the honor of being memorialized as heroes, to Danzo, it meant nothing. His dream was to become the Hokage. Once he became Hokage, wouldn't that mean everything in Konoha would be under his control? Faced with Danzo's response, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but take a deep look at his old friend, his gaze carrying a hint of warning. The actions of the police force may have been excessive, but the matter with White Fang needs to be resolved. Given all the contributions Tsukumo Hatake has made to the village over the years, we cannot allow a hero to leave in disgrace. After a long period of contemplation, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, lightly tapped his pipe against the table and slowly spoke a sentence laden with meaning. As an old friend, Shimura Danzo could hear the deeper meaning in Hiruzen's words. He immediately understood something, nodded directly, and said in a deep voice. I understand. The ninja saved by Hatake during the mission returned to the village and sowed dissatisfaction against him. However, in the previous situation, this ninja failed to choose to sacrifice themselves heroically for the mission. This in itself is suspicious. The root will act before the police force and extract the truth from this spy. Danzo's chilling voice echoed, essentially sealing the outcome of this matter. Hearing this, Mito Hamura and Uchiha Koharu exchanged glances and collectively sighed in relief. Hiruzen is right. This individual is far too suspicious. They must be a spy from an enemy nation. Previously, they had argued that White Fang couldn't be honored on the memorial stone due to his mission failure. However, this had only angered Tsunade, who even had Jiraiya return to deliver a warning. Back then, as the high-ranking guards of the second Hokage, the consequences of their mission failures had brought far greater harm to the village than White Fang's incident. Even if there had been 10 such failures, they wouldn't have caused as much damage as this particular case. Thus, they were desperate to finalize the matter of White Fang quickly, ensuring it wouldn't escalate further or create more uproar. Even if it meant contradicting themselves later, they were determined to resolve it swiftly. And so, the ninja who had been saved by White Fang yet blamed him upon returning to the village, was chosen as the scapegoat. If it was all the work of an enemy nation's spy, then White Fang would naturally have the right to be honored on the memorial stone. However, Hiruzen, don't you think Tsunade's behavior needs to be addressed? Just as they had finally settled on a resolution to White Fang's matter and were beginning to feel relieved, Uchiha Koharu, being a petty woman, immediately showed her resentment. Ever since she rose to her high position, how many years had it been since she suffered such humiliation? This time, it wasn't just her, even Sarutobi Hiruzen had shown a solemn expression after Tsunade brought up the events surrounding the second Hokage. This matter. It had been over 20 years, and they thought it was buried in the past. Little did they know, it had taken root in others' hearts all this time. Hiruzen, what about Lady Mito's condition? Compared to Koharu's emotional outburst, Mito Hamura was much more composed and thoughtful. Pushing up his glasses, he shifted the topic to Uzumaki Mito. Everyone immediately understood. The Senju clan had already declined, leaving only Tsunade. What could she possibly do alone? Once Uzumaki Mito passed, the mountain weighing over their heads would disappear. Next month, we'll prepare the sealing of the final Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, revealing the critical news. They had just 1 month left before the high-ranking officials would gain control of what should have been their ultimate weapon, even if it was only half of it. When White Fang's situation broke out, the police force acted swiftly, but the root moved even faster within the village. In less than half a day, another piece of news spread through the village. The comrade saved by White Fang had been bribed by an enemy ninja village. They had leaked information about the mission and even framed the hero, White Fang. There was no mention of White Fang abandoning the mission for his comrade. For a time, anger swept through the village. The people of Konoha, furious over White Fang's treatment, redirected their rage toward the enemy ninja village. As night fell, at the Hatake residence. Kakashi, your father was a hero. It's just, he didn't fall on the battlefield. 7-year-old Kakashi Hatake looked up at Shiro, the teacher who had come to stand up for his father. His eyes filled with tears. Shiro-sensei. Before Kakashi could say more, Shiro started coughing, and Kakashi's sharp eyes caught a trace of blood at the corner of Shiro's mouth. Shiro-sensei, you. Facing Kakashi's shock, Shiro waved it off casually. Shaking his head and sighing, Shiro turned to Shursue. Shursue, accompany Kakashi for the next few days. Yes, Shiro-sensei. Uchiha Shirou nodded respectfully. As Kakashi's peer, he naturally cared for him. Kakashi, don't overthink it. Some things will make sense once you grow up. Saying this, Shiro shook his head and slowly walked outside. Around the Hatake home, he had stationed several police force ninjas to guard the area. His concern for the Hatake family was evident, and it filled the lonely Kakashi with warmth. Thank you, Shiro-sensei. Bowing deeply, Kakashi didn't lift his head until Shiro's figure had disappeared. Beside him, Shursue spoke with concern. Kakashi, Shiro-sensei is right. The Hatake clan still needs you. Kakashi nodded. Though young, he seemed to have gained a deeper understanding of many things on this day, and the impact on him was profound. It seemed his father's death wasn't as simple as it appeared, there were many hidden threads. Turning to look at his father's portrait, the young Kakashi's expression became resolute. Father, I don't fully understand yet, but I think I've figured out a little. Trust me. I will seek justice for you. On the way back, Mikoto and Kushina walked on either side of Shiro. Kakashi has been deeply affected this time. Kushina, when you return, have Sister Tsunade assign a Senju Jonin as the leader of his team. As for Kakashi's 2 other teammates, we'll select them from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Shiro spoke calmly, and both Kushina and Mikoto nodded in agreement. Now that he had stepped into the spotlight with Tsunade taking the brunt of the pressure, Shiro naturally intended to strengthen his power. Especially with Kakashi's generation, knowing the potential of these future Jonin, he wouldn't let the opportunity pass. Lady Kushina, Lady Tsunade, and Lady Mito urgently request your presence. As the three walked back, a ninja from the Senju clan rushed over with an anxious expression. Hearing this, Kushina's face changed. Something major had happened to the Senju clan. P.S. Konoha be like, embrace a democratic country, no to monarchy.